Chapter 1. How could such an absurd thing as an interworld poverty alleviation system exist? In this realm filled with magic and martial energy, one might question not only the existence of individuals in need of assistance, but also the sheer absurdity of the system's designated beneficiaries. A solitary, destitute skeleton? Do lowly undead beings, such as skeletons, possess any semblance of intelligence? Do they have kin? Bai Gu lowered his gaze to his own clearly visible ribcage. Perhaps there was some truth to it after all. He was one such being, was he not? However, based on the basic novice knowledge provided by the system upon his arrival in this foreign world, it was stated, undead skeleton, a common inhabitant of the netherworld, particularly abundant in the bone plains, typically birthed from the fires of the soul sea. Should a normal world witness a large-scale death toll with corpses left unattended, there exists a chance that undead skeletons may arise spontaneously. Undead skeletons are arguably the weakest form of undead creatures in this world. They are mute, bloodthirsty, and will attack any living being that emits the scent of blood and flesh, regardless of the opponent's level. They are the quintessential low-tier beings of this realm. Having just arrived in this world, Bai Gu possessed neither magical prowess nor martial skills. With only the hollowed spirit of a laborer drained by long hours of work and an inexplicably weakened physical form since his arrival, he found it rather presumptuous to think he could extend his care to a solitary skeleton who likely wouldn't attack him, especially if it were a typical bereft skeleton. However, should it turn out to be an ancient, formidable skeleton, a mere slap could very well cause him to disintegrate into dust, and his modest aspiration of simply lying flat would become an extravagant wish. Ding! The novice gift pack has been sent. Please check your inventory and utilize it wisely for precise poverty alleviation. Perhaps sensing Bai Gu's reluctance, the system promptly dispatched a novice gift pack. A novice gift pack, there must be a treasure trove of invaluable items within. Typically in novels, such items are life-saving artifacts during the early stages. Let's take a look. Ding! Acquired Undead Language 1, Acquired Skeleton Dialect 1, Acquired Otherworldly Text and Culture 1, Acquired Second-Level Soul Essence 1, Acquired Soul Essence Extractor 1. The presence of undead language, skeleton dialect, and otherworldly text indicates that the system insists I extend my care to the solitary skeleton. But what exactly is this second-level soul essence? Bai Gu retrieved the essence, and a soft blue orb of light materialized in his palm. What purpose does this serve? Soul essence, the most coveted treasure of the skeleton race. How intriguing the system has even prepared a parting gift for me to care for the solitary skeleton. Well, since I'm here, I might as well embrace it. Given the system's efforts, and considering he was no villain, extending care to a solitary skeleton seemed inconsequential. Holding the soul essence, Bai Gu proceeded towards the direction indicated by the system. He could not deny that being reduced to mere bones made him rather light within mere minutes. He spotted the solitary skeleton. This skeleton indeed appeared profoundly desolate, standing vacantly against a tree, supported by a pelvic bone, with its leg bones nowhere to be found, enshrouded in vines and moss, its eye sockets flickering with pale blue soul fire. Hello. Bai Gu raised a skeletal hand in greeting. The skeleton slowly lifted its head to glance at Bai Gu, tilting its skull in confusion. It seemed to struggle to comprehend his words. Fortunately, the novice gift pack included undead language and skeleton dialect, allowing Bai Gu to communicate with the skeleton in his mind. At that moment, the fire within his eye sockets flickered. Greetings, esteemed elder or matron. After all, as someone untrained in osteology, Bai Gu could not discern the skeleton's gender merely from its skeletal structure. The solitary skeleton's soul fire flickered in response, conveying a message, though its appearance made Bai Gu fear that the soul fire might extinguish at any moment. Truly unfortunate, no wonder this solitary skeleton is neglected, with no offspring to care for it. Look how famished it appears. As he spoke, Bai Gu began to clear away the vines enveloping the skeleton, revealing its cracked, bony form. I cannot move due to hunger. The solitary skeleton's soul fire flickered once more, transmitting fragmented words. However, Bai Gu found it challenging to grasp the skeleton's meaning, only discerning its hunger. Could it be that it was so starved that it struggled to articulate its thoughts? But what could a skeleton consume? According to the novice introduction, skeletons craved blood and flesh. Yet, one must consider that a skeleton, entirely composed of bones, would lack the capacity to digest or consume a feast of blood and flesh, leading Bai Gu to remain skeptical of the notion that skeletons were bloodthirsty. But if they did not consume blood and flesh, why would it continuously express hunger? Bai Gu, too, was a skeleton, yet having only arrived in this world mere minutes ago, he had yet to grasp the concept of hunger. The solitary skeleton transmitted one last message, and soon its soul fire began to flicker and dim. How can I care for a solitary skeleton if I end up extinguishing its very essence? Observing the dwindling embers of the soul fire, Bai Gu retrieved the second-level soul essence, which was described as a coveted item for skeletons. However, he felt no personal desire for it and was uncertain of its efficacy for other skeletons. Given the dire situation, he decided to take a leap of faith. He placed the second-level soul essence atop the solitary skeleton's crown. Splash! Instantaneously, the essence transformed into a fluid-like substance, flowing from the skeleton's crown into its eye sockets. Then, with a resounding boom, the pale blue embers within the skeleton's eye sockets ignited as if doused in gasoline, blazing fiercely. I feel satiated. A flurry of messages emanated from the solitary skeleton's soul fire, and the cracks that marred its bony form began to shimmer with azure light, vanishing entirely as the blue glow subsided. I have leveled up, thank you. My companion. Bai Gu gazed upon the transformed solitary skeleton, now radiating vigor, and received its messages. Though still fragmented, they were far more coherent than the previous few words. It appeared that the second-level soul essence had allowed the skeleton to advance now. The being before him showcased vibrant blue soul fire in its eye sockets, its bones pristine and intact, though the leg bones remained absent. Do skeletons possess levels as well? This detail was not mentioned in the novice introduction. Nevertheless, Bai Gu could conclude that the soul essence held significant value for skeletons. The most fundamental effect was satiation with just one second-level soul essence. The skeleton transitioned from near starvation to a state of vitality, while its potential for advancement remained to be explored. Having utilized the soul essence provided in the novice gift pack, Bai Gu found himself without another. However, the novice pack also included a soul essence extractor, but from where could he extract more? Perhaps from other living beings? That could wait for another opportunity for now. He should focus on fulfilling the system's task of caring for this solitary skeleton. Completing the task would reward him with those remarkable low-tier exchange vouchers. Though their purpose remained unknown, they certainly sounded impressive. Yet, as Bai Gu turned his attention back to the skeleton, he found himself perplexed once more. How should he express this care? Should he employ the typical methods used to care for the elderly? Esteemed elder, how is your health? The solitary skeleton glanced at its missing leg bones, then looked back at Bai Gu, tilting its skull again. Are your children dutifully caring for you? The solitary skeleton scanned its surroundings, tilting its head once more. The weather has turned cooler, you must take care to keep warm, esteemed elder. The solitary skeleton gazed at its hollow rib cage and tilted its head in confusion once again. How does one truly care for a solitary skeleton? Bai Gu could no longer contain his frustration after all. The being before him was a skeleton. What care could it possibly require? If anything, it was assistance that was needed. Could my companion assist me in finding bones? The solitary skeleton transmitted fragmented messages, which Bai Gu struggled to comprehend. However, it gestured towards its lower limbs, sending a further message. Bone connections are missing. At last, Bai Gu understood it sought his help in locating bones to reconnect. As the saying goes, assist the skeleton to the end. Accompany it to the west, Bai Gu readily agreed to help find its leg bones. But where could he find such bones? In this wilderness, it would be quite the challenge to locate suitable leg bones. He had noticed a few rabbits earlier, perhaps their bones could suffice, though he was unsure. If not, he also spotted several magical beasts of this world, but their size alone could easily crush him. Just as he sank into despair, ding! Task of caring for the solitary elder completed. Reward. Low-level Exchange Voucher 1. Ding. First task completion reward. Third level Soul Essence 1. Skill. Bone Repair Technique 1. Why did the task suddenly complete? Sometimes verbal expressions of care are less effective than tangible assistance. When the host demonstrated a willingness to help, it constituted a form of caring for the solitary skeleton. This system is quite perceptive. Perhaps it was he who had been short-sighted. Genuine assistance equates to care, does it not? Mere words of consolation do little to alleviate the struggles of the impoverished. With the task completed, he was rewarded with the intriguing bone repair technique, which by its name should enable him to aid the skeleton in repairing its leg bones. Having learned the bone repair technique, Bai Gu opened his panel to examine the skill. Bone repair technique level 1. Capable of generating and mending minor cracks in bones. Cool down time. 5 minutes to... Is it only possible to mend the cracks in the bones? Yet, it remains impossible to directly fabricate a pair of leg bones for this ancient skeleton. I wonder what the low-level exchange voucher from the Myriad Realms entails, and whether it can procure a pair of leg bones. Bai Gu began to examine the description of the exchange voucher. Myriad Realms Low-level Exchange Voucher can be proposed by the master of the system for desired items, which, upon value assessment, can be exchanged using the voucher. This contraption is indeed convenient, however. How is the evaluation standard determined? Regardless of the intricacies, I shall first exchange for a pair of leg bones and conduct an experiment. System. Utilize the low-level exchange voucher to procure a standard pair of human leg bones. Understood. Would you like to optimize the use of the low-level exchange voucher? Optimize? The system possesses such functionality? Naturally, it must be utilized to its fullest potential. The low-level exchange voucher has been optimized for use. Exchange item. A pair of kinetic energy armor alloy leg bones. As the system's announcement concluded, a pair of alloy leg bones, boasting a metallic and futuristic appearance, materialized before Bai Gu. Kinetic energy armor alloy leg bones. Crafted from superior alloys, these leg bones are equipped with kinetic energy armor that can absorb and convert a portion of kinetic energy for release. To claim this as optimization seems rather excessive. Can this contraption even be attached? Bai Gu attempted to lift the alloy leg bones, but found himself unable to do so. The solitary skeleton, observing Bai Gu's futile struggle with the peculiar leg bones, decided to inch its skeletal frame closer to the alloy legs using its frail skeletal arms. Noticing the skeleton's efforts, Bai Gu relinquished his attempts to move the alloy legs and instead assisted in repositioning the skeletal body. The two skeletons worked in tandem, swiftly aligning the skeletal form with the alloy leg bones. Before Bai Gu could employ the white bone restoration technique, the solitary skeleton stirred its soul fire within its eye sockets. A wisp of soul fire was extracted and applied to the connection point between its pelvis and the leg bones. Subsequently, it propped itself up and pressed against the alloy leg bones. Whoosh! Smoke billowed from the pelvic connection as the soul fire entwined with the alloy leg bones and the pelvis, ultimately merging into them. It appears this is the method by which the skeleton repairs its severed limbs, quite convenient indeed. After completing this process, the solitary skeleton braced itself to stand. But alas, perhaps the alloy leg bones were too weighty, for as the skeleton barely rose, the alloy legs slipped from its grasp and fell. The solitary skeleton gazed at the fallen alloy leg bones, tilting its skull in perplexity. It had previously reattached its arms in a similar manner. Why, then, could it not do the same with these leg bones? Thus, it lowered its skeletal frame once more, repeating the process of extracting a wisp of soul fire to affix the alloy leg bones. Yet again, the result was the same. The alloy leg bones fell away. While an ordinary being might have recognized the futility of this endeavor after 2 failed attempts, this particular creature was one of the lowest-tier beings in existentia, mere skeleton. Undeterred, it persisted in its futile actions, prompting Bai Gu to shake his head in disbelief. No wonder when I first encountered it, it was on the brink of death, yet remained motionless. The intelligence of skeleton is exceedingly low. Even when aware of an impractical approach, it stubbornly continued, which explains why the system had to intervene to uplift them. Observing the solitary skeleton repeating the bone-connecting motion once more, Bai Gu, unable to watch any longer, released a white bone restoration technique aimed at its leg bones. Immediately, two bones extended from the skeleton's pelvis, providing slight support for the alloy leg bones. However, the weight of the leg bones proved overwhelming. The system's optimization of the voucher was indeed excessively efficient. Upon rising, the solitary skeleton found its metallic leg bones still detached. However, this time, the duration of its support was noticeably prolonged, sufficient for its entire skeletal frame to stand upright, though it remained unable to take a step. Once again, the solitary skeleton, undeterred, continued its repetitive actions. Yet this time, Bai Gu pressed it down as it rose, casting a white bone restoration spell upon its pelvis, subsequently releasing it once the cool-down period had elapsed. After a series of approximately 10 casts over nearly an hour, the solitary skeleton transitioned from initial confusion, yet trust in its companion, to astonishment as it observed its pelvis growing increasingly robust. By the time Bai Gu unleashed the final white bone restoration spell, the solitary skeleton stood up in excitement, blissfully unaware that it had already reattached its metallic leg bones, its eye flames flickering wildly. "Master, please return with me to the tribe." A tribe? Does the skeleton clan possess a tribe? Moreover, had it not originally referred to me as a companion? Why this sudden shift to master? The other party's speech was so fragmented. It would be splendid if they could articulate more coherently. I wonder if that Tier 3 soul essence could enable smoother speech. With that thought, Bai Gu retrieved the newly acquired Tier 3 soul essence. The Tier 3 soul essence was a pale yellow. Just as Bai Gu took it out, the solitary skeleton rushed before him, fixating intently on the essence. It glanced between the soul essence and Bai Gu, displaying an overwhelming desire, yet a hesitance to act, with the source of its trepidation being none other than Bai Gu. Am I truly that fearsome? In terms of status, you are a local skeleton. While I am an outsider for reasons unknown, in terms of age, I am merely a sunny, introverted young man this year. As for you, the system designates you as a solitary skeleton. Perhaps you are several hundred cycles older than I. Regardless, it should not harbor such apprehension towards me. "Master, can I have this? I am willing to offer my soul." The solitary skeleton uttered the longest sentence since its introduction. Once more, its bony fingers delved into its eye socket, retrieving a small orb of white soul flame, presenting it before Bai Gu. "What is this? A soul offering. What does it entail? To sacrifice one's soul to me in pledge of loyalty? Am I being regarded as some nefarious villain? How could I be such a wicked overlord? It's merely a Tier 3 soul essence. If you desire it, take it." Bai Gu spoke these words, albeit with a heart not truly in it, as he seized the white flame offered by the solitary skeleton and tossed the soul essence back to the other. How does one utilize this white soul flame? Analyzing the implications of the other's words, it should be for controlling life and death. Yet, how to use it eludes me. Must it be placed in the eye socket like the other? Bai Gu lifted the white soul flame to his own eye socket, noting the stark difference in colors. His own eye flame was purple, while the solitary skeleton's was distinct. As soon as the white soul flame was raised to his eye socket, the dominant purple flame erupted, consuming it entirely. In that fleeting moment of absorption, Bai Gu felt an influx of knowledge akin to inherited memories. With this newfound understanding, Bai Gu gained a deeper insight into this world and the skeleton clan, comprehending the significance of the white soul flame offered by the solitary skeleton. This white soul flame was a fragment of the skeleton clan's life force, only bestowed upon a chosen loyalist. Upon receiving this fragment, the loyalist could command the life and death of the skeleton. Furthermore, it was revealed that the skeleton clan was not entirely devoid of intelligence. They possessed the capacity to evolve. If the solitary skeleton were to advance another tier, it would gain enhancements in power and speed. Most importantly, Tier 3 skeletons, due to the stability of their soul flames, could articulate speech with relative coherence. Bai Gu observed as the solitary skeleton acquired the Tier 3 soul essence, placing it atop its skull. The familiar pale yellow essence transformed into a liquid-like substance that flowed into the skeleton's cranium. Whoosh! The blue soul flame ignited fiercely, gradually shifting to a deep blue hue. When the blue flame reached its zenith, a strand of yellow light emerged from its center. However, at this stage, the solitary skeleton's soul flame ceased its metamorphosis. It appeared that a single orb of Tier 3 soul essence was insufficient for the transition from Tier 2 to Tier 3. Thank you, Masterbone. Please allow me to join your tribe. Indeed, although it had not evolved into a Tier 3 skeleton, the fluidity of its speech had markedly improved. Why do you address me as Masterbone? And how does the skeleton clan possess a tribe? With the other speaking more fluently, Bai Gu finally inquired about the thoughts that had been weighing on his mind. Growing white bones signifies Masterbone, and tribes have always existed. This inquiry was almost futile, prompting Bai Gu to rub his forehead. From the fundamental knowledge imparted upon his arrival, Bai Gu learned that he was not in this world's realm of the deceased, but rather in a realm inhabited primarily by living beings such as humans, elves, and beasts. Despite the skeleton clan's renowned unity, the reality of their weakness could not be overlooked. Thus, Bai Gu was astonished that, as a lower-tiered undead species, the skeletons managed to sustain a tribe in such a world. What is your name? I have no name. Please bestow one upon me, Masterbone. Encountering you is a means to care for the solitary elderly. You shall simply be called Solitary. Thank you, Masterbone, for the name. Please accompany me to the tribe. Could it be that a tribe of skeletons truly exists? Although Bai Gu remained skeptical, he had nowhere else to go, so he decided to accompany the solitary skeleton to this so-called tribe. Perhaps he could even undertake some quests. After all, he possessed a rather peculiar poverty alleviation system on the forest path. The two skeletons walked, one following the other. The former's soul flame was a deep blue, while the latter's was a ghostly violet. These two skeletons were Solitary and Bai Gu. Having resolved to follow Solitary to the tribe, they set off immediately, yet this journey extended for 3 days and nights, still without arriving at the supposed tribe. Fortunately, as skeletons, they had no concept of fatigue, and their lightweight frames attracted no beasts. Along the way, any magical beast that encountered them turned away in disdain, for their skeletal forms were devoid of flesh. Moreover, they were notorious for being the kind of creatures that would confront any living being without hesitation. Thus, no magical beast wished to invite such troublesome encounters. Though the two skeletons felt no fatigue, the flames in their eye sockets began to dim slightly with the passage of time. At this juncture, if Solitary encountered any small wild beasts along the way, he would spring forward to crush them under his metallic leg and eagerly return to present the spoils to Bai Gu, indicating for him to eat. Unfortunately, the metallic leg had been ill-suited for him, as he had not managed to bring back any small animals intact. Most were merely fragments of flesh. Bai Gu found the sight repulsive, let alone consuming it. However, Solitary remained oblivious to any sense of disgust. Eagerly devouring the rejected scraps Bai Gu discarded, the blood and flesh flowed into Solitary's bony maw, subsequently falling through his skeletal frame, which he would then gather and consume again. Remarkably, after such feasting, the flames in Solitary's eye sockets indeed burned a bit more brightly. Bai Gu endured the revulsion of this phenomenon for a while, ultimately concluding that the skeletons must feed on the souls of living beings. However, souls were invisible and intangible, likely dispersed throughout the biological entity. Thus, the skeleton clan could only consume the flesh of creatures, striving to ingest every morsel, allowing their soul flames to filter and absorb the souls within. This led to the misconception that skeletons were bloodthirsty creatures. While Bai Gu found it disgusting to consume flesh in such a manner, he recognized that if he did not partake in some soul consumption, his eye flame would grow increasingly lethargic. The extinguishing of a skeleton's soul flame signified its demise. Although Bai Gu currently cared little for his own existence, he still harbored a wish to lie comfortably for a while longer before facing death. I recall that my beginner's gift package included a soul essence extractor that I wonder if it can directly extract souls. Remembering this device, Bai Gu promptly resolved to test it. The soul essence extractor resides within the system. Accessible directly through the palm of Bai Gu, he instructs Gu Gua to capture another beast. Unsurprisingly, what ends up in his hands is a grotesque amalgamation of flesh, blood, and fur. Bai Gu places his palm over the mass and utilizes the extractor. Instantly, a flash of white radiance sweeps over the mass of shredded meat. and within Bai Gu's palm appears a slightly translucent orb of white soul essence. Extraction complete, he has acquired a piece of rank 0 soul essence. Remarkably convenient, indeed. Mimicking Gu Gua's previous actions, Bai Gu places the soul essence on his forehead, causing it to liquefy and flow into his skull. Refreshing. The sensation is akin to quenching an intense thirst after laboring under the scorching summer sun, leaving Bai Gu feeling invigorated, even though his current form is devoid of pores. Upon witnessing Bai Gu extract soul essence from the remnants of flesh, Gu Gua's eyes gleam with excitement, and he scurries away, soon returning with several more pieces of shredded meat, presenting them to Bai Gu. Understanding the implication, Bai Gu quickly extracts several additional pieces of rank 0 soul essence, handing one to Gu Gua while storing the rest in the system space. After all, providing ingredients for the chef to prepare a dish warrants a processing fee. Moreover, after absorbing the rank 0 soul essence, Gu Gua's soul fire flares up noticeably, indicating that this method of extraction yields a significantly higher conversion rate than devouring raw flesh. Gu Gua, it seems, has not made a poor bargain. The Bone Master is formidable. The tribe shall be saved. Clearly thrilled by Bai Gu's ability to extract the souls of living beings, Gu Gua becomes increasingly eager to engage any small moving beasts they encounter, delivering them to Bai Gu for soul essence extraction. Bai Gu, pleased with Gu Gua's enthusiasm, charges him a processing fee of 2 out of every 3 pieces of extracted essence, as this substance could very well serve as a sustenance, and perhaps have other uses as well. Surprisingly, after consuming 1 or 2 pieces of soul essence, Gu Gua begins to hoard the essence. However, lacking a system space, he resorts to using some vines to create a makeshift storage area for the soul essence within his bony cavity. As they continue their journey, their relentless pursuit of prey causes the local beasts to seemingly exchange information and vanish without a trace. After several hours without sighting any creatures, Gu Gua grows anxious. Just then, a python, thick as a thigh, lies across their path. Gu Gua, undeterred, approaches it and delivers a hefty kick. Yet unlike the other beasts, this strike does not reduce the python to a mere mass of flesh. Instead, the enormous serpent coils tightly, and a watermelon-sized head emerges from the nearby foliage, its massive eyes filled with fury. However, Gu Gua remains unfazed. After all, he is a skeleton, a creature of another realm, unconcerned by the serpent's ferocity. He leaps onto its back, eliciting an agonizing response from the python, which immediately constricts around Gu Gua. The sound of bones shifting fills the air, yet Bai Gu remains calm, knowing that Gu Gua is nearing rank 3 and possesses alloy leg bones, which should prevent him from being easily defeated. The python, coiling around Gu Gua and baring its fangs in a menacing display, attempts to intimidate him. Yet Gu Gua remains indifferent, merely twisting his bony frame to contemplate an escape, while the python, recognizing Gu Gua's skeletal form, finds itself at an impasse, not certain whether to consume him. Fearing digestive complications from his bony composition, the two remain locked in a standoff. Realizing his struggles are futile, Gu Gua decides to take action, opening his bony jaw to take a bite out of the python. This provokes the serpent's wrath, igniting its temper. Its massive body constricts even tighter, exacerbating the sounds of Gu Gua's bones creaking under pressure. Just then, the energy within the kinetic armor reaches its peak, ready to be unleashed. The sound emanates from Gu Gua's alloy leg bones, a result of several days of energy absorption combined with the python's constricting force. The ensuing release promises to be formidable. Perhaps it would be wise to brace for impact. Boom! Indeed, before Bai Gu can react, the energy from the kinetic armor erupts, tearing the coiling python into several pieces. And the backlash sends Gu Gua hurtling away, causing his alloy leg bones to detach once more. Truly powerful. Observing the shattered remains of the serpent, Bai Gu methodically casts the bone repair technique on Gu Gua. Once Gu Gua's alloy leg is reattached, he eagerly scours the remains of the serpent to present them to Bai Gu for conversion into soul essence. Their cooperation is seamless and unhurried. Perhaps influenced by the seemingly mindless nature of the skeleton clan, Bai Gu feels no sense of wrongdoing in this endeavor, calmly extracting the soul essence from the serpent's remains. This time, he retrieves a pale blue rank 1 soul essence. No wonder Gu did not crush it with a single kick. This python must be a pinnacle rank 1 magical beast, leaving a rank 3 skeleton with virtually no means of resistance. Without the aid of his alloy leg bones, Gu likely would have been dismantled on the spot. After obtaining this rank 1 soul essence, Bai Gu generously allows Gu to absorb it. Once Gu has finished, the faint yellow hue at the center of his soul fire expands, and his speech becomes increasingly fluid. Jiu Gua, how much longer until we reach the tribe? Returning to the Bone Master. Perhaps half a day, more that it took me 4 days to reach a point where I could not move. Let us hasten, refrain from capturing any more beasts along the way. Beasts? You mean soul entities, right? Understood, Bone Master. After a brief exchange, the two skeletons set off once more, no longer seeking to capture beasts for soul essence extraction. After more than an hour of travel, they arrive at the entrance of a valley, where a plethora of bones and desolate ground create a chilling atmosphere, starkly contrasting with the vibrant jungle they traversed. Even for Bai Gu, visiting for the first time, it is apparent that this place is likely the tribe Gu had mentioned. As Gu leads the way, the two skeletons enter the valley, only to find not the primitive bee-skin tents or bony huts he had anticipated, nor the modern buildings brimming with technological prowess, but rather a chaotic assembly of countless skeletons moving blindly in small steps. Bai Gu stands at the valley's entrance, gazing inward to behold a vast expanse of white skeletons pressing together, nearly endless in sight. As for any semblance of architecture, it is non-existent, save for a throne-like structure made of bones, situated in the center of the skeletal sea. Upon that throne sits a skeleton adorned with orange soul fire and wielding a white bone dagger. According to the hierarchy of skeletons, this being is a rank 5 skeleton, with the ranks determined by the color of their soul fire, ranging from white to red in 9 distinct tiers. As per Gu inherited memories, skeletons at rank 1 possess neither memory nor intelligence and cannot speak. Only at rank 2 do they gradually unlock the ability to vocalize through their soul fire and acquire limited inherited wisdom. Upon reaching rank 3, they can communicate fluently with their kind, and rank 5 skeletons, characterized by their orange fire, possess intelligence comparable to that of a human, often developing additional bone implements as weaponry. Bai Gu's soul fire, however, is purple, placing him outside of these 9 ranks, marking him as a rather unique entity. It is likely that he is the only skeleton in this entire otherworld possessing purple soul fire. His arrival seems to draw the attention of the orange fire skeleton on the throne, who rises and approaches Bai Gu, clearing a path through the throng of skeletons. Naturally, the lowest tier rank 1 skeletons, devoid of intelligence, do not yield. Yet whenever one obstructs the path, the orange fire skeleton effortlessly lifts it aside. As he advances, the orange fire skeleton reaches Bai Gu, first glancing at Gu. You are one who wandered from the tribe? And you have survived? Gu nods in affirmation. Bone Elder, I have advanced and returned with a Bone Master. Bone Master? The orange fire skeleton tilts its head, scrutinizing Bai Gu. Upon noticing the purple soul fire in Bai Gu's eye sockets, it expresses a moment of confusion, only to dismiss it shortly thereafter that I am called Gu Xiao. All skeletons are comrades. Moreover, you are a rare Bone Master of our skeleton tribe. Please follow me into the tribe. Through Gu inherited memories, Bai Gu has come to understand the significance of a Bone Master, a rare skeleton capable of wielding certain magical abilities. It is evident that Bai Gu does not fit the mold of a traditional Bone Master, as his bone repair technique is a system-derived ability rather than a form of magic. However, this did not hinder him from temporarily assuming that identity. The orange fire skeleton extended an invitation, and Bai Gu followed suit, seizing the opportunity to voice his innermost doubts. Jiu Xiao Gu Zhang, you must be aware that this is the realm of humanity, not the land of the dead. Correct? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao halted his steps. You may simply call me Gu Xiao. There is no need for formalities with me, Bone Master. Then you may address me as Bai Gu replied courteously. The stark contrast between a 5th-tier skeleton and a 3rd-tier skeleton like Bai Gu was evident, especially in the human-like politeness of their exchange. Bai Gu, you are a Bone Mastered in the annals of our skeletal lineage. It is recorded that even a 1st-tier skeleton possesses wisdom that rivals, if not surpasses, that of a 5th-tier skeleton. Therefore, you are aware that this is not the land of the dead. You are curious as to why we refer to ourselves as a tribe. You are unlike these mindless, wandering, ordinary skeletons that I wish to share my story with you. After concluding his words, Gu Shao settled cross-legged upon his skeletal throne and gestured for Bai Gu to join him. Observing this, Bai Gu did not hesitate to adopt a similar cross-legged position, appearing attentive, despite the fact that skeletons are incapable of expressing emotions. Nearly a decade ago, I was perhaps still human, for reasons unknown. I found myself near this valley, where I met my demise and transformed into a skeleton. Upon my resurrection, I was like them, lost and aimless, devoid of memory, the only sensation being the weariness of my soul fire from prolonged hunger for flesh and blood. Thus, I drifted in this valley, lacking wisdom, waiting each day for my soul fire to weaken before capturing flesh to consume that I thought myself fortunate. In that state, I never attracted the attention of magical beasts. With each passing day of feeding, my soul fire grew stronger, and I ascended to become a second-tier skeleton, gaining a modicum of wisdom that it was only after my advancement that I discovered this valley was not home to just me. There were many skeletons here, most of whom shared my previous state of confusion and aimlessness, even failing to recognize their companions. Following my advancement, I encountered the former tribe leader. He was a 6th-tier skeleton, and due to his formidable presence, the magical beasts in the vicinity dared not approach. Thanks to him, I, along with many others like me, was able to survive and advance, being among the first skeletons to progress in this valley. I became one of his favored prot. Each day, he would bring us the flesh of magical beasts to sustain us. With his assistance, my growth was rapid. In less than 5 years, I reached 4th-tier strength. However, one day, a human clad in a black robe arrived. In truth, this black-robed individual had visited more than once, but this particular occasion was different. Typically, upon his arrival, the 6th-tier leader would lead us to the village for slaughter, after which the forces of the Church of Light would invariably appear to eradicate us. Although this would yield flesh, it also resulted in the loss of many skeleton companions. Yet that day, the black-robed human engaged in a fierce battle with the 6th-tier leader. The seemingly frail figure turned out to be a sorcerer, and the leader was quickly overpowered. However, before his soul fire was extinguished, he imparted a message to me. Seize the opportunity to become the next tribe leader. Endure. Protect our kin. Seek the chance to become a free skeleton. Subsequently, the 6th-tier leader was slain by the black-robed human. My fellow skeletons, who had grown under the leadership of the former leader, rushed forward to avenge him, only to see their soul fires extinguished one by one, leaving me motionless, committed to fulfilling the old leader's last wish. I was then appointed as the new leader by the black-robed human and bound by a contract to serve as his contracted skeleton, remaining here to await his sporadic commands to lead our kind to slay in human villages, all while hoping for the opportunity the old leader had spoken of. This is my tale. Perhaps I have not articulated it sufficiently well for a 6th-tier skeleton's description. However, as a bone master, your innate wisdom is profound. I hope you grasp the essence of this narrative and consider staying to assist us. Ding. Task. Liberation of the tribe. Rise, skeletons unwilling to remain slaves. Eliminate the captain of the Church of Light's shadowy forces. Li Guang, to free Gu Shao from his contract. Reward. 10 low-level universal exchange tokens. 1 medium-level universal exchange token at as Gu Shao concluded his account. A new task sprang to life in Bai Gu's mind. Unwilling to remain a slave? Does this poverty alleviation system truly interfere in such matters? Bai Gu, the voice echoed. Do you comprehend this? Should I reiterate? Will you stay to aid us? Bai Gu certainly understood the situation. The Church of Light cultivated a cadre of skeletons to terrorize the populace, only to subsequently send their agents to eliminate them, thereby enhancing public faith in the church. Yet, a variable had emerged among these skeletons, the 6th-tier old leader, who yearned for freedom. Perhaps witnessing the toll of death and injury among his kin was too much for him, prompting a rupture with the Church of Light. Thus, a fierce confrontation ensued, and in the aftermath, he bequeathed the seed of freedom, Gu Shao, to me. The narrative was clear, yet Bai Gu remained silent in response to Gu Shao. It wasn't that he hesitated to assist Gu Shao and the skeletons. Rather, he was inherently unambitious, and despite his current skeletal form, his desire for a life of ease remained unchanged. Accompanying the solitary and forlorn, he sought merely a sturdy tree under which to rest comfortably. To become embroiled in this matter would likely disrupt his pursuit of tranquility. Thus, Bai Gu contemplated a rejection, indifferent to the system's demands. He had labored for others in life until death, and he certainly would not serve the system upon transmigrating. Noticing Bai Gu's silence, Gu Xiao assumed he was reluctant to stay. Although the legacy of their kind fostered an innate sense of unity, as one ascended in strength, such sentiments could indeed be suppressed. Especially for bone masters whose inherent wisdom, magical prowess, and rarity within the clan enabled them to easily temper these emotions. Prepared for Bai Gu's potential refusal, Gu Xiao bore no resentment. Bai Gu's departure would be understandable, and he hoped that if Bai Gu chose to leave, he would do so safely, perhaps returning one day to rescue them. Just as he prepared to speak, a figure clad in black robes, obscuring their entire form, including their face, entered the valley. Gu Xiao, gather your kin and head to Baishur village, quickly. You have but half an hour before the Knights of Light arrive. Surely, you do not wish for your kin to suffer great losses? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao's soul fire visibly flickered with intensity, and he conveyed to Bai Gu through their soul fire, Brother Bai Gu, I do not wish to pressure you regarding your decision. If you ever return to the realm of the dead, please inform the Bone Emperor that we exist as a tribe of skeletons in the human world. What are you dawdling for? If you do not hurry, I would be more than willing to select another skeleton to lead this foolish group. The black-robed figure, noticing Gu Xiao's lack of movement, urged him again with an ungracious tone. Gu Xiao feigned deafness, and with a flicker of his soul fire, he led a throng of skeletons toward the mouth of the valley. The Bone Emperor, setting aside whether I could even reach the realm of the dead. Would I easily encounter this Bone Emperor if I did, and would he wage war against the Church of Light for the sake of such low-tier skeletons? More importantly, as Gu Xiao and the skeletons fled, the valley was nearly emptied, while the black-robed figure remained in the valley, scanning left and right. With my soul fire distinct from that of the other skeletons, should I be discovered, I might end up as a subject for experimentation. Perhaps it was best to follow Gu Xiao and their group for now. Once we were far from the valley, I could go wherever I pleased. With this thought, Bai Gu blended into the skeleton horde, rushing out of the valley, seamlessly merging with a lower-headed skeleton, evading the black-robed figure's attention. Not long after the skeletons exited the valley, Bai Gu intended to slip away with the forlorn, only to see Gu Xiao emerge from the throng of skeletons and approach him. His skeletal frame arrived first, with the resonance of his soul fire preceding him. "Ha! I knew it. Our skeleton clan is the most united. Brother Bai Gu, you are indeed loyal, willing to join us in our quest for freedom. However, you must remain discreet. It is best that the Church of Light is unaware of our bone master among us." At that moment, Bai Gu's skeletal visage displayed no expression, yet internally he cried out in frustration. "Loyalty, my foot! Did you not just corner me? Besides you, the only orange fire skeleton, have particularly stood out from the rest of the skeletons. Our soul fires are distinctly orange and purple. What could be more conspicuous than this?" While he thought this, his soul fire could not convey such sentiments. Even though he was reduced to mere bones, he still wished to retain a semblance of dignity. "And no need for formalities. I merely wish to accompany you to witness what slaughter in human villages entails and to gauge the toll it takes on our comrades." When Bai Gu mentioned the casualties, Bone Howl let out a sigh. "Alas, every time we venture out of the valley, numerous companions fail to return. The primary losses stem from that accursed Order of Light. They engage in mass purification for the sake of theatrics, as for the villagers. As long as our actions do not extend to harming even the children, the casualties are generally minimal. After all, I was once human before I became a skeleton. There may still be descendants of mine living in this world. In normal circumstances, I merely eliminate a few individuals to instill fear among the villagers. However, it seems that I have recently killed too few to incite significant panic, prompting that dark-cloaked figure to demand I take more lives, preferably slaughtering half the village or devouring the villagers' flesh and blood before their very eyes." Upon hearing this, Bai Gu fell silent. As an otherworldly undead, He harbored no desire to claim too many lives. Yet, the so-called Church of Light, which prided itself on being the savior of humanity, wished to massacre an entire settlement. How profoundly ironic. The skeletons moved swiftly, their light bodies allowing them to traverse the terrain more rapidly than other undead, such as zombies. Thus, Bone Howl and his cohort of skeletons soon arrived at Bai Gu village. Their white forms sweeping into the small settlement like a tidal wave, instantly encircling it. The villagers, having spotted the approaching skeletons from a distance, had already taken refuge inside their homes. The village's structures were primarily constructed from earth and stone, with even the doors reinforced with thick wood. Within one humble earthen dwelling, an elderly man and a child cowered beneath a table. "Grandpa, do you think this little house can withstand them?" the innocent child asked in a soft voice. The elder, holding the child close with one arm while gripping a machete with the other, kept a watchful eye on the fortified door. "Fear not. Over the years, we have faced many skeleton assaults. Each time, they merely knock on the door and leave. Even if they linger, I suspect the light clerics will arrive to save us soon. Just close your eyes and sleep. By morning, the skeletons will be gone." The young child nodded obediently, closing his eyes, though his mouth remained ajar. "But Grandpa, every time the skeletons come, several uncles and aunts disappear from our village. My parents also vanished while I was sleeping." The sister next door, Ahua, said they were devoured by the skeletons. "Is that true?" Grandpa. The village elder, listening to Ewer, fell into a contemplative silence. How could he not know the truth as the village chief? Yet, how could he convey such grim realities to a child so tender? Since nearly a decade ago, Bai Gu village had been intermittently plagued by skeleton incursions. Although the Church of Light always arrived to drive them away, some lives were lost before their arrival. The old village chief himself had been captured, killed, and consumed. Subsequently, he had become the new village chief, and Ewer's parents had met a similar fate. Perhaps it was the protection of Ewer's parents' spirits, or perhaps the skeletons possessed a modicum of conscience. For they never harmed the village's children, allowing Ewer to survive in his slumber. He had once pleaded with the Church of Light to station some individuals in their village, but each time they dismissed his requests, claiming the villagers lacked sufficient devotion to the light. Consequently, the light had not decreed that anyone be stationed to guard the village. In pursuit of this elusive piety, many villagers had ceased their daily toil, opting instead to kneel in prayer for the protection of the light. They even offered their meager resources of gold and grain to the church, hoping to prove their sincerity. The village chief was uncertain whether the villagers' actions were right or wrong. All he could do was take an orphaned children and raise them until they could fend for themselves, allowing them the choice to either leave the village or remain. Whenever he had the opportunity, he cultivated some grains, striving to stockpile provisions. Aside from nourishing the children, he would occasionally assist those villagers who had donated their food to the church, yet found themselves in dire straits during the winter months. As winter approached in a matter of months, the village chief pondered the need to cultivate more land once the skeletons retreated, selecting remote plots that, while distant, would be less susceptible to skeletal ravage. He also intended to persuade others to donate less grain and to cultivate more. Bang, bang. While the village chief was still contemplating agricultural plans to help the villagers through the winter, he was suddenly startled by the sound of impact against the thick wooden door. Each time the skeletons launched an assault, the villagers would hide within their homes. The skeletons would typically target a few houses to wreak havoc, but generally, they could not destroy many before the light clerics arrived. The village had no means to counter the skeletons' actions. Their only hope was to avoid being the unfortunate ones chosen as targets. Thus, the village chief had constructed his home to be low and small, hoping to evade the skeletons' attention. Yet today, the skeletons had inexplicably chosen him. Hearing the sound of the door being struck, the village chief felt his legs tremble, but he still gripped his machete tightly. "Ewer, stay hidden under the table and sleep well. If I'm not around the village tomorrow, seek out your Uncle Wong. He will provide for you." Although Ewer was still just a child, he seemed to understand. Gripping the village chief's clothing tightly, the chief gently patted his head before emerging from beneath the table, retrieving a small cup of the wine he had brewed but had always refrained from drinking. Pouring a little into the cup, he recorked the bottle and calmly sat at the table to savor it. life is a fleeting thing that I have entrusted old Wang to care for you, who may enjoy drinking, but at least won't squander food or money on the church. I fear you might face hardships, but at least he will be well fed, that I wonder who will hoard provisions to aid the others once I am gone. This winter will surely be harsh. It was likely that the next village chief would be old Qian, who was so devout to the Church of Light that he would donate grain even at the expense of his own wife and children. Perhaps if the villagers elected him as chief, the church might genuinely send someone to guard the village. One grows old and yet still frets over so much. With that thought, he downed the wine in one gulp. Just as the wooden door was burst open and a horde of skeletons surged into the room, the village chief regarded the intruding skeletons, no longer gripping his machete, but instead rising to approach them. I am but an old man here. My flesh has withered away. Please be lenient and do not disdain me. Whether the skeletons would comprehend his words, he could not say, yet he hoped his speech might shield Ewer from detection. Despite the previous skeletons never having harmed children, one could never be too cautious. Who knew if the skeletons might exhibit capriciousness akin to that of humans? The village chief dared not gamble, nor did he wish to. However, he had underestimated the child's courage. As soon as he finished speaking, Ewer crawled out from beneath the table, struggling to lift the machete that had been discarded nearby. Grandpa, did they eat my parents? Let us fight them. Ewer, why are you being so disobedient? No, stay back. The village chief snatched the machete from Ewer's hands, fervently hoping that if she remained still, the skeletons would not harm her. Grandpa, Ewer is not afraid. Ewer will fight with you. Fight? What nonsense. Just stand still. The village chief pulled Ewer aside and whispered in her ear, survive, and you will have the chance to avenge me. With that, he paid no mind to the stunned Ewer and strode directly toward the group of skeletons. Do with me as you will. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that typically skeletons would seize a person the moment they broke into a house, not granting them the luxury of time for dialogue. The reason they had so much time to converse was due to the lead skeleton who had entered. Before them stood a skeleton with violet soul flames in its eye sockets, accompanied by another whose soul flames glowed yellow. The remaining skeletons bore pale blue flames. This was none other than Bai Gu and his entourage of skeletons. Upon arriving at the village, Bai Gu reflected on Bone Howl's relative kindness. With such shabby earthen houses and frail wooden doors, if they truly intended to annihilate the village, even this multitude of skeletons would require less than half a day to do so. However, Bone Howl had only instructed the majority of the skeletons to surround the village and randomly ransack a few items, while dispatching several squads to target a few unfortunate households. Driven by curiosity, Bai Gu had followed one of the teams to the door. Yet, before they could enter, he overheard the village chief's monologue, and upon witnessing the child leap forth, Bai Gu immediately ordered the other skeletons to refrain from attacking and consuming. Fortunately, Bone Howl valued Bai Gu's identity as a bone master, which was considered rather precious. Thus, it can be inferred that the least among those sent to batter the door alongside Bai Gu are second-tier skeletons, capable of comprehending Bai Gu's words. Strangely enough, they seem to follow his commands with remarkable obedience. Bone Howl's ability to command them is primarily derived from his strength and rank, although the skeleton clan is united. There exists a hierarchy that imposes its own constraints. Bai Gu perceives himself merely as a first-tier skeleton, and the compliance of the other skeletons to his orders may well be a directive from Bone Howl. A notion he finds perplexing. He plans to conduct some experiments when time permits. The village chief, with arms outstretched and eyes closed, awaited the skeleton's gnashing teeth. However, after a prolonged wait without the anticipated sensation of pain, he cautiously opened his eyes. A mere slit. His astonishment. All the skeletons stood motionless before him. Among them, a purple-eyed skeleton, wreathed in flames, circumvented him and took a seat at the table, dipping a bony finger into the remnants of wine in a small cup. It then tapped its fingertip upon the table, remaining still. The village chief, utterly bewildered, observed this peculiar behavior, as Ewer, having pieced together the context from the chief's words, also found herself perplexed by Bai Gu's intentions. What, then, did Bai Gu wish to convey? In truth, he yearned to engage in communication with the villagers. However, being human and devoid of soul fire rendered his soul fire transmission ineffective. Consequently, he considered resorting to writing. only to realize he was unfamiliar with the written language of this world. Fortunately, the novice gift pack included an item labeled Foreign Language and Culture X1, prompting Bai Gu to hastily utilize it within the system. Thus, to the astonishment of the village chief and others, Bai Gu, after a moment of strange hesitation, began to write. Thankfully, the village chief had never encountered the modern world. Otherwise, he would have exclaimed, "Family, does anyone understand this?" A skeleton can write. His face was a portrait of shock and confusion, while Yu stood on tiptoe, keenly observing Bai Gu's writing. "Conceal this. I harbor no ill intentions. The Light Church is not to be trusted. Speak not of today's events." Each word written by Bai Gu was articulated by Yu, her charming demeanor capturing Bai Gu's attention. As Bai Gu approached her, the village chief instinctively moved closer. But Bai Gu merely pinched her chubby little face before standing up to depart with the other skeletons. As they exited, the wind swept through the shattered door, drying the words written in wine on the table. Bai Gu had not genuinely intended to communicate anything profound. He simply felt a twinge of compassion upon witnessing the skeletons being compelled to slay the villagers, who faced their fates with resignation. Thus, he chose to spare the villagers. Yet, he feared any unnecessary actions might be misconstrued, leading to mutual destruction. Hence the decision to write as a means of communication. To conceal his uniqueness, he inscribed a warning about today's events. The efficacy of this measure remained uncertain to Bai Gu. Nevertheless, the village chief's words, uttered in the face of imminent death, led Bai Gu, seasoned by his experiences in the societal university, to believe that the chief was not of a malevolent character. As Bai Gu departed with the skeletons, he noticed those accompanying him who had exerted considerable effort in their door battering, their soul fires dimming due to a lack of sustenance. He felt a sense of obligation towards them. Thus, he produced several clusters of soul essence gathered along the way, albeit all of them were of the zero-tier variety. The surrounding skeletons, upon seeing the soul essence in Bai Gu's hands, surged forward in excitement, including the solitary one, who also approached eagerly. Without hesitation, Bai Gu distributed the essence, causing the soul fires of a squadron of skeletons to surge dramatically, with some even deepening in hue. This soul essence not only replenished their soul fires, but also seemed to possess the potential to facilitate their advancement. Though Bai Gu wondered what the outcome would be if they consumed enough to qualify for promotion. According to the skeletal lineage's memories, a typical skeleton's advancement to the second tier would yield a slight increase in intelligence, enabling them to break free from the foggy consciousness of first-tier existence, while enhancing their communicative abilities. Advancing to the third tier would further elevate their intellect and grant them complete communicative capabilities due to the stabilization of their soul fire. The fourth-tier skeleton would see continued enhancement of intelligence alongside an increase in overall skeletal strength, as well as improvements in power and speed. While the fifth tier, a skeleton's intellect would approach that of a human, unlocking the ability to generate a bone weapon from their own skeletal structure, each skeleton's weapon varying in form. For instance, when Bai Gu first encountered Bone Howl, he noticed a white bone dagger hanging from his waist, likely his unique weapon. The emergence of such weapons is intended to prepare the skeletons for advancement to the sixth tier, at which point their wisdom would further evolve, granting them the ability to comprehend martial techniques. Typically, a sixth-tier skeleton would grasp a martial skill tailored for use with their unique bone weapon, while a rare few might even master two, as Bone Howl had mentioned. The previous bone leader in the valley was a sixth-tier skeleton. Yet he was ultimately defeated by the formidable Light Church's Li Guang. Bai Gu recognized that his starting point differed from that of these ordinary skeletons, leading him to ponder whether his advancement capabilities would also diverge. However, overthinking proved futile. It would be more effective to conduct direct experiments. With that resolve, Bai Gu produced a piece of zero-tier soul essence and pressed it against his forehead. In that instant, aside from a brief sensation of invigorating comfort, he felt little else. After all, he was a first-tier skeleton nearing his pinnacle, having previously consumed a piece of second-tier soul essence to facilitate his advancement. It was unlikely that he, as a first-tier skeleton absorbing a zero-tier essence, could achieve further elevation. Thus, he swiftly retrieved nearly 20 pieces of soul essence, a substantial portion of his amassed collection. Boom! Upon simultaneous absorption, Bai Gu's purple soul fire flared dramatically for an instant. Ding! Detection of the otherworldly poverty alleviation director. Bai Gu has advanced. Choose one treasure from 3 options. Indeed, he was not an ordinary skeleton, but a unique, system-endowed outsider. Even his advancement was exceptional. Yet, what was this title of Otherworldly Poverty Alleviation Director? The options for this round of advancement treasures were as follows. 1. Cheap bone. For every insult received, gain 1 copper coin. 2. Muted race communication device. Automatically generates a wooden board displaying intended speech when one wishes to speak. 3. Void water purifier. Generates 100 liters of water per hour. Remember to find a container to collect it. Receiving 1 copper coin for every insult. This treasure truly lived up to the name Cheap Bone. As the saying goes, a penny could defeat a hero, and in the world, being without money is indeed a grave predicament. Yet, I am a skeleton. Regardless of whether I might need money in the future, I certainly could use it now. However, surrounded as I am by skeletons, communication relies solely on soul fire. Would cursing with soul fire count? Must I capture some villagers to hurl insults at me non-stop for 24 hours? As for the void water purifier, it is well known that water is the source of all life. No being can survive without it. Yet, I am a skeleton. Water would flow through my mandible, along my spine, and pool at my feet, inundating the earth. Moreover, receiving 100 liters of water every hour without a container seems to suggest I might easily drown myself. After considering the options, it became evident that the muted race communication device was most suitable for me. With this device, I would no longer have to worry about my inability to speak. Had I possessed this tool earlier, I would not have needed to go through the trouble of writing on the village chief's table. Most importantly, this is a conceptual treasure, while the other 2 options also hold potential. This one is far more practical. This device would provide me with an endless supply of wooden boards, enabling me to communicate more freely. If I needed a longer board for extended speech, it would provide that, and if I required a shorter one, it would adjust accordingly. For instance, if I wished to express a simple a small wooden board would suddenly materialize in my bony hand, bearing the character. This device is astoundingly useful. Bai Gu marveled at the practicality of his newfound abilities. Bonehowl suddenly came rushing towards him. Hurry! The Light Knight order has arrived. We must not allow them to discover you. Upon hearing Bonehowl's urgent call, Bai Gu turned to look at the other end of the village, where 12 figures clad in gleaming silver armor and draped in pure white capes, riding majestic white horses, made their grand entrance. As they appeared, they drew their standard knightly swords, raising them before them as they proclaimed loudly, "O revered Lord of Light, grant us the power to purify this world." In that moment, beams of pure white light shot forth from their swords, striking the skeletons. The moment the skeletons were illuminated by this light, their soul fires erupted in clouds of black smoke, emitting a hissing sound akin to flames being doused with water, before they crumbled into lifeless heaps of bone. This was the demise of the skeletons. They were voiceless, unable to lament their fate, their extinguished soul fires serving as their only response. Witnessing this scene, Bonehowl's soul fire surged with fury, clearly incensed. Nevertheless, he restrained his anger, knowing he must prioritize the retreat of the skeletons. To act out of rage would only result in greater losses among his comrades. Thus, a mass exodus of skeletons commenced, with Bai Gu seamlessly blending into the throng. However, he found himself at the forefront of the fleeing skeletons, not due to his own swiftness, but because Bonehowl deemed his pace insufficient and commanded a few of the second-tier skeletons to lift him and carry him back. Held aloft, Bai Gu felt a sense of helplessness, struggling to free himself from their grasp. However, after twisting for quite some time, they could not overcome the combined strength of the few skeletons below. Goodness, this is not merely a fear of being discovered. It is a desperate attempt to avoid being noticed at all. Indeed, not long after escaping, one of the 12 Light Knights spotted the suspended Bai Gu. Immediately, a beam of light erupted from his long sword, hurtling towards Bai Gu, who was being firmly held down by several large, foolish skeletons, leaving him no means of evasion. He could only watch helplessly as the beam approached. Bang! Fortunately, at that critical moment, the Bone Howler, wielding a long bone knife, descended from above to cleave at the beam of light. The beam collided with the knife, producing a resounding explosion, after which the bone howler stood resolutely among the skeletons, gazing at the one who had unleashed the beam. Among the Light Knight Order, the knight who had unleashed the beam, Feimeng, observed with growing curiosity as his light beam was intercepted by the bone howler. This bone howler was quite familiar to them, having been their longtime collaborator. Each time they came to perform, they would encounter this figure. They were well aware that he was cultivated by the Shadow Sin Department to control the skeletons. Thus, every time they came, they would clear out some ordinary skeletons without ever laying a hand on the bone howler. It was the first time he dared to confront them directly to save a skeleton being carried away. Could it be that this was his skeletal offspring? Do skeletons even reproduce? The thought intensified Feimeng's curiosity, prompting him to pat his steed and gallantly charge into the throng of skeletons. Why did Feimeng charge in? Should someone call him back? What is there to worry about? He is a fully equipped third-tier Light Knight, and these are merely a bunch of useless skeletons. Let him go and have some fun. The knight beside Feimeng had initially considered advising him against it, but upon hearing his companion's sentiments, he decided not to worry further. Riding his tall steed, Feimeng swiftly caught up with the bone howler. Yet he did not attack him. Instead, he circled around to approach Bai Gu. This moment, Bai Gu was encircled by several third-tier skeletons. The bone howler, realizing that carrying Bai Gu was too conspicuous, instructed the skeletons to set him down. However, he had forgotten that being surrounded by a group of third-tier skeletons would still make him quite noticeable among the throng. I am quite eager to see what it is about you that warrants such protection from these skeletons. Feimeng maneuvered to Bai Gu's side, raising his great sword to gather energy, white light coalescing upon the blade. Subsequently, with a sweeping motion, he unleashed a sword aura that surged towards the group of skeletons surrounding Bai Gu. This was a unique combat technique of the Light Knights, the one-word light slash. Whilst lethality was not particularly high against ordinary creatures, it was a different matter entirely when it came to undead beings. With this strike, even the bone howler would find it challenging to counter, given that he was a 5th-tier skeleton while the highest-level skeleton near Bai Gu was merely a 3rd-tier. As the light slash approached, bone howler's eye sockets blazed with urgency. Damn it! Cunning Light Knight! He charged forward with his knife, fully aware that he would not be able to intercept the strike in time. Nevertheless, he pressed on desperately. Not just for the sake of Bai Gu, but for all those skeletons whom he regarded as comrades. Yet, he was simply too slow. The light slash descended, but did not fall completely. A wooden board, roughly 1 square meter in size, appeared above the skeletons, perfectly positioned to block the light slashed out of course. It was impossible for it to completely absorb the blow, but the impact of the light slash was significantly weakened as it passed through the board. Just as time seemed to slow, the few third-tier skeletons beside Bai Gu caught the severed wooden board and hurled it back up at the light slash, miraculously managing to deflect it. Feimeng watched this scene with astonishment. Where did that wooden board come from? Could it be that the skeletons were protecting a wood mage? That shouldn't be the case. A wood mage cannot conjure wooden boards out of thin air. Not to mention, there were words inscribed upon that board. Show off. Sneaking around, you shall not meet a good end. Feimeng was unaware of what show off meant, but it was clear that sneaking around referred to him. Damn it! No one has ever dared to say that our Light Knight Order shall not meet a good end. Today, I shall see what you truly are. Drawing his sword, he charged forth, scattering any skeletons that obstructed his path with swift blows. The might of a 3rd-tier Light Knight proving overwhelming against the feeble skeletons. Fortunately, the bone howler also arrived, directly engaging Feimeng with his bone knife. Clang! The metallic swords clashed against the bone knife, producing a muffled sound of impact. However, they had already distanced themselves sufficiently, and the dense foliage concealed them from the attention of the other 11 knights. Having blocked Feimeng's advance, the bone howler cast a glance in Bai Gu's direction. Equally astonished, that wooden board must have been summoned by the Bone Master. Yet Bone Masters should only be able to manipulate undead elements. Even if they summoned something, it should have been a bone wall. So how could they conjure a wooden board? Disgusting undead beings. Do not think that just because your master belongs to the Shadow Sin Department, I shall refrain from striking. Anyone who insults me will pay the price. Upon finishing his words, Feimeng raised his sword and engaged in battle with the bone howler. Although the Bone Howler was a fifth-tier skeleton, being of such a weak race meant his strength was only comparable to an ordinary fourth-tier warrior. Meanwhile, Feimeng, though only a third-tier knight, was a light knight by nature, and his attributes inherently countered the undead. Coupled with his warhorse, it was akin to cavalry engaging infantry, creating an additional advantage, further amplified by his complete set of armor and weaponry. Thus, the Bone Howler, despite being a fifth-tier skeleton, found himself at a disadvantage against the third-tier Feimeng, and after approximately 100 exchanges, Feimeng executed the one-word light slash from behind the Bone Howler, striking him and sending him flying. Rather than pursuing his victory, Feimeng turned his attention back towards Bai Gu to as for Bai Gu. During the time the Bone Howler was keeping Feimeng occupied, he did not flee irresponsibly. For the Bone Howler was only trying to protect him, and it was his own actions that had provoked Feimeng. Bai Gu, possessing a sense of responsibility, would never act in such a careless manner. He dashed into the woods, directing the skeletons to dig holes while using the interdimensional communication device to conjure numerous wooden boards that, in terms of strength, as a newcomer, he stood no chance against Feimeng. However, as a metaphorical ox among oxen, a clear yet foolish university student, if you were to ask me how to solve calculus problems, I would be at a loss, and if you asked me to write an essay in English, I would only copy and paste. But if you brought up the military strategies from 5,000 years of Chinese history, I could engage you in a lengthy discussion. Thus, while Bai Gu was not strong, the skeleton still obeyed his commands in the absence of the Bone Howler. He instructed them to dig numerous half-meter deep holes, the size of a fist, in the ground, and to excavate a larger pit approximately 3 meters deep and 2 meters wide in front of these holes. Of course, although they had many skeletons, it was unrealistic to excavate such large pits with bare hands in a short time. Thankfully, his interdimensional communication device allowed him to slightly modify his tone and pauses, enabling the creation of numerous sharp-headed wooden stakes. Though such stakes would undoubtedly be less efficient and durable than proper shovels, quantity would lead to a qualitative change. He was not digging a pool, but merely setting a trap. With the tools, a large group of skeletons worked together to complete the pits in no time. Although they appeared somewhat rough, they should suffice for the task at hand. Bai Gu nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the pits. When Gugu approached him, "Bone Master, are we not fleeing? Why are we digging these pits? Flee. Are you not afraid that your Bone Leader may encounter trouble and not return?" "Afraid, but the Bone Leader has instructed us that since we became third-tier skeletons, our primary goal is to ensure the freedom and safety of our kin, with the Bone Leader's safety coming second. This Bone Howler," Bai Gu murmured softly, "go cover those horse traps. The small pits with fallen leaves." "And what about the large pit?" Gugu asked, perplexed. Even as a third-tier skeleton, he could discern that the large pit was a trap. Why not conceal it as well? The large pit, the opponent will soon jump into it. Bai Gu replied, handing Gugu a large wooden stick that tapered downwards and widened at the top, inscribed with various vulgarities and crude words. "Thank you, Bone Master, but what use is this?" Skeletons typically fought unarmed, as it was only upon reaching the fifth tier that they could wield inherent bone weapons. Before then, it was fortunate for them to find a broken hoe or a rusty shovel in a village. Otherwise, they would make do with bones, tree branches, or stones as their combat tools. Naturally, first-tier skeletons lacked the wisdom to pick up such items. However, the large wooden stick Bai Gu provided looked far more refined and sturdy than those alternatives. Leaving Gugu quite satisfied, "Take this large stick and hide it by the large pit. It will be useful soon. You will understand when the time comes. Have the other skeletons hide nearby with the wooden blocks I provided. When that knight falls into the pit, you must throw the blocks down quickly and bury him." "Understood. How do we hide?" "Crouch in the grass, hide in the trees, bury yourself. It's all fine. After all, we are skeletons and do not require breath." "Very well. And what about you? I'm a Bone Master. Do I even need your protection? You look down on me, don't you?" No. The Bone Leader has stated that I must protect you, and you are now my master. However, you do seem to have a point. This solitary figure is indeed quite loyal, though his strength is rather lacking that in the future, I must find a way to elevate him to at least the level of Bone Howl. Otherwise, he will inevitably be outsmarted by his own foolishness. Hurry along. As a Bone Master, I require no concern from you. Are you intending to defy my orders?" "No. I shall go at once." though he was puzzled as to how the enemy would fall into such a trap. For some inexplicable reason, he felt no inclination to resist Bai Gu's orders. He had inquired of other skeletons, and their responses were consistent. Unlike the oppressive presence of the Bone Leader's strength, this was a feeling that stemmed from deep within, devoid of any desire for rebellion. Remember not to bury yourself too deep lest you find it difficult to emerge later. Observing the foolish demeanor of the solitary figure, Bai Gu quickly reiterated his warning, then cautiously approached the direction where Bone Howl was engaged in battle. Of course, he remained well-versed in the art of stealth, glancing about every few steps and feigning death among the underbrush. After all, with so many skeletons around, the soul fire was insufficient. Losing a few like the one he encountered earlier was perfectly normal. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he did not see the approaching night in the distance. Instead, the grass nearby began to rustle, and Bai Gu immediately froze in place. Cautious and unmoving, that it was not that he feared danger. Typically, what emerged from the grass would be either a wild beast or a magical creature. In either case, they would generally have no interest in a bloodless skeleton like him. However, he was concerned that such creatures, startled by his presence, might disrupt the traps. Hence, he remained motionless, using his soul fire to discreetly ascertain the source of the disturbance. To his surprise, he beheld a familiar, aged human visage. Was that not the old village chief from Bai Gu village? How had he suddenly ended up here? Did he not fear being devoured by skeletons? Could it be that my earlier display of amicability has altered his perception of us? The old chief, in turmoil, felt his heart skip a beat upon seeing Bai Gu. It was only when Bai Gu slightly turned his head, revealing a unique purple soul fire, that he managed to exhale a sigh of relief, albeit only half a sigh, as he remained uncertain whether the skeleton would be fickle in its moods, wondering if it had spared him out of luck or good humor. Upon noticing the old chief emerging from the grass, Bai Gu glanced around furtively, adopting a demeanor akin to that of a thief. After observing that the surroundings were devoid of both people and skeletons, he cautiously made his way into the thicket where the old chief was situated. It was only upon witnessing Bai Gu's furtive actions that the old chief managed to release the other half of his pent-up breath. As soon as he entered the thicket, Bai Gu held up a wooden plank that read, "What are you doing here?" The village chief, glancing at the words inscribed on the plank, could not help but smile bitterly and replied, "I didn't wish to be here either, but you were dashed out to find you while I was distracted." "Find me?" Bai Gu produced another wooden board, leaving the old chief momentarily astonished. How could this hollow skeleton procure such items? What did you e'er want with him? Bai Gu then retrieved yet another wooden board, prompting the old chief to stare intently at Bai Gu's pelvis, as each time it was from there that the boards had materialized. Noticing the old chief's unwavering gaze, Bai Gu produced another board with the inscription, "Old glass, I must be going mad. From where did you conjure that wooden plank?" Old glass. What does that mean? Good heavens, I must be insane. I'm conversing with a skeleton, and yet I find myself questioning how he procured that board. Bai Gu, observing his incredulous expression, would have liked to slap him, were it not for the fear of inciting the skeletons. "Oh, by the way, Wearer considers your parents, which is why she came to find you." Upon hearing this, Bai Gu hurriedly raised the board that read. Just moments before, he had seen the old chief and Yura, and felt pity for them, preventing the skeletons from consuming the pair. Shortly thereafter, Yura had suddenly begun to mumble. "Sister Ahua said that my parents were eaten by skeletons. Yet, the skeletons did not eat me. It must be that after being devoured, my parents transformed into skeletons to protect me from being eaten." Upon entering, she had encountered skeletons that claimed to harbor no ill intent, and she recalled that her father was one of the few in the village who could write. He had even pinched her cheek. Her parents had always adored pinching her cheeks. Could he be my father? I must go find him. Just as the old chief was relieved that he had not perished and turned to pour a drink in celebration, Ywer dashed out of the village. After hearing the old chief's account, Bai Gu raised the wooden board and asked, "What does that girl named Ahua look like? Why do you want to know?" "She is a young maiden, and you are a skeleton." "A young maiden? I am still an innocent old virgin. What rumors are being spread to make me a father? I'll just take care of her." Bai Gu raised a larger wooden plank, but the old chief was merely curious about how this skeleton managed to produce such a large item from a small frame. "Calm down. The priority is to find Yue first. Once I locate her, I will explain everything to her. But can you assist me in finding her? How can I help in such a vast area? Just as Bai Gu was about to produce a new wooden board, a small voice echoed from the path, exclaiming, "Father! Mother! It's me, where are you?" "There she is." Bai Gu lifted the board, and the old chief rolled his eyes, replying, "Do you even need to mention that?" He then began to rise to fetch Yue. But as he stood, Bai Gu grasped his shoulder. "Wah, what is it?" The old chief assumed Bai Gu was about to reveal his bloodthirsty nature, and he grew wary. However, Bai Gu simply pointed towards Yue's back, where Feynman, a knight of the Light Brigade, rode in on a tall steed, sword in hand, casting a shadow over Yue. "Why are you blocking me? I am not a skeleton. I am human. Surely, the knight would not harm me." The old chief exclaimed, emerging from the thicket. "Knight, we are villagers from Bai Gu village." Before the old chief could finish his sentence, his voice caught in his throat, his face transforming into one of sheer terror. Before him, the knight Feynman thrust his sword directly through Yue's body, lifting her up. "Humph, a human hiding among skeletons. Can they still be considered human?" Feynman sneered, narrowing his eyes at Yue, who convulsed and struggled, her final words escaping her lips. "Father, mother, it hurts so much. I miss you." Then her head drooped, and she fell silent. The blood of a child is so pure. It will nourish my sword." At that moment, the old chief's emotion shattered, and he cried out in despair. Hearing his name, Feynman turned to face the old chief. "A lowly old beast has laid eyes on me, for the glory of the Light Temple." "You may join her," Feynman declared, swinging his sword, sending Yue's lifeless body flying. He then urged his steed forward, its front legs lifting to descend upon the old chief. "Such a lowly old beast should not tarnish my sword." The weight of both the armored Feynman and his steed was formidable, easily amounting to 200 or 300 pounds if it were to fall upon the old chief's frail form. It would likely crush him instantly. Yet, in that critical moment, a sharp wooden stick suddenly appeared beneath the horse's front legs. Should the horse land on the old chief, it would likely perish alongside him. To Feynman, the horse was far more valuable than the old chief. Thus, upon spotting the stick, he quickly pulled on the reins. Nevertheless, he could not halt the descent of the horse, and in desperation, he leapt from the saddle, pulling the horse down with him. This wooden stick had been placed by Bai Gu, who, sensing the old chief's sorrow, swiftly emerged from the grass, lying on the ground and raising the stick, betting that Feynman would hesitate to harm his horse. Indeed, the gamble paid off. Seizing the opportunity while Feynman was thrown off balance, Bai Gu quickly pulled the old chief to safety, leading him into the woods and the thicket. The old chief, being rather aged, was slower on his feet, but Bai Gu managed to drag him into the woods just as Feynman regained his composure. Feynman caught sight of Bai Gu and the sharp wooden stick, which bore an inscription, "If you have the ability, catch me, you big fool." Irritated by the words, Feynman cleaved the stick with his sword. Skeletons capable of such peculiar wooden magic are rare indeed. But should you provoke me, even the rarest will be reduced to mere fragments. With a swift pull, Feynman leapt onto his steed and galloped off in pursuit of Bai Gu. Meanwhile, Bai Gu was leading the old village chief through the thicket, where the latter seemed somewhat dazed, murmuring to himself, he is still so young. Why, dear knight, why? Were they not here to save the village?" Observing this scene, Bai Gu remained silent, aware that the chief's faith in the Church of Light was not as fervent as that of the villagers. He understood that the events unfolding would not shatter this faith, but rather stem from the simple sorrow of an elderly man. The sight of Yue's demise also solidified Bai Gu's resolve, though Feynman's horse moved slowly through the underbrush. Bai Gu too was hindered by the presence of the old chief. Thus, it was not long before Feynman caught up to Bai Gu. Upon spotting him, Feynman excitedly charged forward. In response, Bai Gu swiftly hurled a small wooden block, striking the horse squarely on the forehead. The horse, startled, slowed down abruptly, allowing Bai Gu to seize the opportunity to escape. After a while, the two were once again pursued. Bai Gu resorted to his previous tactic, but this time Feynman was prepared, brandishing his sword to deflect the small wooden block. Little did he anticipate that a large wooden plank lay ahead. Though not thick, The horse collided with it, coming to a sudden stop, and Bai Gu slipped away once more. As the chase continued, Bai Gu employed various means: long wooden planks, slender tripwires, and sharp wooden stakes. Anything that could decelerate the horse, fully exploiting traditional guerrilla tactics, which left Feiming seething with rage. The two engaged in a frenetic game of cat and mouse. And soon enough, Bai Gu emerged from the thicket onto the main road. Upon seeing the road, he paused in surprise, and Feiming soon followed, spotting Bai Gu standing still and boldly taunted, "Huh, disgusting rat, nowhere to run now. Today, I shall slice you into pieces." With that, he spurred his horse into a gallop. Having endured much frustration in the thicket where visibility was poor and the path treacherous, compounded by the myriad obstacles that had impeded his advance like a thick phlegm lodged in his throat. Now, on the dirt road, albeit rough, he found it far easier to navigate than the underbrush, and he remained vigilant for any projectiles thrown by Bai Gu. The dirt road, smooth and sparsely littered with fallen leaves, offered little in the way of obstructions that could not be dodged with a simple tug on the reins. As Feiming charged forward, he grew increasingly confident, believing Bai Gu was out of options. He urged his horse to gallop faster, drawing his great sword, preparing for a grand mounted execution. But as he drew near, Bai Gu sidestepped, prompting Feiming to scoff at the skeletal figure, thinking it devoid of wit. What could a skeleton possibly do in this situation? He mused in the next instant. He felt himself defying gravity. Feiming found himself airborne, momentarily blank-minded, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. He glanced down to see. To his bewilderment, numerous small holes had appeared on the once flat road, and his horse had stumbled into one, its legs sinking deep into the ground. The sudden halt sent him flying through the air. Damn it! That skeleton must be behind this trickery. When did it become capable of setting traps? As he arced through the air, Feiming noticed he was about to land in a large pit. Approximately 3 meters deep and 2 meters wide. Ha! It's just a skeleton. How intelligent can it really be? Does it think I would jump into such an obvious trap? He swung his sword with force, unleashing a gust of sword energy that struck the ground, using the recoil to perform a somersault and precariously land at the edge of the pit. Turning, he cast a mocking smile at Bai Gu, who waved back as if greeting him. Seeing this, Feiming furrowed his brow. This skeleton is insufferably arrogant. He promptly decided to circumvent the pit and continue his pursuit of Bai Gu. Yet, no sooner had he turned when a massive shadow struck his not-so-handsome visage. Smack! A resounding blow from a wooden bat sent tremors through his arm, causing blood to gush from his nose. He found himself spinning through the air, completing 2.5 rotations before landing with a thud in the pit. Clouds of dust erupting around him. Before he could regain his senses, a multitude of skeletons rushed from the surrounding thicket, brandishing various wooden planks, branches, and stones, carelessly flinging them into the pit. Feiming shook his head, blood trickling down to his chin, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet before he could unleash his anger, a wooden block descended from above, striking him squarely on the head, inscribed with the words, "Big Fool." A gift from Bai Gu, a single block tumbling from over 3 meters high might merely cause dizziness to an ordinary person. But what of a deluge of wooden blocks? Just as Feiming read the words "Big Fool," a torrent of wooden blocks, interspersed with stones, obscured the light from the 2-meter-wide pit, and before he could retrieve his fallen sword, he found himself buried beneath the debris, in less than a minute. A horde of skeletons had filled the pit to the brim. Yet, Bai Gu deemed this inadequate. If they were to act, it must be executed flawlessly. He commanded the skeletons to gather stones, transport soil, and fetch water from the river. Crafting containers as needed, for with the interdimensional communication device, there was nothing he could not create. In the astonished gaze of the old village chief, it was not long before Gu Xiao arrived, witnessing the once flat road transformed into a grand earthen tomb. Constructed from stone and mud, that a circle of skeletons encircled the tomb, while Bai Gu stood before it, ceremoniously placing 3 branches as offerings. "What on earth, Bai Gu? What is this?" Gu Xiao, the skeletal leader, inquired, noticing only the old chief amidst the gathering. "Why have you taken so long to return? The accursed night is of the light attribute, a bane to our skeletal kind. I was caught off guard and had my leg bones severed. However, he showed no interest in me. After incapacitating me, he pursued you to— I had to reattach my leg before I could hurry back. Didn't he follow? And who is this elder? How did he come to accompany you? What is the significance of this tomb? Upon hearing Gu Xiao's words, Bai Gu patted the earthen tomb that I've come to realize that our tribe skeletons are quite resourceful. Initially, my intention was merely to pile heavy object atop the pit to seal it tightly. Then pour water to compact it and prevent air from seeping in, thereby thwarting Faming's escape. I asked the skeletons to gather stones and pile them here, but as I continued, I noticed that the stone arrangement possessed a certain aesthetic charm. Some of the skeletons began mixing mud, while others started sealing the gaps between the stones with it. Eventually, I had no choice but to procure 3 branches to suit the occasion. Gu Xiao, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in bemusement. Though he could not smile, the flame of his soul conveyed his sentiment. I have heard that the origin of our tribe stemmed from the nearby kingdom of Beijing, where the king sought to construct a royal mausoleum. However, for reasons unknown, the project was abruptly halted, leaving us eternally bound to this place. Our death is shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it was our untimely demise that led to the cessation of the mausoleum's construction. It seems we were once tomb builders in life, and even as skeletons, some habits linger on, as the skeletons communicated solely through soul flames. The old village chief, witnessing the exchange between 2 skeletons, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, prompting him to retrace his steps, seeking to retrieve Yuer's remains. This elder must be the chief of Baisher village. How could he possibly find himself here? Bai Gu sighed as he observed the old chief's forlorn silhouette, understanding that the chief had plunged into despair, indifferent to his own well-being, even amidst the throng of skeletons, as he departed to attend to Yuer's corpse. These fiends spared no mercy, not even for the young. Bai Gu recounted the tragedy of the old chief to Gu Xiao, who seethed with indignation. Even we skeletons would never so easily slay the young. How could such a loathsome creature act with such cruelty? Nevertheless, we must hasten our departure. The 3rd-tier light knight cannot breathe in the earth. He must have perished by now, should his comrade arrive. We would find ourselves in dire straits. Dead? Can you be certain? Bai Gu posed the question, leaving Gu Xiao momentarily stunned. It is well known that 3rd-tier knights cannot breathe beneath the surface. But what if he possesses equipment that allows him to breathe? What if he has special abilities allowing him to draw in light elements? We cannot ascertain his fate solely based on being buried. Your reasoning holds some merit, but are we to excavate this tomb to find out? Bai Gu shook his head, producing a 3-meter-long wooden pole from behind his hip, its end sharp and slender, inscribed with a myriad of cryptic symbols. We can use this. The skeletal figure of Gu Xiao gazed at Bai Gu with a curiosity akin to that of an old village chief beholding Bai Gu's posterior for the first time. Pondering how such a long object could be concealed within his pelvis, Bai Gu extended a wooden stick to Gu Xiao, suggesting that he should thrust it into the grave to ascertain whether the occupant was truly deceased. Gu Xiao accepted the stick and, finding a muddy crevice in a gravestone, forcefully pierced it deep into the earth, leaving only the length of his hand visible above the surface. However, upon doing so, there was no response, leading him to conclude that the occupant was indeed lifeless, prompting him to suggest they depart. Yet Bai Gu shook his head and began extracting long sticks from behind his pelvis, stacking them in front of Gu Xiao. One must never offend a bone master, he remarked. 5 minutes later, Gu Xiao observed the grave before him, resembling a hedgehog, and even he, a skeleton, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Can we leave now? He inquired. Bai Gu, eyeing the hedgehog-like grave, leaned closer and extended his hand, only to retract it and shake his head. Jiu Xiao, witnessing this gesture, felt a wave of shame wash over him. The person beneath has likely turned to mush. Should we not excavate to investigate? He proposed tentatively. Bai Gu continued to shake his head. Digging carries risks. Who knows if he might be merely feigning death? A small hole will suffice. I possess a method to discern his state. The notion of risk in excavation nearly shattered Gu Xiao's composure. The Bone Master's approach was indeed ruthless. Fortunately, Bai Gu eventually clarified that only a small pit was necessary. Immediately, Gu Xiao directed the skeletons to commence digging, and during the process, he inquired of Bai Gu regarding the inexplicable ability to conjure wooden planks. Can our skeletal bone masters manipulate wood elements? My ancestral memory allows only for control over necromantic elements. Generally, bone masters are indeed limited to the manipulation of necromantic forces, yet Bai Gu recalled the earlier incident where Yuer was effortlessly pierced by Faming's sword, along with the whispers of death, and observed the not-so-intelligent yet obedient skeletons constructing the large grave. His resolve strengthened. I am not an ordinary bone master. I wish to join you in liberating our tribe. Joining us? Truly. Have you come to a decision? However, aligning with us entails significant risks. You should reconsider, Jiu Shao exclaimed, his excitement nearly propelling him into the air, momentarily forgetting his curiosity about Bai Gu's wood manufacturing prowess. Yet, once the joy subsided, he reverted to a position of caution, urging Bai Gu to think it over. Bai Gu had indeed hesitated for quite some time. He had no grand ambitions, merely a desire to lounge about. However, this journey revealed that such a goal might be more challenging than anticipated. His notion of leisure involved having food when hungry, water when thirsty, and the freedom to sleep or play at will. Yet, witnessing the countless skeletons that had perished along the way, as well as the villagers who suffered casualties, especially the village chief Yuer and others who fell prey to the Light Knights, he realized the fragility of life. With safety no longer guaranteed, the prospect of simply resting became increasingly dangerous. One could easily fall victim to a Light Knight's judgment while attempting to take a nap. And if not a Light Knight, then perhaps a Dark Knight or a Fire Knight would appear in any realm. Lacking wealth and power relegates one to the status of an ant. And as an ant, one remains oblivious to the impending specter of death. My decision comes after careful consideration. Yet I wish to ask you, Bone Master, should we one day attain freedom, where shall we go from there? That is something I have not contemplated. Perhaps we would simply disperse and seek our own survival. Gu Shao replied hesitantly. But would that truly constitute freedom? Bai Gu pressed. What is the Bone Master's vision? To establish a nation. At the entrance of Baishur village, the old village chief carried Yuer's lifeless body, traces of tears evident upon his face. Yuer, we have arrived at the village entrance. I shall take you home. You were so fond of that piece of meat on the beam, were you not? I will prepare it for you. As he spoke, the old chief could not help but choke up. The wave of skeletons had just receded, and the villagers were gathered in the central square, welcoming the remaining Light Knights. The old chief glanced at the scene as he passed by. The villagers wore expressions of joy, while the Light Knights exuded benevolence, even lifting a villager's child high into the air in playful mirth, a scene that struck the old chief as deeply ironic. He attempted to circumvent the square, to return home with you. But the villagers surrounding the square soon noticed him. Village chief, you have returned. Where have you been? We could not find you, and your front door has been smashed. We feared you had fallen victim to the skeletons. I am fine. Who led you in welcoming the knights? Typically, after a wave of skeletons, the village would organize a reception for the Light Knights, presenting gifts and preparing food as a token of gratitude, a duty that usually fell to the village chief, who also provided much of the food. However, he had not been present this time. It was Uncle Chien. As soon as the skeletons retreated, he came out to greet the knights. You know, Uncle Chien is the most devout among us when it comes to the church. Old Chien, given his temperament, it is likely he took charge. Let him handle it. After saying this, the old chief continued on his way. Village chief, will you not go and take a look? Is Yuer asleep? No, I will carry her back. It is more appropriate for you to formally welcome the knights. One villager insisted, reaching out to take Yuer from the old chief's back. Unexpectedly, the chief turned sharply and shouted, No! The villagers were taken aback by the outburst, and those closest to the knights turned to look at a gaunt middle-aged man with a thin mustache who had been standing nearest. Hurried over. Old Ma, you are unharmed. We thought the skeletons had devoured you. Come, let us welcome the knights. Without them, we would be in dire straits. I can take your place in welcoming them. You wouldn't mind. Would you? As the middle-aged man approached, he babbled incessantly, causing the old chief to frown. Without them, we would be in trouble. Perhaps without them, our lives would be bettered. On his way home, the old chief gradually began to understand. The villagers were merely seen as foolish subjects, providing faith and resources, sold out while helping to count the profits. Yet with the knights still present, he could not voice his thoughts. He was but a useless old skeleton. But if he were to sever ties with the knights, it would be the villagers who would suffer the consequences. Noticing the chief's frown, the middle-aged man spoke again. Old Ma, you wouldn't be so stingy, would you? Since you are absent, I must step in to welcome the knights. We cannot leave them standing idle. The old chief, known as Old Ma, continued to frown as he carried you. It's fine, Old Chien. You handle the welcoming. With that, he attempted to leave, but Old Chien drew closer to him. Old Ma, I may welcome them on your behalf, but you know I have nothing at home. Our food supplies are running low, and my family has been tightening their belts. The knights have come to help us. Can you see the old chief understood Old Chien's insinuation, but felt nothing but disgust for the knights? He fixed his gaze on Old Chien, who began to sweat, fearing he had been caught pilfering sweet potato leaves from the chief's home. Finally, the chief spoke. Come with me. With that, he turned and walked away. Carrying, Old Chien smiled at the knights, motioning for the surrounding villagers to attend to them. While he followed the chief with two others as they departed, the villagers began to murmur among themselves. Do you think the chief is acting strangely? Something seems off. He was always the first to greet the knights before, and look at how soundly Ewer is sleeping on his back. Indeed, my voice would usually rouse her immediately. Why is she so unresponsive this time? Exactly, Ahua. You and Ewer have grown up together. You know her well. Should we not follow and see? With her braided hair, Ahua nodded and ran toward the chief's home. Upon arriving, the old chief carefully laid Ewer on the bed. Since he had wrapped her in his own clothing, Old Chien and the others had not noticed the grievous wound on her body. Moreover, their attention was drawn to a piece of meat hanging from the beam, a slab of cured meat the size of a palm. After placing Ewer down, the chief dragged out a tattered bag from under the bed, scooped a cup of grain with an old wooden cup, but hesitated, pouring half of it back in the bag before reluctantly offering the cup to Old Chien. Consider this feed for livestock. Take it. It should suffice for porridge, and you can ask others for more. Upon seeing the half cup of grain, Old Chien was instantly enraged. Old Ma, what do you mean by this? Even if I had taken your opportunity to shine before the knights. You need not treat me so. I did it for the village. What do you mean? Old Ma furrowed his brow upon hearing the words that he understood Old Chien's implication, but felt compelled to inquire further. The noble knights, amidst their myriad responsibilities, take time to help us drive away the undead, and we repay them with merely a bowl of gruel. It is no wonder they refuse to station anyone in our village. With your attitude, the knights stationed here would soon be reduced to mere shadows of themselves. And what do you propose? Please refrain from speaking so harshly that my intentions are solely for the benefit of the villagers. At the very least, we ought to offer them a piece of that meat. Old Chien pointed to the cured meat hanging from the beam, for that was his initial target. This is unacceptable. The village chief intends to reserve that meat for your unacceptable? Very well. It appears you hold no respect for the noble knights whatsoever. With such a disposition, how can you even claim the title of village chief? As Old Chien spoke, he began to stride towards the door, calling out to the villagers in the distance. Come quickly and witness. Here stands a traitor in a village where little of consequence occurred throughout the year. His shout drew a considerable number of villagers to gather. Oh, you see someone like Old Ma worthy of being village chief. The noble knights come to aid us, and yet he cannot even part with a morsel to entertain them. Meat? The village chief has meat? I know. He sold a portion of last year's good harvest to procure the villagers continue to gather. Old Chien grew more emboldened in his claims. Look! No wonder the Lord of Light deems us insufficiently devout and refuses to send knights to guard our village. It turns out we harbor such a selfish traitor. Meanwhile, the radiant knights nearby smirked at the commotion inside, deeming the villagers foolish. Upon hearing Old Chien's words, the village chief, already grieving for Ewer, felt a surge of anger. Selfish? A traitor? Have I not always hosted the knights? Have I not provided food for the villagers to withstand the winter? Just last winter, you donated all your grain to the church while your own children nearly starved. I was the one who delivered grain to your home. When spring arrived, you had no seeds for planting, and I shared half of my own with you, yet you consumed them instead of sowing them. By early summer, you had nothing to eat. When you came to seek my help, I shared half of my own rations with you. During that time, and I barely ate once a day. And now you dare to call me a traitor? You know full well who the true traitor is. Indeed, if it weren't for the village chief's assistance last winter, my family would not have survived either. Who among us has not partaken of the village chief's generosity? And it is notably old Qian's family that has benefited the most. With the village chief's defense, public opinion swiftly turned to his favor. And old Qian realized the precariousness of his situation, quickly attempting to counter, "Oh, you think I wish to starve? Everything I do is for the sake of the village. Even if it means my wife and children face starvation, I will deliver all grain to the church without regret. Now you bring up old grievances. Oh, I see. You are envious of me for hosting the noble knights. Oh, but it is more than mere envy. You fear I will reveal your lack of piety. You possess meat, yet offer only gruel to the noble knights that on previous visits you merely serve them vegetables. The Lord of Light's refusal to send knights to guard us is your fault. You are unworthy of being village chief. I propose we strip Old Ma of his title and elect a new chief. Otherwise, the noble knights will never come to our village. So it is the chief's lack of piety that has led to this. No wonder our prayers yield no fruit. Even so, I have always held the chief in high regard. Yet to discover he is such a person is disheartening. A single rotten apple spoils the barrel. Depose the chief. In an instant, a chorus of villagers clamored for the chief's removal, including those who had previously received his assistance, leaving the chief feeling profoundly disheartened. Just as the crowd was calling for the chief's resignation, a piercing scream erupted from beside the bed, and all eyes turned to see that the source of the cry was Ahua. Ahua. What happened? Why are you shouting? This is a matter for the adults. Children should not interfere. Even if you took Ewer out to play. Ahua did not respond, but instead trembled as she stepped aside, revealing Ewer on the bed. The clothes covering Ewer had been torn away, exposing a vast, bloody wound for all to see. That is Ewer. How could this happen? Is Ewer dead? The knights outside, equally shocked, shared the villagers' astonishment. That wound, it seems to have been inflicted by our knight's sword. Spoke the leading knight quietly. It must have been Faming's doing. How careless to leave the body unattended. Leaving the body unattended is one issue, but the greater concern is that this corpse was brought back by that old man. Are you suggesting that he witnessed it? The leading knight shook his head. We cannot be certain. We must wait for Faming to return and know for sure. Why is he taking so long? Ahua wept bitterly at the sight of her former friend's lifeless body. Grandpa, village chief, was Ewer killed by a skeleton? A skeleton? They did not harm children. However, with several knights outside, I cannot reveal the truth. I can only cover Ewer with her clothing once more. Yet this act became old Qian's point of attack. Why are you hiding the truth about Ewer's death? When we came to find you, your door was broken down, yet you returned unscathed. Skeletons do not typically harm children. You must have sacrificed Ewer to save your own skin. You lie. The village chief, incensed, erupted with fury. I have raised countless children in this village. Ask them. I would rather starve myself than allow them to go hungry. Would I trade their lives for my useless old bones? I can attest that Grandpa Village Chief has always treated us well. He would never trade our lives for his. Indeed, when my parents passed, the village chief took me in when he had barely enough grain to spare, ensuring I did not go hungry until I grew up. There were indeed several villagers who had been raised by the chief, but as they became self-sufficient, they no longer relied on him, and instead found their own places to stay in the village. Now, they rallied to support the chief. Yet old Qian remained skeptical. You may know a person's face, but not their heart. When life and death are at stake, who can say what they would do? The village chief was furious enough to strike him. Yet old Qian stepped back a few paces and shouted, "Even if you didn't trade his life to survive, your lack of piety has led to the absence of knights to protect our village. And that is why Ewer died. You have indirectly caused Ewer's death, and many villagers as well. Just because I did not offer meat does not make me insufficiently pious. Do you think that giving them meat would ensure their protection? You are living in fantasy." The village chief, driven to fury, could not contain his words, yet old Qian seized upon his statement. What do you mean by that? What a fantasy. The noble knights are still here. You dare speak such words. No wonder we lack the protection of the Lord of Light. The Lord of Light, does he decide our protection based on a piece of meat? though posed as a question. It was a veiled mockery, and the knights outside could no longer contain themselves, stepping inside to intervene. Please, do not continue this quarrel. The Lord of Light has his own standards for judging piety, and we would not remain here merely for a piece of meat. Upon hearing this, old Qian immediately turned to the village chief. See, it is your fault. The noble knights refused to stay because of you. How can someone like you call themselves village chief? The village chief regarded him with disdain, choosing not to respond further, yet he remained wary of the knights. When old Qian finished speaking, the knights offered a more favorable tone. These are trivial matters. As long as we demonstrate sufficient piety, I believe the Lord of Light will soon send down his divine will for us to guard here. However, we must investigate the circumstances surrounding this child's death. Skeletons generally do not harm children, and old Qian has a point. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Point. One of my teammates is currently pursuing the skeleton and has yet to return. Therefore, I suggest the village chief remain indoors until our teammate returns, at which point we shall uncover the truth and provide you with a fair judgment, if that is agreeable. The lead knight smiled at the village chief, who met his gaze. After a few moments of silence, the village chief sighed. Very well, I shall abide by your suggestion. Rest assured that we shall have our comrades stationed at your doorstep to prevent you from falling victim to the schemes of others. As for the other villagers, it would be prudent for them to return to their homes for the time being. Let us first ascertain the truth of this matter. Thereafter, whether you choose to depose the village chief will no longer concern us. Correct, Lao Qian. Let us converse together. Upon hearing this, Lao Qian eagerly cleared a path for the leading knight, whose bias was unmistakable. Fear that I might be ensnared by others. It seems more likely that the true intent is to silence me permanently. Yet he is merely an old man, powerless to effect any change. He even refrains from exposing the true nature of these knights for the sake of the villager's survival, fearing that revealing the truth might dismantle this vicious cycle altogether. Before long, only the corpses of the village chief and Yuer remained within the house, while the villagers outside began to disperse. Lao Qian and the leading knight exchanged a few casual words before being dismissed, leaving only the knight order outside. That child was slain by famine. Should he return shortly, the old man will surely point him out, thus implicating himself as a wicked traitor dealing with skeletons. We shall deliver him a just verdict and have him executed, the leading knight replied. But what if the old man did not witness it? To eliminate future threats, he too must be silenced. Then why must we await Faming's return? The leading knight casually replied, glancing toward the village entrance. At that time, it was to ensure the cover of darkness was favorable for our endeavors, and additionally, we are the illustrious Knights of Justice. Point 1 would hope that Faming has not encountered any misfortune. His strength as a third-tier light knight should render him safe from harm here, and no more waiting. Leave one person to guard, and the rest of you accompany me to find him. Having spoken, he left one knight behind while the others mounted their steeds and departed. However, they failed to notice a little girl with braided hair hiding beneath a haystack beside the village chief's house. Pressing her lips tightly together to suppress her voice, establish a nation? Bone Master, are you truly serious? What? Do you think I am jesting, or that I am merely indulging in fanciful dreams? Bai Gu looked at Bone Xiao, mistakenly believing he thought this endeavor impossible, only to see Bone Xiao take a step back and kneel on one knee. Please, Bone Master Bai Gu, lead us in establishing our own nation. Bone Xiao. What are you doing? Get up. Bone Xiao remained resolute, allowing Bai Gu to grasp his arm without resistance, and instead imitated humans by clasping his fists together. The previous tribal leader hoped that I would preserve our tribe, and I wished to grant freedom to my companions. Yet you propose the construction of our own nation, a notion none of us had considered. You possess greater wisdom and capability to lead us. I hope you will become our bone leader. As his words fell, all the skeletons around, whether conscious or not, began to kneel before Bai Gu. Is he merely uttering a few ceremonial phrases, or has he truly ascended to the role of bone leader? Bone Xiao, this is unnecessary. Bone Xiao maintained a serious demeanor, despite having only a skull, which somehow appeared quite grave. It is indeed necessary. The aspiration to establish a nation cannot be realized by just one or two skeletons. We need to unite the strength of all our companions. along with a suitable leader to serve as our mind. Only by becoming bone leader can you compel all skeletons to unite. But they listened to me even without my becoming bone leader, Bai Gu remarked, casually directing a skeleton to climb a tree. The skeleton swiftly ascended to the branches, accomplishing the feat with far greater speed than when Bone Xiao was in command. Bai Gu had hoped this display would dissuade Bone Xiao from insisting on the title. Yet to his surprise, Bone Xiao became even more exuberant. Excellent. Your command is superior to mine. You are truly born to be bone leader. Could it be that the bone god has sent you to alleviate our plight? You are undoubtedly the rightful bone leader. The throng of skeletons knelt in unison, leaving Bai Gu bewildered as he decided to temporarily set aside this matter. He walked over to the small hole he had dug beside the great tomb and extended his arm into the opening. What are you doing, Bone Master Bai Gu? Although Bai Gu had yet to agree to become bone leader, Bone Xiao had already begun addressing him as such. Bai Gu chose to ignore him, continuing to extend his arm until he could reach no further, at which point he attempted to employ the soul essence extractor. This extractor seemed to have a limited operational range. Earlier, when Bai Gu tried to use it atop the grave, it had not responded. Thus, he had instructed a skeleton to dig a deeper pit. And as anticipated, a soft yellow radiance erupted from the small hole beneath him. I have extracted it. This confirms that Faming has indeed perished. The death of a light knight is truly lamentable. As Bai Gu withdrew his arm, the luminescence illuminated his hand, and the surrounding skeletons gazed upon it with fervor. Even Bone Xiao appeared astounded. This is a miracle. The bone god has manifested. Such pure soul essence exists in the world. Calm down, the bone god has not appeared. I created this, Bai Gu stated, raising the glowing orb and gazing steadily at Bone Xiao. You created this? How did you accomplish that? Upon hearing it was Bai Gu's own doing, Bone Xiao became even more animated. How I did it is beyond words, but I possess a method to extract this essence from recently deceased beings. What I hold in my hand was taken from the light knight who perished within. Heavens, the bone god manifests. Nay, with you here, what need do we have for the bone god? You are the bone god. Witnessing Bone Xiao's ecstatic and incoherent demeanor, Bai Gu recognized the significance this soul essence held for the skeletons. However, he had not anticipated it would be crucial enough to embolden Bone Xiao to openly mock their skeletal deity. Bai Gu, bone god. In a brief span, Bai Gu had ascended from bone master to bone leader. And now to bone god. I would not dare to rise so swiftly even on a rocket. Let us continue to address each other as brothers. I find it uncomfortable to be called a god. Very well, Brother Bai Gu. Let us converse as we walk. You may very well become the new deity of our skeleton clan, you know, having confirmed Faming's demise through the extraction of soul essence. They decided not to linger in this conspicuous place and hastened back to the valley, lest other light knights should come searching. Not long after they departed, the remaining light knights arrived at the scene. How peculiar! Why has a grave been erected on the main road? Sirth, come over and take a look. This grave resembles a spiny hedgehog. The leading light knight, Sirth, rode closer, his brow furrowing upon seeing the tomb. He unsheathed his great sword and unleashed a powerful slash, cleaving the grave open with ease. His strike was many times more formidable than Faming's, indicating he was far beyond merely a third-tier light knight. As the grave was split open, revealing a mass of wooden debris, Sirth struck several more times, creating a deep trench, within which lay the remains of a human figure, grotesquely pierced by numerous wooden stakes. Is this, Faming? How could he have ended up like this? Observing the armor on the corpse, it seemed to belong to Faming, but it appeared he had fallen into some trap. Sirth shook his head. It may not necessarily be a trap. Look at those wooden pieces. The surrounding knights dismounted and picked up the scattered wooden fragments. They were inscribed with words, most of which were neatly carved with consistent shapes. I suspect a dual-element earthwood mage has recently been here, Sirth declared with conviction as he examined the pieces. That a dual-element mage? Surely that cannot be. And even if one existed, why would they seek to kill Faming? Are you not aware of Faming's character? He is notoriously arrogant. This time, he must have crossed paths with a high-ranking earthwood mage. Sirth assessed the situation at the scene, reasoning that it was indeed rather far-fetched. Yet, as the saying goes, where there is a hidden dragon, there is also a phoenix chick. The light knight beside Sirth, seeing his uncertainty, immediately spoke up. All elements have a chance of undergoing mutations, and the wood element is no exception. It appears this is a high-level mage proficient in both earth and wood, and one with a mutated wood affinity. This is not someone to be trifled with. Sirth nodded in agreement that we should report back to our superiors promptly, allowing them to deal with this headache. Are you not making a mountain out of a molehill? Could it not be that the skeletons dug a pitfall and sourced these materials to bury Famine? At that moment, a light knight challenged Sirth and his companion. Sirth and his companion exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. As a newly inducted light knight, your unfamiliarity is understandable, and it is only natural to find oneself in humorous predicaments. Setting aside whether the skeletons possess the intellect to set traps to lure Faming into them. Even if we regard Faming as a fool who would leap into any pitfall, how do you suppose a horde of skeletons managed to bury him and construct such an artistically crafted tomb in such a brief span of time? If Bai Gu were here to overhear Ceres and the others attempting to absolve him by conjuring up the image of a dual-elemental mutant expert, he would likely be unable to suppress his laughter. The novice light knight, scratching his head at their mockery, shifted the topic. What shall we do about that old man in the village? Naturally, we must dispose of him casually and then inform the simple-minded villagers that he has made a pact with the undead, posing a danger to the community to avoid any unnecessary troubles. If Faming is dead, will we have no witnesses? Would the villagers believe us? Upon hearing this, Ceres shook his head. Youngster, you have much yet to learn. Firstly, they are merely a bunch of simpletons. Secondly, human beings are inherently selfish. When it does not concern them, they are indifferent. But what if it pertains to their own interests? This old man has made a deal with the undead. He has promised to offer up a few village children each time the undead visit, all in exchange for his own safety. At this point, we may not even need to pass judgment. The villagers would likely kill him themselves. Such is human nature. At that moment, in Baishur village, the old village chief sat beside the lifeless body of Yuer, clutching his treasured bottle of liquor, no longer pouring himself a modest cup, but drinking straight from the bottle. I have lived as a human all my life. Am I drunk? Perhaps they are all intoxicated. The old chief murmured phrases incomprehensible to others, seemingly addressing himself, while also referring to others. Swish, swish, just as the chief indulged in his solitude, Ahua emerged from the corner by the stove. Upon seeing her, the old chief's intoxication faded instantly, although he had hardly drunk much. Hua! He exclaimed loudly, then softened his tone upon recalling the presence of others outside. What are you doing here? Are you not afraid I might be a villain? Grandfather, Ahua replied, I believe in you. You are so kind, you cannot be a bad person. Besides, Yuer's wounds do not resemble those inflicted by a skeleton, but rather those caused by a blade. After casting a glance at the motionless Yuer, she dashed into the chief's embrace. Ah, such a good child. The chief chuckled. In this vast village, you are worth more than a multitude of adults. Grandfather, you must flee. I just overheard those knights say they would find any excuse to kill you. Before Yuer passed away, we often played beneath the stove. There is a hole under your stove through which we can escape. He was well aware of the hole beneath his own stove, but he simply did not wish to leave. Where could he go? Ahua, you are a clever and obedient child, so hurry and get out. Do not let them find you and bring you trouble. The Church of Light cannot be trusted. Try to alter your parents' views, and if that fails, donate less to the church. Are you not leaving? Grandfather? Ahua sensed that the chief had no intention of departing. Where else could I go? He replied. Before I die, I am content simply to be with you, wearer, and to see you, Ahua. Upon hearing this, Ahua's eyes grew moist. She understood the chief's meaning from a young age. If only Wearer could be consumed by skeletons like his parents and become one himself, then he could prove your innocence. The chief gently patted Ahua's head. Silly child, who told you that being eaten by skeletons would lead to becoming one? Indeed, Wearer might very well become one of those dreadful beings in this village. It might even be preferable to remain a skeleton. With that, the old chief lifted Yuer's body and grabbed the cured meat hanging from the beam, rushing to the stove. Ahua, you go outside first. Once you are out, see if there are others. If not, help me move Yuer's body out. But grandfather, did you not just say there's nowhere to go? I just remembered a friend in the mountains. Perhaps it would be better to go to him, a good child. If I have the chance, I will return to see you. The chief reflected on the prospect of returning to the village as a skeleton, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Ahua obediently nodded and squeezed her way out first. The stove was not large, but the fire opening had become quite spacious due to age. Ahua, accustomed to playing there with Yuer, quickly emerged and turned back to drag Yuer's body out. The chief first poked his head into the stove to test the space, then curled his shoulders to squeeze through, grateful for his slender frame. As he crawled out from the stove, he cautiously scanned his surroundings. There were no villagers nearby, and the knights remained stationed at the door, presenting him with a prime opportunity to escape. Ahua, I may not be in the village much longer. You must stay sharp. If anything happens, try to persuade your parents that I have left a bag of seeds under my bed. Give it to them so they can plant more and weather the winter better. Even as he was compelled to leave the village, he remained concerned for its inhabitants. Grandfather, after speaking, the chief ruffled Ahua's hair, then shouldered Yuer as he made his way toward the woods behind the village. Fortunately, he had built his small shelter on the village's edge to avoid the skeleton's notice, making his escape all the more convenient. Meanwhile, Bai Gu and Bone Howl conversed as they walked, and Bai Gu began to comprehend why Bone Howl had been so elated to discover his ability to extract soul essence. Brother Bai Gu, do you realize what it means for us skeletons that you can extract the souls of living beings? You will become a new deity among our kind. Is extracting soul essence truly such a monumental feat? Bai Gu felt Bone Howl was exaggerating, deeming the title of new deity a bit excessive. You must understand that even the Bone Emperor in the underworld would shed tears upon hearing your casual dismissal. The Bone God would bow his head in acknowledgement. Brother Bai Gu, I do not know where you hail from, but it is clear you are unfamiliar with the plight of our skeleton kin. Perhaps due to your innate status as a bone master, devoid of such knowledge in your lineage. Our kind is born weak. Newly spawned skeletons possess strength inferior to that of an adult human. And in terms of intellect, they are far less capable than children. Thus, our advancement begins with the awakening of intelligence. Newly formed skeletons lack consciousness. Only upon reaching the third tier do they attain an intellect comparable to that of a 10-year-old human. It is only at this stage that they begin to marginally improve their bone quality. It is not until the fourth tier that they achieve a semblance of combatability, in comparison to humans. Any human who ascends to the first tier may possess strength equivalent to our third or even fourth tier. The pinnacle of our skeletons lies in reaching the ninth tier, just as it does for humans. However, the combat capabilities of a ninth-tier skeleton and a ninth-tier human are not at all on the same level. Our sole advantage over other races is perhaps our sheer numbers. We are easily spawned. However, our births depend on vitality from soul fire, and all our actions, communication, hunting, and feeding require the consumption of soul fire. Even when we are seemingly idle, soul fire is gradually consumed. Consequently, the mortality rate among skeletons is alarmingly high. Since I took over this tribe, there have been daily extinguishings of soul fire among the skeletons within. Especially for first-tier skeletons, they lack awareness and consciousness, capturing living beings when they can and remaining idle when they cannot. Those that merely stand still are manageable, but some skeletons wander aimlessly, resulting in even greater soul fire depletion. Therefore, despite my long tenure leading the tribe and the arrival of new novice skeletons from the surrounding areas, the number of skeletons in the tribe remains unchanged. Brother Bai Gu, do you comprehend the implications of what I am saying? Bai Gu nodded. You are suggesting that if we can ensure the lower-tier skeletons do not perish, the current number of skeletons in the tribe will explode. Precisely. If the first-tier skeletons do not die, the entire forest may very well be filled with them. Our kind struggles to feed, relying on flesh and blood to gain a meager supply of soul food. I have consumed the flesh of third-tier magical beasts, yet even after repeated feeding, the soul food gained pales in comparison to what you just extracted. If the soul food you just extracted were distributed among the first-tier skeletons, it would suffice for at least 100 skeletons for their daily consumption. Listening to Bone Howl's aspirations, Bai Gu found himself both amused and exasperated, having anticipated some earth-shattering revelation, only to discover it was merely this matter. Although he had entertained a similar vision, it had quickly been dismissed from his mind. After all, sheer numbers do not guarantee victory in battle, though having more individuals does offer some advantage. However, what they truly needed at this moment was a cadre of elites, or perhaps some weaponry and tools to extricate themselves from the control of the Radiant Church. Thus, Bai Gu gently patted Gu Zhao's shoulder and said, "Brother Gu Zhao, one must consume food bite by bite. Soul nourishment will come in due time, and we will acquire our skeletons as well. Our foremost priority now is to liberate ourselves from the Radiant Church's grasp, especially since you are still bound by a contract. It is merely a contract. If worst comes to worst, I could self-destruct and take him down with me. As long as you remain, there is hope for our skeletal kin." "What do you mean by you die?" "He lives?" Gu Zhao responded, slightly alarmed. "Oh, not fret, Brother Gu Zhao. Once we return to the valley, I shall reorganize the tribe." The previous state of the valley hardly resembled a tribe at all. The two skeletons conversed as they swiftly made their way back to the valley. Upon reaching the entrance, Bai Gu contemplated ducking into the throng of skeletons to avoid detection by the cloaked figure of the Radiant Church. However, Gu Zhao reassured him that it was unnecessary. Having signed a contract with the other party, he could sense their whereabouts, and the figure had already departed. Upon hearing this, Bai Gu let out a sigh of relief and stealthily blended into the pile of skeletons as they entered the valley, prompting Gu Zhao to shake his head in exasperation. "Brother Bai Gu, you are commendable in many respects, but your excessive caution is somewhat burdensome." Seth returned to the village with the light knights and roused his companions who had dozed off at the village chief's doorstep. However, upon entering the dwelling, they discovered that the village chief had vanished. "How could this be? I've been guarding the entrance the entire time. How did that old man escape? What shall we do? If that old man departs and divulges any information that could tarnish our reputation in the village, it may adversely affect our branch's credibility this year." Yet, Seth remained unruffled, scanning the room until he spotted a hole beneath the stove. "He must have exited through here. I wonder how long ago he left. Here's the plan. 2 of you pursue him. If you cannot catch him, so be it. Then spread the word that we have confirmed the old man's dealings with the undead." But he managed to elude capture. The location of Baishur village lies at the intersection of the kingdom of Beijing and the kingdom of Pulin, making it difficult to ascertain to which kingdom its inhabitants belong. The Xinyuan mountain range, situated not far from Baishur village, marks the very heart of the border between the two kingdoms. Within the royal palace of the kingdom of Beijing, the reigning monarch furrowed his brow as he perused a letter in his hand. The courtiers, trembling in fear, kept their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. After the king finished reading the letter, he slammed it down onto the table before him, exclaiming, "This is outrageous." The courtiers, witnessing his fury, lowered their heads even further, except for Mu Jian, the current head of the Mu family, who stepped forward. "Your Majesty, is it possible that the Pulin royal family seeks to purchase our territory?" "Purchase? Huh?" The king could not suppress his laughter, albeit tinged with anger. "If they had approached me with cordiality about acquiring that wasteland, I might not have been so incensed." That young ruler of Pulin, having just ascended to the throne and relying on his past as one of the 12 deacons of the Radiant Church, dares to demand the Xinyuan mountain range. He claims it is a nurturing point for their Radiant Church, hoping I would acquiesce. What audacity! This young fool is utterly presumptuous. In his fury, the king struck the table several more times. What utter nonsense about nurturing points! Beneath that cursed land lies a worthless vein of undead stones. The former king hesitated to construct a tomb there for fear of being buried among the undead. What do they expect to cultivate there? It is nothing more than a case of the thief shouting to catch the thief. The illustrious Radiant Church itself harbors undead creatures. How dare they call themselves Radiant? The king roared, and none of the courtiers dared to respond. The king was their sovereign, and they could not provoke him. However, the Radiant Church was a force even more formidable than the Empire, and they were even less inclined to incite its wrath, leaving them with no choice but to remain silent. After a tirade of curses, the king, exhausted, returned to his throne and gestured in anger. "Draft a letter. Send it to that young ruler of Pulin. Tell him that if he desires that wretched land, he must come and take it himself. Go." The letter clerk, taken aback, glanced incredulously at the king. then at the surrounding courtiers, who remained silent. Unable to oppose the king's wishes, he reluctantly obeyed and prepared to deliver the message. Yet, before he reached the palace door, the king suddenly called out, "Wait, come back. It's unnecessary. Have someone draft a decree. Give them that wretched land. As for how to flatter the radiant church, you are the experts. Figure out yourselves." Upon hearing this, the courtiers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Kneeling in unison, proclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise." Witnessing this display, the king felt a surge of blood pressure, grappling with a sense of indignation that grew with each passing moment. Very well, the radiant church. Is it? Nurturing the undead, you say? Mu Jian, I have heard that the Xinyuan mountain range is rife with bandits. You must ensure that the members of the radiant church exercise caution. Rife with bandits? What kind of cursed place would have bandits willing to venture there? It is incredibly impoverished and difficult to defend, situated between two kingdoms. Several courtiers pondered aloud. Yet, Mu Jian quickly grasped the king's intent that I shall ensure that the members of the radiant church remain vigilant. The so-called extermination of bandits could easily turn into sending some of their own there to the entrance of the valley that Gu Xiao and his companions referred to as their tribe. The village chief, Lao Ma, hurriedly carried having rushed the entire way, reaching the valley's entrance just as dusk began to fall. The mouth of the valley lay desolate, littered with white bones, and the wind howled through, creating an eerie atmosphere. A mist blanketed the entrance, sending a shiver down the village chief's spine. However, glancing back at Yuer on his back and recalling his benevolence in providing food to the villagers, which was overshadowed by the casual slander of a few individuals, he steeled his resolve. Having reached this point in his life, what more was there to fear? Thus, he set his determined gaze and ventured into the valley. Yet, before he could enter, a skeleton with faint blue soul flames emerged, carrying a wooden board, startling him so much that he fell to the ground. The skeleton, sensing a potential meal, prepared to drop the wooden board to capture its prey. However, one by one, more skeletons emerged from the valley, each carrying a wooden board, resulting in a chaotic collision. What is happening? What is going on? Gu Xiao, with a bone knife at his waist and a wooden board on his shoulder, rushed to the front of the disarrayed Q.O. Is that you? Gu Xiao recognized the village chief, whose soul fire emitted a sound, yet the village chief, not being a skeleton, could not comprehend it.to him. This orange-flamed skeleton seemed different from the others with faint blue flames, prompting him to tentatively inquire, "Do you know of a skeleton with purple flames in its eye sockets?" Purple flames? You must be referring to Brother Bai Gu. What on earth is this old man doing here alone at this hour? Gu Xiao pondered, intending to assist the village chief to his feet. Yet, the village chief perceived the skeleton tilting its head and preparing to attack, leading him to believe he was doomed. I must be out of my mind, desperately seeking help. That purple-flamed skeleton has aided me twice, and now I find myself relying on these skeletons. It seems I shall meet my end here. But perhaps it's not so bad. After death, I could become a skeleton and escape my burdens. Brother Gu Xiao, let us not be overly anxious. After all, they are merely second-tier skeletons. I am quite pleased that they can form a line. We mustn't set our expectations too high. Just as the village chief resigned himself to his fate, Bai Gu emerged from the valley. After returning to the valley with Gu Xiao that afternoon, he intended to restore some semblance of tribal structure, at the very least to evoke a tribal atmosphere. Before making further plans, he commenced by sorting through the skeletons, selecting those of second tier and above. As these skeletons exhibited a modicum of awareness compared to their first-tier counterparts, Bai Gu aimed to cultivate them as the backbone of the tribe. In truth, there were insufficient skeletons at his disposal. While first-tier skeletons could follow simple commands from Gu Xiao and Bai Gu, such as follow me or fetch that, they often became bewildered or lost in thought. They were incapable of undertaking significant tasks. However, Bai Gu had noted that during the construction of the Grand Tomb that afternoon, the second-tier skeletons displayed far greater agility. Hence, he chose this batch for their potential. Among the throng of skeletons, there were over 100 second-tier skeletons, including those with even a hint of blue flames. There were 11 third-tier skeletons, which included Gu Xiao, while the fourth-tier skeletons numbered only one, currently following Bai Gu. named Guja, a skeleton that Gu Xiao had focused on cultivating in recent years. Finally, there was one fifth-tier skeleton, that being Gu Xiao himself. It was evident that skeletons not only faced challenges in their inherent weakness, but also encountered significant hurdles in their advancement. Thus, out of a vast number of skeletons, only about 100 were deemed useful. After sorting through the skeletons, Bai Gu first inquired about the strength of the cloaked figure from Gu Xiao, as he intended to set a modest goal: to defeat the cloaked figure. Defeating the figure cloaked in black, known as the Shadow Sin's captain of the Luminary Church, Li Guang, is indeed a formidable task, given that his system offers rewards. After a thorough inquiry, Bai Gu learned that this Li Guang is a peak 4th-tier mage, and to match the strength of a skeleton, one would require a peak 6th-tier combatant. Unlike warriors, mages wield magic, which can often prove to be significantly more challenging to contend with. Moreover, he is a light element mage, particularly effective against undead beings, which likely contributed to the downfall of the previous skeletal leader. Having acquired the information about this boss, Bai Gu began to formulate a strategy for the confrontation. Initially considering an overwhelming horde of skeletons to drown the opponent, he quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that these skeletons were akin to his kin. Furthermore, facing a mage, who could potentially excel in area of effect spells, meant that sheer numbers would likely prove insufficient. What about setting traps? He pondered, reminiscent of the ambush against Fei Ming. Yet this idea too was soon abandoned. Facing a mage, traps would likely be ineffectual. After much contemplation, Bai Gu concluded that the most sensible and pragmatic approach would be to adopt an elite strategy. If he could raise a 7th-tier skeleton to confront Li Guang, perhaps success was achievable. Thus, he resolved to cultivate a powerful ally. However, upon hearing Bai Gu's intentions, Gu Xiao promptly doused his enthusiasm, explaining that the advancement of a skeleton is a daunting endeavor. The initial 4 tiers are manageable, with minimal enhancement to the skeletal structure and relatively modest soul food requirements, which is essentially a less pure form of soul essence. Yet beyond that, the demands for soul food to ascend each tier become exceedingly extravagant. Otherwise, he would not still be a 5th-tier skeleton after all these years. Nevertheless, to avoid disheartening Bai Gu, Gu Xiao offered some words of encouragement. While it may be improbable for others, Bai Gu's unique ability to extract such pure soul food could indeed present an opportunity. However, the most suitable candidate for advancing to a 7th-tier skeleton, Gu Xiao himself, was bound by a contract, rendering the use of soul essence ineffective. Thus, Bai Gu contemplated a different approach. If raising a 7th-tier skeleton proves challenging, what if he could amass several 5th-tier skeletons instead? This could potentially yield a viable opportunity. Having devised an enthusiastic plan to confront the boss, Bai Gu suddenly realized the logistical challenge. Where would he acquire sufficient flesh to extract soul essence? Surely, he wouldn't need to capture wild beasts or magical creatures himself. In response, Gu Xiao confidently patted his chest, assuring Bai Gu that he would take care of it. With so many skeletons in the valley, they could disperse to hunt for blood food, quickly amassing a substantial supply. Although some skeletons would inevitably fall in the process, Bai Gu shook his head at Gu Xiao's suggestion. While the valley was indeed teeming with skeletons, their hunting would only deplete local resources, making it increasingly difficult to find ordinary blood food in the mountains, not to mention the risk of attracting formidable magical beasts. They could very well be overwhelmed by monsters before they even had a chance to confront the boss. After much reflection, Bai Gu resolved to lead the skeletons into the world of agriculture, ensuring a reliable and trustworthy source of sustenance. As he made this decision, he realized that establishing a farm would require land, and the valley would not suffice. What if Li Guang were to come by and discover a horde of skeletons raising chickens and ducks? Not only would it raise questions, but the mere sight of skeletons tending to animals would likely become sensational news in this world, potentially leading to Gu Xiao being captured for experimentation. Thus, a contingent of skeletons was dispatched, carrying wooden planks to seek out a suitable location for their farming endeavor. However, upon exiting the valley, they encountered the village chief. Bai Gu, too, noticed the fallen village chief. Approaching closely, he extended a skeletal hand, and the village chief, after a moment of hesitation, grasped Bai Gu's bony hand for assistance in rising. "What brings you here? Who has mistaken me for his father this time?" Bai Gu raised a wooden plank, eliciting a look of astonishment from Gu Xiao. There was no trace of magical fluctuations, not even a hint of elemental energy. How had the Bone Master achieved this? The village chief squinted in the dim light, scanning the words inscribed on Bai Gu's plank before shaking his head. I have come to seek refuge with you. Seek refuge with me? The plank Bai Gu held aloft was notably larger this time, for he was genuinely astonished that a human would seek to ally with a skeleton. Am I truly that approachable? Indeed, I wish to join you, that I observe that these skeletons heed your commands. You must be their leader. May I join your ranks? Join us. What purpose does a human serve among skeletons? Furthermore, what can an elderly man contribute? If you refuse to accept me, could you perhaps transform this child into a skeleton? He has only lived a few years. He should not meet his end so soon. The chief spoke while cradling the lifeless body of Ewer, whose form had become rigid as a stick. The village chief's request posed a dilemma for Bai Gu. Accepting him was not particularly challenging. Although he was an elderly man and unlikely to perform much labor, he was precisely the kind of individual Bai Gu needed to oversee the farm's operations. It seemed fitting that this former village chief, who would likely engage in agricultural work, would be suitable for the role. However, the true challenge lay in the prospect of transforming Ewer into a skeleton. Bai Gu was a skeleton, not a zombie. Nor did he possess the authentic necromantic magic required for such a transformation. Jiu Xiao, overhearing the village chief's belief that Bai Gu was the leader of the skeletons, regarded the old man with newfound respect. Observing Bai Gu's evident dilemma, he approached. Bai Gu, what troubles you? This elder seems rather capable. As we establish our farm, we will undoubtedly require someone to manage it. Given that we are skeletons, I suspect no one understands these matters better than a human. My friend, you do not grasp the situation. The elder's primary motivation for seeking refuge stems from his desire to convert that child into a skeleton. Ah, I see. And what of it? And what if I cannot transform that child into a skeleton? Transforming someone into a skeleton, while indeed complicated, it was not impossible. If the child were still alive, the transformation would be utterly unattainable. However, if he were already deceased and left outside for a time until nothing but bones remained, then placing him in our valley for a few days would naturally result in his transformation into a skeleton. Must he truly be left to decay until only bones remain? And how does this process work? Seeing the confusion etched across Bai Gu's face, Gu Xiao stepped in to explain. Beneath our valley lies a rich vein of quasi-undead elements, akin to what humans refer to as necrostone mines. These mines contain an abundance of quasi-undead elements, which possess the same effect as normal necromantic elements in transforming corpses into undead beings. However, they lack the lethal properties of true necromantic elements and cannot be absorbed by necromancers. Thus, placing him in the valley for a few days will naturally turn him into an undead creature. But to transform the child into a skeleton, he must first decay until only bones remain. Indeed, Bai Gu realized he had been prudent to inquire further. And what type of undead creature will he become? He gazed at Ewer's body, now relocated to the valley. Uncertain. Most likely, he will become a zombie, though there is a slim chance he could transform into a wraith. Will he definitely not become a skeleton? Gu Xiao, once more hoisting the dropped wooden plank, replied, No. Becoming a skeleton is only possible if all flesh has decayed, leaving only bones. The reason our valley is filled with skeletons is that they all originated from outside the valley. This valley appears to be at the heart of the necrostone mine, making it a comfortable abode for the undead. In contrast, due to the spread of quasi-undead elements from a mine, some corpses outside may also transform into undead creatures. However, without the dense concentration of quasi-undead elements found within the valley, the process for corpses outside to become undead takes considerably longer. In this wilderness, various beasts and magical creatures may feast upon the corpses due to lack of food, resulting in natural decay, which is why the undead that emerge are predominantly skeletons. The village chief stood by, observing her body. Is this sufficient? Bai Gu raised the wooden plank. Indeed, and he will not become a skeleton. He may turn into a zombie or a wraith. Transform into a zombie or a wraith? Splendid. Oh, I harbor no disdain for you skeletons. The village chief, upon realizing he was surrounded by skeletons, suddenly became aware of his surroundings. However, I still hope to retain some semblance of Yor, even if he becomes a zombie, so long as he retains a recognizable form. Bai Gu understood that the village chief was simply overly concerned for the child. He placed a reassuring hand on the chief's shoulder, indicating his comprehension. My name is Ma Defa. You may call me Old Ma. Should you require assistance, feel free to command me. Just call me Bai Gu. For now, follow us. We have matters that require your expertise. Bai Gu ignited a torch with soul fire, allowing the village chief to read the words inscribed on his wooden plank, with a contingent of skeletons. They exited the valley once more. The village chief glanced back at Yor, filled with reluctance. Yet he followed closely behind, in the dead of night. He found himself trailing a substantial procession of skeletons. Although aware that they would not harm themselves, the village chief still felt an unsettling chill. Fortunately, it was not long before they discovered a suitable location for breeding, just at the outer edge of the valley. There lay a vast stone cave. The entrance was narrow, littered with small stones, yet the cavern's floor was quite spacious, even featuring a small pond, all in a secluded position that minimized the risk of discovery. However, being close to the forest raised concerns about potential incursions by magical beasts. Bai Gu left several skeletons at the cave entrance and led the others inside to tidy up the area. He then utilized his otherworldly communication device to craft planks of wood. Although lacking hammers and nails, the abundance of skeletons, many of whom were builders in their past lives, allowed them to erect a rudimentary pig pen in no time. With the pig pen completed, all that remained was to acquire some pigs. The task to establish a small village by the skeleton tribe, aimed at providing basic income, has been triggered. Task 1. Construct a breeding farm, plantation, and sales center for farm products. Each completed task will reward you with a low-level exchange voucher one that after a period of silence following the completion of the pig pen, the system finally issued a new task. However, before Bai Gu could examine it, a commotion erupted at the cave's entrance. He exchanged glances with Bone Howl. Let us go see, he suggested. The two skeletons approached the entrance, but before they could reach it, the skeletons left at the entrance were sent flying back inside. Bai Gu soon beheld two creatures at the cave's mouth, characterized by their stout limbs, short tails, and protruding fangs. These were magical beasts, Luo beasts. If he recalled correctly, according to the lore and records he had absorbed from the other world, Luo beasts were first-tier magical creatures, omnivorous and lazy eaters. However, they were also notoriously temperamental, and their sharp fangs could easily eviscerate a person. Seeing two Luo beasts before him, Bai Gu was momentarily taken aback, but soon his spirits lifted. Just as the pig pen was completed, pigs had come to them unbidden. Bone Howl, let us capture them. This will be the first batch for our soul food breeding farm. Capture them? Brother, these are Luo beasts, exceedingly irritable. If there are too many, I wouldn't dare confront them head-on. Can our humble pig pen even accommodate them? Trust me to handle it. You focus on the capture. I have my methods. With Bai Gu's assurance, Bone Howl wasted no more breath and charged at the Luo beast with his bone dagger. The beast, seeing a mere skeleton daring to approach, stomped its hooves and lunged with its fangs aimed at Bone Howl. Although Bone Howl was a fifth-tier skeleton, his kind inherently possessed low growth potential. Even as a fifth tier, he dared not withstand the brute force of a first-tier Luo beast that he swiftly changed his footing. Evading the beast's charge, and struck it on the head with the back of his dagger, intending to incapacitate one before dealing with the other. To his surprise, the blow did not render the Luo beast unconscious. Instead, it let out a furious roar and retaliated, sending Bone Howl crashing against the cave's ceiling. Thankfully, Bone Howl was sturdier than most. Had it been any other skeleton, they would likely have been shattered by such a blow. The other Luo beast, witnessing its companion being struck, erupted into a rage and charged towards the other skeletons in the cave. Though most were second tier, they scattered upon contact with the beast, sustaining damage. Fortunately, Old Ma had the foresight to hide within the pig pen at the cave's bottom. Otherwise, a single collision might have turned him into a wraith like the Luo beast rampaged. Bone Howl, still airborne from the impact, fumed with anger. He executed a mid-air flip, aiming the hilt of his dagger downwards to strike the beast's head. Yet, the Luo beast was not foolish. Upon seeing Bone Howl descend, it darted away, evading the blow before Bone Howl could land. What a troublesome creature! If I truly wanted it dead, it would have been slain by now. But Bai Gu seeks it alive. I am left with no choice but to wield the dagger's hilt. Meanwhile, the other Luo beast barreled towards Bai Gu, who conjured a moderately thick plank of wood and hurled it at the beast. It collided with the creature, which, unable to stop in time, smashed into the wood, shattering it and leaving its fangs entangled in the remnants. The beast shook its head in an attempt to dislodge the debris. A skeleton, its eye sockets ablaze with soul fire, leapt from behind and brought down a large, crude club upon the Luo beast's head. The impact shattered the club, leaving the beast dazed and staggering, yet fought to maintain its footing. Bonja, wielding the broken remains of the club, advanced to deliver another blow, while a pair of dark metallic legs descended from above, crashing down on the bewildered Luo beast skull. This time, the beast was thoroughly incapacitated. Bai Gu descended from the subdued creature's head. Casting a regretful glance at the shattered club in Bonja's grasp, it was unfortunate. The club had served him well against the formidable Feynman without breaking. Noticing Bai Gu's expression, he casually produced another sizable club and handed it to Bonja. Aside from the profanities inscribed upon it, the weight and design were nearly identical to the previous one. Bonja accepted the club with great delight. Skeletons are truly easy to please, Bai Gu mused, then retrieved 2 more clubs, one for Bonja and another for Bone Howl, who was still engaged with the remaining Luo beast. Bone Howl, evading the creature's charge, deftly caught the club Bai Gu tossed him. Feeling its weight, it was significantly heavier than his bone dagger and quite comfortable to wield. Thus, he sheathed his dagger, opting for the club instead. The lightness of the dagger had restricted his ability to engage. But with the club now in hand, he struck the Luo beast squarely on the head. The 5th-tier skeleton proved superior to a 4th tier. Splinters flew as the beast collapsed, its limbs stiffened and lifeless. A few intact skeletons were dispatched to bind the 2 Luo beasts and transport them to the pig pen. Bone Howl approached Bai Gu, holding the broken club handle. "Brother, this club is truly remarkable. It feels exceptionally comfortable to use, though the material is subpar, allowing for only a single use. If you like it, I can make more when I have the time. Indeed, I'll carry a few for emergencies. But first, we should inspect the Luo beasts. They are quite temperamental. I wonder how you plan to raise them." Bone Howl surveyed the area, noting the scattered skeletons, most of whom were in the process of self-repair with soul fire. Some, reduced to mere skulls, required assistance from their companions. Thankfully, as 2nd-tier skeletons, they possessed enough awareness to help one another. Had they been 1st-tier skeletons, they would likely be left to perish. Bai Gu observed that each time a skeleton repaired a part of its body, it consumed a small amount of soul fire. He produced the remaining essence of souls, remnants from the journey, with Bonja. "Brother, distribute these among them." Bone Howl's eyes glimmered at the sight of the soul essence. Yet he shook his head and returned it to Bai Gu. "Brother Bai, as the Bone Master, why not absorb these pure soul foods yourself? Your strength will bolster our tribe's power." Bai Gu also shook his head, insisting one's strength does not solely rely on individual power. Our advantage lies in unity. Together, we can overcome mountains and seas. That it is merely a bit of soul essence. More will come in the future. Furthermore, since they serve us, they deserve compensation. That it is only right that they receive something for their injuries. Bone Howl did not fully grasp Bai Gu's reasoning, but they obey us. Why not adhere to human practices? Obeying us is merely a temporary arrangement. If they were to reach levels equal to or surpassing yours, they too would possess wisdom and emotions akin to humans. Indeed, you are the Bone Master. Your words hold wisdom. With that, Bone Howl ceased to argue that he dipped a portion of his own soul fire into the essence, surprisingly slicing it into dozens of portions, which he then distributed to the injured skeletons. With the soul essence, their recovery accelerated, and with Bai Gu intermittently casting bone repair spells, all skeletons soon returned to their former selves. This was one of the skeletons' greatest strengths. As long as their soul fire burned, no matter how severe the injury, they would not perish. Once the skeletons were tended to, Bai Gu and Bone Howl approached the pig pen, where the 2 Luo beasts were now bound and confined. Old Ma approached Bai Gu timidly. "Lord Bai Gu, you cannot expect me to care for these 2 magical beasts, can you? As Bai Gu, accompanied by Lao Ma, arrived to construct a pig pen, he expressed to Lao Ma his intention to enlist his assistance in rearing livestock. Although Bai Gu had traversed into this realm, he had little experience with animal husbandry in his previous life. Adhering to the principle that specialists should handle specialized tasks, he entrusted the breeding responsibilities to Lao Ma. Initially, Lao Ma, brimming with confidence, patted his chest, proclaiming, "Back in our village, I could fatten any creature." However, upon realizing that he was to tend to wild beasts, his resolve faltered, and he felt weak in the knees. Lamenting, "This is not about me raising them. It feels as though they are meant to be raised on me." Bai Gu paid no heed to Lao Ma's dismay, as he was immersed in his system. "Congratulations, Director, on establishing a breeding farm. You have obtained 1 low-level exchange voucher from the Myriad Realms 1 and 1 third-tier soul essence." It was as if fortune had smiled upon him. He had initially intended for Gu Xiao to eliminate the wild beasts outright, but a glance at his tasks sparked an idea. "System, I wish to utilize the low-level exchange voucher to acquire a potion that can render the beasts docile and highly productive. Is this the optimal use of the voucher?" Naturally, Bai Gu opted for this, and a syringe filled with a verdant potion materialized in his hand. The meat quality gene evolution agent promised that upon injection, it would significantly enhance the meat quality and genetics of the creature, resulting in increased yield, a more docile temperament, and a more succulent flavor. What a marvelous item! Holding the syringe, Bai Gu directly entered the pig pen and administered half a syringe to each of the 2 wild beasts. Moments after the injection, the unconscious creatures began to convulse. Prompting Bai Gu to hastily exit the pen, he observed as the convulsing wild beast limbs grew robust and their tusks elongated to over a foot. However, their formerly toned bellies swelled grotesquely, nearly dragging on the ground. And no wonder the potion's description claimed it would induce docility. They now resembled walking hams, incapable of fleeing, let alone becoming aggressive. "What is this?" "My Lord Bai Gu," inquired Lao Ma. Bai Gu raised a wooden sign. "These are the creatures you are to rear. Fear not. They shall no longer attack indiscriminately. Just exercise caution, and I shall visit often during this period." "What shall I feed them?" Lao Ma asked. The wild beasts were omnivorous by nature, and under the influence of the potion, they would be even less discerning. You may provide them with wild fruits, fodder, carrion, and even bones that I will arrange for some supplies to be brought over, along with some food for you. However, iron utensils such as pots and knives will have to wait until I can procure them on another occasion. In the valley, a host of skeletons would not possess such items, but Bai Gu could use a mute communicator to fabricate bowls and chopsticks for him. Bai Gu then reached behind him and produced a square bowl. It was quite challenging to shape this object into a rounded form. The only rounded item he could manage at the moment was a solitary wooden stick. Not long after, under Lao Ma's curious gaze, Bai Gu revealed the square bowl, a square basin, square chopsticks, and a hoe that Lao Ma had requested. Thankfully, the hoe's handle was round, which relieved Lao M as a farmer. "I always wish to plant something wherever I go." For such trivial matters, Bai Gu was indifferent. After the new wild beast awakened, he instructed a skeleton to approach and feed them some grass. The wild beasts exhibited no signs of aggression, which reassured Lao Ma. To their surprise, after consuming the grass, the 2 wild beasts began to roll around playfully. "Spring has arrived so soon?" Bai Gu mused that it must be the effect of the gene potion. "This is excellent. With such high productivity, we shall not lack for soul essence." Having completed these tasks, Bai Gu left some skeletons to guard the cave entrance and departed with Gu Xiao back to the valley. The cave was not far from the valley, and its entrance was small. Leaving too many skeletons would only attract unwanted attention. Thus, a small contingent remained to respond to any developments. Upon returning to the valley, Bai Gu was greeted by a chaotic throng of aimless skeletons, prompting a sigh. There remained much to be done. The Eagle Ravine Mountain, located to the north of the kingdom of Beijing, had once been a haven for bandits. Its formidable terrain made it easy to defend, but challenging to assault, with numerous villages dotting the base and a main road frequented by merchant caravans. The bandits would frequently descend from the mountains to pillage, enjoying a comfortable life in the aftermath. Over time, many villages had been destroyed, and merchants had grown wary of the area. The kingdom had indeed dispatched forces to eradicate the bandits. But due to the geography, Each attempt had ended in failure, resulting in considerable losses of troops. Consequently, the bandits grew increasingly brazen, razing multiple villages and abducting numerous women, even killing some of the village guards sent from the northern city. However, one day, a newcomer from the royal capital arrived in the northern city, and shortly thereafter, ventured alone into the Eagle Ravine Mountain. His arrival went largely unnoticed, but after he had passed through, the bandits seemed to vanish without a trace. Days later, some brave souls ventured up the mountain only to discover that the bandit stronghold had completely disappeared. Meanwhile, in the depths of the far mountains, a ragtag group of individuals, clad in tattered garments and burdened with a plethora of dilapidated belongings, made their way into the region. Among them was one individual riding a magnificent steed, while others walked alongside, leading their horses. A sycophantic servant, holding the reins, spoke up, second in command. "We are nearing the far mountains. Shall we seek a place to settle down? Or shall we first pay a visit to the nearby villages?" Still referring to me as second in command. The servant, sensing the dark expression on the mounted man's face, swiftly chastised himself that "I am a fool. I should not speak. My lord, please forgive my insolence." "Humph," the leader scoffed. "Remember, we are here to deal with that so-called breeding point of the Prowling Kingdom. If you do not wish to suffer the same fate as the former leader, you better abandon any notions of resorting to old tactics. That individual is not someone we can provoke." To the mention of that individual, the others recalled the events of a few days prior at Eagle Ravine Mountain, when a single warrior had stormed their stronghold, killing anyone who attempted to obstruct him, anyone who sought to warn others, and anyone who tried to flee. He had been nothing short of a harbinger of death. Even their former leader had perished without uttering a word. After slaying the leader, the warrior had instructed them to seek out a breeding point of the Prowling Kingdom hidden within the far mountains, promising rewards for their success. However, failure or betrayal would result in their deaths, along with those of their distant relatives. Of course, bandits are not often devoid of hope. Yet when a warrior revealed his identity, their hopes were swiftly extinguished. He was none other than the protector general of the Bai Gu kingdom, a member of the esteemed Mu family that had safeguarded the royal lineage for generations. The leader, regaining his composure, surveyed the sky. "First, we shall locate a place to camp and rest. Once we are well prepared, we will send some individuals to scout that breeding point." "Scout?" The leader's subordinate scoffed. "What is there to scout at that breeding point? With so many of us, the sooner we eliminate that place, the sooner we can make our escape." A swift blow from the leader's whip silenced the insolent servant. "Are you lacking in common sense? Unlike you, I possess a brain. Why do you think the Mu family has enlisted us for this task? It signifies that the Bai Gu royal family dares not confront them openly. Have you not heard about the recent ascension of the new king of the Prowling Kingdom? He is one of the 12 deacons of the Church of Light, and his coronation effectively links the Prowling Kingdom with the Church. That breeding point might very well be a scheme of the Church of Light. I have heard rumors that we are not the only bandits sent here. We merely arrived first due to our proximity. Do not bring trouble upon yourselves, understand?" The servant, grimacing in pain, begrudgingly nodded in acquiescence as the group circumvented the village and pressed onward into the far mountains. The far mountains straddled the border between the two kingdoms. Although not overly vast, they were teeming with wildlife, including low-tier magical beasts. Yet, whispers spoke of a high-tier magical beast known as the Sovereign of the Far, dwelling deep within the mountains. However, no one had ever laid eyes upon it, nor could anyone verify the truth of such rumors. The leader and his band stationed themselves at the periphery of the far mountains. Fortunately, while the Mu family had taken some lives, they had not seized the bandits' amassed wealth, nor the women they had recently abducted. Observing the despairing expressions of several women nearby, the leader grinned lecherously. Having been captured and brought to the mountains, the women had believed their lives were over. Yet they had witnessed a glimmer of hope when a formidable warrior had stormed their stronghold. However, that hope was extinguished when the warrior, after dispatching the leader, merely glanced at them coldly before departing, leaving them to follow the bandits to their next destination. Once the scouts I send out return with news, if all is well, I shall indulge in some delightful pleasures tonight. A.S. the surviving second-in-command. His continued existence could be attributed not only to his subordinate status, but also to his meticulousness and caution. whenever the sounds of battle echoed from outside the stronghold. He would promptly conceal himself. Upon the appearance of the Wood family member, he was the first to kneel and plead for mercy. Even now, as he dispatched the younger ones to gather intelligence, he refrained from acting on his impulses until he received a full report. However, as he waited anxiously, the captured woman fell asleep, bound and exhausted, while he received no updates from his subordinates, which only heightened his unease. Contemplating whether his subordinates had encountered some misfortune with a beast, he sent forth a small team, who cautiously traversed the dark woods, fearful of disturbing any lurking monsters. Yet, their journey was uneventful, and they arrived safely at the location indicated by the Wood family. What they found was merely a valley, devoid of any signs of cultivation or light, prompting one member of the team to express his impatience, oblivious to his companions stammering, "I'll look above." "Above? What do you mean?" Suddenly, they beheld a wooden wall spanning the valley's height, upon which stood skeletal figures clad in rudimentary wooden armor, their eyes ablaze with blue fire, each wielding a long wooden staff. The bandits below, upon witnessing this sight, attempted to flee, only to be struck down by the descending clubs wielded by these black-painted skeletons. Their movements were swift and decisive, and under the guidance of a skeletal leader whose eyes glowed with green flames, they quickly bound the bandits and transported them into the valley, where it appeared as if nothing had ever occurred. The wooden walls and skeletal warriors were the fruits of Bai Gu's labor over the past few days. Had he possessed the ability to forge iron and access to iron ore, he would certainly have outfitted the skeletons with superior equipment. Within the valley, Bonja, accompanied by 9 skeletons with yellowed soul flames, carried the bandits inside. Bai Gu surveyed the transformed valley with satisfaction. Under his direction, it had undergone a remarkable transformation. The skeletal guardians, both numerous and strong, possessed remarkable endurance as long as their soul flames burned. Yet, he pondered why they ranked among the weakest of creatures. Through careful observation, he arrived at 2 conclusions. The first was their lack of intelligence. Even first- and second-tier skeletons exhibited minimal cognitive abilities. Their soul flames squandered on aimless wandering and occasional disobedience. They would not even evade opponents that vastly outmatched them, behaving like characters in an RTS game, trading blows without strategy. Thus, it was no wonder that only a handful had evolved to the second tier. The solution lay in evolving all skeletons within the valley to the second tier or beyond. Yet, this required time and the accumulation of soul essence, a task not to be accomplished overnight. Bai Gu decided to set this aside for the future, when the breeding grounds would flourish, or when better methods of obtaining soul essence could be secured. The second conclusion pertained to their equipment. The skeletons, while numerous and resilient, primarily relied on biting, trampling, or bodily collisions for attack. Only a select few higher-tier skeletons occasionally grasped stones or sticks to serve as weapons. Among them, Bai Gu had discovered 2 skeletons wielding a dilapidated hoe and a rusted machete, likely scavenged from a nearby village. These 2 skeletons, with vibrant soul flames indicating potential for advancement to the 3rd tier, bore scars and signs of repair. Bai Gu reasoned that if every skeleton were armed with a hefty sword and donned full armor, they could traverse the realms of the Bai Jing kingdom with impunity, even against the might of a light mage that, in antiquity, no matter the dynasty, while swords and blades might be unrestrained, armor was invariably forbidden. A mere farmer clad in full armor wielding a hoe could easily fell several ordinary men. Thus, Bai Gu delved into the crafting of weapons and armor, ultimately discovering that the most accessible and cost-effective solutions lay in his otherworldly communication device. Utilizing it, he fashioned an assortment of wooden boards bound together with ropes to create rudimentary wooden armor, equipping Bon Xiao first. Bon Xiao was enamored with the crude armor, exclaiming that had he worn it, he might have stood a chance against the light mage. Soon, he rallied Bai Gu's other allies, including Gugu and Bonja, and within a few days, they produced over 50 sets of wooden armor. Fortuitously, their skeletal nature allowed them to work tirelessly without sleep. Ordinary humans would struggle to endure such relentless labor. After several days, their only cost was a minor depletion of soul flame, easily replenished with some sustenance. Once the armor was completed, they outfitted the most vibrant soul-flamed skeletons among the second tier, also crafting hundreds of wooden staffs, distributing 2 to each skeleton, with 1 reserved as a backup. They formed a patrol unit within the valley. Bone Xiao, however, felt this unnecessary, believing that no one would dare approach the desolate valley, as local beasts and monsters instinctively shunned the essence of the undead. Yet Bai Gu maintained that it was better to be cautious. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors in entrepreneurship. Moreover, this patrol unit would not only serve to patrol, but could also be dispatched to hunt beasts or monsters to replenish their spent soul flames and potentially gather more soul essence for the skeleton's evolution. During the allocation of armor, Bai Gu observed that the skeletons, being lightweight and swift, made little noise, communicating through inaudible soul flames. This made them ideal candidates for forming a covert strike team. Thus, he enlisted Gu and other third-tier skeletons, led by Bone Jia, to coat themselves in black paint, forming a stealthy skeletal ambush unit that did not question why they were all third-tier skeletons. The second-tier skeletons simply lacked the requisite intelligence. This proved fortuitous, as the patrol unit soon discovered a band of thieves at the valley's entrance before dark, swiftly overwhelming and dispatching them, leaving Bai Gu exasperated. He at least leave one alive to inquire about their intentions. He lamented as he watched the corpses being dragged back, the skeletons eager for their prize. Shaking his head, he reminded himself not to set his expectations too high for the dim-witted second-tier skeletons. He extracted the soul essence from the corpses and distributed it to them, who rejoiced at their bounty. After dividing the essence, they hurriedly returned to their patrols, completing 7 or 8 rounds in the time Bai Gu had allotted for a single hour. This left him no choice but to assign a few skeletons to the wooden walls to serve as sentinels, rotating shifts as needed. He also dispatched the ambush squad to conceal themselves in the woods, instructing them to capture any potential intruders alive. The third-tier ambush unit, displaying commendable intelligence, soon brought back 7 or 8 spies, all of whom were indeed alive. When one of them regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by skeletons, fear nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. Tales of bloodthirsty skeletons feasting on human skulls were well known. Now trapped in a valley inhabited solely by skeletons, he feared he would never escape, wishing only for a swift death rather than the torment of being slowly devoured. What nonsense information! A nurturing point for the Light Church. This resembles the domain of the Dark Church far more. Trembling, the bandit looked at the skeletons, who did not devour him. Instead, one of the skeletons, its eye sockets glowing with purple flames, approached and helped him to his feet, presenting a wooden tablet before him. The bandit read the inscription. "Who are you? What is your purpose? Speak, or be consumed." The brevity of the message only heightened his panic. Skeletons with intelligence, he thought. After a moment of fear, he straightened himself, realizing that if they possessed intelligence, he might have a chance of survival, unlike if they were mindless. After carefully reading the words on Bai Gu's wooden board, the bandit cautiously replied, "My lords, the skeletons. We are the bandits of Eagle Valley. It is only due to coercion that we have come here to disturb you." Upon hearing the bandit's words, Bai Gu's heart sank. Could it be that the act of killing Fei Meng had been discovered? No, that would mean the Light Church would be the ones to come after him. Confused, Bai Gu raised a wooden sign once more. "Who has coerced you? Why have you sought me out?" "Oh, great Lord Skeleton. It is the people from the Mu family of the kingdom of Beijing who have pressured us. They told us there is a cultivation point of the kingdom of Pulan here, and we must cause trouble. We did not intend to provoke you, Lord Skeleton. I beseech you, spare me." Naturally, those who become bandits do not adhere to any moral code. Bai Gu merely asked 2 questions, and the bandits divulged everything without reservation that a cultivation point in the kingdom of Pulan. "Isn't that managed by the Light Church?" "Yes, it is managed by the Light Church, but one of its branches is located in the kingdom of Pulan, which has likely adopted the Light Church as its state religion by now." Gu Shao, seeing Bai Gu's confusion, stepped forward to clarify. "So, we have become the unfortunate pawns in a conflict between 2 nations." Gu Shao nodded. "Indeed, it is likely that someone from the Light Church will come to inform me in the coming days. That Li Guang will come. In that case, I must find a place to hide. But for now, it seems I can deal with this group first. Great Lord Skeleton, if you have any further inquiries, please ask, and I will be completely honest. I only ask that you do not consume me." The bandit, seeing Bai Gu no longer brandishing the wooden sign, instead exchanging glances with the skeleton beside him, was terrified, fearing he was about to be eaten, and hurriedly spoke up. "Is it just you lot? Or are there others?" Yes, we have a large group nearby. We are merely scouts sent by the chief." "How many more of you are there?" "We have 45 remaining, with the chief being a third-tier warrior. The left protector a second-tier warrior, and 6 first-tier warriors. The rest are ordinary folk. We also bring plenty of supplies and women looted from villages that, if you spare me, I am willing to guide you." Bai Gu had only inquired about their numbers, yet the bandit revealed their strength and everything else with clarity. What is this? A traitor. However, having a traitor does indeed prove convenient. After assessing their strength, Bai Gu promptly instructed Gu Xiao to gather the skeletons. "Let us depart. We shall go hunting." Bai Gu secured the other bandits and ordered 2 second-tier skeletons to keep watch over them, not fearing their escape, but rather that by the time they returned, the first-tier skeletons would have devoured them. Once arrangements had been made, Bai Gu, under the guidance of the traitor, led 50 wooden armored skeletons along with the skeleton club team towards the location of the bandit chief. Naturally, given Bai Gu's cautious nature, he did not entirely trust the traitor's words. They moved slowly, frequently stopping to scan their surroundings for ambushes. Thus, a short distance took nearly 2 hours to traverse before they reached the vicinity of the chief's camp, as indicated by the traitor. However, upon arrival, they found the camp deserted, save for extinguished campfires and traces of past presence. The traitor, bound and led by Gu Gua, felt his legs weaken at the sight of the empty camp. Could they think I was deceiving them? Watching Bai Gu stare intently at him, occasionally cracking his jawbone, he felt as though he were seeing his great-grandmother beckoning him. But it was merely an illusion. In reality, it was Bai Gu who was gesturing. "This is worse than an illusion. Great-grandmother, you named me Xiao Wan. It seems your great-grandson is truly doomed this time. Had I known, I would have obediently stayed home and farmed with my father. Why become a bandit? He was originally just a child from an honest farming family, but due to a lack of land and grain, he left home to avoid being a burden, eventually becoming a bandit by chance." Fortunately, Bai Gu merely waved his hand, beckoning him to the extinguished campfire to observe the strange markings on the ground. You know what this means." Bai Gu presented a wooden sign before Xiao Wan. Upon examining the markings on the ground, Xiao Wan's face lit up with joy. This truly was a glimmer of hope. "Great Lord Skeleton, these are the markings left by our chief, indicating that if we can survive, we are to regroup 15 miles south of this camp." Bai Gu nodded and led the skeletons onward once more. Meanwhile, the chief of Eagle Valley sat alone in the new camp, anxiously gazing in the direction for which they had just departed. "Stay alert, you lot. Have you lost your minds? Go look around." Noticing one of his underlings dozing off, he bellowed without hesitation, while the left protector of Eagle Valley leaned in closer. "Chief, we had traveled for several days. Everyone is exhausted and weary, and those looted women lack the strength to be touched. Perhaps we shall allow them a proper rest." "Rest? You think we can afford a rest? Our scouts have yet to return. They may have simply been too fatigued and stopped to rest, or perhaps they encountered magical beasts and are entangled in battle. But fear not. We are on the outskirts of the deep mountains. Even if they are magical beasts, they are likely only first tier. If they cannot defeat them, surely they can escape. Right? Such a lack of vigilance will eventually lead to our demise." The chief cursed and retreated to his tent, while the left protector quietly cursed as well. That suspicious beast. You ride a horse and naturally aren't tired. We on foot are not the same. Moreover, what danger could there possibly be in this wretched place? Xiao Si, bring me a bottle of wine." The left protector shouted, but received no response. That lad is probably asleep. "Lao Lu, give me that bottle of wine. It's quite cold out here in the wild." He called again, but still received no answer. I could see this moment. He sensed something was amiss and drew his blade, heading towards the spot where Lao Lu was supposed to be on patrol. Upon arriving, he widened his eyes. Under the moonlight, Lao Lu lay on the ground, beside him a pitch-black skeleton wielding a wooden club, while another black skeleton was dragging Lao Lu towards the underbrush. What the hell? A black skeleton? With undead, everyone wake the hell up? The left protector shouted loudly, instantly rousing those in the camp who had not yet been knocked unconscious, and they gathered towards his direction, only to realize that there were only 20 or 30 people in the entire camp. In the darkness, Bai Gu saw that their skeletons had been discovered and promptly issued an order for the skeleton club team to retreat, redirecting the wooden armored skeletons into the fray. Crack! Dozens of skeletons clad in identical wooden armor emerged from the shadows, encircling the bandit camp with an air of intimidation. Some bandits, unable to withstand the pressure, raised their blades to strike. Smack! The wooden armor emitted a muffled thud, leaving a mark from the blade. However, other than that, no significant harm was done to the skeletons, who swung their wooden clubs towards the source of the attack. Thud! The bandit was knocked unconscious on the spot. In the darkness, Gu Xiao, witnessing the skeletons springing into action, could not resist drawing his bone knife and leaping down to strike at the tent of the chief, as indicated by the traitor Xiao Wan. Rip! The tent was torn open, yet the chief, who had just entered, was nowhere to be found. Seeing this, Gu Xiao looked questioningly at Bai Gu, who was concealed in the underbrush. Bai Gu instantly sensed that something was amiss. He swiftly drew a wooden plank to shield his neck. And just as he did so, a steel blade descended, cleaving the plank in two and sending Bai Gu staggering back several steps. The bandit chief emerged at Bai Gu's location, spitting in disdain. "You look this way, and I thought your summoned undead mage was here. I didn't expect it to be just a skeleton." Truly lacking in intelligence, Bai Gu, standing to one side, exclaimed how perilous the situation was. The adversaries, mistakenly believing they were summoned by necromancers, refrained from attacking him further and instead directed their blades towards Gu Xiao. Unfazed, Gu Xiao drew his bone knife and confronted the leader directly. Despite Bai Gu having attained the rank of a second-tier skeleton, he felt devoid of any significant combat prowess and prudently withdrew to command the battle from a distance. The only illumination in the vicinity emanated from the dim glow of the campfire. Although the wooden armored skeletons proved difficult to breach, their low level rendered them rather cumbersome. Consequently, Bai Gu summoned the bludgeon squad to join the fray, with the already feeble light further diminished by the all-black attire of the bludgeon squad. Their strikes were remarkably precise, and soon only the leader engaged in combat with Gu Xiao, the left protector ensnared by Bone Zhe, and 3 first-tier fighters, standing back-to-back in vigilance against the bludgeon squad, remained. Yet, despite their heightened alertness, sheer numbers proved to be a decisive disadvantage. Ultimately, the bludgeon squad was unnecessary as the wooden armored skeletons swiftly encircled their foes, overwhelming several of them. Though merely a third-tier warrior, the leader matched Gu Xiao blow for blow. One might say that Gu Xiao deserved the title of a true equal, as his battles always seemed evenly contested. Observing that all but the left protector had been subdued by the skeletons, the leader swung his blade forcefully to repel Gu Xiao, then retreated into the thicket, calling out, "Laozi, hurry and flee." This shout caused the skeletons, initially intent on pursuing the leader, to halt and surround the left protector instead. By the gods, the left protector, wielding his long blade, struck back against Bone Zhe. Just as he turned, Gu Xiao descended from the heavens with his bone knife raised high. He prepared to intercept, but this time, the fight was decidedly in Gu Xiao's favor, and with one decisive blow, the left protector staggered back, colliding with Bai Gu, and was subsequently met with a hefty wooden club, rendering him unconscious. After dispatching the left protector, Gu Xiao sheathed his knife, eager to pursue the leader. However, Bai Gu intervened, asserting that there was no need to follow. "That fellow is exceedingly cautious. He sensed something amiss during our observation." Feigning retreat into the tent, "We shall likely fail to catch him now. Let us first escort these captives back and interrogate them for any additional intelligence." He instructed the skeletons to hoist the captured bandits, as one would carry a pig back to the valley. The captive, witnessing his former comrades being carried away by the skeletons, frantically exclaimed, "Skeleton lords, I led you here, and you've captured the people. Surely, I should be allowed to." Before he could finish, Bai Gu silenced him with a wooden plank emblazoned with the words, "Return to the valley with us first." "Why must we return to the valley? Skeleton lords, you cannot be untrustworthy." Bai Gu, growing impatient, delivered another plank with the words, "Trustworthy? You know too much." His intent was to convey that he himself would be trustworthy. But the implication that the captive was overly knowledgeable required further contemplation in Bai Gu's mind. The absence of tone in written words led to a misinterpretation. After reading the message, the captive looked back at Bai Gu, perceiving a sinister grin on the skeleton's face. Trustworthy? Huh. You know too much. Overcome with despair, he collapsed in defeat, while Bai Gu, still carrying him, made their way back to the valley. Upon arrival, the familiar scene of swarming skeletons and scattered bones greeted them. But now there was an additional batch of bandits, and Bai Gu noticed that the previous group had awakened, bound and surrounded by a horde of skeletons, their faces reflecting sheer terror. What is happening? Why are there so many skeletons here? Wasn't the leader supposed to say this is the breeding ground for the Church of Light? We're doomed. We will perish here. I refuse to be devoured by skeletons. Calm down. The leader will come to rescue us. He is a third-tier warrior. Defeating a few skeletons should be child's play, and don't forget the left protector. He is a second-tier warrior. Yes, the left protector values us brothers dearly. He will surely. Listening to their futile self-reassurances, Bai Gu ordered the skeletons to toss the captured bandits before them. What the hell? The left protector? Has he arrived? How could he come like this? We have no hope left. I'd rather dash myself against a wall than be eaten piece by a skeleton. With that, the bandit slammed his head against the rocky wall, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Bai Gu stared in astonishment at the scene, bewildered by the futility of it all, that I never said I would eat them. The essence of their souls is still warm. I shall not let it go to waste. Approaching the corpse of the bandit who had met his end against the wall, Bai Gu grasped his head, and soon a sphere of soul essence manifested in his hand. When he turned, the remaining bandits were thrown into a state of utter panic. Oh no! This skeleton can extract souls. Not only are we at risk of being consumed, but our very souls are doomed as well. We finished. I want to go home. I'm done with this. One by one, the bandits broke down in tears, and Bai Gu found himself a loss for words, wondering how one could be a bandit and yet possess such timidity. At this juncture, the left protector, perhaps due to his robust second-tier constitution, began to regain consciousness. Still dazed, he was quickly irritated by the cries of those around him, which only exacerbated his headache, but he bellowed, "Shut the hell up!" Even amidst the throng of skeletons, his long-standing authority as the left protector of the bandit camp commanded immediate silence, and soon even Bai Gu felt a measure of relief. After silencing the bandits, the left protector surveyed his surroundings, suddenly realizing he was encircled by countless skeletons, his limbs bound. Panic surged within him, but he quickly regained his composure, since they had been captured but not devoured. It indicated the skeletons had no immediate intention of harming him. They likely sought to extract intelligence from him on behalf of their master. Thus, he called out to Gu Shao, who was still engaged with the leader. "Hey, tell the one behind you to come out and speak. We can discuss matters amicably. We possess information that may be of interest to you." Indeed, the left protector presumed that Bai Gu and the skeletons were under the command of a necromancer or some such figure. Otherwise, how could they have been ambushed and surrounded effectively? Hearing the left protector's call, Gu Shao glanced at Bai Gu, noticing that even the skeleton capable of holding its own against the leader sought counsel from the purple flame skeleton. The left protector assumed this skeleton was of a higher tier. Thus, he spoke politely, "Esteemed skeleton, I do not know if you understand me, but we possess crucial intelligence for you. Might you summon your master so we can have a proper discussion?" Why must the left protector insist on speaking to the one behind the skeletons? A bandit inquired quietly. "Are you a fool? Of course, we must converse with a person. What would we discuss with a skeleton? How best to be consumed? So that was the case, but do we have any significant intelligence to share? We know nothing, so let us remain silent. The left protector is trying to save us. I've heard that some necromancers can hear through their controlled skeletons that don't interrupt." Bai Gu and Gu Shao exchanged glances that it was evident that these bandits lacked the insight to recognize Bai Gu as their current bone leader. "What master?" They scoffed. "Humph." Bai Gu, shaking his head in resignation, realized that Gu Shao was fearful he might abandon his role as bone leader. Their belief was advantageous, as it protected his identity. Remaining incognito as an ordinary skeleton was ideal. The challenge lay in finding someone to impersonate their master and extract intelligence from the bandits. With the valley crawling with skeletons, finding a person proved difficult. The only candidate was the old man who had arrived a few days prior. The village chief? That might be feasible, but would he be willing to portray a necromancer? Contemplating this, Bai Gu led several skeletons out of the valley towards the farming area. In the days since Bai Gu had assigned him to oversee the farm and care for the lizard beasts. Leoma had been rather comfortable that he had even dispatched a few second-tier skeletons to assist him in gathering fodder and wild vegetable for himself and the lizard beasts. His primary task was to tend to the lizard beasts. Initially apprehensive, he observed over several days that the creatures showed no signs of aggression, merely eating and sleeping, with no worries about food or clothing and devoid of family or villagers to care for. He found himself in a state of leisure, often seeking a patch of land to cultivate vegetables. Thus, when Bai Gu arrived at the cave's entrance, the system announced, "Congratulations, Director! You have established a planting site and earned a Low-level Exchange Voucher 1 and a third-tier Soul Essence 1. A planting site? When did I? Upon entering the cave and spotting the dilapidated hut beside a well-tended vegetable garden, Bai Gu realized the source of the planting site. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, Leoma rubbed his sleepy eyes and emerged from the hut. "You've come. Everything has been fine these past few days, though I'm still struggling to adjust to sleeping here. It's hard to rest with skeletons patrolling outside." "Ah, Lord Bai Gu, what brings you here?" Bai Gu had intended to enlist Leoma to impersonate a necromancer. However, he has now conceived a better idea and thus decided to change his approach. "Old Ma, did you cultivate this land?" The village chief, slightly nearsighted, squinted and leaned closer to the wooden sign to discern the words inscribed upon it. "Indeed, it is my land. S1 ages. One cannot remain idle. Having toiled in the fields for a lifetime, the urge to cultivate is ever present. But rest assured, I keep a vigilant watch over the beasts, feeding them at every meal, and those two fellows have grown considerably plumper. One of them has been sleeping almost all day lately. Perhaps it is expecting." Bai Gu nodded. He was not there to inspect the work. Yet as he listened to Old Ma's report, he felt a sense of authority akin to that of a boss. Albeit with an employee who was as old as his grandfather. "Do you have enough seeds for planting?" Old Ma replied, "If not, I shall find a way to procure some for you next time. Do not overexert yourself. The mountains and forests yield little sustenance. Merely wild fruits and vegetables. I have brought some meat for you, so make do with that as your food for now." Bai Gu instructed the skeleton behind him to present several dead hares and wild chickens, all of which had been caught during the training of the third-tier ambush squad in recent days. After extracting the essence of their souls, the meat was rendered useless for the skeletons, making it perfect sustenance for Old Ma. Upon seeing the meat Bai Gu offered, Old Ma's hands trembled. "This is meat. I scarcely eat it even twice a year in the village, although we dwell near the distant mountains. We are simple farmers. Who would dare venture into the mountains in search of meat? A chance encounter with a magical beast could cost one their life. Village chief, the larger my harvest, the more resolute I must be to buy a piece of meat in the city during the harvest season. It is no wonder that the villagers can be so easily swayed by old Chien over a piece of cured meat." Seeing that Old Ma did not take the meat, Bai Gu glanced at the hares and chickens in his hand, which were largely flattened. These creatures had met a brutal end at the hands of the wooden clubs, leaving no beast's corpse intact, especially since the solitary skeleton had reduced them to mere meat paste with his metal leg. Bai Gu initially thought that the village chief did not want these mangled corpses and was about to awkwardly retract his hand when, unexpectedly, Old Ma seized the pile of meat and knelt before Bai Gu, tears streaming down his face. "My lord, I am forever indebted to you for your kindness and shelter from this day forth. My life belongs to you. If I perish, let me be transformed into a skeleton to serve you." Having endured the trials of serving the villagers without receiving any gratitude, and instead facing suspicion, he found himself emotionally overwhelmed by the skeleton's loyalty. Bai Gu, however, could not comprehend why a mere piece of meat would elicit such a grave reaction. Amidst a silent moment of consolation, he left the meat behind, promising that his next offering would be much more intact, and hastily retreated from the cave, pondering what hardships this old man must have faced in the past. Upon returning to the valley, Bone Cry, noticing that Bai Gu had not brought back Old Ma, couldn't help but question, does he not wish to play his role? Bai Gu shook his head. "No, I have devised a better plan." He then stepped aside, out of the sight of the bandits, and called upon the system. "Use the exchange voucher. I require a skin that allows me to disguise myself as a normal human." Optimize the use of the voucher. Understood. You have been provided with an automatically adjusting human-like exterior originally designed for robots, which will allow you to blend in seamlessly with normal humans in appearance. Is it only a matter of appearance? Indeed, the low-tier exchange voucher is not sufficient to procure items with higher functionality. Very well, appearance will suffice, as I merely need to masquerade as a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Bai Gu intended to pose as a necromancer, a realization that struck him when he acquired the low-tier exchange voucher from Old Ma. The system's exchange vouchers could procure anything. Why not directly exchange for a human skin mask and conduct inquiries at will? However, the low-tier human exterior lacked a voice feature. Otherwise, he could have spoken freely. He retrieved the human exterior, a substance resembling transparent modeling clay materialized in his hand. How does one wear this? Do I simply put it over my head? He attempted to fit the clay over his head, only for it to slide down immediately upon contact, enveloping his entire skeletal form in a swirling motion. By the time he registered the change, the cave was devoid of a violet soul fire skeleton, replaced instead by a dapper youth clad in a black coat, with striking purple eyes. By the heavens. Is that you, Brother Bai? Bone Cry happened to arrive at that moment. Upon seeing an unfamiliar figure in the valley, he instinctively prepared to be cautious, only to sense a familiar aura emanating from the new arrival, Bai Gu's soul fire. Bai Gu nodded. Just a minor spell. Now, go interrogate those bandits. Wearing a modern trench coat in this world appeared rather out of place. Yet he felt fortunate that the human exterior included clothing. Otherwise, he would have been exposed in the valley. Lacking a mirror, Bai Gu still managed to glimpse his reflection in a small puddle on the ground, realizing that the human exterior had taken on his own face, the very visage he had worn throughout his previous life. However, in this world, no one recognized him, rendering this trivial detail inconsequential. Draped in an imposing black coat, Bai Gu strode forward confidently, flanked by Bone Cry, the solitary skeleton, and Bonja, who formed two lines in his wake. A multitude of skeletons gathered behind them, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a film featuring rebellious youths making their entrance. Since he was to enact a performance, he resolved to commit fully to the role. As he had no intention of releasing this batch of captives anytime soon to ask for where to arrange them. He had not yet formulated a plan, but his visit to Old Ma had provided some inspiration. Indeed, a dramatic entrance akin to that of a television show evoked awe from Left Guardian and the others, though it was a pity he lacked sunglasses and a suit. Otherwise, commanding a row of skeletons behind him to shout the Dragon King has arrived would have undoubtedly elevated his prestige to the highest level. Are you their master? Left Guardian, momentarily intimidated by Bai Gu's imposing presence, cautiously inquired. Bai Gu nodded slightly and parted his lips, just as everyone anticipated that this enigmatic figure would speak. Bai Gu lifted a wooden sign, he held up a wooden sign inscribed with words that I have heard that you wish to meet me, claiming to possess important information. What is the meaning of this? Is the mastermind mute? Every great figure has their peculiarities. However, communicating via a wooden sign is indeed an unusual quirk. Could someone capable of commanding so many skeletons truly be so peculiar? Perhaps they even. Two bandits whispered softly, utterly oblivious to Bai Gu's gaze upon them, that it was not until the other bandits nudged them that they snapped back to reality, only to find Bai Gu casually waving his hand. A few skeletons approached the two, lifting them and dragging them toward the valley's exit. Soon, anguish cries echoed from outside the valley, only to be silenced shortly thereafter. The remaining bandits felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs. How brutal! This person was ruthless, executing them at the slightest provocation. No, it was not even provocation. He had not spoken a word. Left Guardian, too, sensed an immediate increase in pressure, realizing that engaging with such an individual necessitated extreme caution. He could hardly believe that holding a wooden sign was merely a peculiar quirk. It was more likely an indication of his wariness, unwilling to let his voice be heard. But why allow me to see his face? Left Guardian scrutinized Bai Gu's appearance with a careful young. He bore the vibrant vitality of youth. How could someone like him be a necromancer, constantly interacting with the elements of the dead and suffering their corruption? Surely this visage was also a fa ade. What information do you possess? Speak. Bai Gu, maintaining a stoic expression, retrieved another wooden board. It was not that he intended to appear emotionless. Rather, he was simply unable to form any expression. He pondered whether he could exchange for a more sophisticated human exterior using a mid-tier voucher. My lord, I indeed possess information, but could you spare our lives? We are merely victims of circumstance. The bandits clamored in unison, their eyes brimming with tears as they portrayed themselves as aggrieved. Especially when they spoke of repaying their debts, they became so emotionally moved that they nearly cried. Repay your debts. If I were to release you, you would likely vanish without a trace, never to be found again. Bai Gu was no fool, yet he would not extinguish these individuals' last glimmer of hope. Thus, he raised a wooden board at a path to survival exists. However, first, share your information. My lord, it is not that we doubt your sincerity, but your words alone bear no weight. What if, after we divulge our information, you feed us all to those skeletons? That would not align with your noble identity as a mage. Clearly, the Left Guardian is not a fool, but Bai Gu, having spent many years as a corporate drone, would not easily fall for his tricks. With a mere wave of his hand, several skeletons emerged from behind him, randomly lifting two bound bandits and heading towards the valley's mouth, followed by the familiar sounds of anguish screams and subsequent silence. The Left Guardian swallowed hard as he beheld the wooden sign newly raised by Bai Gu. Now, I too can feed all of you, he thought. Hiss, such ruthless characters, devoid of burdens of identity and twisted in nature, are truly difficult to deal with. He fell into a contemplative silence, weighing his options. Should he trust this gamble for a chance at survival, or should he choose to resist to the bitter end? After all, as a bandit, how could he entertain notions of noble defiance? Casting aside such thoughts, he made his choice, though little did he know that one day he would indeed embody that very defiance in front of this terrifying individual. But that was a story for another time. My lord, I have shared all the intelligence I possess, and I hope you will honor your promise and spare my brothers after this ordeal. Bai Gu did not respond, but merely nodded slightly. We were coerced by the Mu family to come here, a fact I trust your strength has already revealed. Otherwise, we would not have been so easily captured by you. However, aside from our band of thieves, nearly all the bandits in the entire Bai Jing kingdom are converging here. One of the reasons for their arrival mirrors ours. Pressure from that individual of the Mu family. But there exists another reason, which is the primary motivation for all bandits to flock to you. Otherwise, we are merely a group of desperate outlaws. At the mention of desperate outlaws, Gu Xiao and Bai Gu exchanged glances at the trembling bandits behind them. The Left Guardian cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. Cough, cough. In that case, we could simply leave this country. Where else could the Mu family pursue us to kill us? Enough with the nonsense. Speak plainly. Bai Gu snapped impatiently, prompting the Left Guardian to cease his rambling. The reason is what the Mu family stated when they sought us out. Within a certain valley of the deep mountains lies a mine of Wancher stone. This Wancher stone is not particularly valuable. However, the accumulation of necromantic elements over the years has led to a rather minor iron vein within the mountains undergoing a mutation. After this mutation, a strand of golden essence emerges at the center of the vein, and it is this golden essence that has compelled all bandits to come here, half by coercion and half by desire. Golden essence? I believe I have encountered references to it in texts and cultures from another world. Whoever obtains the golden essence has the opportunity to become a gold element mage. It is worth noting that in this world, ordinary individuals have a chance to become warriors, but mages must possess innate elemental affinity. The existence of golden essence essentially presents hope to those unable to become mages. The Mu family individual stated that any bandit who thoroughly dismantles the cultivation point of the Wancher mine within the valley can claim that golden essence. No wonder bandits from across the nation are willing to come. It all makes sense now. Yet how audacious of the Bai Jing kingdom to offer a bounty for golden essence. What has the king of the Purang kingdom done to deserve such enmity from the king of Bai Jing? Has he stolen the latter's harem? Bai Gu regarded Gu Xiao with a puzzled expression, and Gu Xiao, equally perplexed, could not fathom the Bai Jing kingdom's ruthless stance. What do you think, brother Bai? When the sky falls, there will be tall individuals to bear its weight. The king of Bai Jing is clearly aiming to slap the face of the Purang kingdom as an almost vassal state of the Light Church. The church will undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, a large influx of bandits presents us with an opportunity to strengthen our tribe, as the small beasts within the mountains are dwindling. Brother Bai, what profound insights you possess. But what of that strand of golden essence? Relative to that, I am more intrigued by the iron vein that births it. With an iron vein, if we could smelt steel, the combat prowess of these skeletons would likely experience a qualitative leap. The skeletons conversed using soul fire, inaudible to humans, and all that could be seen was the immobile figure of Bai Gu. Observing Bai Gu's calm and expressionless demeanor, the left guardian felt a twinge of surprise. Having invoked the name of the Bai Jing kingdom, he remained so unfazed. Either he was utterly terrified or possessed tremendous strength, and the left guardian was eager to discern which it was. My lord, before long, numerous bandits will likely arrive. Shouldn't you take cover? No need for that. It would be better if they don't come at all. Why skeletons are quite famished. A brief line scrawled upon the wooden board sent chills down the left guardian's spine. This individual's strength was likely extraordinary, and it would be wise for them to escape while they still could. My lord, I have provided you with the intelligence. What do you think? Fortunately, the small plaything that had been carelessly tossed aside had collapsed in a faint. Otherwise, upon hearing this line, he would surely have felt a sense of deja vu. Bai Gu nodded towards them, and then waved his hand, summoning a swarm of skeletons that emerged, each pair hoisting a bandit and marching towards the valley's exit. My lord, what does this mean? You cannot go back on your word. The left guardian shouted desperately, but Bai Gu paid no heed to their cries. His dismay. After waiting for so long, he still could not escape death. Woe is me. I long to return home. I do not wish to die. I should never become a bandit. Yet, without becoming a bandit, I would have likely starved long ago. Alas, did I ultimately make the wrong bet? Some bandits cried out for their mothers, while others sighed in resignation, reflecting on the past. Even the left guardian could not help but let out a sigh. He had long anticipated a day when a bandit might meet an untimely demise. But he never expected it to come so swiftly. Brothers, it is my inadequacy that has failed to protect you, that I know many of you were forced onto this path, and now, in the face of death, I too regret it. Yet, I wish to do one thing right in this life, the only chance I may have. We may deserve to die, but those girls were taken by us. They are innocent. Let us implore the one inside to release them. Even if we ultimately fail, I shall have no regrets. Upon hearing the left guardian's plea, cries of despair filled the air, and several captured girls were momentarily stunned. If we are to die anyway, I have committed wrongs my entire life. I beg the Lord inside to allow me to do one righteous deed. Release the girls. Indeed, I am more substantial. I can substitute for a girl. I implore the Lord to spare them. I, Zubu-E, have committed nothing but wrongdoings in this life. I only wish to accomplish one righteous act before I perish. My lord inside, if you refuse my plea, I shall self-destruct. Though it may lack power, I would rather perish than let them feast upon me. The left guardian shouted, hurling empty threats, but as they were carried to the valley's mouth, a voice filled with confusion echoed from the side. Guardian, what did the skeletons do inside? Why are you threatening to self-destruct? The left guardian strained to turn his head. A Cohen. You weren't eaten? The bandit referred to as a Cohen was tightly bound and lying on the ground, surrounded by several others who had just been brought out. Eaten? No. What were you all shouting just now? The left guardian, now furious, exclaimed, You have no idea. Just now we almost thought we were truly going to be eaten. Two skeletons suddenly grabbed me and brought their heads close, measuring my head size with their mouths. How could I not cry out? I fared rather well. You see, they all fainted from fear. The left guardian was left speechless. After such a false alarm, it seemed they were all fine, and he too would likely be unharmed. Although he could not entirely relax, the sense of imminent death was no longer palpable as they approached the valley's mouth. The skeletons continued onward, carrying them towards the side of the valley, which led to the breeding grounds within a cave. Brother Bai, are we truly going to spare them? Gu Shao inquired, glancing at the left guardian and others being carried away. Even as skeletons, one must uphold one's integrity. If I promise them their lives, I shall grant them that. However, granting them a chance does not mean I will allow them to leave. Currently, we possess far too few intelligent skeletons. Having this group of humans offers us numerous opportunities that, at the very least, they can assist Old Ma in raising beasts. Yet, that left guardian is a second-tier warrior. Bonja can at most match him in strength. If I let him remain in the cave without releasing him, I will have Gugu take 50 wooden armored soldiers to guard the cave in recent days. Gugu has absorbed quite a bit of soul food and is showing signs of potential advancement. Speaking much more fluently now. Then, while the other bandits have yet to arrive, we can use these days to produce more wooden armor to equip our second-tier skeletons. With Bai Gu articulating his thoughts, Gu Shao ceased to voice further concerns, and in the following days, they began to work diligently on crafting wooden armor. Indeed, as the left protector had foretold, the mountains began to teem with unusual individuals, discovered by the wandering skeletons scattered by Bai Gu. However, the inhabitants of the mountains appeared more akin to scouts than a formidable band of thieves. Every evening, these scouts hurriedly retreated from the mountains, exhibiting a notable wariness. Unbeknownst to Bai Gu, their caution stemmed from the escape of the chief that fateful night. After slipping away, he did not venture far, but lingered in the nearby villages and forests, awaiting the arrival of his fellow bandits. Only then did he reveal his identity and seek out the leader of the bandits from Wolfhead Mountain, adjacent to Whitestone Village, the neighboring settlement. Originally known as Broken Wood Village, had been annihilated due to the bandits' congregation. Every man, young and old, was slaughtered, while the women were captured for servitude. Brokenwood Village had been transformed into a temporary stronghold for these marauders. Within a colossal tent at the village's center, bandits from various corners of the kingdom of White Bramble gathered, with a fourth-tier warrior presiding at the head, the former second-in-command of Wolfhead Mountain. Among the assembled bandit leaders, the highest rank present was that of the former second-in-command, with some even being third-in-command. The reason was clear. The lethargic scion of the Mu family had opted for efficiency, eliminating the leader and commanding the next in line, proving far more effective than any lengthy discourse. Once all the bandits had assembled, the former second-in-command, Lang Dao, raised his hand to silence the cacophony that had enveloped the tent. Wolfhead Mountain was renowned in the bandit circles of the kingdom of White Bramble. Indeed, it could be deemed the apex of all bandit factions, with the former chief being a fifth-tier warrior. Although he was undoubtedly no longer present, the fourth-tier second-in-command still held the highest strength among the gathered bandits. As the noise subsided, Lang Dao nodded with satisfaction, exuding an air of superiority. Today, we are all comrades in arms. And our convergence here is a matter of fate, that I shall refrain from excessive prattle. We are all here to serve the esteemed individual from the Mu family, that I presume that individual, occupied with myriad affairs, has not provided much information for us. We are all in the dark regarding the mountains and the cultivation point of the kingdom of Purant. However, yesterday, I encountered a significant bandit who had arrived earlier and traversed the mountains. He is none other than the former second-in-command of Eagle Valley Mountain, who entered the mountains a few days ago. Let us invite him to elaborate on the situation within the mountains. Upon Lang Dao's conclusion, the former second-in-command, Ingo, stepped forward. Esteemed comrades, I am Ingo of Eagle Valley Mountain. I believe we all understand our purpose for gathering here. The golden essence has been sealed by the esteemed individual from the Mu family. And to unseal it, we must first obliterate the cultivation point of the kingdom of Purant. However, I have two significant points to address regarding this cultivation point. Firstly, the cultivation point within the distant mountains appears to be breeding skeletons. Among them, some are formidable, with the leading skeleton likely possessing strength nearing the fourth tier. While a fourth-tier skeleton may be strong, skeletons are notoriously mindless. If we unite our forces, we should be able to dispatch them, albeit with some losses. However, let us not forget that this is a cultivation point of the kingdom of Purandi. In other regions, skeletons may emerge naturally, but those within the cultivation point must be considered with the possible presence of necromancers behind them. Furthermore, once the skeletons appear, they will undoubtedly come in droves. While low-tier skeletons may be weak, they can overwhelm us through sheer numbers. Thus, my second point also pertains to this matter. An alliance, whether facing fourth-tier skeletons, numerous low-tier ones, or the potential necromancers, we cannot tackle this challenge alone. After much contemplation, I have concluded that forming an alliance is our only viable option. Only by uniting can we hope to destroy this cultivation point and seize the golden essence. Following Ngo's speech, a hushed silence fell over the bandits, soon giving way to a flurry of discussions. Was the notion of an alliance truly original to Ngo? It was uncertain. While forming an alliance posed little detriment to him, it offered no significant benefit either. The mastermind behind this idea was likely Lang Di, that moment. A bandit stepped forward to pose a question. If we were to form an alliance, who would lead it? Before Lang Dao could respond, Ngo interjected, be a chief. One must possess strength, have loyal brethren, and most importantly, earn the respect of all. I believe that Lang Dao, as the chief, is exceedingly suitable. Upon hearing this, Lang Dao could not help but smirk, yet he feigned modesty to me. I fear I may not be up to the task. You claim you are not? I beg to differ. I see no one else suitable. Another bandit chimed in terms of strength. You are the highest here. Regarding brethren, Wolfhead Mountain boasts far more than our humble band, as for respect. I dare say that none present would disagree with that sentiment. As he concluded, Ngo scanned the crowd of bandits. While everyone could discern the ruse being played by the two, none dared to voice their dissent. To do so without support might result in the loss of their own influence by the next dawn. That it appeared that there was unanimous consent regarding the alliance, and thus it was settled that they would honor Lang Dao as the leader. Ngo, eager to formalize the arrangement, was interrupted by another bandit who stood up. Though direct opposition bore risks, a more circumspect approach could be taken. Lang Dao, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no objections to the alliance or leadership. I merely wish to inquire how we would distribute the golden essence should we succeed in destroying the cultivation point. With this provocative inquiry, the assembly erupted into debate. Indeed, the golden essence is singular. How will we share it among so many of us? If Lang Dao ascends to the position of leader, will he not handle the distribution fairly? Indeed, you lot are just 5 individuals. Do you truly believe you deserve a share of the golden essence? The uproar escalated, prompting Ngo to interject. Everyone, please, let us calm down. Regarding the golden essence, I shall speak briefly. Ordinarily, as our leader, Lang Dao should rightfully have priority in its distribution. However, Lang Dao himself recognizes the potential issues with this approach. So let us hear his thoughts on the matter. After Ngo spoke, he glanced at Lang Dao, who wore an expression of confusion. Ngo inwardly chastised his comrade. Do you truly wish to hoard the golden essence? Wouldn't that unravel our alliance before it even begins? After several strained moments of silence and subtle hints, Lang Dao finally grasped the situation. Esteemed comrades, let us defer the discussion on the distribution of the golden essence for now. We have yet to even plant the trees, yet we are already contemplating the fruits. I am confident that the esteemed individual from the Mu family will fairly reward all present based on our contributions. Many in attendance rolled their eyes at Lang Dao's remarks, perceiving them as meaningless. However, a majority seemed to swallow his platitudes, perhaps conditioned by their own leader's frequent empty promises. If there are no further objections, we shall conclude today's deliberation that in the coming days, other factions may arrive, and once they are gathered, we will decide on the alliance's fate. With Lang Dao's conclusion, Ngo hastily chimed in with formalities to wrap up the meeting. Fearing that his dim-witted ally might inadvertently claim the golden essence for himself, the bandits dispersed. Only Lang Dao and Ngo remained in the tent. Once the others had exited, Lang Dao immediately confronted Ngo. Why delay the alliance decision when we were on the brink of agreement? On the verge of an alliance? More like on the verge of disbanding, Ngo thought to himself, harboring contempt for his foolish ally. Nevertheless, he responded cautiously, Lang Dao, they have only just arrived, and their hearts are unsteady. They cannot verify the truth of my words. It would be prudent to give them a few days to ascertain the reality. Once they realize they cannot act, only then will they wholeheartedly accept you as their leader. Lang Dao pondered this for a moment before nodding. You make a fair point. You are quite astute. Follow me, and you shall not go hungry. Thank you for your guidance, Chief. Ngo promptly flattered him. But be warned, should you harbor any ill intentions, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Your subordinate dares not. Ngo immediately lowered his head, feigning a look of terror. and did not raise it until the wolf had departed. Such an arrogant and brainless creature. Let it revel in its hubris for a few days. As expected, in the days that followed, the bandits dispatched various scouts to probe the depths of the mountains. Bai Gu naturally knew that many had entered the mountains, yet he refrained from unleashing the skeletons. The envoy from the Church of Light was nearing, and he had no need to risk exposure for the sake of these minor scouts on the fourth day after capturing the left protector and his companions. Gu Xiao sensed the presence of Li Guang, who was bound by contract with him, entering the mountain range, and promptly informed Bai Gu. Upon learning this, Bai Gu instructed all skeletons to remove their wooden armor. Then he himself sought refuge with Old Ma. Not long after the skeletons had stowed their wooden armor, Li Guang arrived at the valley's entrance, calling out loudly, "Gu Xiao, come forth and meet me." Disgusted, Gu Xiao stepped out of the valley. What is the meaning of that wooden wall above the valley? As he emerged, Li Guang, clad in a dark robe, immediately inquired about the wooden barrier. Fortunately, Bai Gu had previously instructed him on how to respond. "I do not know." Due to their contract, Li Guang could hear Gu Xiao's sole voice do not know. Such a lowly race. Even at the fifth tier, they remain oblivious to what transpires at their own doorstep. In the eyes of humans, skeletons are deemed devoid of wisdom, a conclusion Bai Gu had drawn from his interactions since arriving in this world. Thus, he anticipated that Li Guang would genuinely believe Gu Xiao's ignorance. At most scolding him a few times, such a neatly constructed wooden wall could only be the work of humans. Could it possibly be the dual-element mage who dispatched Fei Ming? The Church of Light had returned to report a mere act. Yet one of their knights had perished. Naturally, such matters warranted a report. As the squad leader of the Shadow Sin department of the local church branch, Li Guang was privy to this information, especially since the incident involving Fei Ming occurred within his jurisdiction. Have any humans passed through here recently? Gu Xiao attempted to appear dazed. Yes, many edible soul foods have arrived. Every day, just thinking of eating. Disgusting creatures. Li Guang kicked Gu Xiao violently, sending him sprawling. Yet Gu Xiao feigned indifference, merely standing up in a daze. That bastard lied, thinking himself wise just because he was one of the 12 deacons of the church. He foolishly allowed the king of the Beijing kingdom to offer land himself. What a ridiculous notion! And now, I must clean up his mess. The recent influx of humans were likely bandits from the Beijing kingdom, possibly summoned by their king. Their strongest among them would be comparable to you, but they are numerous, and I still need you to help me earn faith. You cannot afford to lose too many. If too many perish, they will lack the power to intimidate the villagers. And how can those villagers continue to offer their faith? I cannot remain here in this vile place to deal with these bandits. So I have brought you comrades of the undead to assist. As he spoke, Li Guang produced a lavish bag, opened it, and tossed it skyward. Instantly, a horde of gray-skinned figures tumbled down, crashing to the ground. This group of zombies was temporarily summoned from another location. Their leader, Jiang Yu, is at your level of strength, but he is likely far superior to you. You pitiful, disgusting creatures, as fellow undead, you should be able to communicate. If not, then do not bother. I hope that when I return next time, your skeletons will still number more than half. Otherwise, there will be little reason for your existence. With that, without waiting for Gu Zhao's response, he turned and strode into the forest. Just as he stepped out of Gu Zhao's line of sight, a shadowy figure appeared beside him. He, having zombies and skeletons collaborate, do you not wish for the total annihilation of skeletons? The zombies of the underworld feed on skeletons. You know, the shadowy figure spoke, yet Li Guang appeared unfazed. Annihilation? Precisely. I desire their total destruction, to claim this cursed place as my territory to my collection of faith power has been dismal, and my hopes for promotion this year are likely dashed. After Li Guang departed, Gu Xiao approached the zombie Jiang Yu. Hello? However, the zombie merely tilted its head, failing to comprehend Gu Zhao's words. You do not understand? The zombie continued to tilt its head. Let us take you to meet Brother Bai. He is a necromancer and possesses greater knowledge. Perhaps he can communicate with you. Gu Xiao gestured for them to follow and turned to leave, unaware that as he did so, Jiang Yu reached out to grasp Gu Zhao's head, only to miss entirely. Meanwhile, Bai Gu had arrived at Old Ma's early that morning. Old Ma was busy sowing seeds with several young women when he saw Bai Gu and immediately set down his work. My lord, you have come, Bai Gu nodded, pulling out a wooden board. How goes it here? Are those bandits obedient? Obedient, extremely obedient. Look at how they have cleared this land for me. And those young women are helping with the sewing. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have believed they were bandits. Upon hearing old Ma's words, Bai Gu was somewhat astonished. How could these bandits have become so compliant in just a few days? Was there some hidden plot? Everyone, come and greet Lord Bai Gu. Old Ma shouted, and instantly, the people within the cave gathered around, making Bai Gu feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to raise a sign. Greetings to you all. Is he really the Lord Bai Gu that Uncle Ma spoke of? I thought Lord Bai Gu was that necromancer. Indeed, how can he be just a skeleton? Does it matter whether he is a skeleton or not? As long as there's meat to eat? Uncle Ma said that as long as we are willing to work, this Lord Bai Gu will often bring meat. Yes, and these past few days we have had meat for lunch every day. With meat soup to drink. Thinking of that meat makes my mouth water. It is more delicious than any meat I have ever tasted before. Who can say otherwise? In the days when I was a bandit, there is no guarantee of even one day a week with meat. Who would have thought that the dream of eating meat every day would come true among a group of skeletons? Who would dare believe it? Indeed, whoever provides me with meat, I will recognize as my leader, regardless of whether they are a skeleton. Xiao Wan. Greet Lord Bai Gu. Xiao Wan was once the traitor who had despaired and collapsed, believing he was doomed, only to awaken to a large pot of meat soup before him. With Uncle Ma adding firewood and ladling soup for their band of bandits, he thought he had been rescued by humans. Yet upon awakening, finding himself surrounded by skeletons, he learned from Uncle Ma and his companions that the skeletons did not intend to eat him. Bai Gu naturally overheard the murmurs of those around him. Meat? A single meal can make this group so obedient? They truly are. Just as he was about to voice the phrase Navi, Bai Gu suddenly reflected on his past self, working tirelessly for a salary of 3,000. Wondering if he was seen as Navi in the eyes of his employer. Was his past self truly Navi? Perhaps not. His fervent efforts were merely to secure food and shelter. To survive. Were these people before him not striving for the same? Shaking his head, he reminded himself that he was now a skeleton. Pondering such matters was futile, with Xiao Wan leading the way. One by one, they echoed, "Greetings to Lord Bai Gu." Bai Gu waved his hand, producing a wooden plaque inscribed with the words "No need for formalities," before gesturing for some skeletons to bring in a first-tier magical beast. The horned deer, which had been captured by the muffled bat squad during their recent hunting expedition. Unfortunately, by the time they brought it to the valley, it was already dead. Otherwise, he would have raised it. Instead, he extracted the soul essence while it was still warm, dividing half to Bonja and the others, and allocating the remaining half to a skeleton on the verge of reaching the second tier. With this portion of first-tier soul essence, the skeleton immediately ascended to the second tier, AS for the rest of the carcass. It was of little use, and thus was given to Old Ma and his companions. However, upon seeing the deer carcass being brought in, Old Ma and the others gaped in disbelief, some slapping themselves in disbelief, questioning whether they were dreaming. Did we come here as if we were imprisoned? Damn, if this deer meat does not require me to do anything life-threatening, I would feel embarrassed to eat it. Who can say otherwise? But Uncle Ma says there is not much work to do here. That is true. Perhaps we should ask the left protector what to do. As they spoke, they approached the spot where the left protector lay, who had been living quite comfortably these days, though bound and unable to move. Old Ma frequently visited to ensure he did not starve, and I must confess, the flavor of the meat here is truly exquisite, surpassing any I have ever tasted before, observing the blissful lives of my brothers who have fought alongside me through thick and thin. And the joyous smiles of the young women, I cannot help but reflect on the absurdity of my former existence. Each day was a perilous dance with death, often leaving us with scant meals. And during winters when heavy snows sealed the roads, even merchants shunned the path, forcing us to subsist on mere turnips. Having turnips was already a luxury compared to my subordinates, who, driven mad by hunger, would gnaw on tree roots. They had even contemplated raiding the villagers. However, the villagers often endured hardships worse than ours, and those on the brink of starvation are hardly intimidated by the likes of us. Grabbing someone to devour, their losses would exceed the usual toll. Nowadays, to lie back and do nothing, with meals served at intervals, is the life truly worth living. Left Guardian, should we not engage in some activity? Otherwise, I feel embarrassed to be confined here. Confined? What confinement? This is my home, the Left Guardian replied with a bemused smile at their plight. When there is no work to be done, it is best not to create unnecessary chaos. Instead, inquire with Uncle Ma about how you might assist. In the future, you need not refer to me as Left Guardian. I have no intention of continuing in this line of work. What if the chief comes looking for you? What of it? I have no desire to pursue this any longer. Within the cave, a scene of harmony unfolded. Leaving Bai Gu incredulous, it seemed as though they were imprisoned here to conceal their identities. Yet they appeared so jubilant. Just as he pondered this, Gu Shao entered from the cave's mouth. Has the light church departed? Gu Shao nodded. They have left, but they have left some personnel to assist us. Personnel? What sort of personnel? Light knights. Come out and see for yourself. Due to the cave's contents concerning Bai Gu, Gu Shao had not taken a group of zombies inside. Instead, he dispatched some wooden armored skeletons to obstruct them. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Bai Gu and Gu Shao beheld dozens of zombies gnawing at the wooden armor adorning the skeletons. Without that layer of wood, the skeletons would likely have fallen prey to the zombies' voracious appetite. This unsettling sight caused Bai Gu to frown, despite his lack of eyebrows. Are these zombies or ghouls? Observing the zombies recklessly attacking the skeletons, Bai Gu felt speechless. What kind of zombies are these? They resemble starving ghosts reincarnated. Yes, he continued to observe. The zombie leader, Jiang Yu, noticed their presence and lunged toward Gu Shao with decaying hands that Jiu Shao deftly sidestepped the attack. This fellow cannot comprehend our words. And for some unknown reason, he persistently seeks to bite us. Soon as Gu Shao spoke, Jiang Yu turned and pounced at him once more. Recently reprimanded by Li Guang, Gu Shao, feeling disgruntled, unsheathed his bone knife and swung it at the oncoming Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu neither dodged nor flinched. The bone knife struck him without inflicting any damage, leaving only a white mark on his arm. Remarkable defense, Bai Gu exclaimed. This opponent appears to be no more than a youth in his teens. Unlike skeletons, zombies possess flesh, allowing their features to be discerned, albeit with some areas already rotting, rendering them rather grotesque. Having failed to breach Jiang Yu's defenses, he lunged at Gu Shao once more. His attack method seemed limited to lunging and biting. Yet, Gu Shao did not underestimate him. After Gu Shao evaded, Jiang Yu crashed into the tree behind him, toppling it instantly. Frustrated by his missed opportunity, Jiang Yu seized the fallen trunk and crushed it in fury. Crack! The trunk splintered under his immense strength. What terrifying power! Is this fellow truly here to assist us on behalf of the Light Church? Gu Shao dodged another of Jiang Yu's lunges and responded. He indeed claimed to be here for that purpose, but what exactly are you? With another downward strike, Jiang Yu raised a hand to block the knife while attempting to grasp Gu Xiao's skeletal head with the other. Yet, Gu Xiao, having survived for years as a fifth-tier skeleton, possessed exceptional evasion skills. He bent backward, appearing as though his entire skeleton had split in two, narrowly avoiding Jiang Yu's attack. To my knowledge, zombies in the netherworld seem to consume skeletons, feeding on their soul flames to evolve. Bai Gu, well-versed in the texts and cultures of other worlds, was astonished to find even the netherworld was documented. Wait, what? They consume skeletons? You scoundrel! Enraged, Gu Shao relentlessly slashed at Jiang Yu, who, despite his formidable defense, could only raise his hands to fend off the blows, unable to retaliate. Zombies possess great strength and resilience, yet their intelligence appears inferior to that of skeletons. Bai Gu shook his head, pondering why Jiang Yu insisted on blocking the knife with his hands. Even if the blade struck him, it would not harm him. If he had disregarded the weapon, he could have easily overpowered Gu Shao. Jiu Shao, not significantly more astute, realized that since his attacks could not penetrate Jiang Yu's defenses, they needed to devise another strategy. With so many skeletons at their disposal, they could simply bind him together. Faced with two prodigies, Bai Gu sighed deeply, then directed a flicker of soul fire that emitted a peculiar sound, reaching Jiang Yu's mind. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Yu paused, glancing at Bai Gu, during which Gu Shao struck him again with his bone knife. Clang! The impact nearly dislodged the knife from Gu Xiao's grip. Brother Gu Shao, cease your attacks. I can converse with him. You can speak zombie language? Gu Xiao withdrew and approached Bai Gu. Bai Gu shook his head. No, but I can communicate in the universal language of the undead. The language of the undead? We're all skeletons. How could I not know it? Could it be that my tier is insufficient and my memory inheritance has not been unlocked? Or perhaps a necromancer of a lower tier can still access the language of the undead? Gu Xiao mused aloud. Momentarily stunned, Jiang Yu was struck by Gu Xiao again, yet he did not retaliate. Instead, he touched his head and let out a series of growls directed at Bai Gu. Seeing Jiang Yu's demeanor, Gu Xiao prepared to raise his weapon once more, but Bai Gu stopped him. This is their way of communicating. Communicating? It looks more like provocation. What did he say? He said he is hungry and wishes to eat skeletons. Ah, so it is indeed communication. After Gu Xiao's declaration, a brief silence enveloped the scene. I will slay him. Eat skeletons? Dare you? Should you lay a finger on any skeleton from our tribe, I will have you torn to pieces. Gu Xiao's words were lost on Jiang Yu, who merely tilted his head and scratched it. As if to them, consuming skeletons was entirely normal. Bai Gu halted the furious Gu Xiao, hastily inquiring in the language of the undead. Why do you wish to eat skeletons? Cannot you consume something else? Like this? Bai Gu produced a ball of soul essence, causing Jiang Yu's eyes to widen with desire. This we can eat. Bai Gu tossed the soul essence to Jiang Yu, who caught it and swallowed it in one gulp. Thank you, brother. I was nearly starving just now and no need for thanks. Where do you hail from? Have you often consumed skeletons before? Jiang Yu shook his head. We were imprisoned until today. Never having consumed a skeleton, we were simply famished, and the memories of consuming skeletons lingered in our inheritance that I had no idea skeletons possessed their own consciousness. My apologies. Jiang Yu was surprisingly courteous, though the 20 or so zombies trailing behind him, drooling at the sight of Bai Gu and his companions, certainly tarnished that image. Bai Gu retrieved a third-tier soul essence awarded by the system, mimicking Gu Zhao's earlier actions by dividing the essence into 20 pieces and handing them to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu understood Bai Gu's intent and distributed the fragments of soul essence among his subordinates. From the sound of your words, it seems you do not hail from the netherworld. You were born in this world, correct? Bai Gu, noting Jiang Yu's speech, found him unlike the zombies depicted in his memory. In texts and cultures from other realms, zombies in the netherworld indiscriminately slaughter skeletons, leading him to speculate that Jiang Yu likely did not originate from the netherworld. Could be that you are also from this world. What were your identities in life? Perhaps I have heard of you. You remember your past life? Of course, zombies gradually regain their memories as they progress. Now, at Tier 5, I can recall most of my previous life. I was Jiang Yu, the captain of the 12th Squad of the 6th Army of the City Guard of the Pran Kingdom. Due to the execution of a mission as the vice commander of the City Guard, I met my demise at the hands of the Light Knights in the Bai Gu mountain range. Subsequently, I was transformed into a zombie, and this vile light church has bound me with a contract, controlling my will. After becoming a zombie, I consumed numerous beasts and magical creatures, gradually progressing in power and restoring my memories. Not long ago, several of us zombies were confined in a spirit bag by my contractor, Li Guang, and we nearly starved, only being released today. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's tale, Bai Gu was astounded. Unlike Gu Xiao and others who had entirely forgotten their past lives, retaining at most a fragment of bodily memory akin to their previous entombment. The fact that zombies could regain memories through progression was astonishing. Bai Gu conveyed this revelation to Gu Xiao, inciting a wave of envy in him. Yet he soon shook his head. I am Gu Xiao. Even if I recover my memories, I will still be Gu Xiao. I must lead everyone to attain freedom. Gu Zhao's fervent demeanor piqued Jiang Yu's curiosity, who could not comprehend the skeletal tongue. What is he doing? Nothing much. We are also under the control of the Light Church, and he wishes for all the skeletons here to attain liberation. Our ultimate goal is to establish a nation, a unique realm within this world, so that we are no longer bullied or controlled. Establish a nation, freedom. Jiang Yu gazed at Bai Gu in astonishment. Those skeletons are feeble. Their audacity and ambitions are truly monumental. Do you realize how challenging nation building is? Are skeletons devoid of intellect, just like us? With your current frail state, do you truly believe you can vanquish us and entertain dreams of nationhood? Jiang Yu's words were steeped in skepticism. Without nationhood, where will you go? What are your plans for the future? Do you not wish to reunite with your possibly living family? Or do you intend to live your life as a subjugated little zombie? Bai Gu bombarded him with questions, leaving Jiang Yu momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his arm high. Nationhood. We must establish a nation. Wait, are you willing to take us along? Bai Gu nodded with a smile, realizing Jiang Yu was merely a youthful boy. Even after becoming a zombie, a few words ignited his fervor. Roar. Splendid. Nationhood. Once we establish a nation, I shall become a great general. When I achieve that rank, I will show my father that I am not merely fit for the city guard. Let him see hope while he is still around. Since you wish to join us, we ought to become better acquainted and introduce ourselves. With that, Bai Gu led Jiang Yu to Gu Shao's side. Gu Shao, this is Jiang Yu. He wishes to join us in nation building. With him, we may hasten the liberation of the skeletons in the valley. Gu Shao regarded Jiang Yu and whispered, his strength is formidable. I cannot restrain him. His joining may expedite our plans. But if he turns against the other skeletons, brother, you are right to consider that. But Jiang Yu is not from the underworld. Like us, he is transformed into an undead in this world, but I will ensure he does not harm the skeletons. Bai Gu assured. Gu Shao looked at Bai Gu. If you say so, I trust you. Bai Gu nodded, appreciating Gu Zhao's unconditional faith. Jiang Yu, the one you just sparred with, is Gu Shao. He's the first skeleton I encountered who could communicate normally, significantly older than I am, so I typically refer to him as Brother Gu Shao. You can call me that too, Brother Gu Shao, Jiang Yu replied, extending his hand. However, Gu Shao could not comprehend his words until Bai Gu translated, and only then did Gu Shao reluctantly shake his hand. As for me, I am Bai Gu. Our primary objective at present is to eliminate Li Guang, who controls you both. However, since you and Gu Shao are bound by contracts, we must first devise a means to liberate you. While Bai Gu spoke, Jiang Yu suddenly raised his hand. It was rather polite of the young lad to gesture before speaking, leading Bai Gu to believe he had a way to break the contract. Yet, Jiang Yu simply asked, do you still have that glowing object? I seem to be hungry again, a glutton, indeed. Fortunately, there may soon be ample provisions arriving. Beyond the far mountains, after several days of reconnaissance, numerous bandits confirmed the situation within the valley. Just as Ingo had stated, there were indeed many skeletons. However, they dared not venture too deep, as they had not encountered any of the powerful skeletons. Setting aside the formidable skeletons, the sheer number of first-tier skeletons would pose significant challenges for most bandit groups. Therefore, there was no dissent among the bandits regarding the alliance proposed in the second meeting a few days later. Ultimately, Wolf Tao was appointed as the leader with 5 third-tier bandit leaders, including the cunning Ingo. Forming the alliance, this coalition, comprising approximately 500 to 600 bandits, gradually advanced towards the far mountains. Within the alliance's main tent, Ingo observed the jubilant Wolf Tao with a disdainful smirk. Humph. These skeletons possess intelligence. You fools will find yourselves ensnared, and I shall claim the valley's precious energy for myself. Wolf Tao surveyed the gathered bandits, reveling in his own thoughts. Humph. All fools. Once the skeletons are eradicated, do you truly believe you weaklings will dare contest my accolades? I shall remain idle until you have exhausted yourselves. Then I will emerge to reap the spoils. Once we enter the mountains, I will conceal myself and wait for you to finish before making my appearance. When the battle intensifies, I shall conspire with my inside man to dispose of Wolf Tao. The bandits celebrated the formation of their alliance with gleeful smiles, yet each harbored their own ulterior motives. Meanwhile, within the valley, Bai Gu, Gu Shao, and Jiang Yu stood atop the floating wooden walls, gazing at the bandits approaching the mountains. What a ragtag bunch! Each with their schemes and defenses, they are destined to meet a grim fate. Entombed within these mountains, when the time comes, we shall dispatch more skeletons to retrieve their corpses, extract their soul essences, and provide many skeletons with the opportunity to evolve. We shall also reserve a portion for daily sustenance. Of course, our zombie friends will receive their share as well. As for the corpses, we can simply discard them outside the valley. When they transform into skeletons, we will recruit them. Bai Gu had thoroughly contemplated this strategy. Although zombies boast greater combat prowess, they regain memories. Should they remember being slaughtered by Bai Gu and his kin? What then? Skeletons seemed more reliable. When the time came, we could lure more magical beasts to the breeding grounds. Expanding our scale, I heard from Old Ma that the two beasts had nearly given birth after just over 10 days of care. Once we have more, we need not fear a shortage of sustenance. As Bai Gu spoke passionately, Jiang Yu interrupted, "Brother Bai, it seems you intend to annihilate all these bandits. But do we possess the strength for such an endeavor? Our skeletons, though numerous, are largely feeble. Even a single first-tier warrior can easily defeat 10 of them. When I was part of the city guard, a nest of bandits typically numbered around 30 to 40, with 6 or 7 reaching first-tier strength, not to mention the second and third-tier guardians and leaders. And now, we face not just a single group of bandits, but an entire bandit alliance. Yet you appear utterly confident." Bai Gu, hearing Jiang Yu's concerns, merely smiled without responding, though no one could discern his expression. "Have I not made ample preparations these past few days? To feast upon these vermin, Bai Gu has made extensive arrangements." Though Gu Shao shared some apprehension regarding the impending bandit assault, primarily concerned about the potential losses among the skeletons, he felt reassured with Bai Gu in charge. As long as Master Gu is here, there will undoubtedly be no issues. That it seemed he was both comforting himself and Jiang Yu, though the latter could not comprehend. A vast throng of bandits marched resolutely into the far mountains, heading straight for their valley. Bai Gu and his companions stood atop the wooden walls of the valley, a relatively elevated position. Observing the bandits entering the mountains, "This position should suffice," Bai Gu murmured. "Suffice for what?" Gu Shao inquired, aware that Bai Gu had recently been directing higher-tier skeletons like Gu Zhe to venture out of the valley. However, he had not disclosed the specifics of their mission. Whenever he or Jiang Yu inquired, Bai Gu would respond, "Just wait for the grand showdown. We will take care of their elite." With that, Bai Gu conjured a wooden spear, which featured a small opening in its middle. "Jiang Yu, you possess considerable strength. Throw this spear skyward, as high as you can." Throwing a wooden spear, if one must throw, it should surely be aimed at the crowd, not cast skyward. Though perplexed, Jiang Yu complied, taking the spear and lifting it above his head, launching it at an angle of 85 degrees. As the spear soared, a sharp sound echoed from it. Chirp! Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupted from 4 directions within the mountains, accompanied by the sounds of underbrush being trampled. Were those 4 locations not inhabited by 4 third-tier magical beasts? Bone Howl, having resided in these mountains for an extended period, quickly recognized what lay at those 4 points. The combat prowess of third-tier magical beasts is comparable to that of fourth-tier humans. Despite his 5th-tier strength, Bone Howl had never triumphed over those beasts. Perhaps he could eventually wear them down with his skeletal minions. But he was reluctant to sacrifice his skeletal brethren. Dust billowed as the 4 third-tier magical beasts charged towards the bandits' main force. What was happening? "Brother Bai, do you possess not only the language of the undead, but also that of beasts?" Bai Gu shook his head, gesturing towards the beasts ahead. "I cannot speak the beast tongue, but I have taught Gu and the others to act shamelessly." Over the past few days, Bai Gu had trained them to enhance their running speed and maneuver in an S shape through the forest. That morning, he had instructed each skeleton to take 3 wooden spears he had provided and await orders. Upon seeing a spear fly from the valley or hearing the chirp, they were to strike the third-tier magical beasts once and then flee, making a wide circle around the mountains before returning to the valley, strictly instructed not to look back. Though Gu and the others did not understand the phrase about looking back, they faithfully adhered to Bone Howl's commands. At the sound, they immediately thrust their wooden spears, regardless of where they aimed, and turned to flee. The third-tier magical beasts, enraged, had initially deemed the skeletons inconsequential, but were taken aback when one was suddenly jabbed, with one wolf-like beast being struck right in a sensitive area, causing it to go into a furious rampage. The skeletons, leveraging their lightweight frames and recent training, swiftly reached the outskirts of the mountains, where they encountered the bandits. Upon facing the skeletons, the bandits were momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Gu and the others turned to run again that they snapped back to reality. Those were skeletons. How did they venture so far out? Were they not usually confined to the valley? After Gu and his companions made their escape, the underbrush rustled once more. More skeletons? The bandits readied their weapons. Though not every bandit wielded a hefty sword. Some merely carried wooden sticks, cautiously advancing towards the foliage. However, In the next moment, a massive, gaping maw emerged from the thicket, swiftly severing a bandit's head. Ah, what is that? A magical beast. Why is it so large? This is no first-tier beast. Summon the leaders. Ah, there's another one over here. Here too. Ah, my leg hurts. In no time, for magical beast appeared among the bandits, who had failed to locate the skeletons. Surrounded by bandits, the beast began to feast, except for the wolf-like creature, which, in a furious state due to its injury, chose to slaughter any moving target it saw, leading to the grim demise of numerous bandits. In less than 10 minutes, when the various leaders arrived, a considerable number of bandits lay slain beneath the wolf's feet. Beasts! How dare they kill our 13 Mountain Alliance members? Yes, the Alliance comprises 13 bandit factions, hence the name 13 Mountain Alliance. How could third-tier magical beasts appear at the mountain's periphery? Can we circumvent them? Look at that firewolf. Do you think it would allow us to pass? Behold, they are all impaled with wooden spears. Where did those spears come from? Could it be the necromancer behind the skeletons? Even if there's a necromancer, it should have been bone spears, right? Wolf Howl scowled at the magical beast before him, unconcerned about how they had appeared. His frown stemmed from the realization that he would have to exert himself against the third-tier beasts. Otherwise, the Alliance might disband on the spot, and should misfortune strike him, he would have to drag along these old codgers after dealing with the skeletons. Gentlemen, there are 4 third-tier magical beasts here. As the Alliance leader, I will take down one on my own. The remaining 3 shall be yours to handle. With that, Wolf Howl charged towards the wolf-like beast, leaving an impression of newfound resolve. Yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that this wolf-like beast, despite its rage, had sustained the most damage and had expended considerable energy in its recent slaughter, rendering it the weakest among the magical beasts. Humph! How insincere! We, 12 representatives from 12 factions, have 5 third-tier warriors. How shall we divide the remaining 3 magical beasts? The 5 third-tier warriors exchanged glances, and one named Silver Ditch stepped forward. We 5 shall take down 2. The remaining 1 shouldn't be too challenging for you 7 second-tier warriors, should it? This seemed a fair division, and they had no objections, promptly drawing their swords and advancing. We 5 third-tier warriors will each occupy 1 beast. Once you 4 deal with yours, you can assist me with mine. If that is agreeable, Silver Ditch's unexpected willingness to take the lead impressed the other third-tier bandits. They did not anticipate the straightforwardness of the leader Silver. We will swiftly dispatch that beast and then come to your aid. Until then, you must hold your ground. With that, the 4 third-tier bandits surrounded 1 beast, assaulting it with fists and feet, leaving Silver Ditch to confront the last beast alone, a cold smile on his face. To feast upon flesh, one must invariably pay a price. The bandits at the mountain's edge engaged in a fierce battle with the magical beast in the distance. Bai Gu and his companions could not discern specifics atop the wooden walls, but the quaking trees and swirling dust hinted at the intensity of the conflict. Brother Bai, do you intend to utilize the beast to eliminate them? Bai Gu shook his head. Point 4 magical beasts alone cannot resolve the situation. I merely wish to exploit this opportunity to seize some valuable items. The IT should be about time. Gu, take some wooden armored soldiers to retrieve the magical beast corpses, sending them to seize the corpses of magical beasts. Those are all high-tier bandits. Wouldn't it be a breeze for them to dispatch the second-tier skeletons? Bone Howl expressed concern at the prospect of Gu leading the others into the jaws of danger. Do not fret. Allow them to proceed boldly, with all the swagger they can muster. They will not be provoked at this moment. Bai Gu understood Bone Howl's apprehension, but the bandits had just endured a fierce battle. Wolf Howl plunged a knife into the wolf's head, and the fire wolf let out a feeble whimper before collapsing. Wolf Howl, panting, leaned against a nearby tree. Third-tier magical beasts are no trifles. Had it not been for their injuries, it would have been uncertain whether I could have bested one alone. After a brief respite, he glanced towards the other 3 skirmishes. Although the 7 second-tier warriors held the numerical advantage, their strength was insufficient. The battle against the third-tier beast was brutal. 2 second-tier warriors lay lifeless, while the remaining 5 hastily called upon other bandits to bring nets, swords, and spears to contain the beast. Meanwhile, the 4 third-tier warriors had subdued 1 beast and were now aiding Silver Ditch in combat against another snake-like beast. At this moment, Silver Ditch appeared pale, clearly drained. Wolfhowl observed their struggle, but made no move to assist, focusing instead on regaining his strength. After a while, the third-tier bandits finally managed to subdue the third-tier magical beast. All panting and pale, while the second-tier bandits had, with sufficient numbers of ants, managed to wear down their opponent. All the bandits felt utterly exhausted, staring at the corpses of their fallen comrades, unable to fathom that they had suffered such losses before even encountering the main force of skeletons in the valley. Yet, they were oblivious to the greater surprises awaiting them as the weary bandits struggled to recover. A series of crackling sounds emanated from the thicket. Then, one by one, skeletons clad in wooden armor and wielding wooden clubs emerged in an orderly fashion from the underbrush. Leading the procession was Bonehowl, brandishing a bone knife, flanked by Gu and Bonja. He had come personally, not entirely trusting the situation, and Bai Gu welcomed his presence, as his arrival would undoubtedly impose greater pressure on the bandits. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's inability to comprehend the language of the skeletons, Gu Xiao would likely have attempted to drag him along. Upon witnessing the emergence of these skeletal beings, the bandits were thrown into disarray, hastily retreating while grasping their weapons, with leaders like Lang Dao furrowing their brows in concern. The sight of these skeletons, clad in wooden armor and arrayed in an orderly fashion, suggested the presence of a necromancer orchestrating their movements from behind that moment. Having just emerged from a fierce battle with magical beasts, everyone was exhausted and panting for breath. If they were to confront the skeletons again, and if a necromancer were to intervene mid-battle, it could spell disaster for them. Lang Dao exchanged glances with a few other leaders, each cautiously stepping back a few paces to form a defensive cluster against Gu Xiao and his cohort. Fortunately, after their grand entrance, Gu Xiao and his companions made no immediate aggressive moves. Several skeletons, unadorned with wooden armor, emerged from the rear and began to remove the bodies scattered across the battlefield. What purpose did they have in collecting these corpses? Given the presence of a necromancer behind them, it was evident they aimed to convert the bodies into skeletons or utilize them for a corpse explosion. Should we not impede their actions? Are we to allow them to collect the bodies unchallenged? If you wish to confront them, then by all means. I, however, lack the strength to engage if that necromancer is forced to act. We may well meet our end here. Lang Dao, mindful of this peril, refrained from taking action, but he glanced at Ingo, hoping for a suggestion, but Ingo appeared pale and weak, eyes closed, rendering it awkward for Lang Dao to inquire further. The multitude of skeletons swiftly cleared the battlefield of the bandits' corpses, and then, in groups of 10 or so, they approached the carcasses of 4 magical beasts. Those were the Tier 3 beasts we had slain. Are we truly allowing them to carry them away? What can we do about it? Setting aside the necromancer lurking behind, the foremost skeleton wielding a blade is formidable enough to pose a significant threat. The value of the beasts is irrelevant. The concern lies in the possibility of them being transformed into skeletal beasts. However, this is not a pressing concern. The higher the tier of the magical beast, the more challenging it is to convert, and the control over such creatures is considerably more arduous. Indeed, especially since this necromancer is capable of commanding so many skeletons, it is likely all their mental energy is devoted to maintaining that control, leaving no strength to command skeletal beasts. That a necromancer who can command such a legion of skeletons must be of considerable rank, no doubt. But how high can their rank truly reach? A summoning-type necromancer cannot contract and control undead beings exceeding 2 tiers above their own. Do you see that orange soul flame on the skeleton? It signifies a Tier 5 skeleton. The one controlling them may very well be merely a Tier 3 necromancer, using sheer numbers of lower-tier skeletons to instill fear. Lang Dao scoffed. Moreover, it is well known that necromancers possess fragile physiques. Have you not noticed that throughout our time here, they have only sent forth skeletons? This is to avoid having their corporeal form eliminated by us. Let them take the corpses. We must quickly regain our strength, and afterward, we shall storm the valley and slay that necromancer. The corpses of these magical beasts will rightfully belong to you. As the skeletons began their retreat with the magical beast carcasses, Gu Xiao remained vigilant against the bandits, only to find them, as Bai Gu had predicted, completely immobile. Truly, the Bone Master possesses an uncanny foresight. He accurately anticipated that the adversaries would remain passive, and thus he returned with a substantial bounty of corpses. With these bodies combined with the Bone Master's soul extraction abilities, a multitude of Tier 2 skeletons could soon arise in the valley. Delighted, Gu Xiao led the skeletons back to the valley, only to find Bai Gu orchestrating a group of skeletons to fell a few remaining trees at the valley's entrance. What is the purpose of this? Due to the subterranean necromantic stone mine, there are scarcely any trees left in the vicinity. Why should we chop down more? Bai Gu nodded at it is necessary to remove some. Otherwise, we may soon find ourselves suffering alongside that group. Suffering together? What does that mean? Gu Xiao was perplexed by Bai Gu's words. Bai Gu offered no further explanation. Confident they would soon understand, he approached the gathered corpses and began extracting their soul essences one by one. This round of extraction yielded 44 0-tier soul essences, 6 1-tier soul essences, 2 2-tier soul essences, and 4 3-tier soul essences from the slain Tier 3 magical beast. It was a bountiful harvest indeed. Bai Gu divided these soul essences into 3 portions, reserving 2 portions of the 3-tier essence for himself and evenly distributing the remainder between Gu Xiao and Jiangyu. Take a look at these soul essences. Do you think they suffice for both of you to advance? If so, absorb them, thereby enhancing our odds of victory in future battles. If not, we shall save them for nurturing our subordinates. Jiangyu beamed with joy as he regarded the soul essences in his hands. His subordinates have been clamoring for sustenance lately. The 20 or so zombies under his command, remnants of his former life as a city guard, were not ones he would hesitate to share with generously. As for Gu Xiao, he initially intended to distribute the soul essences among his skeletons, facilitating some of them to ascend to Tier 2. However, after reflecting on Bai Gu's words, he reconsidered his stance. He had been stagnating at Tier 5 for quite some time, having accumulated a significant amount already. By consuming all these soul essences, he might indeed find the opportunity to elevate himself to Tier 6. Should he reach Tier 6, the next time the Light Church sends someone, he, along with the Bone Master and Jiangyu, might stand a fighting chance. With this thought in mind, Gu Xiao promptly devoured all the soul essences and settled down in a meditative posture. The transition from Tier 5 to Tier 6 for a skeleton was markedly distinct from previous advancements. A Tier 6 skeleton would possess martial skills. Each advancement unlocked certain inherited memories, and martial skills could only be learned from new inherited memories acquired during the advancement process. This endeavor typically required 1 to 2 weeks, with those of better aptitude taking even longer. However, the skills acquired post-advancement would be more numerous. Generally, once they naturally awaken from their advancement, it would be deemed successful. Yet, should the process be interrupted, it would result in failure, necessitating a return to accumulation and re-advancement. While Gu Xiao's inherited memories may not contain such knowledge, Bai Gu's records of otherworldly texts and cultures did. However, he chose not to disclose this to Gu Xiao. In truth, he had long suspected Gu Xiao was ready to advance, but by continually allocating soul essences to other skeletons, he had inadvertently delayed his own progression. This time, he subtly suggested Gu Xiao consume the soul essences, and indeed, Gu Xiao immediately entered a state of advancement. As for the question of what to do if the bandits arrived, Bai Gu's plan did not hinge on the presence of any single character. This world emphasizes individual strength, yet overlooks the formidable power of collective unity, a principle of qualitative change stemming from quantitative accumulation that is often disregarded here, though Bai Gu is not of this world. He beckoned Bonja, a Tier 4 skeleton, whose intelligence, while not quite on par with Gu Xiao's, was still commendable, albeit somewhat dull. The task I assigned you this morning is now to be undertaken. Take along a few Tier 3 skeletons and proceed swiftly. Upon completion, return to the valley without delay to avoid danger. Bonja nodded, gathering a few other skeletons, and plunged into the forest without a backward glance. Observing their entry into the thicket, Bai Gu retrieved the 2 3-tier soul essences he had initially reserved for Gu Xiao, should he choose to advance yet find himself lacking. Now, they could serve his own purpose. Having recently consumed a considerable number of 0-tier and 1-tier soul essences, he anticipated that this additional 2-tier essence would suffice for his elevation to Tier 3. Sure enough, as Bai Gu absorbed the soul essences, the system emitted a notification Ding! Detected Director of the Otherworld Poverty Alleviation Office. Bai Gu is advancing. Choose one treasure from 3 options. The treasures available for this advancement round were 1. Here comes the chicken soup. Every chicken soup you brew contains deadly poison. This poison can even incapacitate a god. 2. Cheat Bone 2.0. Each time you are struck, you gain 1 silver coin. 3. System Subsidy. For each transaction with a human, the system grants a 20% reward on that transaction. When it came time to select one of these treasures, did he truly have a choice? The chicken soup, while potent enough to poison even a god, raised the question of how he could possibly pour it down a deity's throat. Furthermore, would choosing this transform him into a pangolin? As for Cheat Bone 2.0, while it offered a greater monetary reward, it also meant enduring strikes, and Bai Gu was no masochist. He preferred to avoid such treatment. Ultimately, the third option seemed the only viable choice. The system subsidy appeared favorable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, the stipulation of needing to transact with humans implied that other creatures were excluded and there might be limitations. Otherwise, he could simply exchange the 3-tier soul essence with Old Ma for a mere leaf in return, and the system might reward him with a Tier 1 soul essence. Just as Bai Gu pondered this, the system promptly issued a reminder. System notification. Treasure system subsidy. Each transaction with a human is limited to 1 subsidy per individual. Each person is limited to 1. Indeed, there are limitations, yet it appears manageable. Although it may seem like a mere trifle, in comparison to the other 2 insignificant endeavors, it is quite commendable that I recall having a chain task to construct a small village, which requires the establishment of 3 buildings. The ranch and plantation have both been completed. However, the agricultural product sales center remains to be built. Constructing such a facility within a cave would likely prove futile. Who would purchase the products from one's own people? I truly ought to find an opportunity to venture into the city. With the guise of human, I could easily masquerade as one that I could procure various essential items that are absent from the valley, such as the daily necessities needed by Leoma and others, or perhaps forge some weaponry for Gu Xiao and his companions, preparing for the eventuality of confronting Li Guan. If feasible, I would also hope to acquire a firearm, even if it were merely a musket. While my own strength is not formidable, possessing a weapon would certainly provide a sense of security, even if it is not particularly useful. That a few days ago, when the human guise first appeared, I contemplated entering the city, but without funds, I could only watch helplessly as supplies remained out of reach. However, if I could successfully establish this agricultural product sales center, coupled with system subsidies, it might enable me to earn some money to spend. While Bai Gu is deep in thought, on the other side, the wolves from the jungle, led by Dao, are prepared to delve deeper into the wilderness to obliterate the cultivation point of the Pran Kingdom in the valley. Listen up, everyone. This time, make haste. If any skeletons appear, just hack them down with reckless abandon. During their recovery period, the leaders discussed their previous caution, which had slowed their advance and allowed the necromancer to summon beasts to deplete their numbers. Thus, they resolved to alter their strategy, charging directly towards the valley, thereby depriving the enemy of time to react or summon monsters. Unfortunately, while their intentions were noble, they soon found themselves enveloped in a sudden haze of smoke. Without the command of their leader, the bandits could only press forward. Not long after, some of the bandits caught sight of flickering flames ahead and hurriedly reported back. "Leader, there are flames ahead, surrounded by smoke. It seems the enemy has set fire." "A mere flicker," Dao scoffed. "Charge through. The necromancer behind those skeletons is likely frightened and hopes to intimidate us with flames." Unperturbed by the flickering light, Dao ordered his bandits to advance. While not far behind, Ingo wore a pale expression, smirking coldly. "Foolish. Skeletons do not breathe and feel no pain. As long as their soul fire endures, they cannot perish. Even in flames, they can endure far longer than humans. How foolish of these brutes to charge ahead. Charge on. Go ahead and rush forward. This will conveniently allow me to circle around them unnoticed." He had already spent several days familiarizing himself with the terrain of the mountains. "Leader, I feel my strength waning. This precious essence seems beyond my reach that I wish to retreat." Dao glanced at the paladin go, cursing under his breath. Cowardly creature, frightened by a mere flame. But he maintained a cordial facade. "Brother Een, You must have exhausted yourself holding off a beast alone. Rest assured, we will not forget you when we conquer the valley. You may return to recuperate. Then I thank the leader. With that, Ingo turned away without looking back. However, once out of sight of the bandits, his pallor transformed back to a healthy hue, and he quickly changed direction, dashing towards the other end of the jungle. From a distance, Bai Gu observed the reckless advance of Dao and his companions. Shaking his head, a group of brutes, each harboring their own ulterior motives. What a tremendous waste, standing alongside him atop the wooden wall. Jiang Yu questioned, "What troubles you, Brother Bai? Are you concerned that these bandits might be too valiant and breach the fire line?" Bai Gu shook his head. "No, my concern lies with the fire spreading uncontrollably and encroaching upon the valley." Again, he shook his head, with rivers flanking both sides of the jungle and the valley devoid of vegetation. The fire would not extend beyond its current bounds, which is precisely why he felt secure employing such a strategy. "What then?" Jiang Yu inquired, puzzled. "What constitutes such a significant loss?" Bai Gu's gaze fell upon the bandits traversing the flames. He had instructed Gu Xie and the others to ignite fires throughout the jungle, intending merely to deter the bandits from advancing. Once darkness fell, he planned to send Gugu and the skeletons to circumvent the flames and carry out their assassination mission at the bandit stronghold. The skeletons, having undergone Bai Gu's training, had become quite adept. He had anticipated that even if the bandits were too dim-witted to retreat, they would at least take a detour. Unlike skeletons, humans tire, and by the time they reached the valley, they would be utterly exhausted, allowing him to dispatch the skeletons and zombies to capture the bandits. However, he had not anticipated the sheer recklessness of these bandits. Not only did they refuse to retreat or take a detour, but they also charged directly into the flames. What a tremendous loss this would be! How much soul essence would be squandered? Could charred corpses even yield soul essence? The bandits pressed onward, and, as they ran, the flames intensified. Yet, without orders to retreat, they continued forward until the fiery serpents loomed visibly around them. They could advance no further. At that moment, the bandit leaders also recognized that the flames were indeed too fierce. Dao finally grasped the situation. "Look at that massive fire ahead. Should we not retreat?" "Retreat. If you had spoken sooner, we could have, but do you have any idea how far we've come?" He coughed amidst the thick smoke. "I never supported this charge." "You didn't, T. You were the one shouting the loudest to charge." "Silence. Enough of this bickering." Dao roared to momentarily quell the uproar, but it only lasted a few breaths. "Is a loud voice all that matters? If it weren't for your foolish command to charge, would we have come this far? The smoke is suffocating. I can hardly breathe." "Indeed. And you call yourself a leader? Beyond your strength, what else do you offer? A pathetic leader indeed. Show him respect, and he acts as if he is one of us." The stronger bandits were still able to hurl insults, while the weaker ones struggled to breathe. Dao was seething with frustration, but managed to suppress it. "I understand that our lives are at stake, and tempers are flaring. However, retreating is clearly not an option. I recall that we are quite close to the valley. Just 200 or 300 meters away. Let us charge directly ahead. Once we reach the valley, the area is barren, and there will be no fire." Such words were easy to say. How can we charge through such flames? "Precisely. Leader, you may have the strength to endure the fire, but we cannot." "Exactly. If you want us to charge through, you should devise a plan." One of the second-tier bandits, perhaps overwhelmed by the smoke, incessantly complained, prompting a cold smile from Dao. "You seek a plan, do you? Very well. I shall provide one dot with that." He approached the second-tier bandit and delivered a swift chop to his left shoulder. Crack. My arm. What are you doing?" Ignoring the bandit's cries, Dao struck his right shoulder, severing his arm, and then methodically dismembered the bandit's limbs. "You wanted a plan, didn't you? Find someone to use as a human shield to charge through this sea of flames. Or you can just wait to die." With that, he hoisted the now dismembered bandit and charged into the inferno. As they drew near, Bai Gu could discern their figures, and witnessing the scene left him utterly speechless. The one who had been dismembered, originally positioned at the center of the group, was presumably the strongest among the bandits. Faced with the peril of the raging flames, rather than relying on his strength to carve a path for the others, he resorted to slaughtering his companion, using his body as a shield to navigate the fire. Impressive, a brilliant stratagem. Sacrifice one to save many. In the flames, the bandits gazed upon Dao's receding figure, gradually obscured by smoke, and then turned to one another. Some of the bandits, quick-witted, reasoned that they need not necessarily use living shields. Those who lay unconscious or in a state of confusion on the ground could suffice. Thus, they began to hoist the fallen into the blaze. However, the number of unconscious individuals was limited, and many more continued to cough in the thick smoked tea that moment. Some of the higher-ranking bandits smirked at the lower-tier ones, raising their burdens to charge forward. "Leader, I'm too thin to withstand the flames." "Me, second in command. I'm your little uncle. Don't use me." "Ah, we're sworn brothers. How could you betray me?" One by one, they seized their companions and rushed into the inferno, some struggling fiercely and ultimately suffering broken limbs. From afar, Bai Gu could hardly bear to watch. According to his original estimations, at least 2/3 of the bandits should have been able to escape the flames. After all, they were indeed not far from the valley, and the fire had not originated from this side. It was not burning particularly fiercely. However, when Bai Gu saw that only 1/3 of the bandits had managed to escape the sea of flames, some of whom were even missing limbs, he couldn't help but utter, "I have overestimated them." The bandits, having traversed the inferno to reach the valley's entrance, emerged with scorched heads, their hair singed away, and those of lesser ability were left entirely charred. The different ranks of warriors not only varied in strength and speed, but also exhibited disparities in physical constitution, the higher the rank. The more resilient the physique, providing better defense. For instance, when Lang Dao burst forth from the flames, he appeared entirely unscathed, with most of his hair still intact, though this could be attributed to the grotesque figure of the person he had used as a shield. At that moment, the latter lay discarded, his skin burned away, flesh visible, gasping for breath. Lang Dao spat disdainfully, "If there essay next life, be more cautious with your words." With that, he crushed the last breath from the wretch. Bai Gu nodded at Lang Dao below. "Leave them to me. I wonder how long it will take for Brother Gu to advance. These bandits shall all be my responsibility when the time comes. I hope Brother Bai will generously distribute more of that soul essence." A.S. Jiang Yu spoke. He prepared to leap from the suspended wooden wall. Given the sturdiness of his physique, this height was inconsequential. Zombies were renowned for their tough skin and high physical resistance. Yet, Bai Gu restrained him to the not rush. "Only a few have arrived so far, and that one with hair is undoubtedly yours. Besides, I have prepared a grand gift for them. Once I present it, you can make your move." Lang Dao, at the valley's entrance, refrained from acting impulsively, waiting for others to gather. Gradually, more bandits emerged from the flames, frantically patting out the flames on their body. As time passed, the number dwindled from 3 or 5 to 1 or 2, and those who emerged were reduced to rolling on the ground to extinguish the fire. After several minutes, only one bandit, looking utterly disheveled, staggered out and collapsed, gasping for air. Soon, the sea of flames behind him fell silent, and no further bandits emerged. Lang Dao surveyed the scene, noting that among the several Tier 3 sub-leaders, only Ingo remained, while many Tier 1 and Tier 2 bandits had suffered significant losses, with ordinary bandits faring even worse. Ultimately, barely over 200 bandits appeared at the valley's entrance, a stark contrast to the 500 or 600 who had initially marched into the mountains, all now in a wretched state. What a tremendous loss. The raging fire had consumed nearly 300 portions of soul essence. If such an event were to occur again, he would need to devise a contingency plan, as he had never anticipated these bandits to be so reckless. Lang Dao looked up at the wooden wall above the valley, where a skeleton stood, accompanied by a zombie. Indeed, behind them lurked a necromancer. "Brothers, the necromancer resides in this valley. Let us charge in, shatter these skeletons, and slay that necromancer. We can then return to our own mountain." The crowd rallied together, declaring, "Afterward, I will certainly speak to that member of the Mu family, ensuring our dealings in the kingdom are no longer pursued." "Good. Lang Dao is magnificent. The leader is formidable. Leader, our mountain's chief has perished. Can we join your mountain upon our return?" "Fear not. When we return, all those without a mountain shall come to Wolfhead Mountain. I, Lang Dao, shall personally welcome you." As the bandits grew restless, Lang Dao casually spoke grandiose words, painting enticing visions that left the lower-ranking bandits in tears. Aha! Could he, with such status, truly converse with that member of the Move family? Dreaming in broad daylight before nightfall, the few Tier 3 sub-leaders and some astute individuals quickly saw through Lang Dao's hollow promises. Yet they refrained from exposing him, as they needed such enticing words to motivate their subordinates to devastate the valley. A throng of bandits charged towards the valley, while Bai Gu remained atop the wooden wall. I could seemed the time had come to unleash the grand gift. At the grand gift, Jiang Yu's expression grew grave. Previously, during the fire that consumed the forest, he had not referred to it as such. Just how terrifying could this gift be? Bai Gu produced a wooden spear identical to the one used to signal to Gu and the others. Raising it above his head, bending backward, and then hurling it towards the crowd below. Whoosh, an audible sound resonated, yet the spear fell harmlessly, easily dodged by a bandit. Jiang Yu stared in disbelief. Is this your grand gift? Bai Gu nodded. Jiang Yu, speechless, attempted to voice further concerns, but whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing air filled the air as countless wooden spears materialized. What sound is that? A bandit, running, suddenly halted, peering down at the ground. Another bandit, noticing his gaze, curiously followed suit, only to see a shadow. What is that? When he looked up, the once visible sky at the valley's entrance was now obscured by countless wooden spears that on both sides of the valley. An army of skeletons had materialized. Those wooden spears had indeed been launched by them. Wah! The second word could not escape his lips as the wooden spears rained down. How could one evade them? If they were arrows, perhaps a shield could deflect them. But these were countless wooden spears, each with gaps between them no wider than a finger. From the valley summit, they were launched with such force and speed that even free-falling, they would likely pierce a shield. Yet, they possessed no shields. Thud! Thud! The sound of countless spears striking the ground echoed, signifying innumerable lives being impaled in an instant. Aside from a few high-ranking bandits, the rest were utterly annihilated. Lang Dao, witnessing the spectacle, was left dumbfounded. He had just cleaved through a wooden spear aimed at him with a blade of energy, but upon clearing it, he found scarcely anyone still standing. How could this be? Was this merely a training point? Was there really only one necromancer? How could a single necromancer possibly control so many skeletons and command them to hurl wooden spears? Where had he procured so many spears? Countless questions swirled in Lang Dao's mind, but Bai Gu had no time to provide answers. He merely drew another wooden spear, aimed it at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, and launched it with the same force. Whoosh! Moments of silence followed, and then another volley obscured the sky. Even Jiang Yu was left astonished. Brother Bai, this grand gift seems excessively extravagant. Just how many wooden spears did this consume, given the density of these throws? They could easily claim numerous lives on a battlefield. Bai Gu sighed. Who would have imagined they would be so foolish? They charged directly through the sea of flames. I had prepared 3 batches of these wooden spears, nearly 1,500 in total. The height from which the spears were launched required no particular skill. Merely tossing them could result in fatalities. Thus, he had sent some Tier 1 skeletons up, along with a few slightly more intelligent Tier 2 skeletons, to launch them at the valley's entrance. With so many skeletons at his disposal, Bai Gu could scarcely comprehend how this battle could be lost, nor did he understand what Bone Howl was worried about. Another round of wooden spears fell, and only Lang Dao and a few Tier 3 bandits remained capable of movement. Even among the Tier 3 bandits, one was struck in the shoulder by a spear he had failed to evade amidst the dense barrage. Lang Dao, looking up at Bai Gu atop the wooden wall, finally concluded that he must eliminate him. It seemed the skeletons were acting at his command. This realization dawned on Bai Gu as he sprinted with his sword drawn, wary of the wooden spears that could appear at any moment. Meanwhile, Bai Gu patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder. It's your turn. I provided you with a makeshift weapon. Can you handle him? The protection of a zombie far exceeded that of wooden armor, so Bai Gu deemed it unnecessary to equip Jiang Yu with such gear. Instead, he opted to craft a colossal spike club. This club was so large that it required both hands to wield effectively, making it ideal for a zombie. Powerful and defensively strong, yet not particularly swift. You can strike me 100 times, but I only need to hit you once. Jiang Yu accepted the spike club testing its weight, and found it quite manageable. "Thanks. This feels great. As for that fellow below, he likely won't be able to breach my defenses." With that, he stepped forward and leaped from the wooden wall. Boom! The ground was slightly dented, and immediately a cloud of dust swirled around. The rushing wolf, upon spotting Jiang Yu, did not even attempt to evade. In his view, aside from the unseen necromancer lurking behind, the most formidable presence here was the skeletal figure above AS for the slow-moving zombie. It was so sluggish that it would likely be unable to dodge even its own strikes. Thus, he approached Jiang Yu without hesitation, swinging his blade to strike. Just as he anticipated, the zombie before him failed to evade the incoming blow. However, the next moment he was taken aback. Clang! The iron blade struck Jiang Yu, producing a resounding metallic clang. Subsequently, Jiang Yu swung his spike club with a whistling sound, aiming straight for the wolf's head. The wolf hastily dodged, yet the club sliced through the air, grazing his face and leaving faint streaks of blood. The wolf touched the bloodstains on his face, his eyes wide with astonishment. Was this truly just a cultivation point? Jiang Yu continued to wield his wooden staff, while the wolf desperately dodged, calling for reinforcements. "How long will you all stand there? Why don't you come and help? If I'm taken down, I wonder how you will deal with the necromancer inside." The distant third-tier bandits exchanged glances. Observing the wolf engaged in combat with Jiang Yu, then glancing at Bai Gu, who remained motionless, seemingly fixated on Jiang Yu's battle. After a moment's contemplation, several third-tier bandits decided to assist. The wolf had a point. With him holding the front line, they dared not advance, that if he were to perish, how could they continue the fight? However, they had scarcely moved when they noticed Bai Gu wave his hand, causing them to retreat in fear. Instinctively bracing themselves back to back, what new trick was this? Fire or wooden spears? Their expressions incensed the wolf, who was already agitated from the fight. He merely sought to test his strength against Jiang Yu, yet found himself pushed back helplessly, his palms bleeding from the impact. Bai Gu's gesture was not a signal for another round of wooden spear volleys, but rather an order for the skeletons to clear the battlefield. Collecting the corpses impaled by wooden spears to extract their soul essences, a horde of skeletons emerged from the valley, beginning to tidy the battlefield, hauling away the bodies and salvaging any usable wooden spears. The bandits across the way could hardly maintain their composure upon witnessing this scene. This was outrageous. They were still present, and yet the cleanup had commenced, indicating a blatant disregard for their presence. Infuriated, one of them declared, "Today, I shall discover just how formidable a mere necromancer can be. Let us all advance. First, we shall assist the leader in dispatching that zombie. Then we will dismantle the skeleton and drag that necromancer out for slaughter." With that, they surged forward to aid the wolf. "Oh, getting desperate, are we? Do you think I am out of wooden spears just because the skeletons are collecting them?" Bai Gu remarked with a teasing smile, conjuring another wooden spear, raising it high, while pointing in the direction of the third-tier bandits as if aiming. The bandits, despite their bravado, remained vigilant. Upon seeing Bai Gu raise the spear, they shouted in alarm. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, it felt somewhat dishonorable to interfere with the battlefield cleanup. Indeed, and our leader is unmatched in valor, engaging in a duel. Our intervention would be a sign of disrespect. They charged swiftly, yet retreated even faster, returning to the wolf's side. The wolf, believing they had come to aid him, braced himself to absorb Jiang Yu's powerful strike, hoping they would assist in taking down the zombie. However, after enduring the pressure to avoid spitting blood, when he finally bore the blow, those third-tier bandits fled again, leaving him unable to contain himself, spitting a mouthful of blood. "Ugh, you bastards!" Jiang Yu swung his club again, and the wolf, disregarding whether it was blood or curses escaping his lips, hastily dodged once more to tea that moment. He thought of Ingo, regretting that this clever fellow was not present to organize these treacherous fools. Amidst the flames spreading through the forest, a figure emerged from the swirling smoke. Cough, cough, cough. The smoke is too thick. He could hardly see the path ahead, but thankfully he had finally managed to escape. Unfortunately, he had not anticipated the fire would rage so fiercely. That fool of a leader had charged into the valley, and they were likely all wounded, especially when facing those skeletons. How regrettable that I am not there. Had I been, I could have reaped the benefits. Eliminating the wolf, dismantling the skeleton, and receiving a reward from the Mu family. It must be said that these two shared an uncanny connection, as they simultaneously thought of one another. Ingo wiped his face and surveyed his surroundings. Although he had taken a longer route, the general direction remained consistent. He should be near the side of the valley. If there were a small path nearby, he could potentially sneak in while the skeletons were occupied and eliminate the necromancer to claim the bounty. As he pondered, several second-tier skeletons clad in wooden armor appeared before him, prompting Ingo to crouch low and lower his head. What was happening? Were there skeletons here? Had he been discovered? Or was it truly divine providence that there was a small path? The skeletons patrolled nearby, glancing around for quite a while. However, being mere second-tier skeletons, their capacity for vigilant patrol was severely limited, and thus they did not notice Ingo. After a period of inactivity, the skeletons turned to leave, and as soon as they were out of sight, Ingo sprang up to follow, stealthily trailing behind them, careful not to be detected. Yet he had overestimated the skeletons. How could second-tier skeletons be aware of anyone tracking them? Following this path, Ingo arrived at a narrow cave entrance where the skeletons lined up to enter. He pressed close to the entrance, straining to listen, and was surprised to discover voices within. Could it be that the necromancer was hiding here? Ingo speculated as he stood at the threshold of Bai Gu's breeding ground, contemplating that he had no idea how many skeletons or individuals were inside. Venturing in would carry certain risks. Yet, simultaneously, this might be his closest opportunity to obtain the essence of refined gold during this bandit alliance operation to gamble or not to gamble. The cave entrance was so small that even if many skeletons were inside, they could not all exit at once. Conversely, he could likely hold the entrance against countless foes. He decided to take the gamble. What kind of bandit would gamble? With that thought, Ingo stepped into the cave, only to collide head-on with a skeleton. Before it could raise its wooden stick, he swiftly struck with his blade, severing its neck, causing its head to tumble to the ground, its jaw moving helplessly. Ingo stepped on it, crushing the skull, and the faint blue soul fire gradually dissipated as the head ceased its movements. Finally, he had time to look around the cave, but the moment he did, he was left speechless. The cave was a vast space resembling a sinkhole, featuring fertile fields, pig pens, thatched cottages, and even elderly men and women. Most astonishingly, the people from his own mountain were alive, diligently helping with sowing seeds and watering the crops. Am I seeing this correctly? Shouldn't this be the hideout of a necromancer? You lot, what is going on? What are you all doing? Upon hearing Ingo's voice, the surrounding skeletons all turned their heads, and the bandits in the fields paused in surprise. The big boss. The big boss is here. What should we do? The big boss. Is this the bandit leader who escaped capture? How is he here? The women who had previously been captured by them hid behind Old Ma, who brandished a hoe. Children, do not fear. We have plenty of skeletons to protect us. Ingo shouted, yet received no response. Instead, the skeletons approached him. Frowning, he struck back at one skeleton, then shouted again, "What are you all doing? Do you wish to die? Dare you ignore my words? Come here at once." The bandits exchanged glances, uncertain. What should we do? The big boss is calling us over. Should we go? I think it's quite nice here. There's food and drink that I've even been able to chat with Xiao Hong recently. That's true. But the big boss has spoken. If we do not respond, we might face consequences. Seeing that no one had answered him after 2 calls, Ingo was infuriated. He struck down another skeleton and kicked another one apart, then charged toward the bewildered bandits from the Ingo mountain. Are my words falling on deaf ears? Today, if I do not show you some colors, you might not comprehend what it truly means to be the leader. For so long, the oppressive force of the bandit Silverditch has remained steadfast against these individuals. Upon seeing Silverditch approach, they dare not even move. Fortunately, the skeletons have gathered around, collectively obstructing Silverditch. In the valley, Bai Gu has actually left behind 50 wooden armored skeletons, which can easily handle first-tier magical beasts or a few first- and second-tier humans. Even against a third-tier human, they could manage to hold on for a while. Yet, Silverditch is indeed a third-tier warrior, and he regards these wooden armored skeletons with disdain. Well, you think these broken skeletons can stop me? Have you been farming for a few days and forgotten your true nature? You are bandits, and you will remain bandits for life. With that, Silverditch drew his sword and struck at the skeletons. The valley is filled with second-tier skeletons. If Bai Gu were here to command and occasionally provide wooden tools, they could have worn Silver Ditch down. Unfortunately, he is not present. The skeletons can only endure Silver Ditch's assaults with their wooden armor and sticks, buying time. However, Silver Ditch, being a third-tier warrior, can easily shatter the wooden armor and break the bones of a skeleton with just a few slashes. While they do not perish, they temporarily lose their ability to restrain him. Old Ma protects the girls. Being an old man, he feels powerless, and the former bandits can only stare blankly as Silver Ditch knocks down one skeleton after another, their legs growing weak. Soon, the leader will finish off those skeletons and come for you. That it is terrifying when the leader is enraged. He was a ruthless man even when he was the second in command. Let alone now. What should we do? Should we capture those women and offer them to the leader? Bah! How could I think of such a barbaric idea? He slapped himself, startling a few nearby bandits. With food and drink available here, how could I choose so painfully over following the leader to toil endlessly? What are we truly afraid of? Do we really want to return to being bandits under the leader? Once a bandit, will one be a bandit for life? Little Hong just forgave me yesterday for previously binding her. I refuse, Xiao Wan stuttered, yet the other bandits fixed their gazes on him, as they all lacked the courage to speak up. Why are you all staring at me? Alas, I'm such a useless person. The leader is almost done dealing with all the skeletons. We might have to flee. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wan suddenly looked determined. No, I do not want to leave. I do not wish to be a bandit anymore. As Xiao Wan shouted this, all the bandits looked at him in shock. What did you say? I do not want to be a bandit anymore. Can you say that again? Even Silver Ditch, who was left with only a few skeletons surrounding him, heard Xiao Wan's words. Shut up. If you dare speak again, I will tear your mouth apart. Xiao Wan was startled by Silver Ditch. But he glanced back at Old Ma and the little Hong behind him, recalling the days filled with fear he had lived through. His resolve grew even stronger. I do not want to be a bandit anymore. Who says that once you become a bandit, you are a bandit for life? Left Guardian also said he would not be a bandit anymore. That's right, Left Guardian. Hurry and untie him. Huh. You think of untying me now. When did you remember me? Hearing the voice, everyone turned in astonishment to see Left Guardian behind them, one hand carrying a sword and the other on his hip, jesting. Wonderful. Old Left, you're still alive. Come help me deal with these skeletons. And we can return to the mountain. Silver Ditch continued to strike the skeletons while attempting to incite Left Guardian. Left Guardian, you. Everyone cautiously observed Left Guardian. Being bandits, killing and arson were commonplace, let alone lying or going back on their word. Left Guardian walked silently to Xiao Wan's side and patted his shoulder. Well said. Who says once you become a bandit, you are a bandit for life? It may be too late for us to awaken now. But since it is late, we should atone for what we have done. Upon hearing this, all the bandits' eyes glistened with tears. Old Left, do you know what you are saying? Have you been bewitched by the skeletons? Silver Ditch bellowed in anger while hacking at the skeletons. I naturally know what I am saying. Am I confused? I have never been clearer than I am now. He inserted his sword into the ground, bent slightly, and quietly handed Xiao Wan a piece of paper. I can only hold them for 10 minutes. Take the map and fetch help. With that, he kicked off the ground, joining the fray against Silver Ditch while the skeletons were still alive. I've been lying around for days and have put on weight. It's time to get moving. Moving? Today, I shall rid the mountain of you, the traitor. The two immediately engaged in fierce combat. Silver Ditch's strikes were fierce and swift. In a direct confrontation, Left Guardian would undoubtedly hold out for less than 5 minutes, but with some skeletons helping to block the attacks, he might manage to last 10 minutes. Xiao Wan, you must hurry. Your Uncle Left's life is in your hands. Seeing the two engaged in battle, Xiao Wan gripped the map tightly and ran towards the cave exit. Normally, the skeletons in the cave would obstruct him, but now they were all preoccupied with battling Silver Ditch or had already fallen, allowing Xiao Wan to easily exit the cave. Fetch help. I must hurry. Left Guardian cannot hold out much longer. But where do I go to find help? Right. The Left Guardian's map. Xiao Wan unfolded the map, which outlined the route from the cave to Bai Gu's current valley. Left Guardian had memorized the route the night he came to the cave, originally intending to prepare for an escape. After determining the direction, Xiao Wan dashed towards the valley. Meanwhile, at Bai Gu's location, Wolf Dao had already spat out blood, his complexion pale. that group of third-tier scoundrels still had not come to assist. Jiang Yu swung his Wolf Fang club once more, and Wolf Dao, unable to keep up with the dodging, was struck and sent tumbling to the ground, motionless. Jiang Yu effortlessly hoisted the Wolf Fang club onto his shoulder and approached Wolf Dao, ready to deliver a final blow. However, bang! 3 third-tier bandits finally intervened, joining forces to block Jiang Yu's strike. Subsequently, another third-tier bandit struck Jiang Yu in the side with his sword. Clang! This guy's skin is really tough. We agreed that when the time comes, we would split the loot 4 ways. I want the precious gold essence, and you can divide the iron, or I will compensate you all with some money. And each of you will owe me a favor. All right, we've all agreed, so let's proceed accordingly. Wolf leader, we saved you, so you won't mind giving us some gratitude, right? Wolf Dao gasped, glaring at them, and with great effort, managed to squeeze out the 3 words from between his teeth. No way. Haha. As long as you have no objections, I will deal with the one above, and you can handle this big fellow down here. The 4 of them had refrained from attacking, not solely out of concern for Bai Gu above. Apart from Bai Gu, they were more anxious about themselves becoming scapegoats for Wolf Dao, which is why they had been hesitating. 3 of the third-tier bandits engaged Jiang Yu, while 1 rushed towards Bai Gu. Bai Gu watched this scene unfold and shook his head at the approaching third-tier bandit, feeling that he had shaken his head more today than in his entire previous life. Each of them harbored ulterior motives. It was uncertain whether they could deal with them, especially since they had already wronged someone without eliminating the root of the problem. What were they leaving Wolf Dao alive for? To celebrate the new year? Quite helpless, he casually summoned a group of wooden armored skeletons to line up in the valley, surrounding the third-tier bandit as he arrived. While the third-tier bandits were strong, defeating a wooden armored skeleton would require at least 3 strikes, assuming Bai Gu was not directing the battle. Under Bai Gu's command and arrangement, the wooden armored skeletons were divided into 2 types, one wielding wooden clubs and the other carrying half-height wooden shields. Under Bai Gu's directives, these 2 types of skeletons advanced and retreated at opportune moments, with the shield-bearing skeletons blocking incoming attacks and allowing the club-wielding skeletons to strike from behind. The third-tier warrior possessed formidable strength and quick reflexes. Upon sensing an impending blow, he would retract the sword he intended to strike with and instead defend against the club's strike to end this back-and-forth exchange. The third-tier bandit was momentarily stalled, facing numerous hazards. Even a few solid club strikes could bring down a third-tier warrior. Meanwhile, on Jiang Yu's side, although the opponent was difficult to break through, they also struggled to withstand continuous assaults in the same area. The 3 bandits buzzed around Jiang Yu like flies, causing him immense frustration as he already moved slowly. They would attack simultaneously or in pairs, but would not approach him one-on-one, whenever Jiang Yu attempted to retaliate. Aiming to exchange injury for injury, the target he chose would retreat, knowing that their teammates had already successfully attacked. Infuriated, Jiang Yu raised the Wolf Fang club and began to spin around. However, this method proves to be only temporarily effective. Once he has dealt with the 3 bandits, they will inevitably swarm around him. Observing the situation, Bai Gu dispatched around 20 wooden armored skeletons to assist. As soon as the wooden armored skeletons arrived, one of the 3 bandits, after exchanging glances with his companions, bravely approached them. The other bandit, who was surrounded and in a perilous situation, was not oblivious to this development. Should these skeletons join the fray against Jiang Yu, a careless moment could lead to a devastating blow. By the time they regained their senses, they would likely find themselves facing Jiang Yu's wolf-toothed club. Thus, they decided to assign one of their own to hold the skeletons at bay. Even a typical 5th-tier necromancer, under the condition of commanding so many skeletons, would find it exceedingly challenging to maintain such precise control over them while they attacked a 3rd-tier warrior. It was likely that no more skeletons would be summoned. Indeed, such a scenario seemed improbable unless he were a 6th-tier necromancer. Yet, would a 6th-tier necromancer truly need to resort to such cumbersome tactics as sending skeletons, zombies, and igniting the mountains to defeat us? What left them utterly flabbergasted was Bai Gu's beckoning gesture. Jiuja, Gugua, you may also join in practice. You 2 are about to advance soon. And gaining practical experience will be beneficial. Especially you, Gugua, take this opportunity to recharge your alloy legs with energy. The 2 skeletons nodded vigorously and rushed toward Jiang Yu. armed with wooden clubs. This time, only 2 skeletons participated, indicating that the necromancer was unable to control a larger number of them. You hold them off. I will take care of those 2 skeletons to prevent them from becoming a nuisance later. Make haste and return swiftly. I cannot hold out for long. Rest assured, they are merely 2 little skeletons. As Gu and Guja charged forth, the 3rd-tier bandit confronted them. Gu leaped into the air, descending with a powerful kick aimed at the bandit. The bandit, underestimating the attack, raised his sword with one hand to block. His astonishment, Gugua's kick came crashing down upon the sword with immense force, leaving the bandit unable to react in time. The sword was driven down onto. In a moment of desperation, he quickly raised both arms to deflect the blow. However, by this point, Guja had also arrived, swinging his wooden club toward the defenseless bandit's lower body. Thanks to Bai Gu's recent training, the 2 skeletons had developed a commendable sense of teamwork in combat. The wooden club struck with such force that it shattered, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from the bandit, who retreated on one leg. Upon witnessing the destruction of the club, Jiangyu threw the club's handle at the bandit. The bandit, unable to assess his leg injury in time, swung his sword to deflect the handle. Yet concealed behind the club's handle was a wooden spear of considerable quality, which Guja swiftly seized from the battlefield's remnants and lunged toward the bandit's face. In a panic, the bandit arched backward to evade the spear, his body contorting into a C shape. One leg planted on the ground, the other leg raised in agony, and his upper body leaning back. Just as he thought he had dodged the spear, he did not realize that the thrust was merely a feint. Gugua had already left the ground and was about to land on the bandit's other leg. With a second agonizing scream, the bandit collapsed onto the ground, clutching his leg and wailing in despair. His cries drew the attention of the other bandits towards Jiangyu. Are they merely 2 little skeletons? Why is one of them sitting down? Jiangyu, observing the bandit before him, swung his wolf-toothed club down with unyielding force. To the last one left, and you dare to be distracted? The bandit, unable to evade in time, was sent flying several steps back, coughing blood as he fell. Bai Gu, watching the battle unfold below, felt a sense of ennui. He had not anticipated that his first battle in this world would be so effortless, even less taxing than his grueling overtime sessions back on the job. Casually surveying the nearing victory, Bai Gu's gaze wandered to the distance, where he spotted a figure spinning in circles at the side of the valley. Is that the bandit we captured earlier? Xiao Wan had arrived at the valley's edge and only then realized that the left guardian's call for reinforcements was to summon skeletons. But would the skeletons truly assist them? If they did not comply, they might turn on them and devour them all. However, without reinforcements, the left guardian could not hold out much longer. Enough of this. It's better to risk it all than to wait for death. Having made his decision, Xiao Wan moved toward the valley, but just as he turned, he collided with a skeleton. The skeleton's eye sockets flickered with purple flames, and it held up a wooden sign. What are you doing here? Our leader has arrived at the valley. The skeletons cannot be stopped. The left guardian is holding them off. Let me find you. Xiao Wan hurriedly described the situation to Bai Gu. There was only 1 4th-tier bandit and 4 3rd-tier bandits present, a stark contrast to the numbers Bone Howl had previously reported. Bai Gu initially assumed one of the bandits had perished in the inferno or retreated, only to discover they had gone to the breeding grounds instead. This is troublesome. Only a few wooden-armored skeletons were left there. If their leader arrives, it is likely the bandits will retaliate. Wait a moment. Did that person just say the left guardian is holding off their leader? Xiao Wan, seeing Bai Gu lost in thought, assumed he was reluctant to intervene, and he promptly dropped to his knees. I beg you, Great One, help us. We no longer wish to be bandits. The left guardian is currently stalling their leader, but he cannot hold out much longer. Could you please hurry and bring reinforcements to aid him? In just a few days, how had this group of bandits transformed into law-abiding citizens? Ding! Rescue a group of misguided youths. The Celestial Poverty Alleviation Office grants an additional reward. 1 4th-tier soul essence, 1 low-tier Celestial Exchange Voucher, and 1 strengthening body exercise. The system announced, yet Bai Gu did not bother to check the details. He instead made his way toward Gugua and Guja. Enough of the games. Quickly finish them off. Then we shall head to the breeding grounds. There's trouble brewing over there. Upon hearing Bai Gu's command, Gu and Guja immediately advanced towards the bandits. As before, Gu leaped into the air, while Guja brandished his spear, yet this time the opponent was unable to rise. Faced with the two assaulting skeletons, the bandit was uncertain which attack posed a greater threat. While the metallic legs would cause pain, they likely would not prove fatal. Conversely, if the wooden spear struck his heart, it could very well deliver a lethal blow, given that his companion had recently sustained injuries from a wooden spear. This bandit's previous advantage against the wooden armored skeletons had already diminished, and he was now somewhat fatigued due to his wounds. In light of this, he resolved to block the spear. Though he could not stand, he could still wield his sword horizontally across his chest to intercept the spear's thrust. What a foolish bandit! Bai Gu silently mourned for him in advance. Clang! Guja's spear was deflected by the bandit's sword. While above, Gugua's alloy leg came crashing down. The bandit gritted his teeth, determined to endure the blow. However, the alloy leg had reached full charge, ready to unleash its power. Gugua seemed to hover for a moment before shockwave, akin to a translucent ring, burst forth from his leg, striking the bandit. In the bandit's astonished gaze, his upper body was obliterated. The ground trembled violently, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The ground's sudden quake caused the bandit, who had narrowly evaded Jiang Yu's wolf-toothed club, to stumble and falter. Jiang Yu's large hand swiftly appeared at his neck. At last. I have you, Jiang Yu declared, but to the bandit, it merely appeared as the zombie before him was bellowing. He was utterly bewildered, panic overtaking him. How dull. With that, Jiang Yu's other hand swung the wolf-toothed club down with ferocious intent. Smash, like a shattered watermelon. The bandit's brain matter splattered across the ground. The two bandits encircled by the wooden armored skeletons, witnessing the tide turn against them, immediately sought to break free from the skeletal siege and flee. However, these were not the mindless skeletons that had acted without Bai Gu's guidance in the cave. During this time, Bai Gu had come to realize that his command over the skeletons differed significantly from Bone Howl's. His skeletons seemed to respond with greater precision, executing his every command with meticulous detail. Unlike Bone Howl's, who merely followed orders without thought. With a firm command, dozens of skeletons surged forth from within the valley, reinforcing the encirclement, while some even diverted to surround the recovering Wolf Dao. Upon witnessing this, Wolf Dao attempted to rise and escape, but Jiang Yu, Gu Zhe, and Gugua had already closed in on him. This was a fourth-tier warrior capable of extracting fourth-tier soul essence. Without Bai Gu needing to intervene, they instinctively surrounded Wolf Dao, their gazes ablaze with determination. With new skeletons joining the fray, and under Bai Gu's full command, skeleton from afar occasionally hurled wooden spears in ambush. It wasn't long before the two third-tier bandits were wounded by the spears in their legs and waists, followed by a relentless barrage of wooden clubs raining down upon them. The third-tier bandits could only succumb to unconsciousness. And at that moment, Jiang Yu and the others also managed to bring the fourth-tier Wolf Dao into their clutches. What shall we do with Brother Bai? After 2 days, Jiang Yu had learned of the bandits at the breeding grounds, clearly understanding that Bai Gu was not one to slay indiscriminately. Let us execute them. I have extracted the soul essence, and we must hasten to the breeding grounds. Execute. Just as Jiang Yu was beginning to think that Bai Gu was not the kind of person who would kill indiscriminately, Bai Gu delivered a resounding slap across his face. Indeed, he had to be eliminated. Retaining them would only pose a latent threat, especially since they currently lacked the strength to suppress them at will. With Bai Gu's decree in the air, Jiang Yu swiftly dispatched a third-tier bandit with a blow from his spike club, and in the same manner, he ensured another third-tier bandit met a peaceful end in his slumber. As it came time for Lang Dao, Jiang Yu just raised his weapon when Lang Dao fell to his knees in submission. Wait, I have something to say, before Lang Dao could finish. Jiang Yu's club struck him down, reducing him to a mere pulp. What was there to say? In typical films, at such moments, a bandit would typically reveal secrets of treasures or connections, yet reality is devoid of such dramatic reprieves. If there were treasures or connections, why not disclose them sooner rather than at the point of death? Jiang Yu sheathed his weapon, while Bai Gu extracted their soul essence that we shall divide the soul essence later. For now, let us proceed to the breeding grounds. Bai Gu led the group away. And after they departed, a blue glowing rune emerged from the remnants of Lang Dao's dismembered body, hovering for a second before soaring towards the northern jungle. Inside the cave of the breeding grounds, all the skeletons had been dismantled by Ingo. However, they did not perish. Under the interference of the Left Guardian, Ingo lacked the time to shatter their skulls and extinguish their soul flames. Given a moment, they could restore themselves. Yet, time was clearly of the essence. The Left Guardian's left shoulder was soaked in blood, and one of his legs had vanished, leaving him with only his left leg and a right hand clutching a blade. Gasping for breath. Old Left, not bad. Your strength has improved, managing to hold me off for nearly 20 minutes. The Left Guardian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled nonchalantly. Haha, I haven't improved. It's you who has regressed. You're getting old. You should find yourself a grave and lie down quietly instead of striving for more. At this, Ingo frowned but quickly relaxed. You aren't still waiting for that kid to send word, are you? Haha, he won't bring anyone back. With Lang Dao leading so many experts there, while it may not be feasible to swiftly destroy the valley, it will certainly delay them enough that they won't have the luxury to attend to this matter. Lang Dao, the second in command of Wolfhead Mountain. If that's true, he might genuinely be unable to summon reinforcements, but one cannot underestimate that lord's strength. TSK, why am I even engaging in conversation with a dead man? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ingo appeared before the Left Guardian, swinging his long knife down towards the Left Guardian's head. The Left Guardian, caught off guard, could only attempt to shift his body slightly, redirecting the strike to his left shoulder. With a swift swish, the blade skimmed past, severing his left arm. At this point, he was left with just one right hand and one left leg behind him. A bandit, unable to bear the sight, rushed forth wielding a hoe, but the Left Guardian forcefully repelled them. A first-tier warrior, standing against a third-tier Ingo, was merely courting death, with limbs severed and blood pouring from his body. Despite being a second-tier warrior who had tightened the flesh around his wounds, he still felt his vision fading. You seem to care a lot for these traitors. Once you're dead, I will ensure to eliminate each and every one of them. With the same tone, Ingo's long knife aimed straight for the Left Guardian's heart. Yet the Left Guardian, relying on sheer will, forced his body to move. The long knife pierced through. A female voice cried out in alarm. While Old Ma shielded their eyes, the knife pierced the Left Guardian. Although it did not hit his heart, the severity of the injury meant that even if reinforcements arrived, he would be beyond saving. Realizing this, he gripped Ingo's waist tightly. Buying time. What good does that do? Why not just return to the mountain and kill some commoners or indulge in some pleasures instead? Another strike fell, leaving a gruesome wound on the Left Guardian's back. His body jolted, yet he clung tightly to Ingo. I have my convictions. I am not merely a bandit for life. Ingo kicked fiercely, and the sound of bones cracking echoed from within the Left Guardian's body, yet he still did not let go. Buying time. What use has it been so far? Do you truly believe those skeletons will come? Just as Ingo finished speaking, a wooden spear whistled through the air towards the back of his head. Upon hearing the rush of wind, Ingo swung his long knife to intercept the spear. Easily cleaving it in two. As he focused, he noticed Bai Gu leading Jiang Yu and several skeletons entering the cave. Xiao Wan, following closely behind the skeletons, was appalled at the Left Guardian's pitiful state. Left Guardian, I brought them. I'm sorry I'm late. Upon hearing Xiao Wan's voice, the Left Guardian felt a wave of relief, loosening his grip. Do you think calling for reinforcements will help? After the consumption by Lang Dao and the others. Those necromancers behind these skeletons are likely preoccupied with their own affairs, sending only a handful of skeletons? Even the orange-flamed skeleton that had previously battled with him was not sent. Fearing for the situation, Bai Gu had not brought many people. A dozen wooden-armored skeletons along with Jiang Yu, Gu Duo, and Bonzhou were all that accompanied him. Though they appeared few in number, together they were sufficient to contend with a fourth-tier warrior and two third-tier warriors. Yet, Ingo was oblivious to this, even believing that Lang Dao would soon storm into the valley and eliminate the necromancer, causing the skeletons to fall apart on their own. Although he was unable to destroy the valley due to being stalled by the Left Guardian, he could still potentially receive rewards for annihilating this place. His plan remained flawless. Thus, he arrogantly kicked the Left Guardian aside and beckoned Bai Gu and the others with a curl of his fingers. Come on, let us see how long you can hold out. How long we can hold out? Bai Gu tilted his head, the soul flames in the eye sockets of the skeleton flickering with a mocking light. Leave this one to me. Bai Gu shook his head. Since he believes we are merely stalling for time, then let us all join in and see just how long we can keep him occupied. Bai Gu's derisive smile conveyed no sound or expression. Are we truly stalling for time? Gu Duo innocently posed the question, causing Bai Gu to smack his forehead. You really ought to level up. Training you lot has cost me countless brain cells. You all rush in and take him down as quickly as possible. Understood? Gu Duo nodded foolishly, then joined forces with Bonja, Jiang Yu, and a dozen wooden-armored skeletons to engage. Taking advantage of Ingo's attention being diverted to Bai Gu, Old Ma hurriedly carried the left guardian away. Cough, cough, cough. Uncle Ma, they VE come. You're safe now. The left guardian struggled to speak. Blood gushing forth. Left guardian, please stop speaking. You're gravely injured. You must not leave us. We still need you to lead. Cough. I can't go on from now on. You all listen to Uncle Ma. Old Ma wiped away the blood that gushed from the left guardian's mouth. You've probably been untied for quite some time, yet you want to even eat. Instead, you want this old man to feed you. Huh? Cough, cough, cough. I'm truly grateful for your help these past few days. Uncle Ma, these have been the happiest days of my life. Before he could finish, his breath had ceased. Left guardian, it's all my fault. I came too late. Xiao Wan was now beside the left guardian, weeping loudly. The sorrowful atmosphere affected those around them. Even the women who had been captured earlier were softly sobbing. Bai Gu circled around to Old Ma's side. The scene of battle over there was utterly gruesome. It took only 10 exchanges for Ingo to be left with severed limbs, spewing blood, wildly swinging his long knife in a desperate attempt to fend off the assault. It seemed that within a minute, that side would conclude. Still, he turned his attention back to this side. Seeing Bai Gu approach, Old Ma quickly rose. My lord, can you save Xiaozhua? He has become this way for our sake. Can the skeleton lord save the left guardian? Surely, a skeleton cannot provide salvation, they mused, yet it was conceivable that he could resurrect the left guardian as a skeleton. Then wouldn't the left guardian lose his consciousness? Don't speak nonsense. Do you see Lord Bai Gu looking like he lacked consciousness? Indeed. We implore you, my lord, save the left guardian, please. The crowd knelt in supplication, begging Bai Gu to save the left guardian, yet Bai Gu remained unmoving. It was not that he did not wish to save the left guardian, but transforming him into a skeleton would mean he would merely be an ordinary skeleton devoid of memories. If he were to become a zombie, there might be a chance of memory restoration, but until then, he would similarly lack memory. It would be ideal if the soul extractor could retrieve memories along with the essence. Just moments ago, the system had rewarded him with a low-tier universal exchange ticket, which he might as well test. I wish to exchange for a soul essence extractor that can extract soul essence while retaining memories. The low-tier exchange ticket does not meet the usage conditions. We recommend the memory copier. Would you like to exchange? Although it may not be possible to exchange for a machine that simultaneously extracts both soul and memory. Obtaining a machine capable of copying memories is quite commendable. Bai Gu immediately opted for the exchange. Memory copier 1. When in use, it requires the essence of a soul of the same level as the person whose memory is being copied. The memories copied, aside from the source individual, can only be utilized by the director of alleviation. What? Copying a memory requires soul essence. Fortunately, the left guardian is merely a second-tier warrior, and Bai Gu reluctantly extracted a portion of second-tier soul essence. Then, placing his palm upon the left guardian's lifeless head, a beam of light swept over Bai Gu, and when he raised his hand again, the second-tier soul essence had vanished, replaced by a transparent orb. Once the left guardian transforms into a skeleton or zombie, this orb can be given to him to restore his memories. The onlookers quietly observed Bai Gu's actions, believing he was attempting to save the left guardian, and thus refrained from uttering a word. When Bai Gu extracted the memory orb, all eyes turned towards him. Bai Gu held up a wooden plaque. In a moment, I shall return him to the valley and transform him into a being of the undead. A silence enveloped the crowd. Although revival was possible, the reality of becoming undead left them uncertain if the left guardian would accept it by the time Bai Gu had finished with the left guardian. Zhang Yu and the others had also dealt with Ngo at this juncture. Ingo was utterly battered, limbs broken and face bruised. Even his own mother would struggle to recognize him. Bai Gu initially intended to instruct Zhang Yu to dispose of him and return to the valley, but he was still struggling to speak. Wait, I have information. Don't kill me. Bai Gu halted Zhang Yu, who was brandishing a Wolfang club, and produced a wooden plaque. What information? I want to meet the person behind you. Earlier, Lao Zhuo mentioned your superior, and I must meet him to share the information. Upon hearing this, Bai Gu remained silent, nodding to indicate that he could proceed, beckoning with his hand to bring along the corpse of the left guardian and Zhang Yu back to the valley. However, as they reached the cave entrance, he paused, gesturing for Lao Ma to join them. As for Gu, he was left behind to assist the wooden armored skeleton in repairing the skeletons that had been shattered by Ingo. Weren't we initially captured? Don't be ridiculous. If we were captured, why would you rather resist and stay behind? Do you think the left guardian, once transformed into an undead, will care for us as he once did? It matters not. If he no longer tends to us, we shall take care of him. Though Bai Gu is merely a skeleton, why do I find him so striking? You can't deny it. The undead mage who appeared that day didn't seem half as dashing as Lord Bai Gu. Outside the valley, Ingo stood dazed at the sight of the corpses of the wolves and numerous bandits strewn about the valley entrance. Dead? All dead? How can this be? So many have perished. What kind of necromancer is behind this? Isn't this supposed to be a cultivation point of the kingdom of Pran? Bai Gu surveyed the corpses at the valley entrance, which resembled decaying flesh, and instructed several skeletons to clear them away, tossing them far until they rotted completely into skeletons before reclaiming them. He then entered the valley ahead of Lao Ma. To Ingo, it seemed as though Bai Gu was reporting to the necromancer. In truth, Bai Gu was merely putting on a human guise. After donning the human form, he glanced at his reflection in a small puddle. Quite good, with a face like jade, a graceful demeanor, and a charming presence. Truly splendid. He then casually flicked his black coat and sat down on the bone chair typically occupied by Bone Shao. Beckoning Lao Ma, who stood not far off, Bai Gu's appearance took Lao Ma by surprise. Since donning the human guise was akin to wearing clothing, the bashful Bai Gu had avoided Lao Ma while changing. Thus, when appearing in human form, Lao Ma did not recognize Bai Gu. Could it be that the one seated here, amidst all these skeletons, is the person behind Lord Bai Gu, as mentioned by Ingo? With this thought, Lao Ma promptly approached Bai Gu. Who might you be, my lord? Bai Gu smiled softly at Lao Ma's demeanor, raising the familiar wooden plaque. Uncle Ma, I am Bai Gu. This skin is merely a disguise. Lord Bai Gu, you truly are Lord Bai Gu. It makes sense, as you alone possess the remarkable skill of producing wooden plaques from seemingly nowhere. What is your intention? Bai Gu tossed the plaque, producing a palm-sized wooden card, and Lao Ma bent slightly, lowering his head to examine the inscription. I require you to act as a conduit, deceiving the bandit and discerning any potential threats to us. Deceiving? I'm just an old man. Isn't it inappropriate for me to do such a thing? However, if it pertains to the bandit and our safety, I suppose a little deception could be warranted. Bai Gu was well aware that Lao Ma was not a particularly rigid individual. Hence his deliberate mention of bandit and our safety, which prompted Lao Ma to acquiesce. Uncle Ma, I will obscure this small wooden plaque from his view. You merely need to feign relaying my words while nodding your head to read the characters. Ingo was far more cunning than the left guardian and had previously witnessed Bai Gu produce the wooden plaque. If he were to hold the plaque in converse in human form like the left guardian, it might not intimidate Ingo. After coordinating with Lao Ma, Bai Gu instructed the skeletons to bring Ingo inside. Upon entering the valley, Ingo's legs nearly gave way at the sight of the multitude of skeletons. The skeletons he had seen outside were but a fraction of what lay within. This was no cultivation point, but rather a haven for the undead. Being escorted through the throng of skeletons, he approached the bone chair, and upon widening his battered eyes, he finally beheld Bai Gu seated there. Oh, young, I can't complain about my defeat. That Mu family deceived us. Bai Gu's hand beneath the coat gently tapped Lao Ma, who understood the cue and leaned down to place his ear close to Bai Gu's head, taking the opportunity to read the inscription on Bai Gu's hand. We cough. Our Lord inquires, why do you say that? Ingo furrowed his brow. Why doesn't the Lord speak directly? Presumptuous! What qualifications do you, a mere bandit, have to address our lord? This line was not penned by Bai Gu, but rather spoken by Lao Ma, who quickly adapted to his role. To support Lao Ma's performance, Bai Gu transmitted his voice to the surrounding skeletons, and in an instant, they all surged forward, prompting Ingo to lower his head and admit fault. Yes, yes, I am unworthy to converse with the Lord. It was my error. Please have someone else relay your message. What were you asking earlier? Oh, you wish to know why I said that. The elements of the undead differ from others. As necromancers, you must have prolonged contact with the undead elements, which inevitably leads to corruption and aging. That a youthful necromancer symbolizes two extremes. Either a novice just beginning to engage with the undead elements, or a highly ranked necromancer, like yourself, who has mastered the ability to resist the corruption of the undead elements. The Mu family of the Bai Jing kingdom claimed that this is merely a minor cultivation point of the kingdom of Pran. We trusted his deceitful words and intruded upon your territory. Hence my claim of being deceived. Bai Gu had not previously known of the corruptive properties of the undead elements. But even if he had, it would matter little. He was a skeleton, not a necromancer. Thus, he switched to a different wooden plaque. Our Lord insists that you discuss the information you were so eager to convey. Ingo cautiously glanced at Bai Gu. May I ask if you could spare my life? Lao Ma looked at Bai Gu, who nodded and produced a new wooden plaque. Our Lord has stated that he is willing to spare you. Willing. The Lord is a revered necromancer. Your willingness signifies that your summoned beings shall not harm me. What a cautious individual. However, he is still too young to contend with me. Our Lord has agreed to allow you to leave unharmed. But you must remain here for a few days. Before you depart, our Lord and the skeletons in the valley will not harm you. Remain for a few days? Are you concerned that I might seek reinforcements? The Mu family? The Church of Light? Will there be some ulterior motive in these few days? Ingo stole another glance at Bai Gu. Bai Gu reclined with his leg crossed, propping his head with his hand, appearing rather impatient. It's merely a few days. If you refuse now, you may find yourself dead. That I can stay for a few days. I trust that someone of your stature will uphold your promise. Bai Gu nodded, signaling Lao Ma to continue speaking. You may now share the intelligence, as you were insistent on meeting our Lord before divulging it. Ingo swallowed hard. I initially intended to alert you, my lord, that the bandit has an elder brother, a major outlaw within the territory of the Purple Crystal Empire. The bandits of the Empire are on an entirely different level than those of the kingdom. His brother's stronghold is exceedingly formidable, boasting over 34th-tier warriors. It seems there are also mages honored within the bandit lair, and the number of ordinary brigands is as plentiful as an army. I initially believed that Lang Dao had survived, which was why I intended to alert you with this information, but to my surprise, you have managed to eliminate him. The Lang family possesses a unique sealing magic. When a member of their clan perishes, it notifies the rest of the family. It is likely that Lang Dao's elder brother will soon receive the news. Although you are a high-tier necromancer, how can one man's power compete against an entire stronghold within the Empire? I trust this information will prove valuable to you, that I never anticipated the existence of such sealing magic in this world. It appears that striking down the lesser will indeed attract the attention of the greater, which certainly poses a dilemma. Old Ma, observing Bai Gu's calm demeanor, inquired, what is the name of Lang Dao's brother? Lang Jian, he replied, a 6th-tier warrior who is said to have once been a student at the Amethyst Empire Academy, far surpassing the typical 6th-tier warrior in strength. However, you need not worry excessively. The Amethyst Empire is quite distant from us. It would not be easy for Lang Jian to locate us solely based on the sealing magic. Ingo reassured him, yet internally added, unless someone reports back. Once I escape, I'll make sure to inform him. Bai Gu, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded, internally exclaiming his frustrations. With such a formidable brother, why would he stoop to becoming a bandit in this wretched place? It seems that privileged heirs from powerful families often seek out life experiences out of sheer boredom. And now Lang Jian has lost his life experience, dragging us along with him, that a 6th-tier warrior, along with over 34th-tier warriors and mages, and they have yet to deal with the 4th-tier light mage. Li Guang. Alas, perhaps it is the fate of the laborious. This task of dealing with Li Guang must be prioritized, and I need to select an appropriate time to enter the city. not only to establish a sales center for agricultural products, but also to procure a few magic scrolls capable of nullifying contracts, and equipment capable of containing undead creatures. The reason they are trapped here is twofold. First, the numerous low-tier skeletons lack consciousness and must be controlled to act. Originally, their commander was Gu Xiao, but he has been bound by a contract. After Bai Gu's arrival, he has been able to control the skeletons to leave this place. Thus, Gu Xiao harbors great expectations for Bai Gu, yet Bai Gu has not taken the skeletons away. The second reason for their entrapment is their location, situated at the border between two nations. Any attempt to leave would inevitably traverse the territory of one of those nations. Just imagine the response of an entire legion of skeletons crossing through a nation's land. It is not difficult to predict the ensuing actions. Hence, Bai Gu requires equipment that can contain living beings, which does exist in this world, though he is unaware of its cost. Moreover, since he intends to enter the city, it would be prudent to search for both the space equipment and the scrolls to nullify contracts, thereby freeing Gu Xiao and Jiang Yu from their bindings. Bai Gu fell into contemplation. Remaining silent without displaying any further emotions, Ingo, this demeanor appeared as fear. Fear is futile. Once I leave this cursed place, I will swiftly bring Lang Jian here. At that moment, Bai Gu caught a glimpse of Ingo's expression. Though he could not decipher his thoughts, he presumed they were not of good fortune. Think well, poor child. You may still believe you can escape from here. He beckoned to Gu Zhe, as Gu Xiao had not yet successfully advanced, leaving certain inquiries for Gu Zhe. Fortunately, Gu Xiao was nearing 5th tier, retaining sufficient intelligence. How long will it take for the person we retrieved, who is left with only a hand and a leg, to transform into an undead? Bai Gu inquired. His flesh is still intact, so he should become a zombie, correct? Gu Zhe shook his head. He was transported immediately after death to the valley, where the concentration of undead elements is strongest. The transformation will be expedited, likely taking only 3 days. However, whether he become the skeleton or a zombie is uncertain. It is possible he may even become a cripple. Why is that? Bai Gu asked. Did I not instruct you to retrieve his severed hand and foot? Bai Gu had previously instructed the skeletons to bring back the left hand and foot of the left guardian that had been severed. Is it not possible to reattach the severed limbs to the undead? Well, they were retrieved, but during the process, an inattentive low-tier skeleton gnawed away the flesh. Now, while most of his body remains intact, his left hand and right foot are reduced to mere bones. Devoured, Bai Gu lamented. These past few days, due to the bandit situation, the valley skeletons have been restricted from hunting. It seems some of them are starting to feel the strain. Let it be. As long as he can survive, that is enough to— I never expected much assistance from the left guardian. It was merely a request from those at the farm to save him. By the way, what of the child we brought earlier? Why has he not yet transformed into an undead? It has been over 10 days. The child? He has already transformed into an undead. Gu Zhe scratched his head. Mistakenly believing Bai Gu was aware of this, he transformed long ago. Yet I have not seen him appear. Bai Gu interjected, in this place, I have yet to encounter any undead of childlike stature. In the realm of skeletons and zombies, you would not find him, for he has become a wandering soul. Wandering soul. Wandering souls are a type of undead, distinct from skeletons and zombies. They retain memories from their former lives and are impervious to physical harm, only susceptible to elemental magic. However, low-tier wandering souls cannot attack others, whereas high-tier wandering souls can unleash magic inherited from their former selves. After transforming into a wandering soul, he has remained hidden within his own body. Too frightened to emerge, I assumed you were aware, so I did not mention it. Bai Gu, preoccupied with crafting wooden armor and wooden spears, had overlooked this matter. He commanded the skeletons to bind Ingo into a ball and instructed a group of skeletons to roll him away to a secluded cave for guard duty. Ingo's limbs had been broken. Even if he managed to escape this spherical confinement, he would not get far. However, due to Bai Gu's caution, he had arranged for several individuals to take turns guarding him. Once he had dealt with Ingo, he retrieved all the soul essences acquired this time. He divided the soul essence into multiple portions, giving half to Jiang Yu, who had contributed significantly. Jiang Yu, receiving the largest share, merrily gathered his undead companions and found a shaded spot to distribute the soul essence. The remaining soul essence was divided into 3 parts. one for Guja, one retained for himself, with the hope that both skeletons might advance upon absorbing these essences. For the last portion, he instructed Guja to cut it into pieces for the skeletons whose soul flames were dwindling. After distributing the soul essence, he then led Old Ma deeper into the valley, sharing with him the current situation regarding Ur. Upon learning that Ur had transformed into a wandering soul, Old Ma's spirits lifted considerably. He bore no prejudice against the appearances of skeletons and zombies. As they ventured deeper into the valley, they came across a smooth boulder upon which lay two corpses, one large and one small, one new and one old. The larger body was mutilated, with only a few bones remaining of the left hand and right leg, while the smaller, though not decayed, had dried to the point that one could barely discern it as a child. Old Ma's eyes welled with tears at the sight of Ur's lifeless form. At that moment, a semi-transparent head emerged from the dried corpse. "Village Chief, Grandpa, is that you?" "Ur, it is I. It is Grandpa. Come out and let me see you." The entire transparent soul shot forth from the withered body, soaring towards Old Ma. "Village Chief, Grandpa, this is terrifying. Skeletons are walking around." Ur was utterly frightened. Old Ma reached out to catch the approaching Ur, but as a wandering soul, she could not manifest physically, and thus they passed through each other, both momentarily stunned. "That I am sorry, Grandpa. Ur is gone. It must be because I disobeyed and wandered off, angering the night, which led to my demise at his hands." Hearing Ur's words, Old Ma felt a pang of sorrow. "No, Ur was always obedient. It is those knights who are wicked. They are all bad people." Ur gazed at Old Ma with surprise, though the village chief had never been particularly devout to the Church of the Light. He had always respected the knights. "That be by the way, Grandpa, how did you end up here? Were you captured by skeletons?" Upon mentioning skeletons, Old Ma recalled Bai Gu's presence. "I was not captured by skeletons. On the contrary, it was the esteemed skeletons who saved me." "Ur, look who this is." Old Ma stepped aside to reveal Bai Gu to Ur, who, upon seeing the purple soul flame in Bai Gu's eyes, felt tears welling up in her spectral form. "Father, you have finally come to find me. I have become a father once more. Father, you have finally come to find me. Ur, I miss you dearly." As expected, Ur darted towards me, passing right through as if it were nothing. "How is it that I have once again found myself in the role of a father?" That voice. "You're not my father." Bai Gu had grown accustomed to the voice of the soul fire, and having spent the last few days communicating with Jiang Yu, he naturally spoke in the language of the dead. "Can you hear my voice?" As a high-level entity among the souls, a wandering spirit can comprehend the language of the dead from birth and retains memories, enabling it to converse and engage with humans seamlessly. Ur immediately became more composed. "Yes, I can hear you. Uncle, do you eat people?" Uncle does not eat people. Your village chief grandfather can attest to that." With Ur's presence, Bai Gu found some solutions to the troubles of entering the city. Previously, he refrained from entering due to his appearance. After all, the undead are not human. The issue was resolved with a human guise. Yet his inability to speak remained a problem. Surely, he could not resort to holding up a wooden sign for communication. That would draw too much attention. Initially, he had planned to have Old Ma speak on his behalf. But Old Ma would need to read the sign to understand his intentions. Moreover, Old Ma was elderly and his eyesight had dulled, making it inconvenient for him to relay messages. However, with Ur, the wandering soul, he could now communicate effortlessly. Ur could voice his thoughts and communicate with others without hindrance, though her youthful voice did not quite match his stature. Nevertheless, this was manageable, as long as Ur concealed herself on Old Ma's back. Her soul's voice would be inaudible to humans. Yet Ur could relay the messages to Old Ma, who would then speak. Rescuing them was indeed the right choice. At that moment, Ur stealthily approached the village chief. "Village chief grandfather, he is not my father. I could discern the difference in voices. Can you hear Lord Bai Gu's voice?" Ur obediently nodded. "Village chief grandfather, is this not the skeleton's den? Can we find my parents and return to the village?" "Alas, your parents are not here. The villagers fear they would turn into skeletons after death and have already cremated them. Even if they had become skeletons, they would not recognize you. Lord Bai Gu has mentioned that skeletons lack memories of their past lives." But Sister Ahwa said, Ahwa's a good child, but we cannot return to the village now. Old Ma sighed, as if he had aged several years. Why can't we go back? Is it because the skeletons want to let us? Or is it because of what I have become? Old Ma affectionately patted Yuere's head, though he could not physically touch her, and began recounting events that transpired in the village. I had always thought of you as a child, believing there were matters you were unfit to know. Now I realize that the more you know, the fewer detours you will take in the future. The villagers are truly despicable. Village chief grandfather has always helped them every year, yet they turn their backs on him over mere suspicion. That group of knights is the same. Those so-called righteous knights. It was they who committed the murders while I was made to bear the blame. Village chief grandfather has suffered too much injustice. I must prove that my village chief grandfather is innocent. Old Ma smiled gently at Yuere, filled with pride, yet shook his head at I, too, once believed in the need for vindication, but now I see it as unnecessary. Life here with Lord Bai Gu is quite pleasant. Not being a village chief has brought me a sense of relief. After all, I am no longer a village chief, so you need not call me village chief grandfather anymore. If you are no longer village chief grandfather, then you are my true grandfather. Grandfather, without you, there would be no Yuere. Very well, very well. The way Yuere called out grandfather touched Old Ma's heart, prompting him to repeat the word thrice. Bai Gu observed this scene with a sense of satisfaction. Grandfather, the Lord Bai Gu you mentioned is this skeleton gentleman, is he not? Indeed. Quickly pay your respects. He's been exceedingly kind to us, and now we have meat for every meal. Really? Yuere's eyes sparkled with excitement. How could it be false? Old Ma retrieved a piece of cured meat he had brought when leaving home. You used to crave this piece of meat, did you not? I had promised we would cut a small piece for the new year. But now you can have the whole thing. From now on, we can enjoy meat every day. That's wonderful. Yuere exclaimed joyfully, reaching out for the cured meat, only for it to fall through her ethereal form and onto the ground. This, Old Ma awkwardly observed the scene, frowning. It's all right, grandfather. I'm simply delighted to hear that we can enjoy meat every day. Yuere comforted Old Ma, yet being merely a child, her disappointment was hard to conceal. Bai Gu witnessed this and produced a ball of soul essence. Here, child, eat this. You should be able to consume it. Upon hearing Bai Gu's words, Yuere timidly turned to him, and Old Ma understood Bai Gu's intention as he extended a glowing orb. Go on, take it. Do not be afraid. Lord Bai Gu is very kind. With Old Ma's encouragement, Yuere cautiously approached Bai Gu, taking the soul essence. Thank you, uncle. There is no need for such formality. Bai Gu wished to pinch her cheek as he had done in the village. But his skeletal fingers merely passed through her ethereal form. Yuere retreated a few steps to Old Ma's side, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, as if to say, You cannot pinch me now. She then bit into the glowing orb, and as soon as it entered her mouth, it swiftly flowed throughout her entire being. This flavor is so fragrant and delicious. My body feels so comfortable. Observing her reaction, Bai Gu chuckled. Would you like more? If you help Uncle relay messages, I will reward you with this soul essence. How does that sound? Yuere's eyes sparkled, yet she glanced at Old Ma. Grandfather, Uncle says if I help him relay messages, he will give me the glowing orb I just ate. Should I agree to him? Silly Yuere, of course, if you can assist Lord Bai Gu, you must agree. Though Bai Gu could not speak, Yuere's mention of relaying messages made Old Ma instantly comprehend Bai Gu's intent. Uncle, Yuere agrees to relay messages for you. You must keep your promise and give me the glowing orb. Bai Gu, seeing Yuere's adorable demeanor, granted her another ball of soul essence. He still had some soul essence tucked away for himself, but not much. Old Ma, I think you should take Yuere back to the breeding farm for now. In a few days, I will need to enter the city, and then I will require both of you to accompany me. Bai Gu habitually raised the wooden sign, and Old Ma, accustomed to reading it, did so as well. Wasn't it agreed that I would relay messages? Yuere asked, hands on her hips. You are a precious messenger, meant for important moments. It is not yet necessary. A few words from Bai Gu brought Yuere immense joy. You're going to the city. There are quite a few powerful individuals, and even wizards there. What is your identity? Old Ma was somewhat surprised by Bai Gu's intention to enter the city. What business does a skeleton have in the city? I have important matters to attend to. I will don that outer garment, and you and Yuer will provide cover for me. It should not pose a problem." Old Ma considered this and nodded. Once Bai Gu wears that garment, apart from his inability to speak, it is rather special, and otherwise he appears human. Then you should take Yuer back to familiarize her. I will send someone to notify you when it is time to depart. Old Ma nodded and took Yuer away. Grandfather will take you to see the pigs I raised. They have grown quite large. Moreover, they have given birth to many piglets. The reason Bai Gu did not head to the city immediately was primarily due to Gu Xiao. Without him in the valley, it would be difficult to control all the skeletons. Should anything occur, it would be challenging to explain to Gu Xiao upon his return. Thus, he could only wait until Gu Xiao completed his advancement, though he was uncertain how many martial skills he had comprehended. As he had yet to finish his progression. By the way, it seems the system rewarded him with a set of health-improving calisthenics. Since there is nothing pressing, he might as well practice. Bai Gu activated the calisthenics reward, and a familiar yet strange melody filled his mind. The 9th set of health-improving calisthenics, preparing for the first level of punches and kicks. Begin. First level of punches and kicks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In the recesses of his mind. A diminutive figure assumed a horse stance, and one by one, various movements materialized, as if imprinted within Bai Gu's consciousness. His skeletal frame performed the motions with a remarkable fluidity, as though he had executed this set of calisthenics countless times before. Yet, despite its name, this exercise bore little resemblance to traditional calisthenics. Rather, it resembled a series of martial arts techniques. The routine, which lasted less than 10 minutes, left Bai Gu with an illusion of possessing the ability to traverse walls and perform martial arts with finesse. It was likely merely an illusion, but it served as a commendable means of physical training. Even for one composed solely of bones, in the ensuing days, he engaged in this exercise daily, accompanied by Gu and the others on their hunts and explorations, all while awaiting the advancement of Bone Howl. However, Bone Howl had yet to evolve, while Gu and Bonja had both achieved their advancements. Upon advancing to the 4th tier, Gu exhibited a marked increase in intelligence. Curiously, 2 additional bones sprouted from his pelvis, securing his metallic leg bones. Meanwhile, Bonja, after his advancement, reached the same level as Bone Howl, leading to the emergence of his parasitic bone weapon. Before Bai Gu's eyes, Bonja reached into his chest cavity and extracted a thick, elongated bone staff, leaving Bai Gu utterly astonished. What was this, a tumor? Previously, it had been forced to use wooden sticks, but now it seemed they had become accustomed to wielding such weapons. The parasitic bone weapon, once manifested, could not be altered. Bai Gu gazed at the tumor-like bone staff with a sense of resignation, while Bonju appeared thoroughly enamored with his new weapon. After waiting for 2 more days following the advancements of the 2 skeletons, they finally stirred from their slumber. Yet, it was not Bone Howl who awakened, but the left guardian, who appeared bewildered and seemingly unaware of his own identity. To his and Bonja's astonishment, the left guardian had not transformed into a zombie or a skeleton, but rather a hybrid of the two. His body was primarily composed of decayed zombie flesh, while his left shoulder, left hand, and part of his right leg remained skeletal. His head, too, was peculiar, although it appeared to be that of a zombie. Beneath the surface, 2 fiery orbs of spirit flickered in his eye sockets. What was this? A skeletal corpse? Bai Gu attempted to issue commands to the left guardian, who obediently followed orders akin to a typical low-tier skeleton. After conducting a series of experiments with no significant results, Bai Gu presented the memory orb to the half-skeleton, half-zombie left guardian. The moment the memory orb appeared, it circled the left guardian twice before seemingly confirming something and plunging into his mind. The confusion in the spirit fire of his eyes gradually dissipated, and memories began to resurface. Am I not dead? What is this place? Soul voice. It seems that regarding sound, you utilize the tongue of the skeleton clan. Bai Gu approached the left guardian for dialogue. Why, Lord Bai Gu? I did not realize you could speak. I have always been able to speak. However, my words were in the soul voice of the skeletons. It is you who will find it impossible to converse normally from now on, and must speak as I do. Me. The left guardian examined his own form, noting the decaying flesh and 1 skeletal arm and leg, completely devoid of any human semblance. Have I become a white? It is strange. How can I retain my memories after transforming into a white? Is it not said that when one becomes a white, their soul is lost, and they become bloodthirsty? Is that merely a rumor? If not, how can I explain my existence? Yet he soon chuckled to himself, I've already died. Why should I concern myself with being revived? My demise serves as atonement for the sins of my former life. I have copied your memories and implanted them into your newly transformed white body. Strictly speaking, you are no longer yourself. There is no need to dwell on the past. Moreover, those bandits are eager for your leadership, that I am no longer myself. That notion is intriguing. What do you intend to do with my subordinates? I wish to establish a force where all individuals can enjoy freedom, equality, and happiness without the fear of starvation. I am currently in need of manpower. The left guardian paused, contemplating Bai Gu's words. But my lord, you are a white. Why? What of being a white? Does that preclude one from desiring a beautiful world? Bai Gu replied. The left guardian regarded Bai Gu gravely for a moment before earnestly stating, I am quite curious about the world you have described, and I hope to accompany you, my lord, so that one day I may witness it. For now, focus on managing the breeding grounds with Lao Ma. Go for the people that have been concerned about you lately. After dispatching Left Guardian, the valley finally echoed with activity, signaling Bone Howl's impending advancement. A loud explosion reverberated through the air, prompting Bai Gu to hasten to Bone Howl's location. The spot where Bone Howl had been seated in meditation was now replaced by a deep trench, with Bone Howl standing at one end, clutching his bone blade. The power of this earth-splitting slash is astonishing. Bone Howl exclaimed, staring incredulously at the trench, unable to believe it was the result of his own strike. Brother Bone Howl, congratulations! You have successfully advanced. At that moment, Bone Howl's eye sockets glowed with a soft pink hue, marking him as a sixth-tier skeleton. That I must extend my gratitude to you, Brother Bai Gu, for your assistance. Otherwise, I would not have had the courage to advance. By the way, what happened to the bandits that attacked? Although he was engrossed in comprehending martial techniques during his advancement, he was still aware of the passage of time. Rest assured, those bandits have all been eliminated. Eliminated? Splendid, but how many of our comrades did we lose? Bone Howl's excitement quickly transformed into concern for their own casualties. However, Bai Gu merely raised a finger. One finger. Does that mean we lost 10 skeletons? Bone Howl speculated, only to see Bai Gu shake his head. Surely it cannot be 100 skeletons? Bai Gu continued to shake his head. Not even 100? You cannot possibly mean just one skeleton, can you? Indeed, we lost merely one unfortunate skeleton. This unfortunate skeleton had been killed while Silver Gully was infiltrating the breeding grounds. What? We truly lost only one. Normally, we lose more than one skeleton due to soul fire dissipating. Observing Bone Howl's incredulous expression, Bai Gu recounted the events of the past few days. Brother Bai Gu, you are truly remarkable, the Bone Master, to devise such strategies as throwing wooden spears and burning down the jungle. Silver Gully is truly despicable for daring to slay our comrade, had it not been for Silver Gully's actions. Bai Gu would have emerged from the battle without any losses, a feat of unparalleled glory among skeletons. Thus Bone Howl harbored considerable animosity towards Silver Gully. I have already captured Silver Gully. But in order to extract information about Wolf Firm, I promised both myself and the skeletons under my control that I would not harm him. However, the Left Guardian is not under my control. I need to venture into the nearby city of the Whitethorn Kingdom tomorrow to tea that time. You should coordinate with Zhang Yu and the Left Guardian to deal with him. Bone Howl nodded in agreement, only to suddenly realize, you plan to enter the city? You are a white. While the Whitethorn Kingdom does not prohibit white mages like the Purane Kingdom, there is still a distinction between white mages and pure whites. If you enter alone and are exposed, it would be perilous. Bai Gu chuckled. I need to enter the city to procure some items and attend to matters that could benefit the tribe. Moreover, have you forgotten that I possess a spell that allows me to assume human form? Coupled with Yuer, who is a wandering soul, and Lao Ma, a normal human to relay messages, it will not be easy to detect me. But that is merely a precaution. You are the Bone Master and the hope for our tribe's liberation. I cannot allow you to be in danger. Perhaps I should accompany you into the city. Bone Howl insisted, viewing Bai Gu as an invaluable asset to their tribe that could not afford any mishaps. Should you accompany me? That may not be wise. Nonsense. With me around, I can ensure your safety. What? Do you think so little of me? Bonehowl declared confidently, having attained comprehension of 3 martial techniques during his advancement, a feat the previous tribe leader had only managed once. No, Brother Bonehowl, I never meant to belittle you. It's just that if I go alone, I can still disguise myself as a human. Bringing you along would make us more conspicuous. How could we be conspicuous? Tell me, what profession do you intend to impersonate? Even if I disguise myself as a human, there will always be a lingering aura of the undead about me. Thus, I plan to masquerade as a white mage, which will be far more acceptable for someone with a white's aura. Bonehowl wore a triumphant expression. Indeed, is it not rather peculiar that a necromancer lacks a single undead creature by their side? However, my presence beside you renders your identity as a necromancer far more plausible. It appears that my esteemed brother, having ascended to the 6th tier, has significantly enhanced his intellect, even devising schemes against me. Yet, should you depart the valley, who shall oversee the multitude of skeletons that inhabit it? Nevertheless, Bonehowl seems to have anticipated that Bai Gu would voice such concerns. Bonecover was on the verge of advancement before my own, and now that I have ascended, it is likely that he has as well. A 5th tier skeleton. It is high time he undertook the responsibility of safeguarding all the skeletons within this valley. Upon hearing Bonehowl's words, Bai Gu comprehended that Bonehowl was resolutely determined to accompany him. Having additional skeletons in tow certainly aligns more closely with the image of a necromancer. Fortunately, apart from Bonecover, Jianyu also resides within the valley, providing a defense against any formidable adversaries. However, it is unlikely that this desolate location will attract any significant threats. Thus, at the valley's entrance the following day, approximately 40 skeletons bore an enormous palanquin, upon which sat Bai Gu, Bonehowl, and old amiss for you air. Being a wandering spirit, she floated gracefully in the air. The group set forth in their palanquin. The nearest city to them was the border town of Jianshi in the kingdom of Beijing, a considerable distance away, which they would traverse, even passing by Baishur village along the way. The skeletons, being devoid of concerns regarding stamina, carried on without a hitch. However, for Old Ma, a man well into his 50s, it was unrealistic to expect him to walk all the way to Jianshi. Thus, Bai Gu fashioned a palanquin. Since he was already constructing one, he decided to make it larger, so that they could all fit, inadvertently creating a rather colossal structure. 40 skeletons carrying such a massive palanquin progressed slowly through the forest. But skeletons were unfazed by fatigue. As long as their soul flames burned, they could move, making it entirely feasible to travel day and night. Yet upon nearing Baishur village, Old Ma insisted they halt. "Wait, let us pause for a moment. What is it, Uncle Ma?" Bai Gu inquired, opting to communicate directly through soul sound rather than raising a wooden sign. Upon hearing his words, Yu Air relayed them to Old Ma from her position in his arms. They planned to refine their coordination along the way, anticipating that by the time they reached the city, their synergy would be significantly enhanced. "Lord Bai Gu, I sense something amiss in the village. At this hour, it should be bustling with activity, yet it is quieter than a ghost town," Old Ma expressed. "Do you wish to investigate?" Bai Gu understood that Old Ma harbored concern for the villagers. However, Old Ma shook his head. "Never mind. Your affairs take precedence. Let us attend to your matters first. If time allows upon our return, I shall take a look then." Bai Gu nodded, refraining from further comment, and signaled the skeletons to proceed. Meanwhile, in the central square of the village, the entire populace had congregated. Old Qian, appointed as the new village chief by the Radiant Knights, stood at the forefront. Everyone must pray with utmost sincerity. Anyone who fails to demonstrate piety, leading to the knights not taking residence in our village, shall be deemed a sinner. "Chief, we have been praying for 3 days. Is that not sufficient?" Someone protested. "Indeed, my grain has yet to be harvested. If it starts snowing in a few days' silence, 3 days of complaints, no wonder the Radiant God King deems us insincere." Old Zhou interjected. "Old Qian, your grain hasn't been harvested. What are the others? Look at me. I haven't even planted my grain in the name of prayer. Do not be so selfish. Think of the village. By the way, in a couple of days, I'll be journeying to the church for a pilgrimage. And I ask everyone to prepare a pound of grain and 10 copper coins for me to donate to the church in exchange for our safety. After scolding them, old Xian casually suggested that they contribute supplies. A pound of grain and 10 copper coins? Where are we to procure such resources? Exactly. How can we gather so much grain and money? The skeletons have been harassing us for years. My grain has been ravaged. And I barely have enough to eat, let alone sell. Enough chatter. Contribute what you can. For the sake of our village, I have even sold my wife and daughter. What have I said? The money I earn will be donated in a couple of days. Do not be so selfish. Anyone whose selfishness results in the radiant God King withholding orders from the knights, I shall report to the knights without fail. When they come seeking accountability, you shall see. Under old Qian's threat, the crowd simmered with anger, yet dared not voice their discontent. Though a few with fervent eyes were likely beyond redemption, I could see the border of the kingdom of Beijing. A city constructed entirely of blue stone gradually emerged in the morning light. After a day and night of travel, Bai Gu and his companions finally arrived near Jianshi as dawn broke. Awaken, everyone! We are about to approach the city, where many are preparing to enter, but we must remain low-key. The palanquin and the skeleton bearers should find somewhere nearby to conceal themselves, and we will enter on foot. As a border town, Jianshi bustled with merchants engaged in trade, and although the sun had yet to rise fully, a line had already formed at the city gates. However, there were distinctions in the queue. The affluent and powerful rode in lavish palanquins, occupying the grand entrance, while common folk, small-time merchants, and low-tier warriors waited to enter through the smaller side gates. What day is it today? Why are there so many palanquins? One person inquired, "Oh, you not know? Look at the lead palanquin, the one carried by 16 second-tier warriors. That's the Fenghuan 7-colored cloud palanquin. I saw it when I arrived early to queue. Who might be riding in it? Surely, the only one who can ride such a palanquin in the kingdom is a princess. That must be the third princess. All these palanquins are filled with those eager to curry favor with her. No wonder there are so many today. Now, I understand. No wonder these wealthy kids stayed up all night and only arrive in the morning to queue. I envy them. If any of them catch the princess Si, they'll ascend to greatness in an instant. Let us not dwell on such impractical fantasies. If I could even enter through the main gate, it would feel like a great honor. Such a notion is equally unrealistic. I have resided in Jianshi for decades and have never entered through the main gate, let alone in a palanquin. Indeed, just look at those bearers. They seem to carry themselves as if they are of a higher status. Pah! What superiority! They are merely the dogs of the wealthy. Upon overhearing the townsfolk's chatter, a young man clad in silk garments couldn't help but shout back indignantly, "Do not speak so recklessly. Beware of attracting trouble. Do not engage with him. Look, the palanquin bearers are approaching. They must have heard us. That seems to be the palanquin of the Chung family. They are notoriously domineering." Having uttered his disdain, the young man found himself confronted by the 8 bearers, who approached brandishing clubs. "What did you just say?" My brother inquired. "What nonsense did you just utter? I merely stated that you are nothing but dogs trained by the wealthy." "What of it?" The young man maintained an air of disdain that, a bold lad. We shall see if you retain that spirit shortly." One of the bearers replied before swinging his club towards the young man. The others swiftly followed suit, indicating that this was not their first encounter with such confrontations. Yet the young man remained unfazed, a smile playing on his lips, as if relishing in the impending chaos. Just as a club was about to strike his face, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the bearer, delivering a powerful punch that sent the bearer flying like a broken kite. Huffed, blood gushed forth. And before the remaining bearers could process the situation, the young man vanished once more, swiftly dispatching them one by one. How could someone of such formidable strength be queuing with us? Uncertain, yet it was evident he was at least a 4th-tier warrior. Given his prowess against the Chung family's 2nd-tier bearers, from within the Chung family's palanquin, a haughty voice rang out. "What is happening outside? Why is it so noisy?" Outside, the servant tasked with attending to this esteemed individual stood dumbfounded. "Young master, someone has insulted our bearers, and they have gone to deal with it." Someone dares to insult our Chung family as subordinates. Have them break his limbs, but keep the noise down. The third princess is here. And we wouldn't want to leave a bad impression. Despite his arrogant commands, the steward found himself unable to comply. Young master, it may be impossible for them to break his limbs, as it appears they have all been slain. What? Who dares to kill my Chung family S-men? Chung Yin roared, bursting from the palanquin and turning his corpulent head to survey the scene. His bearers lay scattered, bloodied and lifeless, and amidst their bodies stood the young man in silk, disdainfully surveying the carnage while casually wiping the blood splatter from his face, exuding an air of swagger. Perhaps the third princess noticed my little performance. If she did, it would not be in vain for me to infiltrate this crowd of filthy peasants. Staging such a splendid spectacle that this moment, Chingyin glanced at the young man and immediately shouted, "Ding Ji, what the hell does it mean for you to disregard the queue and threaten my bearers?" Ding Ji, noticing that Changyin had disembarked from the sedan chair, furrowed his brow and inwardly cursed this rotund fool for potentially ruining his plans. "Esteemed sir, I am not acquainted with you in any manner. I merely found your bearer's arrogance and bullying intolerable. Not acquainted? Pah! Just the day before yesterday at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, I happened to bump into you. Oh, I see now. You are the one that the lady did not choose. And today you come seeking revenge." Ding Ji inwardly exclaimed, "Damn it," but maintained a fa-ade of integrity, replying, "I did not comprehend your words. However, if you intend to slander my reputation, you have mistaken the person." After saying this, Ding Ji forcefully stomped the ground, creating an immediate depression in the earth. He then took a moment to steal a glance at the third princess's sedan, observing that she had not yet descended to intervene. Cheng-yin, feeling an intense ire towards Ding Ji, retorted, "Do you think you can intimidate me? You are merely a second-tier warrior. You've only ingested the Berserker potion to temporarily elevate yourself to the fourth tier. What arrogance is this? Do you think I lack the Berserker potion as well?" With that, Cheng-yin produced a vial of crimson liquid. This potion, when consumed, could elevate a second-tier warrior to the fourth tier for a brief period of 10 minutes, after which the body would be left in a state of extreme weakness. Rumor had it that the third princess had a penchant for justice, and Ding Ji had initially aimed to resolve the issue with the bearers to attract her attention and perhaps gain her favor. However, to his dismay, he ended up drawing the ire of his nemesis instead. Ding Ji calculated that he had already consumed more than half of the potion's effect time. If his opponent were to drink the potion, he might very well be beaten senseless once its effect wore off. Given that the third princess had yet to emerge, he deemed it unnecessary to take such a risk. Thus, Ding Ji spoke up. I just recalled that this is none other than our brother Chung. My apologies, my eyesight has been rather poor lately, and I failed to recognize you." With this, he waved his hand, and a luxurious sedan chair was swiftly brought to his side. Do you think a mere claim of not seeing will suffice? You have killed my bearers. What do you propose to do about it? It's just a few bearers. I shall compensate you. Will compensation suffice? You are merely slapping my face. Then add a token from the Drunken Flower Pavilion's songstress. Deal. In mere moments, the two reached an agreement, and Cheng-yin pocketed the Berserker potion. Meanwhile, within the sedan of the third princess, Princess Jing-yun raised her hand lightly, conjuring a mirror-like surface that appeared out of thin air, reflecting the scene outside where Ding Ji and others were situated. "Your Highness, you truly possess keen insight. At a glance, you can tell that his brash demeanor is merely an act, that I initially thought that man was genuinely a champion of righteousness. With a face full of malice and ruthless methods in dealing with bearers. His strength fluctuates. It is evident he has consumed a potion, that he exhibits none of the qualities of a true expert. How many years have I seen such tactics employed to gain my attention?" Jing Yun expressed her disdain. Your Highness is so clever and beautiful, and at such a young age, already a third-tier water mage. There is truly no man in this world worthy of you." Jing Yun shook her head helplessly. "Within the kingdom, I do not even aspire to find someone of my age who surpasses me in strength. I merely hope to find a man with either power or background. Someone of decent character. Even appearance is of little consequence, that I wish to avoid my father introducing me to those unsightly suitors. Yet, Despite such low expectations, we have traversed more than a dozen cities without finding a single suitable candidate. I often hear the elderly say that one may plant flowers with care, yet they do not bloom. Your Highness, why not relax your heart? Let us simply regard this as a leisurely outing. Bai Gu and his companions concealed the sedan and skeletons, and after a while, they arrived at the city gate. Along the journey, Old Ma had mentioned the rules at the city gate. Bai Gu was eager to avoid attention. So after a brief glance at the two lines of people, he and his companions positioned themselves at the smaller gate. However, as soon as Bai Gu stood there, the nearby citizens were taken aback and instinctively moved away from him. With even those arriving afterward daring not to approach, in an instant, a vacuum formed around them, causing Bai Gu to wonder if his human disguise had failed to conceal him. Just as he contemplated asking Old Ma whether his appearance was acceptable, the voices of Ding Ji and Cheng Yin reached him from the sedan line. "Huh, Ding Ji, look over there. Another fool is posing just like you. Cheng Fatty, do not think that because I called you Brother Cheng. You can talk nonsense. If you slander me, I shall not hesitate to make you pay." Ding Ji, feeling somewhat weak, shouted, then turned his gaze toward Bai Gu. "You fool! Whose family are you from? Stop pretending. It's useless." Pretending at what? Has my disguise been uncovered? Surely not. This human disguise is a high-tech product. How could it be so easily seen through? Meanwhile, within the third princess's sedan, the maid Xiao Luo pointed at Bai Gu in the water mirror and giggled. "Your Highness, look! Another one pretending to be an expert has arrived. This one is even more absurd than the last. He even brought a skeleton along. Does he fear that others do not know he is a necromancer?" Upon hearing this, the third princess gazed into the water mirror, initially seeing Bai Gu's face. A necromancer so young. Then she noticed the skeleton beside Bai Gu, and her eyes widened in astonishment. A sixth-tier skeletal attendant. Yet this youth shows no signs of having been corrupted by necromantic elements. The high-tier necromancers can maintain their appearance without succumbing to the corruption of necromantic elements, yet they typically do not employ low-tier undead like skeletons as attendants. And generally, high-tier necromancers are not young. In contrast, novice necromancers, having just begun to engage with necromantic elements, are less susceptible to corruption. However, for a novice necromancer to contract a sixth-tier skeleton is akin to dreaming. This youth possesses the aura of necromancy, but remains concealed. Were it not for the skeleton, one might not recognize him as a necromancer. Most high-tier necromancers find it difficult to achieve such subtlety. Yet he seems capable of doing so. He appears to be quite intriguing. Bai Gu stood in line, puzzled by Ding Ji's remarks about pretending as someone who had traversed into this world as a skeleton. He was unaware that, in this realm, any kind of mage held a status superior to that of ordinary individuals. Thus, as he stood with Bone Howl among the ranks of the impoverished, Ding Ji assumed he was merely another pretender like himself. "You there, I am speaking to you. Were you pretending to not understand? I am Ding Ji of the Ding family. Which family do you belong to?" Ding family. Bai Gu was unfamiliar with this Ding family. But judging by the luxurious sedan chair and Ding Ji's arrogant demeanor, he could surmise that the individual was likely a wealthy heir. Desiring to maintain a low profile, he had no intention of provoking Ding Ji. He glanced at Old Ma, who instantly understood his intent. "My master is not from this city. We have come from elsewhere." Old Ma attempted to explain, but upon seeing Old Ma speak, Ding Ji immediately berated him. "I am speaking to him. What gives you the right to interrupt? Do you think you're qualified to speak to me, young master? Slap yourself 50 times." This loud shout stunned Old Ma, and when he regained his senses, he thought, "I truly am useless. I opened my mouth and brought trouble to Lord Bai Gu. How infuriating!" Contemplating this, he raised his hand to strike his own cheek, but Bai Gu grasped Old Ma's hand. Stopping him, he asked you to slap yourself. "So go ahead. I still want him to eat his own words. Does he think he alone can devour words? When you hear her Bai Gu's words." She relayed them verbatim to Old Ma. After hearing this, Old Ma was momentarily taken aback and murmured, "I'm just an old fool. Taking a few slaps is of no consequence, and if not, I would have disturbed my master's affairs. We do not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. If worst comes to worst, we can escape back to the valley. Do you think they can still find us?" "Uncle Ma, you are not a useless old man in my eyes. On the contrary, I hold you in high esteem." You wish to throw away my respect over a few words from an irrelevant person? Furthermore, you represent my dignity. Slapping yourself is akin to slapping my face. Old Ma, upon hearing this, felt a rush of emotion and quickly retracted his raised hand. I have grown old and muddled. I did not mean to embarrass you. Lord Bai Gu, as Old Ma lowered his hand, Ding Ji, seeing this, became instantly displeased. Oh, my words do not hold any weight, do they? You must not have heard of my reputation. Someone, go and cut out his tongue. Let him know the consequences of speaking recklessly. The individuals surrounding Ding Ji exchanged glances upon hearing his words, yet none dared to take action. Young master, the person beside him is a necromancer. Look at us, we are merely first-tier warriors, and only Old Wong is a second-tier warrior. What use are you lot? Look at that mage. He has only a single skeleton with him, at most a first or second-tier mage. Are you afraid of any repercussions when you all attack together? Ding Ji's subordinate stammered, fearful of ending up like Cheng Yin's bearers, who had encountered their arrogant young master under dubious circumstances. Ding Ji was infuriated by their hesitance, but this outing was merely to establish some connection with the third princess, and as such, he had refrained from bringing any bodyguards if they were mistaken for posing a threat to the princess. There would be no recourse for their grievances. Hence, despite his ire, Ding Ji found himself powerless to act. Meanwhile, Bai Gu, recognizing the immaturity of the situation, chose not to seek unnecessary validation. Having matured through the trials of contemporary society, he turned and rejoined his companions, disregarding Ding Ji. However, to Ding Ji and his entourage, Bai Gu's actions appeared quite different. Cheng Yin laughed heartily and shouted at Ding Ji, "It seems you're not as impressive as you think. That kid, doesn't he even acknowledge you? What weight do your words carry?" Ding Ji was ablaze with rage and produced a vial of berserk potion, a costly item he had painstakingly saved up to acquire. "Old Wong, come here, take this potion and bring those few along to dismantle that skeleton. Then drag that kid and the old man back to me. I intend to make an example of that old man right in front of him." Old Wong hesitated, glancing at his companions, but being in the service of Ding Ji left them with no room for dissent. Thus, he gripped the potion tightly and led the others toward Bai Gu. Ding Ji's boisterous shouts, coupled with Old Wong's swaggering approach, did not go unnoticed by Bai Gu, who had aimed for a low-profile entry into the city. However, the throng of onlookers awaiting entry had already begun to gather. If not for the absence of popcorn, they might have settled in for a show, prompting a resigned sigh from Bai Gu. "Brother Gu, it seems our hope for a discreet entrance has evaporated. Let us adopt a more ostentatious approach. Can you resolve the situation swiftly without resorting to killing?" Bai Gu nodded, seizing the opportunity to test his newly acquired martial skills. "Then, I shall rely on you to handle them. And Old Ma, follow my lead shortly." As a wave of bearers surged forward, Old Wong, invigorated by the potion, ascended to a fourth-tier warrior and charged directly at Bai Gu. "Humph! With just that pitiful skeleton, how do you expect to withstand a fourth-tier warrior?" Ding Ji declared from his litter. Bai Gu, observing the oncoming foe, drew his bone blade before him, igniting it with a flicker of soul fire before plunging it into the ground. Inside the third princess's litter, Xiao Luo observed the scene unfold and remarked, "Princess, do you suppose this pretender will resort to a potion or a scroll?" Having just learned that Ding Ji relied on a potion, Xiao Luo speculated that this individual would probably use a scroll. "What makes you say that?" Xiao Luo, brimming with confidence, replied, "From my experiences accompanying you, most warriors prefer potions, while mages favor scrolls. Thus, I suspect he will use a scroll." "What do you think, princess?" "You. Why would you even ask me? You simply wish for me to guess he'll use a potion." Xiao Luo chuckled, having never guessed correctly in the past, so this time she sought to be clever. "Clever? More like you're trying to cheat. I'll wager he won't to use anything at all." "Nothing at all. How then could he win? Would he not be defeated? Wait, is it possible he's just pretending?" Noticing the princess's confidence, Xiao Luo hesitated. Outside, Guja stood firm with his bone blade, its soul fire ablaze, awaiting the bearers to close the distance. The small fissure appeared in the ground beneath the blade, which gradually expanded, emanating a pink glow. Just as the bearers recognized something amiss, an explosive force erupted. Pink energy surged from the ground like a wall, crashing into the bearers, sending them sprawling backward, particularly Old Wong. With a single move, Bai Gu had incapacitated everyone, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. How is this possible? Wasn't he that merely a skeleton? Even I could defeat an ordinary skeleton. What just transpired? That couldn't he have been martial skill? Could it? Martial skills are incredibly rare, you know, and how could a mere skeleton possess such abilities? The incredulity among the crowd was palpable, as they had never seen such prowess from a skeletal being. This discourse arose from the litter of Chengyin, prompting the townsfolk, who had been poised to confront Ding Ji, to fall silent. The litter bore the emblem of the white thorn, leading many to speculate that it housed a member of the nobility, likely the young city lord, whom they had previously seen enter the litter. Inside the third princess's litter, Xiao Luo gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. To think that a single skeleton could achieve such a feat without the aid of potions or scrolls. If the skeleton is this formidable, how powerful must its master be? The corners of the princess's mouth curled upward, but I, too, am curious that forge a contract with a skeleton and nurture it to the 6th tier requires immense time and effort. Yet this young man hardly appears to have invested such resources. Xiao Luo, go invite him to join me as we enter the city. I wish to learn more about this individual. You wish to invite him merely because he possesses such a skeleton? Princess, is that not a hasty decision? What if that skeleton was gifted to him by a family elder? The princess shook her head. No, a captured skeleton can only be bound through a contract scroll. While it may follow orders, it would never exhibit the same level of obedience as one nurtured through a personal bond. Furthermore, a creature bound by a contract scroll often harbors aggression and volatility. As they're forcibly bound, observe how he interacts with that skeleton. They seem more like friends than master and servant. Thus, I deduce that he has nurtured it himself. Now, swiftly go and extend the invitation. Understood. I shall proceed to invite the princess as future ideal partner. Xiao Luo, are you trying to get yourself killed? The princess exclaimed, playfully scolding her. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Not a single one of you can handle a mere skeleton. Ding Ji bellowed in frustration, that moment. Old Ma, having received Bai Gu's instructions, stepped forward and addressed Ding Ji. Our master has commanded that you reveal any further means you possess. Do not waste our time with your incessant prattling. Ding Ji's fury intensified. If the city gates were not yet open, he would have dispatched someone to flay this insolent wretch alive. The voice from the litter ahead sounds like Mu Us. Doesn't it? That person just expressed a desire to enter the city, as the young city lord. It should be easy for Mu Yu to deny entry to an individual of uncertain identity, especially one who has just defeated so many of my subordinates. With this thought, Ding Ji shouted, Young city lord, this individual lacks a clear identity, accompanied by a skeleton, and has just defeated so many of my men with a single strike. Allowing him entry could incite panic among the ordinary citizens. Ordinary citizens. If he is deemed an ordinary citizen, then what do we call the throng of commoners waiting in line? Refugees, hearing Ding Ji's words. Bai Gu furrowed his brow. This troublesome individual was quick to create a scene, and it appeared he was familiar with the young city lord. If he were truly denied entry, it would complicate matters for the next city. Within Mu Yu's litter, upon hearing Ding Ji's voice, he recognized the ploy to leverage connections to prevent Bai Gu's entry to him. Bai Gu was merely a lucky individual who had somehow acquired a 6th-tier skeleton. Someone who sought to attract the princess's attention. He held such characters in contempt, just as he did Ding Ji, who thrived on his family's influence. Thus, he had little interest in meddling unless. While Ding Ji's concerns hold some merit, if we were to reject every individual of uncertain identity who would dare to venture into the city for trade in the future, we wouldn't want to dishearten our merchants. Would we? Humph. Ding Ji found himself nearly sickened by Mu Yu's response. Were it not for his knowledge of Mu Yu's character, he might have been swayed by such rhetoric. It seemed clear that Mu Yu was merely seeking a bribe. I understand what the young city lord is implying. However, I observed that this individual was dressed peculiarly and carried no belongings, which did not suggest he was a merchant, nor did he appear particularly affluent. Therefore, to ensure the safety of all, I shall offer 10,000 taels of silver as compensation for the income he would generate by entering the city, thus allowing his companions to refrain from entering. This fellow seems to possess some acumen. Upon hearing the sum of 10,000 taels, Muyu appeared quite satisfied. Yet in the realm of commerce, one must always consider alternatives, and he continued to speak. What do you think? I find myself in quite a predicament. Perhaps we should allow this young brother to express whether he is amenable to your proposal. If he is not, let him present a more favorable one. Bai Gu listened to their exchange, shaking his head in resignation. Such acts of corruption exist everywhere. The other party's insistence on providing a better proposal merely serves to inflate the price I would have to pay. However, at present, he possessed nothing of value apart from his bones. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Gu considered that perhaps he should seek a different city, as entering this one would attract too much attention. Ding Ji, noticing Bai Gu's silence, remarked sarcastically, "Some people simply wish to enter the city to broaden their horizons, yet they may not possess even a single coin. That I suppose my 10,000 taels is a waste. Albeit a rather delightful one. Ha ha ha." Following his jest, he erupted into laughter. "Shall I have that person eliminated?" Gu Xiao could scarcely endure Ding Ji's taunts and contemplated retaliating against him, but Bai Gu restrained him. Such juvenile provocations were incapable of undermining his composure. "Young man, were you not quite arrogant just moments ago? Why the sudden silence now? What gives you the audacity to oppose me? You shall not enter this city today." "Mark my words," Ding Ji bellowed, oblivious to the fact that the young princess had already descended from her palanquin. "Master Mage, the esteemed necromancer, our princess wishes to invite you to enter the city together." A resounding clap seemed to echo through the air, leaving everyone present in a state of astonishment. "Did you hear that clap just now?" "I certainly did. Look, Ding Ji's face is flushed red. Lower your voice. Be cautious lest he directs his ire towards you." Xiao Luo's exclamation caused the once boisterous Ding Ji to fall silent, his face turning crimson, particularly since the clap had been delivered by the princess herself. Upon hearing Xiao Luo's call, Bai Gu did not respond immediately. Instead, he grew more cautious. The princess of the kingdom of Beijing is here. I have heard of her from Lao Ma during idle conversations on the road. It is said that she is benevolent and has fought for numerous benefits for the common folk, possessing both beauty and exceptional talent, making her a celebrated figure in the kingdom's magical academy, adored by the populace. Upon hearing this, I found her quite appealing, yet I did not know her personally. Why, then, would she extend an invitation to me? Could it be that her extraordinary talent allowed her to recognize my skeletal form? Harboring ulterior motives, Bai Gu speculated cautiously, remaining mute, while those around him perceived him as frozen in place. Why has that necromancer not responded? It is the princess's invitation. I believe he is simply too thrilled to speak. Indeed, if I were in his position, I might be overjoyed. It is rumored that the princess has never invited anyone to accompany her during her travels across the various cities. The crowd buzzed with chatter, largely assuming that Bai Gu was simply overwhelmed with joy at the news, a sentiment echoed by Xiao Luo. Daha. A mere invitation from the princess has left him so elated that he appears foolish. Perhaps the princess has misjudged him. Dear sir, do not be dazed. Let us proceed. Xiao Luo entirely disregarded Ding Ji and Mu Yu, asserting her position as the princess's maid, while these individuals were merely members of lesser families with some wealth and influence. After speaking, she assumed Bai Gu would follow her, but to her surprise, he shook his head. "What? The princess has invited you, and you are reluctant to join?" Xiao Luo furrowed her brow, taken aback by his audacity to decline the princess's invitation. However, what Bai Gu did next deepened her frown. Rather than speaking himself, he gestured for Lao Ma to relay a message. "Inform that young lady that I do not refuse the princess's invitation. Rather, I wish for her to descend from the palanquin and enter the city alongside me." Upon hearing Bai Gu's words relayed by Yu Er, Lao Ma hesitated, quietly confirming that he had not misrepresented the message. Previously, Princess Jingyan had proposed to the kingdom to reduce the agricultural tax burden on farmers. Although this initiative did not come to fruition, it earned Lao Ma's respect. Thus, when the princess invited Bai Gu to join her in the palanquin, it raised his suspicions when Bai Gu insisted that she descend instead. After confirming several times that Bai Gu had indeed said so, Lao Ma finally spoke, albeit with trepidation. Why Master wishes to convey that he does not refuse the princess's invitation. He simply desires for her to join him in entering the city. What? As soon as Lao Ma finished speaking, Xiao Luo exclaimed loudly. The onlookers began to murmur in disbelief. Who does he think he is? To demand the princess descend from her palanquin to accompany him? Exactly. Does he think he's a prince of the empire? I suspect he has lost his mind, becoming overly arrogant. Perhaps the princess's invitation was merely a gesture of goodwill in light of his conflict with Ding Ji. And he dares to take such liberties. Ding Ji, already stung by embarrassment, found himself reveling in Bai Gu's audacity. This fool is courting disaster. He is only himself to blame. What gives you the right to demand the princess accompany you? And how dare you allow your subordinate to speak with me? I am magnanimous enough to overlook this, but you have the audacity to allow your subordinate to converse with Miss Xiao Luo. You lack even the decency to address Miss Xiao Luo directly, which shows you have no regard for the princess. Ding Ji unleashed a barrage of verbal assaults, his words effectively riling Xiao Luo. This esteemed necromancer, should you wish to decline the princess's invitation, you may do so directly. I shall relay your refusal to her. Xiao Luo's tone carried a hint of ire, viewing Bai Gu and Ding Ji as equally pretentious. She believed the princess had simply made an error in judgment. Nevertheless, Bai Gu paid no heed to her warnings or threats, instead urging Lao Ma to continue. Lao Ma stole a glance at Xiao Luo. My master said that if the princess is unwilling to descend from the palanquin, it is no matter. Consider it his refusal of her gracious offer. What? He truly dares to say that. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The princess's first invitation has been rejected. This fellow is bound to face dire consequences. There are many suitors for the princess's affection, and should they seek to curry favor with her, they might very well deal with him. Ding Ji felt a surge of exhilaration. Wonderful. He is nothing but a fool. If he had accepted the princess's invitation, I would have been at a loss for how to handle him. Even if he entered the city, who would dare act against him, as it would be tantamount to opposing the princess? Who could have anticipated that this great fool would take such an outrageous stance, and if the princess does not acquiesce, he will stubbornly refuse the invitation? Is he not a complete fool? Ding Ji's thoughts raced. Let him refuse. Create a scene. The more furious the princess becomes, the better for me, when I deal with him shortly. The princess may even find me commendable and invite me instead. With this in mind, Ding Ji spoke up. Young lord, this fool shows such disrespect towards the princess. Clearly, my decision to bar his entry into the city was entirely justified. Allowing him in could pose a danger to the princess. Mu Yu found some agreement with Ding Ji's words. This fellow's refusal of the princess may indeed indicate folly, or perhaps he posed a threat to her. However, years of familial teachings instilled in him a reluctance to speak out. Until the dust settled, he would refrain from taking a side. Who could predict whether Ding Ji's earlier slap would come back to haunt him? Bai Gu, why do you refuse such an invitation from a princess? Gu Xiao expressed his confusion regarding Bai Gu's decision. Brother Gu Xiao, since your advancement, your intellect has awakened remarkably. Do you now consider yourself human? We are skeletons, not truly human. That is a princess, not a bandit leader, individuals at the pinnacle of a national hierarchy, especially a princess who had studied at an academy. I could not guarantee that proximity would not expose my identity. What if my identity had already been revealed? The invitation might merely be a trap, a skeleton disguised as a human, likely to attract the attention of magical researchers upon hearing Bai Gu's words. Gu Xiao broke into a cold sweat. I was too careless. My increased strength and intellect after advancement made me overlook many factors. I nearly placed you in jeopardy. What should we do now? Bai Gu shook his head. Let us observe the situation. I am uncertain whether I have been discovered. Thus, it was decided to invite her to disembark from the palanquin and enter the city together. One could hardly ascertain the presence of any mechanisms or magical formations within such a grand carriage. If we were to ascend, it would be akin to being caught in a trap. However, once we alight from the palanquin, the situation transforms entirely. The area surrounding the border gates is wide and devoid of obstructions, designed to prevent any clandestine enemy infiltration, should our counterpart choose to dismount. we would find ourselves in a far more favorable position to evade any nefarious plots. If they refuse to descend, we shall attempt to enter the city. If that fails, we shall devise an alternative plan. Bone Howl nodded vigorously at Bai Gu's words. Indeed, Bone Master is astute and thoughtful, although he struggled to fully grasp Bai Gu's meaning. Xiao Luo, upon receiving Bai Gu's response and spurred on by Ding Ji's incitement, felt a surge of indignation and, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, "Very well. I shall relay your words verbatim to Her Highness the Princess." With that, she turned on her heel and entered the palanquin without a backward glance. "Your Highness, that sorcerer outside actually—" "Oh." Once inside the palanquin, Xiao Luo's demeanor contrasted starkly with her previous fierce appearance. She approached Princess Jingyun, her voice now delicate and sweet, just as she was about to speak when the princess preempted her. "Ew. No more nonsense. I have already seen." Princess Jingyun affectionately ruffled Xiao Luo's hair, having always regarded her as a younger sister. "Seen it? Then it loses its intrigue. Your Highness, could it be that you mistook someone? This fellow actually expects you to disembark and walk into the city alongside him. Who does he think he is?" Although Princess Jingyun was somewhat perplexed by Bai Gu's suggestion to enter the city on foot, she sensed that he did not seem like the type to overstep boundaries, an instinct she trusted. Surely, there must be a reason behind his request, and she mused that walking into the city together was not a matter of great consequence. Upon finishing her thoughts, a sudden spark of inspiration flickered in her mind, yet she could not seize upon it. How can it not be a big deal? You are a princess. As for him, what reason could he possibly have? He knows nothing of propriety. Propriety? Princess Jingyun pondered further, yet the idea eluded her grasp. Nonetheless, she felt that perhaps this flash of insight was related to the notion of disembarking and walking. Surely, as a princess, she ought to adhere to the principles of hierarchy and decorum, and thus would never walk alongside someone of such lowly standing. While Xiao Luo continued to grumble beside her, Princess Jingyun abruptly interrupted her. "Let us disembark and walk into the city." "Really?" At that moment, the gates of the city were nearing their opening time. The city lord, Mu Qi, had been waiting at the gates. Ordinarily, he would not concern himself with the ceremonial opening of the city gates. However, today was different, for the princess was present. Renowned for her diligence, benevolence, and her affection for the common folk, Princess Jingyun was unwilling to have the city lord open the gates exclusively for her. Instead, she chose to queue like everyone else, a practice she was said to uphold even in other cities. Naturally, Mu Qi perceived this as an unnecessary display of humility, while professing to be close to the people. The palanquin itself required 16 second-tier warriors to carry it, a rather hollow gesture of shared experience. Yet, as the princess, he would not dare voice such trivial grievances, especially since various officials and wealthy merchants, including his own son, also traveled in palanquins. Though he found the display somewhat pretentious and an impediment to the flow of people into the city, he had no intention of altering the queue. Bai Gu remained within the commoner's line, while in the palanquin queue, Ding Ji, upon witnessing Xiao Luo return in a huff, burst into triumphant laughter. "What are you still doing standing there, you fool? Do you truly believe the princess would disembark to accompany you? Dream on. Her Highness would never look twice at someone like you. I assure you, you should make a hasty retreat. If the princess becomes angered, it is very likely she will send someone to pursue you. Ha ha ha! Such a scoundrel as you would surely be expelled. Aren't you afraid of incurring the princess's wrath?" Mu Yu shook his head within the palanquin, realizing that the die had been cast. Just as he prepared to expel Bai Gu, the words were caught in his throat. To the front. The Feng Wan palanquin had already seen Xiao Luo step out, her heart brimming with displeasure. Yet she forced a smile as she drew back the curtain. Then, a jade hand emerged, followed by a figure that was both elegant and noble, yet carried an air of approachability, as she addressed Bai Gu. "Good sir, shall we walk together? Good sir, shall we walk together? Am I seeing things? The princess has disembarked? Truly. The princess is actually coming down a walk and has personally invited that sorcerer. It seems I just heard applause even louder than before. This sorcerer possesses an air of mystery, and Ding Ji has already been publicly humiliated twice. Yet, it appears this sorcerer has done nothing to provoke such ire. Watching the princess disembark, almost choked in disbelief. It was fortunate he had refrained from speaking, or he would have had a share in the embarrassment. As for Dingji, he stood there in shock. How is this possible? How can this be? The actions he took, I also undertook, and I even went so far as to harm several of Cheng Yin's bearers. Why does the princess ignore me, while she willingly descends to walk with this fellow? No, something is amiss. The princess must have seen me first. It is certain that she mistook this fellow for me when he appeared. It must be so, having been humiliated publicly twice and taunted by those around him. Dingji could no longer restrain himself, and began to console himself with hypocritical lies, somehow managing to convince himself. He strode towards the princess. It was I who harmed those bearers, not him. The princess cast him a glance, but did not acknowledge him. Her attention remained on Bai Gu. With the princess having invited him to walk together, Bai Gu naturally would not refuse, should any unusual circumstances arise. He would simply have Bonehao lead him away. Thus, he nodded in acknowledgement of the princess's words and walked towards her alongside Bonehao and the others. Humph! How impolite. The princess has spoken, and you do not respond. Xiao Luo seethed, her teeth grinding at Bai Gu's demeanor. Although the princess disregarded Dingji, he remained undeterred, believing that the distance must have prevented the princess from hearing him. He dashed toward her, shouting, "It was I who harmed those bearers, not him. I am the one who champions the weak. I fear no authority." "Your Highness," Princess Jingyun frowned at the sound, choosing to ignore him. Yet, as he drew nearer, the bearers surrounding her moved to block his path. Oh, not obstruct me. I must explain myself to the princess. She intended to invite me. Why are you stopping me? Get out of my way." Dingji pushed forward with desperation, but having consumed potions, he was rather weakened. Just as he was about to reach the princess, she still did not acknowledge him, attributing it to her not hearing him. All because of these ruffians blocking his way. In a moment of desperation, he produced a scroll and a vial of potion. On the city wall, Muchi observed in surprise as the princess actually disembarked. Could it be that she heard his inner thoughts? Is that not Dingji? What is he doing? Rushing towards the princess. This lad, who is usually preoccupied with women, embracing and cavorting at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, now seems to be up to something. That a magical potion, and one of the scroll filled with fire elements. What is he planning? Dingji drank the magical potion, a common item among sorcerers for restoring magic, though some warriors also carry it. Using a scroll typically requires magical energy, but since warriors lack magic, they must rely on the potion to temporarily attain a modicum of magical power. Muchi's eyes widened in realization, and he leaped from the city wall. "City Lord, is he jumping down? Will he be all right? Fear not. The City Lord is a 6th-tier warrior. This height means nothing." After consuming the magical potion, Dingji unfurled the scroll and shouted. Flame explosion. A tribute-less magic flowed from Dingji into the scroll, which gradually turned red, forming a magical circle as the temperature soared. Then, a massive fireball erupted, striking the bearers who obstructed him. The bearers, mere 2nd-tier warriors, could not withstand such magic and were sent flying, ignited in flames. Dingji's expression shifted from joy to pallor, for he was unaware of the scroll's true power. The flames did not cease after toppling the bearers. Instead, they surged directly towards the princess. Just as Muchi leaped from the wall, he witnessed Dingji unleashing the scroll and shouted, "Princess, watch out!" However, the princess did not respond. Not only was she a 3rd-tier water element mage, but as a princess, it was improbable that she would venture out without skilled protectors by her side. As flames surged forth, a shadow within the palanquin rapidly advanced towards the princess, drawing a blade from its waist. Its cold gleam suggesting it could cleave through the fireball with one strike. Yet before the figure could reach the princess, another silhouette stepped in front of her, none other than Bai Gu. Upon seeing Bai Gu, the princess waved her hand to signal the shadow to halt, intrigued to observe how Bai Gu would counter the fireball. Necromancers typically relied on summoned entities to fend off attacks, with the sole defensive spell at their disposal being the Bone Wall. However, the Bone Wall was a high-level spell, accessible only to 5th-tier necromancers. Could it be that this young figure was already a 5th-tier necromancer? Bai Gu felt somewhat speechless. He was not trying to show off, but was compelled to act. as it was he who had invited the princess to leave the palanquin. Should anything happen to her, he feared he would be pursued relentlessly. Even retreating to the valleys would not spare him from retribution. Bone Xiao was adept at offense, but lacked defensive capabilities. In the face of the flames, he might have been better off with his otherworldly communication device. He raised his hand, and a wooden board materialized out of thin air. Wasn't he a necromancer? Why did he conjure a wooden board? Wooden magic. What ordinary person could conjure a wooden board using wood magic? She had never heard of such a thing. Could it be a variant of wood magic? Moreover, the board bore inscriptions that seemed quite peculiar. Did such writing exist in the world? The princess was perplexed that a single wooden board would likely be insufficient to withstand the flames, so Bai Gu proceeded to conjure 3 more boards, each inscribed with large characters, all in the language of the Earth Star. To create multiple boards in such a fleeting moment necessitated the use of his native tongue. Boom! As Bai Gu completed the conjuration, the flame struck the first wooden board. Boom! Boom! The sound of 3 successive explosions echoed as the wooden boards shattered one after another, until the final piece disappeared. The city lord breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the princess was unharmed. The surrounding crowd also exhaled in relief. Had anything happened to the princess, they might have faced dire consequences themselves. Even Ding Ji felt a wave of panic wash over him. How could this happen? I had no intention of attacking the princess. Though the explosions had subsided, the shock waves caused Bai Gu to stagger back a couple of steps, with a pair of delicate hands pressing against his back. He didn't need to turn around to know those were the princess's hands. He wished to have Lao Ma express his gratitude. But before the words could leave his lips, he felt a gust of wind from a fist rushing towards his face, and instinctively dodged, raising his left hand to strike at the assailant's elbow. Seeing Bai Gu's left hand coming at him, the attacker increased the force of their punch, while simultaneously using their right hand to block Bai Gu's advance. However, Bai Gu had already kicked out with his right leg, aiming for the opponent's ankle, while his right fist targeted their abdomen, and his left hand shifted to strike under their arm. This way, even if he received a blow, he could still inflict severe damage on the opponent. Forced to retreat and withdraw their punch, the attacker then drew a knife to strike. Yet a bone dagger appeared out of thin air between them, as Bone Xiao responded swiftly to protect Bai Gu. Humph! A mere necromancer. 4-layered 1,000-cut slash. The 4 layers of blade shadows converged, transforming into a web of blades from which escape was impossible. Nevertheless, Bone Xiao was no pushover. As the bone dagger swept past, the soul flames immediately coiled around it. 1,000 strikes, soul flame. The bone dagger swung forth, and the entwined soul flames scattered like raindrops against the layered blade net, causing the flames to dissipate upon contact. The assailant's blade clashed with Bone Xiao's bone dagger, and after a forceful exchange, both retreated. Retreat. Do not approach the princess carelessly. Bai Gu then discerned that the assailant was a capable woman clad in black. Simultaneously, he was astonished by his own martial prowess. When had he become so formidable? Previously, he had been a mere cog in the machine, unable to keep pace even with a simple calisthenics routine. Could it be? Sister Lung Mei, do not strike at him. I was the one who approached first. Bone Xiao, cease hostilities. I am unharmed. Bai Gu and the princess simultaneously called for the 2 combatants to stand down, prompting the princess to offer Bai Gu an apologetic smile. Lung Mei was a 5th-tier warrior, trained since childhood as a loyal assassin for the Beijing kingdom, assigned by the king to protect the princess. As a 5th-tier warrior, her prowess in close combat was undeniable. However, her earlier assault on Bai Gu seemed to have yielded no advantage. Princess Jing Yun could not help but gaze at Bai Gu with increasing curiosity. A necromancer accompanied by a 6th-tier skeleton, possessing a variant of wood magic, and matching a 5th-tier warrior in melee combat. This individual appeared to be quite extraordinary. Ding Ji, you scoundrel. Mu Chi Ji rushed in, delivering a punch directly to Ding Ji's face, sending him flying. Fortunately, the princess remained unscathed. Had anything happened to her, even a minor burn, he, as the city lord, would not escape culpability. Take him away and interrogate him rigorously to determine if he is an agent sent by another nation to harm the princess. After having Ding Ji removed, the city lord approached Princess Jing Yun. Your Highness, are you unharmed? It is my subordinate's fault for failing to provide adequate protection. It is of no consequence. However, I apologize for the disturbance I have caused you today. Lord Mu-Chi, not at all. It is my honor to have your highness visit Stone City. The two exchanged formal pleasantries before Mu-Chi took note of Bai Gu standing nearby. It was this young man who had intercepted the flames. Had he not acted, the fire could have caused a significant uproar in Stone City had it reached the princess. Thus, Mu-Chi held a favorable impression of him. May I inquire about this young gentleman's identity? This young gentleman is a necromancer, accompanying me at my invitation. Bai Gu had yet to formulate a response when the princess preemptively answered for him. Mu-Chi was taken aback. An individual invited by the princess must surely possess a remarkable status. May I ask for this young gentleman's name? Mu-Chi sought to ascertain Bai Gu's identity, but the princess's tone shifted, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. While he is indeed my guest, he has only permitted his subordinate to speak on his behalf, and I have yet to hear him utter a word. Ah? The princess implied that he chose not to speak, allowing only his subordinate to respond. Could he be a prince from some empire on a journey of self-discovery? Indeed, only a prince would warrant an invitation from the princess to descend from her palanquin. Were there any princes from neighboring empires who were also necromancers? The fourth prince of the Lionheart Empire, who had never made an appearance? Or perhaps the third prince from the Spirit Wind Empire, who had been sent to the Magic Spirit Academy for training since childhood? Bai Gu found himself in a state of amusement. Observing the princess's teasing and Mu-Chi's changing expressions, he quickly urged Lao Ma to articulate the fabricated story he had prepared. I apologize. Your Highness, my master's name is Bai Gu. He does not intentionally refrain from speaking to you. It is simply due to the unique nature of his necromantic magic that he is unable to produce sound, and only I can convey his thoughts. Lao Ma's words left the princess momentarily stunned. I apologize. I had thought you were deliberately choosing not to speak. Little Luo also muttered, no wonder he only allows that old man to speak. I thought he looked down upon her highness, realizing that there might have been a misunderstanding. Mu-Chi chuckled heartily and waved his hand. Please, your highness and everyone else, let us proceed into the city. I have prepared a welcoming banquet for you. The princess nodded and moved towards the line where Bai Gu stood. Look, the princess is coming over. Could it be that she wishes to join us in line? Heavens, to queue alongside the princess is sheer bliss. Stop dreaming. We'll be waiting until noon to enter the city together. Indeed, it always takes us a good part of the day to enter the city. The vegetables I brought are already wilting. What does that matter? The fish I intended to sell are nearly dead. I risked encountering magical beasts to catch them in the mountains, and if they die, their price will plummet. What of that? My wife is on the brink of death. I managed to gather some herbs in the mountains to exchange for medicine to save her. However, the apothecary in town requires that the herbs be collected no later than half a day, or they will refuse to accept them. The crowd of commoners murmured among themselves, while Mu-Chi stared in astonishment as the princess stepped into the line of common folk, prompting him to rush forward. Your Highness, this line is not suitable for you. The princess looked curiously at the people in line. Having previously entered other cities in a palanquin, she had not noticed the distinct nature of those walking into the city. Today, she observed that this line consisted entirely of impoverished citizens. Lord Mu-Chi, why am I not suited to queue here? I have always advocated for loving the people as one's own children. I trust you have heard of this principle as well? Mu-Chi was momentarily rendered speechless by the princess's words. Who could discern if she was sincere or merely putting on an act? The royal family often employed such rhetoric. However, such words were beyond his capacity to utter. The procession, having entered the city through a small gate, moved at a sluggish pace, and by the time it reached you, the feast would likely have gone cold. After some contemplation, Mu-Chi could only devise such a feeble excuse. Indeed, though, Your Highness, you cherish your people as if they were your own children, your esteemed status makes it quite inappropriate for you to stand here. Xiao Luo concurred. Persuaded by their words, the princess took a step away from the line and addressed Bai Gu. Master Bai Gu, would it not be more fitting for us to share a sedan chair as we enter the city together? Precisely. It is utterly inconceivable for one of the princess's stature to queue alongside us. Indeed, we have overthought this matter. We are, after all, merely common folk. Bai Gu observed the princess stepping away from the line, furrowing his brow. His invitation for the princess to enter the city with him was for his own safety, and he had risked offending her to voice it. How could he allow her to be swayed by mere words? He glanced at old Ma, who swiftly feigned understanding of Bai Gu's intentions and respectfully addressed the princess. Your Highness, our lord suggests that, given the slow progress of a line, why not allow the others to enter through the main gate while keeping the small gate available for the sedan chairs? After all, sedan chairs do not frequently pass through. Upon hearing Bai Gu's words, the princess frowned. She had considered this notion before, but, Master Bai Gu, may I inquire as to your perspective on the term hierarchical order? Hierarchical order? The princess suddenly uttered this phrase and sought his opinion, leaving Bai Gu momentarily perplexed regarding her intent. Therefore, he prompted old Ma to inquire further. Our lord wishes to first ask your highness for your thoughts on this term. The princess, unperturbed, responded directly. From a young age, I have been taught that hierarchical order signifies the proper ranking of status and identity. However, my teacher also instilled in me the principle of treating all individuals equally. Yet these two teachings are in conflict. This leaves me quite bewildered. Might Master Bai Gu possess an alternative viewpoint? Conflict? What conflict could there be? How could there be no conflict? Hierarchical order signifies status. And as I am a princess, it stands to reason that I should not allow commoners to enter through the main gate, but rather take my own entrance. Thus, how could I possibly treat the commoners equally? After hearing the princess's words, Bai Gu was taken aback, feeling a deep sense of lament for the insufficient enlightenment of the world. After some thought, he urged old Ma to question the princess further. Your Highness, what do you believe is the status of my lord? The princess appeared momentarily flustered by this inquiry. Master Bai Gu is likely a formidable necromancer, is he not? Then, Your Highness, what do you think a high-ranking mage should do in relation to commoners? How should one interact? One ought to maintain a distance, conducting oneself with a demeanor elevated above that of the common folk, as the saying goes, superior to the ordinary. At least, that is how I perceive high-ranking mages to behave. Having received the princess's answer, Bai Gu proceeded directly into the throng of commoners, assisting a person with mobility issues by conjuring a pair of crutches and lifting a fallen child, whose muddy clothes left marks on Bai Gu's attire. Yet, he merely brushed it off and continued to steady the child. He then returned to the princess's side. Our lord inquired if your highness still considers him a necromancer. Master Bai Gu's effortless conjuration of a wooden crutch suggests that he is not merely a necromancer, but perhaps also a variant wood mage. And what do you think of my lord, in that capacity? The princess seemed to grasp something profound. Treating others equally is indeed commendable, and why lord remains a necromancer. That commoner is still a commoner. Yet he has performed acts of equality. Do you see any conflict? Your highness, you were born a princess, and while that is your identity, do not forget that you are first and foremost yourself. Hierarchical order is not inherently wrong, but neither is treating others equally. No one is at fault. It is merely that one must assume the responsibilities that come with their actions. Why have I not realized this simple truth until now? The princess was momentarily struck dumb by his words, while Xiao Luo, though not fully comprehending, sensed that Bai Gu was far from ordinary. Perhaps the princess was too close to the situation to see clearly. With the sun high in the sky, should we not enter the city? Indeed. Mayor Mu, let the commoners enter through the main gate, and allow the sedan chairs to proceed through the side gate. In the future, Jianshi City shall retain this method of entry, and I shall report this to my father upon my return. Mu Qi bowed, and, after casting a deep glance at Bai Gu, began to mobilize the staff to inform the crowd. Upon hearing this news, those in line expressed a fair amount of discontent, but who would dare voice their grievances in the presence of the third princess? The common folk, on the other hand, were astonished and then filled with joy, promptly gathering their belongings and forming a line at the main gate. The princess smiled sweetly at Bai Gu. Shall we proceed as well? This smile caught Bai Gu momentarily off guard. Upon entering the city, at the welcome banquet in the lord's mansion, the princess listened with great delight as Mayor Mu introduced her to the guests. Years of pent-up emotions were finally released, and witnessing the enthusiastic reception of the commoners entering the city filled her with genuine happiness, though the only blemish on her joy was that Master Bai Gu had declined to join her at the banquet. Xiao Luo, did Master Bai Gu mention where he intended to go? Xiao Luo was quite displeased with Bai Gu. Humph, That fellow possesses not an ounce of courtesy. He invited you to alight from the sedan chair and walk. And you graciously complied, yet when you invited him to the banquet, he casually declined. You are a princess, after all. Issuing an invitation to a banquet would surely draw countless individuals eager to attend. The princess shook her head in exasperation. Xiao Luo, what good would it do if a multitude were to crowd in? They would merely be a bunch of idle individuals drawn by my status. But Master Bai Gu is different. I even believe that his invitation for me to disembark from the sedan chair held some special significance. Moreover, he does not cling to me like those ineffectual sycophants, which is quite refreshing. Please find out his whereabouts for me. I wish to express my gratitude to him for enlightening me after the banquet. Hearing the princess express a desire to seek out Bai Gu, a man she held in such low regard, Xiao Luo could only respond with a hint of resignation. Very well, Your Highness. Special significance. What significance could there be? It is merely a divergence of understanding between the princess and Bai Gu, who acted out of a concern for his own safety. After all, a skeleton masquerading as a human among the princess would surely raise suspicion. Would anyone believe that the skeleton claimed to be an unwilling participant? Thus, once they entered the city, Bai Gu hurriedly distanced himself from the princess. As for the banquet she mentioned, it was a place he could not afford to linger. There were at least 8,000 suitors for the princess, and remaining in her company would render him little more than a moving target for ridicule. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Bai Gu was well aware of the importance of choosing his battles wisely. Needless, ostentatious displays and complications were to be avoided. Master Bai Gu, this is the largest marketplace in Jianshi City. At the entrance of Jiyun Marketplace, Bai Gu arrived here under Old Ma's guidance. Does Master Bai Gu wish to purchase something in this marketplace? Though I have only visited Jianshi City a few times, I have spent several days in Jiyun Marketplace each time, and I am quite familiar with its layout. I can assist with negotiations. While Old Ma was not versed in combat magic, his impoverished upbringing had honed his bargaining skills. Bai Gu nodded. Indeed, having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. Uncle Ma, do you know where I might find a place that buys and sells beast meat? Beast meat? Although I could not afford it at the time, I have heard that there are 2 shops in the marketplace that deal in beast meat year-round. But does Master Bai Gu intend to sell the 2 beast carcasses we slaughtered a few days ago? If so, I recommend heading to the first floor of the Zui Hualu. Zui Hualu? That does not sound like a reputable establishment. I.S.A. Hualu, a shop for trading beast meat. Old Ma shook his head. Not quite. Zui Hualu is a place of entertainment and leisure for the wealthy in the city. This revelation only deepened Bai Gu's confusion that I do intend to sell those 2 beast carcasses. But if Zui Hualu is an entertainment venue, how would they engage in the trade of beast meat? You, who are not of the human race, may not fully grasp the nuances here. I have noticed that the meat you bring is exceptionally delicious. I was fortunate enough to taste beast meat once in my youth, but it pales in comparison to what you provide, especially the flesh of the beast. On that day, when the gentleman slaughtered the beast and took away its carcass, a piece of its skin and flesh fell to the ground. I roasted this flesh, and the aroma, it was so delightful that the inhabitants of the valley could not sleep for several days. The beast meat I possess is even more exquisite, that fallen piece of beast flesh. Bai Gu recalled that day when the beast, due to genetic modifications, reproduced at an astonishing rate, yielding numerous offspring per litter, but ceased to give birth after 3 litters. Thus, after the beast had given birth 3 times, Bai Gu painlessly concluded its tragic life of eating and sleeping to satiety. Using the soul essence extractor, he extracted the soul essence of the beast. He then stored the beast meat in the system space, which, though boundless and unable to contain living creatures, proved exceptionally convenient for storing such lifeless matter. The fallen piece of skin and flesh was likely a short segment of the beast's tail that had torn off due to its weight while being placed into the system space. And Bai Gu could not be bothered to pick it up. This beast meat, having undergone genetic modifications, was bound to be even more delectable. Hence, Bai Gu contemplated bringing it to the city to sell for some coin to procure the items he desired. Yet, after Old Ma's reminder, Bai Gu also pondered whether the flavor of the meat from which the soul essence had been extracted was superior. Alas, being a skeleton, he lacked the sense of taste. Otherwise, he could have tested it himself. Why is it that others traverse realms and retain their humanity, while he transmigrated only to become a skeleton? Alas, perhaps you should find a time for Old Ma and the others to compare it. Old Ma, oblivious to Bai Gu's peculiarity, continued to speak earnestly about the matters of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Though not a dedicated marketplace for beast meat, as an entertainment venue, they naturally had to offer sufficiently delicious food. They would not trade in common beast meat, but exceptionally exquisite beast meat was typically acquired at prices several times higher than regular meat shops. That I believe the exquisite quality of our beast meat would undoubtedly catch the attention of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Why not give a try there, my lord? Bai Gu's objectives for entering the city were to establish a trading center for agricultural products, to complete a chain task, purchase 2 scrolls for contract release, and acquire a spatial device capable of transporting living beings. Each of these goals required expenditure, and presently, being penniless, he regretted not opting for that bonehead 2.0 during his advancement. Thus, their foremost priority now was to earn their first pot of gold, preferably a substantial sum. Since the Drunken Flower Pavilion had the opportunity to purchase beast meat at prices several times higher than the norm, he was naturally inclined to give it a try. The Drunken Flower Pavilion was quite renowned within the city of Solid Rock, boasting a vast area and grand architectural style. Bai Gu and his companions did not walk far before arriving at its entrance. Primarily, being broke, they could not indulge in shopping along the way, thus hastening their pace towards their goal. Several young women clad in light attire were enticing passers-by to enter the pavilion. Despite the lively exterior, Old Ma had mentioned that the Drunken Flower Pavilion was indeed a reputable entertainment establishment. As Bai Gu and the others approached, one of the light-clad young women came forward to beckon them. "You look like newcomers to this city. Why don't you come inside our Drunken Flower Pavilion for some fun? Today, our pavilion features the renowned Smoke Dust Girl performing." Bai Gu glanced at Old Ma, believing this matter did not require his input, and that Old Ma could handle on his own. "Little girl, we are here to sell beast meat. I heard that your Drunken Flower Pavilion trades in beast meat." "Oh, so you're the proprietors here to sell beast meat. Our trading area is at the back door of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Just go straight in, and you will see at the end." "Do you need me to guide you there?" The light-clad young woman, upon realizing that Bai Gu and his companions were not customers, did not change her demeanor, remaining exceedingly polite and pleasant, leading Bai Gu to believe that the owner of the Drunken Flower Pavilion must be quite adept. Old Ma initially intended to decline the young woman's offer to guide them, but Bai Gu suddenly urged him to allow her to lead the way. "Then please do lead the way, miss." The young woman was momentarily taken aback. Typically, when encountering those selling beast meat, they would take the hint and proceed on their own, yet this individual still requested her guidance. However, she bore no resentment. Such situations were not entirely unheard of. Although she would earn a commission for bringing in customers, she did not mind taking a little time to guide them. "Please follow me." Bai Gu followed the young woman into the Drunken Flower Pavilion. "I am Yi Qing, but you can just call me Xiao Qing." Our Drunken Flower Pavilion has 6 floors. The first floor is the main hall where small trades and transactions occur. The second floor is for dining and entertainment. And the third and fourth floors serve as lodging and meeting places for merchants. The fifth floor is where the various sisters showcase their talents, and most guests come to the Drunken Flower Pavilion for that. As for the sixth floor, it is generally not open to the public, only accessible at the end of each month for auctions where the pavilion collects unique items. Xiao Qing guided Bai Gu and the others, continuing her explanations until they reached the door of a room at the back of the main hall on the first floor. De Zhuang. Here are a few bosses who wish to sell beast meat. With Xiao Qing's call, a nearly 2-meter-tall bald man promptly opened the door and stepped out. "He, Qing, why are you so free today to come visit me? I just happen to have acquired a 3-tiered antlered beast. How about I prepare some leg meat for you?" "No need for that, Brother de Zhuang. That if the fire supervisor finds out that you're carelessly cooking meat, he will deduct your pay." Upon mentioning the fire supervisor, the towering figure's face paled in fear, revealing the terror the fire supervisor instilled. De Zhuang, have you finished cutting that antlered beast? Come to the inner hall." Suddenly, a sharp voice emerged from behind de Zhuang, and a Mediterranean middle-aged man with a face full of freckles and arms dangling to his thighs stepped out. "Oh, so it's Qing. Let me give you a hug and see how much you've grown." De Zhuang frowned at the sound of the voice, and Qing visibly stiffened, stepping back to hide behind Bai Gu. "Master Gong, I brought these few bosses who want to sell beast meat, that if there is nothing else. I shall return to the front, she said, preparing to leave, but Master Gong seemed unwilling to let her depart so easily, feigning a sigh at, is Qing'er displeased with me? If that's the case, I have no mood to check if the beast meat is up to standard today. Why don't you take these meat sellers back instead? Upon hearing this, Qing'er hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not leave, turning to Master Gong with a forced smile. How could I ever be displeased with Master Gong? I am not busy at the front. Why don't I stay and observe how you check the beast meat? Master Gong, seemingly anticipating her response, opened the door and stood at the entrance. Leering at Qing'er, then do come in. Let us check the beast meat and have a good chat. It has been a while since we last spoke. Qing'er, suppressing her disgust, moved to Bai Gu's side and gestured for them to enter first. Master Gong regarded Qing'er as courteous treatment of Bai Gu and the others with evident disdain. Bai Gu discerned Qing'er's aversion towards this Master Gong. Thus, he exchanged glances with Bon Shao, who stepped into the room first, positioning himself in front of Master Gong. Bai Gu patted Qing'er on the shoulder, signaling her to follow. Understanding the implication in Bai Gu's gaze and noting that Bon Shao had blocked Master Gong, she quickly darted into the room. As Qing'er rushed in, Master Gong reached out, but Bon Shao stood in his path, preventing him from touching her. Humph! Disgusting undead creature. Qing'er sighed in relief as she watched Bon Shao. Previously, every time she entered, Master Gong would take the opportunity to harass her at the entrance, which had led to her profound aversion towards him. After Qing'er entered, Bai Gu and Old Ma slowly followed suit. Master Gong regarded the group with evident displeasure. Humph! Controlling a skeleton, such a lowly undead, is probably just a first-tier necromancer. How dare you ruin my good fortune? If the beast meat you brought today is up to standard, I will share your surname. Once everyone entered the room, they found it spacious, adorned with various beast carcasses hanging from the ceiling, and in the center lay a massive table upon which a freshly skinned, antlered beast rested. Apologies for the mess. Please wait a moment, De Zhuang said as he picked up a pair of large butcher knives and approached the carcass of the antlered beast, taking a deep breath before suddenly beginning to swing the knives with wild abandon. Indeed, he was flying into a frenzy. The slaughtering knife danced in his hand like the delicate wings of a butterfly. Deftly carving into the carcass of the stag-horned beast, he moved with an unexpectedly graceful lightness. Pirouetting and leaping around the lifeless body, his eyes tightly shut. With each step, the beast was meticulously and expertly disassembled before his very eyes, prompting Qing'er to exclaim her admiration. Brother De Zhuang, you are truly remarkable. Your form is hardly inferior to that of Sister Huaman. Beside them, Master Gong scoffed. It is merely the butterfly dance 8/ technique of that old firehead. De Zhuang is still just a novice. What is there to marvel at? Before long, De Zhuang ceased his movements, having completely dismantled the stag-horned beast, hanging its flesh piece by piece onto the now vacant table. Humph! What is there to be proud of just because he became a disciple of that old firehead? Master Gong remarked impatiently, lifting his chin toward Bai Gu and the others. What beast meat have you brought? Place it here, so I may assess it. His tone was laden with condescension, yet Bai Gu paid him little mind. He simply raised his hand and threw the enormous beast meat from his system's space onto the table, where it occupied the entire surface. Wow! What a huge magical beast! Qing'er gasped in astonishment, while De Zhuang curiously approached the beast, examining it closely. Only Master Gong regarded Bai Gu's offering with disdain. Isn't this merely a first-tier magical beast, the wild boar? This one just happens to be a bit on the plump side. How dare you bring such trash to our Zuihua building for sale? Upon hearing Master Gong's words, Qing'er felt a twinge of displeasure. Master Gong, you wouldn't be speaking nonsense, would you? How could such a large magical beast possibly be a lowly first-tier wild boar? Brother De Zhuang, is this truly a wild boar? Qing'er suspected that Master Gong was intentionally trying to undermine her and her companions. Thus she turned to De Zhuang for clarification. The Zuihua building had 6 staff members responsible for the procurement of beast meat. The fire supervisor oversaw them, with Master Gong checking the quality of the magical beast meat to ensure it met the standards of Zuihua building. De Zhuang was in charge of dismembering and portioning the acceptable meat, while 3 apprentices assisted in transporting the prepared chunks to the kitchen. Among them, Master Gong had no real skill, relying solely on connections to secure his position. His duties were the easiest, as he merely had to evaluate the meat based on the creature's prior rank to determine if it met the standards. Dazhuang, having the most contact with the beast meat, had a deeper understanding of its quality, and he treated her well, leading her to believe he would not deceive her. Upon hearing Qing'er's inquiry, Dazhuang scratched his head and stroked his stubble. Pondering, it certainly resembles a wild boar, especially with those tusks and prominent snout. However, its size and build do differ slightly from the typical wild boar. Master Gong, hearing Dazhuang's words and Qing'er's evident skepticism, immediately grew irritable. What slight differences? No matter how you differentiate, it remains nothing more than a first-tier wild boar. Our Zuihua building does not accept such refuse. I rarely even accept beasts below the second tier. Bai Gu furrowed his brow at this, thinking that if they refused it, so be it. However, the manner in which he spoke was quite unpleasant. From the outside, the Zuihua building appeared well managed, yet it was inevitably plagued by some pests. Dazhuang leaned closer to the wild boar carcass, inhaling deeply. This smells so fragrant. He countered Master Gong. You cannot say that. The flavor of magical beast meat does not necessarily correlate with its rank. Some first-tier meats are far more delectable than those of fifth-tier beasts. Master Gong, irritated by Dazhuang's defiance in front of Qing'er, snapped back, who determines whether the magical beast meat is acceptable, you or me? I say it's unfit, then it is unfit. I declare this beast meat to be garbage, and so it is. You should return to your butchering. Dazhuang chose not to argue back, after working together for so long. He understood Master Gong's nature. He had grown accustomed to wielding his authority, having connections due to his sister being one of the owners of Zuihua building. Brother Dazhuang, is this meat truly that bad? Qing'er whispered, to which Dazhuang quietly replied, It's hard to say before cooking. I've only learned the method of assessing by scent. But just by smelling it, this meat is exceptionally fragrant, rivaling even our Zuihua building's signature thunderclap forest tiger meat. What? Is it truly that fragrant? The thunderclap forest tiger is a fourth-tier lightning-type magical beast, and one piece of its meat can fetch a hefty price. Qing'er was aware that the prepared dish had been served at the building before, costing 100 taels of silver for a single plate, and even then it was in high demand. After contemplating for a moment, just as Bai Gu was about to retrieve the wild boar and leave, she stepped forward to address Master Gong. Master Gong, don't we usually have to taste the meat after cooking it? Judging its quality solely based on its rank seems rather hasty. Ha! Qing'er, I know they are your guests. But if the meat quality is deemed unfit, then it is unfit. Besides, if everyone came here every day to cause a ruckus, wanting to cook and taste their meat, I would surely go mad. Causing a ruckus? Bai Gu found Master Gong's words utterly nauseating and intended to have Lao Ma express gratitude to Qing'er before departing. To avoid any further unpleasantness, it was hardly worth it to suffer, just for a bit more money. And considering the abundant supply, he estimated that within half a month, a new batch of wild boars would have matured again. Selling them at a slightly lower price at a butcher shop outside would suffice. He was not currently burdened with any significant debts. However, before Lao Ma could speak, Qing'er took it upon herself to pick up the knife on the table and laboriously slice a piece of wild boar meat. Tossing it into the nearby boiler to cook, that I'll handle this. It won't trouble you, Master Gong. Huh. This is merely a waste of time, Qing'er. You're being quite accommodating to your guests. He can't possibly be your lover. Can he? Qing'er chose to ignore Master Gong's comments, knowing that the more she explained, the more he would provoke her. After years at Zuihua building, she had encountered all sorts of individuals. Bone Xiao felt a surge of irritation at Master Gong's words, his bone blade twitching to draw. Yet, Bai Gu restrained him, thought it's good to have a temper after advancing, but you must temper your disposition. After enduring the insults from that Li Guang for years, how can you not withstand a few words from this young lady? Master Bone, it does not bother me, but you are our clan's bone master, one of the wisest skeletons among us, and you have offered to help me rescue the tribe. Treating me as a brother, I cannot allow you to be insulted. Bone Zhao's words made Bai Gu, a mere skeleton, feel a warmth he had not experienced in a long time, in his past life. No one had ever shown him such kindness to not rush. You are on their territory. It would be akin to harming 1,000 while self-inflicting 800. If a commotion arises, we will be unable to proceed with our plans. I prefer to act decisively. If one must act, let it be thorough. If you feel aggrieved, you may certainly retaliate. Bai Gu and Bone Xiao communicated through their soul flames, audible only to Yuer, while the others ignored Master Gong. Finding the situation dull, Master Gong ceased to engage with them, leaning against the side and watching Qing'er cook the meat, his gaze straying from the proper focus. However, Bai Gu would not allow him have his way with such vile intentions. Engaged in conversation with Bone Xiao, he positioned himself behind Qing'er to obstruct Master Gong's view. Infuriated, Master Gong thought, this damn skeleton is always causing trouble. If it weren't for being in Zuihua building, I would dismantle you. He attempted to shift his gaze, yet wherever he turned, Bone Xiao followed, unrelenting and blocking his line of sight. Frustrated, he raised the kitchen knife, ready to confront Bone Xiao at that moment. Qing'er lifted the lid of the pot, releasing an aroma that was utterly tantalizing, instantly captivating Master Gong, Dezhuang, Lao Ma, and the others. Indeed, this is the scent. It was this very aroma that wafted through the valley, keeping us awake for several nights. Lao Ma exclaimed, inhaling deeply. As for Bai Gu and Bone Xiao, being skeletons, they lacked taste buds. While not needing to breathe had its advantages, it also had its drawbacks. For instance, Bai Gu perceived no difference between the meat in the pot and ordinary meat. Tasting is, of course, essential to assess the flavor. Without a word from Qing'er, Dezhuang had already brought several pairs of chopsticks, distributing one to each person, and then eagerly plunged his chopsticks into the pot of meat. Bai Gu glanced at the chopsticks in his hand and could only helplessly set them aside. Dezhuang picked up a piece of meat, wielded a kitchen knife with swift precision, and promptly sliced the cooked meat into neat portions on a plate, just as he and Qing'er were about to dig in. Master Gong behind them was quicker, snatching a piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing while muttering. Although the meat was subpar, it was prepared by Qing'er, and he felt compelled to savor her culinary skills. Dezhuang and Qing'er exchanged glances, speechless, yet they continued to indulge in the meat. Upon the first bite, an unparalleled aroma wafted into their nostrils, followed by the exquisite texture and juiciness of the meat. Crucially, they noticed that this meat lacked the usual gamey taste associated with lesser meats. This was on par with the legendary Thunderclap forest tiger meat. It was simply delectable. I have never tasted meat this exquisite. Oh my! Qing'er felt tears welling up from the deliciousness, while Old Ma also grabbed a piece, exclaiming that this moment was worth living for. Even Master Gong, who usually scoffed at everything, trembled after tasting it. Could this truly be beast meat? How could it be so fragrant and delicious? No, this is the handiwork of that scoundrel. I must not betray my delight. However, the quality of this beast meat could fetch a handsome profit at the establishment. Wow, this beast meat is delightful. It rivals the signature dishes of our Drunken Flower Pavilion, and it's merely boiled without any additional seasonings. Such delicious beast meat surely qualifies to enter the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Qing'er remarked casually after another taste, I concur. I too find this beast meat extraordinarily delicious. After years of slicing meat, I have yet to encounter something this scrumptious. Dezhuang chimed in agreement, but Bai Gu shook his head, recognizing their well-meaning yet naive attempts to assist him as expected. Upon hearing their words, Master Gong exploded in fury. You agree? What good is your agreement? Whether it can enter the Drunken Flower Pavilion is determined by me. This meat is merely average. You two have never tasted superior meat, so of course, you think this is delicious. Tiomi, it's just slightly fatty beast meat. Nothing particularly special. Upon hearing this, Qing'er and Dezhuang frowned, having noticed Master Gong's demeanor when they tasted the meat. Though he was trying to suppress it, the subtle expressions he failed to hide clearly revealed his appreciation for the meat. It was evident that Master Gong was attempting to make things difficult for her. Yet, she was merely a humble server at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, and even if she understood his intentions, what could she do? As Qing'er pondered this, Master Gong suddenly changed his tone. Although the meat is average, it does not mean there is no hope for entering the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Does this mean this batch of meat can qualify for the pavilion? Qing'er exclaimed excitedly, though she was unsure why she felt this way. Even if the meat was sold to the pavilion, it had no bearing on her. Yet, she felt an inexplicable thrill. Bai Gu took note of her reaction, thinking she was quite remarkable. Qualified? Yes, indeed, I can nod in approval. But recently, I have been unable to sleep well at night and could use a drink to aid my slumber. Without a drinking companion, my lack of sleep will make my judgment of the meat much stricter. Master Gong's words were rather blatant. Anyone with half a mind would understand, and Qing certainly did. She took a step back, crossing her arms defensively. Master Gong attempted to advance further, but Bai Gu positioned himself in front of him, with old Ma speaking up beside him. Apologies, master, but my master has declared that we will not sell this beast meat. Master Gong, taken aback, was about to erupt in anger when he suddenly grasped old Ma's words. Not for sale. Have you thought this through? Our Drunken Flower Pavilion offers a price far superior to that of the outside market. Old Ma merely shook his head with a smile that we wish to sell as well. But you at the Drunken Flower Pavilion deemed it unqualified. Thus, we shall simply forego it. As Bai Gu reached out to reclaim the beast meat, Master Gong suddenly swung his knife down onto the table. Had Bai Gu not reacted quickly, his hand would have been severed. Old Ma frowned and shouted, Master Gong, what is the meaning of this? Master Gong, brandishing his knife, wore a rogue's expression that it means nothing. You may leave. But you cannot take the beast meat. It is the rule. Old Ma turned to Qing. Is there such a rule at the Drunken Flower Pavilion? Qing was unfamiliar with the policies, so she looked at Zhuang, who immediately shook his head. The Drunken Flower Pavilion has no such rule. Master Gong, you foolish giant, be careful. I will have my sister kick you out of the pavilion. This is my rule. All meat tested after cooking must not be taken away. Otherwise, every day would see someone bringing meat to test. And if I don't take something in return, they would think this is a place for free meat tasting. Master Gong shot a fierce glare at Zhuang, then argued stubbornly. Faced with this unreasonable Master Gong, Bai Gu could only shake his head, conjuring a wooden board that transformed into a wooden shield, which he handed to old M. That moment. Gu Xiao also understood, placing his hand on the bone knife at his waist. Old Ma accepted the wooden shield with a sigh. Who would have thought that such thievery could exist within a grand establishment like the Drunken Flower Pavilion? Master Gong, seemingly aware of Bai Gu's intentions, smirked with derision. You want to make a move? I see you summoned a skeleton by your side. You are merely a first-tier necromancer, while I am a second-tier warrior. This is still the Drunken Flower Pavilion. If I shout, our guards will have you in a kettle. I advise you to think carefully before acting that a first-tier necromancer cannot summon any other undead beings apart from skeletons. And higher-tier necromancers rarely contract skeletons at all. Even when summoning skeletons, they typically conjure a multitude rather than just one like Bai Gu. Thus, in Gong Xi's eyes, Bai Gu was merely a first-tier necromancer. After Master Gong finished speaking, Gu Xiao still drew his bone knife, confident that he could dispatch him before he could even shout. Gong Xi, seeing Gu Xiao brandishing his knife, opened his mouth to yell. But just as he did, a large iron ladle flew in through the door, striking him on the forehead. Following this, an old man with fiery red hair burst through the door. What a unique aroma! Indeed, it emanates from this direction. I could smell it from the kitchen on the second floor. Where is it? Where is it? Is it in the pot? Where's the meat? Have you all finished eating it? No, this beast on the table is suspicious, the old man exclaimed, leaning over the table, his nose close to the freshly cut wound on the beast, inhaling deeply. So fragrant. Is it the meat itself, or is it pure meat? The slain magical beast has no lingering spirit at all. How is this possible? Could it be that the soul was extinguished in an instant? No, if the soul were destroyed, it would release powerful resentment, producing a foul odor instead of this delightful fragrance. The old man rambled on to himself, while Bai Gu was bewildered and Gong Xi, holding his head, rose from the ground. Which bastard dares to throw an iron ladle at me? Just as Gong Xi got up, he immediately searched for the culprit, only to turn and see the red-haired old M.A.N.It was you. Old firehead. You threw the ladle, didn't you? The old man, fixated on examining the meat's marbling, replied nonchalantly without turning that it was I. So what? Are you going to report me to your sister? Humph. Gong Xi, clutching his head, replied angrily, just wait. You will pay for this. With that, he stormed out, likely to seek his sister to complain. The old man paid no mind to his departure and instead asked Zhuang, when was this meat delivered? Who brought it? I've never seen such magical beast meat before. De Zhuang, trembling with respect, approached the old man and replied, "Master, this meat was sent by these esteemed patrons. It was delivered not long ago, and we cut a piece to test." "What a waste! Such extravagance! When did I teach you to cut meat like this? Do you think you're sawing wood?" The old man, in the midst of his tirade, suddenly erupted in a fit of rage. With a swift motion, he snatched a fallen iron spoon from the ground and raised it menacingly. He struck De Zhuang squarely on the forehead, prompting the latter to cower and shout in desperation, "I was wrong. It was the teacher who erred. I did not cut the meat. It was Qinger who did it, not me." However, the old man paid little heed to De Zhuang's protests, or perhaps he only absorbed half of what was said. "What? Am I wrong? How dare you claim that I am mistaken? Today, I shall teach you a lesson for your ingratitude." He struck harder this time, the resounding thud echoing like a drum to the ears of Bai Gu. Who might this be? Lao Ma, following Bai Gu's subtle cue, inquired quietly of Qinga. She watched with a suppressed smile as De Zhuang endured the beating. The man known as Huiqi was renowned throughout the kingdom of Beijing, a fourth-tier fire mage. He was also De Zhuang's mentor. Yet his fame was not derived from his magical prowess, but rather from his culinary skills. It was said that he could prepare a dish capable of healing mental wounds. The king had once suffered a spiritual assault from a foreign land, and it was Huiqi's cooking that restored his soul. Beyond his healing dishes, other culinary creations of his were considered rare delicacies. Although he did not cook at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, he directed others in the kitchen, and his reputation alone attracted many patrons. De Zhuang continued to receive blows until he finally cried out, "Teacher, I was wrong. Please stop." Only then did Huiqi relent, putting down the iron spoon and approaching Bai Gu and the others with a sudden smile. "Young friend, is this magical beast brought by you? Is it wild-caught or domesticated?" Bai Gu glanced at Lao Ma, who stepped forward immediately. "Our master lost his voice due to the study of necromancy. So I am here to speak on his behalf." "Lost your voice? At such a young age?" Huiqi scrutinized Bai Gu, then noticed the skeletal figure beside him, and his eyes sparkled with realization. "Ah, young friend, you are indeed a hidden talent. And oh wonder you have lost your voice to necromancy at such a tender age. Your mastery of it must be quite profound." He had clearly discerned that the skeletal figure was a sixth-tier skeleton and assumed it to be Bai Gu's contracted undead. Bai Gu politely nodded and shook Huiqi's hand. "You mentioned this magical beast?" Huiqi seemed more interested in the meat than Bai Gu's identity and prowess. Bai Gu communicated telepathically with Yuer. And then Lao Ma spoke up. "This beast is a variant of a Luan beast cultivated by our master. IT has undergone various tests and experiments, and its meat is exceptionally flavorful, entirely devoid of side effects." Bai Gu inwardly mused, "Even if there are side effects, you won't be able to find me later. That's splendid. I want this beast's meat. I'll place an order for 10 heads. No, 50 heads. The price is negotiable. When can you deliver them?" Upon hearing that the beasts were domesticated, Huiqi was thoroughly excited and immediately ordered 50 Luan beasts. However, Bai Gu shook his head. "What does that mean? Is it that difficult to raise these cultivated Luan beasts? If so, 10 heads will suffice." Huiqi, thinking the issue was merely a matter of quantity, lowered his demand, yet Bai Gu continued to shake his head. "Not even 10? Then 5 heads will do." Still, Bai Gu remained unyielding. 5 heads are insufficient. Is it that they have yet to breed and require more time? Would half a year be enough? Huiqi continued to reduce his request, but Bai Gu still shook his head, causing the former to grow increasingly agitated. What on earth is going on? Why not lay it out plainly? Seeing Huiqi's anger, Lao Ma finally spoke. "We initially intended to sell them, but the Drunken Flower Pavilion rejected our offer, claiming the meat was subpar and unworthy of entry into their establishment. Now, our master has decided not to sell to the Drunken Flower Pavilion." "Who said the Drunken Flower Pavilion didn't want it? Which scoundrel declared this meat to be trash? Was it you, De Zhuang?" Huiqi brandished the iron spoon once more, causing De Zhuang to instinctively shield his head and yell, "It was gongs, master gongs." In the main hall of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, Bai Gu and Huiqi found a place to sit and converse. Gongs? That scoundrel, lacking any skills, yet he has the audacity to linger in the Drunken Flower Pavilion. His face thicker than a rhinoceros's hide, that he relies on his sister, who is the sister-in-law of the pavilion's owner, to secure a position for his useless brother here. Which she scoffed, "He is nothing but a good-for-nothing. Young friend, do not concern yourself with him. Sell me the lawn beasts, and I assure you the Drunken Flower Pavilion will offer you a satisfactory price." After which he spoke, he glanced at Lao Ma, who in turn looked at Bai Gu. Lao Ma's disdain was directed at Gong's, and with him absent, the one seeking to buy the meat was Hui Qi, who had the means to pay. This could potentially lead to a long-term order, so Bai Gu was about to nod in agreement to sell. Just as he began to incline his head, Hui Qi's smile nearly reached his ears when Gong's entered from the staircase on the second floor, accompanied by a woman adorned in finery, yet bearing the same sharp and acerbic demeanor as Gong's. "Guarantee. What can a mere cook like you guarantee? So you dare to insult my brother as a good-for-nothing? I see that you are the one who resembles a good-for-nothing. You have just lost this month's wages. And as for your idle apprentice, I have decided to dismiss him. Furthermore, you lock and leave with your lives. But those lawn beasts must stay behind. Once you leave, the items you bring will never be accepted by the Drunken Flower Pavilion, and you will be blacklisted, never to enter again." The woman stormed in, her voice booming with arrogance, leaving Bai Gu momentarily dazed, as if he were an employee beneath her authority. It took a moment for him to recall that he had transmigrated and was here to sell meat. Why was she so audacious? Her voice echoed loudly, and with a retinue in tow, the ruckus spread throughout the Drunken Flower Pavilion, drawing crowds who were always eager for excitement. In no time, the main hall was filled with onlookers. Who is that? What is happening? It was clear that one was not a frequent visitor to the Drunken Flower Pavilion, for that woman was the deputy owner, a sharp-tongued harpy known for her favoritism. "Oh, are you new to the Drunken Flower Pavilion?" one patron inquired, unaware of why this harpy has garnered such a reputation. "Uninformed. Then allow me to enlighten you. The tale begins with the founding of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Its proprietor is quite the character, neither a mage nor a warrior, yet possessing remarkable business acumen. She built the pavilion from the ground up. And as for this harpy, she is Gong's sister-in-law, named Gongzhu. Naturally, I must mention the owner in relation to her. When the proprietor was establishing the Drunken Flower Pavilion, this sister-in-law provided some initial funding. Grateful for her support, the owner appointed her as deputy. However, while the owner is a business genius, her sister-in-law is an unmitigated fool, believing that her position grants her superiority, even over the owner, her own sister-in-law, which has alienated many customers. Moreover, she is a blatant sycophant. And her brother shares her foolishness, believing that in the hierarchy of the pavilion, his sister ranks first, the owner second, and he third, leading to frequent confrontations and needing the owner's intervention to resolve matters. Over time, she has indeed earned the title of the harpy. Brother Chung has narrated the story quite thoroughly. But what about the tales of Gong's harassing customers and the harpy refusing entry? Why have those not been shared? Oh, Brotherly has also joined the fray. There are so many stories. If we were to recount them all, night would fall before we finished, if it were not for the legendary owner's remarkable abilities to navigate the business world. I dare say the Drunken Flower Pavilion would have closed its doors long ago. Yet, I believe its closure is imminent. I heard from afar that this harpy has angered Master Hwasit H. as deputy owner. She is utterly oblivious to his status and the significance of his presence at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, even threatening to deduct his wages. I hasten to witness the spectacle of her humiliation. For the owner has always resolved such matters, but this time, involving Master Hui Qi, I wonder how she will manage. Master Hui Qi holds considerable influence, yet there remains a chance for reconciliation. However, the other individual is somewhat sinister. Should Bai Gu glance upward at that moment, he would see Chang-in observing from the second-floor terrace, having witnessed the entirety of his earlier encounter with the princess, back at the scene. Bai Gu felt a strong aversion towards Gongzhu. She reminded him too much of the insufferable bosses he had encountered in his past life, individuals quick to unleash their vitriol at the slightest provocation. However, before he could unleash his fury, someone else had already lost their temper. Flames erupted around Hui Qi, and his presence in the Drunken Flower Pavilion was merely due to his desire to find a secluded place out of sheer laziness. He owed a favor to the pavilion's owner, who had invited him multiple times, prompting him to reluctantly agree to come. Otherwise, as a fourth-tier fire mage capable of creating spiritual healing food, there was no way he would work as a chef in the Drunken Flower Pavilion for a mere pittance. Yet now, not only had he been insulted as a broken chef, but he was also derided as a worthless individual, and to add insult to injury, they wanted to deduct his wages. That it was worth noting that when the pavilion's owner had extended the invitation, she had even offered to give him half of the pavilion, which he had declined simply because he was solely focused on culinary arts. Though, so you wish to deduct my wages? You think you could dismiss me so easily? Very well. Since there are plenty of people here, I hereby announce that I, Huichi, am resigning from the Drunken Flower Pavilion. It is not your decision. I deem this wretched place unworthy of my presence. Hearing Huichi's declaration, Gong Zhu sneered with disdain. Ha! Just a broken chef. Who do you think you are to make such an announcement? Do you believe the Drunken Flower Pavilion cannot operate without you? You think you are too good for this place? Once you leave, I will ensure you are blacklisted. Let us see which establishment would dare to hire you. Huichi's reputation as a master was well known, even if one wasn't from the Bai Jing kingdom. Yet this madwoman dared to speak of blacklisting him. Suppressing a laugh, he thought, keep your voices down, or this madwoman will catch on, and the spectacle will turn grim. Fear not. Laugh as loudly as you wish. That madwoman will undoubtedly remain oblivious. Indeed, as several onlookers had suggested, Gong Zhu did not perceive anything amiss with their laughter. Instead, she directed her words at Huichi. Look at them. They're all laughing at you. And you dare to announce your resignation? Such an old fool without self-awareness. If it weren't for my sister-in-law's instructions, I would have dismissed you immediately. There would be no room for your nonsense. Upon hearing Gong Zhu's taunts, the flame surrounding Huichi blazed even more fiercely. So, the owner had instructed her. What did that matter? Having been the Drunken Flower Pavilion for so long, did she not recognize the identity of Master Huichi? She was merely a fool. It was the pavilion owner who would ultimately have to deal with the aftermath of this debacle. Huichi was now struggling to contain his anger, partly because he had a slight connection with the owner and did not wish to create a scene, and partly because he feared that unleashing his wrath might endanger the densely packed spectators. Thus, he spoke, "You would do well to summon the owner and provide me with an explanation. Otherwise," Huichi offered them a way out, encouraging them to fetch the owner to acknowledge their errors. Yet, Gong Zhu not only refused to take the olive branch, but shattered it before it could even be fully extended. Otherwise, what will happen? You, a worthless chef, what do you think you can do? Look at the people behind me. They're all second and third-tier warriors. Each one could easily dispatch you with a single blow. I suggest you leave the Drunken Flower Pavilion before you embarrass yourself. Although Gong Zhu was a fool, her ability to incite hatred with her words was unparalleled. At that moment, Huichi could no longer restrain himself. He raised his hand and began to chant a spell, drawing the fire elements in the air towards him, causing the curious crowd to step back in alarm. Gong Zhu and Gong Si possessed little strength. Gong Si's second-tier warrior status was only achieved through the use of potions, and upon encountering the situation, they instinctively ducked behind the guards accompanying them. The few third-tier guards exchanged glances, their faces filled with bitter smiles. They were well aware of Master Huichi's status. He was a fourth-tier fire mage. However, they had been paid by the Drunken Flower Pavilion and were duty-bound to protect its personnel. If they merely fled at the first sign of trouble, who would want to employ them once they left the pavilion? Thus, when Huichi completed his incantation and a fire dragon materialized, charging towards them, they could only raise their swords and charge forward. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, shaking the entire Drunken Flower Pavilion. In a sparsely decorated room on the top floor, a graceful woman sat cross-legged on her bedside. Though I have earned a great deal of money, why is it that I cannot cultivate with my physique? The woman pondered with her eyes closed, only to suddenly feel the entire room tremble. What is happening? Xiao Zi, what is going on? She called out twice but received no response, prompting her to rise and step outside. What on earth? Where are my maids? Upon exiting, she found no one present, but she could hear the sounds of a quarrel emanating from the stairway. So she made her way towards it. As she reached the staircase, she saw her maids being blocked at the bottom, nearly in tears, while her sister-in-law's people prevented them from ascending. What is going on here? The woman spoke with authority. and upon hearing her voice, all those at the staircase turned to look at her. One maid in a purple dress, with a quavering voice, exclaimed, "Mistress, it's terrible. The deputy owner has led people to trouble Master Huichi. Master Huichi has declared his resignation from the Drunken Flower Pavilion and is causing a scene in the hall." "What? Why didn't you come to get me sooner?" The woman, referred to as the owner, gasped in shock and hurried to descend the stairs. "We came to call you early on, but the deputy owner sent people to block us. They wouldn't let us deliver the message." "How could she do this?" The owner shot a glare at the two blocking the maids and rushed down the stairs. "I hope it hasn't escalated too much." Yet, this hope was merely self-soothing. Her sister-in-law had never managed to keep things from escalating. Upon reaching the second floor and squeezing through the crowd to see the first-floor hall, she witnessed a path scorched to ashes by flames. At the far end, several third-tier guards of the Drunken Flower Pavilion struggled to shield themselves from the fire, while Gong Zhu stood off to the side, pointing and urging the guards to attack Master Huichi. She wished she could ignore Master Huichi altogether and simply let her sister-in-law burn. The owner stood frozen at the staircase for a moment, listening to the discussions among the guests, trying to piece together the day's events in her mind. What could have caused such a commotion? The madwoman had clashed with Master Huichi. She had just overheard a staff member say it was because Master Huichi had struck the madwoman's brother, inciting her rage. Upon hearing this, the owner felt a flicker of hope. If Master Huichi had acted first, he would be in the wrong, and she might still find a way to resolve the situation. However, before she could move, another voice chimed in. "If you only know half the story, don't make assumptions. Master Huichi's actions were justified." "Oh, what was the reason?" The owner wondered if Gong Si, that lecherous fool, had dared to touch Master Huichi's daughter. Upon hearing this, the owner's heart sank. She had often heard of Gong Si's lecherous ways, and many of the female workers in the pavilion had come to complain if he had truly laid a hand on Master Huichi's daughter. Not only would today's incident be impossible to settle, but the Drunken Flower Pavilion might even face ruin. "Stop spreading nonsense. Master Huichi has always been single. He doesn't even have a wife. So where would a daughter come from?" Hearing this, the owner felt like slapping herself. Her mind was in disarray. How could Master Huichi possibly have a daughter? Calm down. Calm down." The owner took several deep breaths to steady herself. "So, what really happened? I heard it was related to the sale of beast meat at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Isn't Gong Si responsible for inspecting the beast meat? Unqualified beast meat was not permitted to enter the pavilion, and this had always been the rule." The owner nodded in agreement, recalling that the dishes at the Drunken Flower Pavilion should indeed maintain a high-end standard. However, the taste had changed since Gong Si took over the inspection from Master Huichi. "Let me tell you something in confidence, but you mustn't spread it around." A guest lowered their voice, and the owner immediately perked up her ears. "That Gong Si is just a lazy, gluttonous lecher. How could he possibly inspect beast meat? At first, he only accepted meat based on a magical beast tier, only taking high-quality beast meat. But later, when a friend of mine brought high-tier beast meat, he refused to accept it. My friend thought Gong Si had started inspecting the quality of the meat, but it turned out Gong Si was merely extorting money. He told my friend that as long as he said it was qualified, it would be accepted, even if it were a first-tier beast that no one wanted. But as for the price of the beast meat, he demanded a kickback. Aren't we getting sidetracked? We were supposed to be discussing today's incident." "Don't be so hasty. Earlier today, I saw someone being brought into the room where beast meat is bought and sold at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. They must have been selling beast meat. However, they went in for a long time without coming out, so they were likely being extorted by Gong Si." Afterward, not long after Master Huichi entered the room, Gong Si emerged clutching his head. "So I suspect that Master Huichi became enraged upon discovering Gong Si's wrongdoing." The owner listened to their account, her brow furrowing in concern. Given Gong Si's character, it was entirely plausible he could have done such a thing, and it was equally likely that Master Huichi would strike him out of anger. This was a troublesome situation. "Tish, after all this, it's just your conjecture." "What conjecture? This is all based on clues I've pieced together." The owner was in a quandary when she heard their conversation. Indeed, it was merely conjecture, and it was still her sister-in-law and brother involved. Thus, she pushed through the crowd and shouted, "Stop! Everyone, cease this at once." At this moment, the hall was in disarray, with Master Huichi, surrounded by flames. The three-tiered guards across from him bore burn marks, not because they could not overpower Huichi in unison, but rather they were merely laborers with no intention of incurring the wrath of a fourth-tier mage over trifles. In this world, even an ant can bite an elephant if there are enough of them. The owner of the establishment suddenly appeared between the two factions, prompting the siblings, Gongzhu and Gongxi, to rush over, clamoring excitedly, "Sister-in-law! Look, look, you were almost killed, and my brother's head is all swollen from being struck." Before she could finish her tirade against the so-called broken chef, the owner swiftly covered her mouth, seeing the owner intervene. Huichi extinguished the flames enveloping him and approached. "Master Huichi," he began, but was interrupted as Huichi lifted a hefty ladle and pointed it at the large man beside him. "That I won't make it difficult for you. Leave the Zuehua Tower today. Be cautious, as there are numerous big rats lurking here." He cast a disdainful glance at Gongzhu and Gongxi, inciting Gongxi to erupt in furious expletives. "Who are you calling a big rat? You old fool?" The owner, exasperated, covered her eyes, and as she did so, Gongzhu joined in the fray. "Old fool, who has the rat here? I suspect it's you who has pilfered countless items from our establishment. You old rat." At the mention, Huichi turned his cold gaze toward the pair. As a fourth-tier fire mage, he was accustomed to cooking and hunting beasts, yet to assume he was only capable of the latter would be naively simplistic. His piercing gaze rendered Gongzhu and Gongxi speechless, their legs trembling as if they could be slain at any moment. The owner, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly inserted herself between the three. "Master Huichi, I sincerely apologize. Today my sister-in-law was inebriated and spoke thoughtlessly. Please have mercy and forgive us." Huichi regarded the owner. "Xiaoman, I am not a petty man that I will not pursue today's incident. Consider it a favor owed, and let our friendship conclude here." With that, he turned to leave, but the owner quickly stepped in front of him, disregarding the crowd watching. Lowering her tone, she implored, "Master, I acknowledge my wrongdoing today, but to suggest that we settle this with a favor is truly disheartening. My previous service to you was purely voluntary. There was no debt incurred. Your presence here has greatly enhanced our establishment. It is my fault for not treating you with the respect you deserve. Please do not leave in haste. Allow me to make amends by hosting you for a few days at Zuehua Tower." Her words evoked admiration from the onlookers. Even Bai Gu, who was present, acknowledged her remarkable ability to articulate her thoughts, rivaling the sycophants he had encountered in his previous life. Huichi paused his departure. "Xiaoman, you're a bright child. However, today's event are not your concern. I am profoundly disappointed in Zuehua Tower. This related to Gongxi. I can have him apologize to you." Huichi hesitated before responding. "He should apologize, but not to me. That I advise you to ensure he does so properly. Enough of this chatter. Dazhuang will assist me in gathering my belongings shortly. If you have inquiries, feel free to direct them to him." With that, Huichi departed, subtly warning the owner about Bai Gu's potential. The owner, still oblivious to the implication, stood there sighing, drawing sympathetic glances from the patrons. To be flexible and eloquent certainly marked her as a remarkable individual. Yet the presence of two troublesome companions was undeniably vexing. It seemed that future festivities would need to be sought elsewhere. However, it was not entirely bleak. Patrons frequented Zuehua Tower not only for sustenance, but also for melodious tunes and captivating beauty. Even without Huichi's culinary delights, one could still satiate their eyes and ears. Once Huichi had exited, the owner turned to the crowd, adjusting her demeanor with a wry smile. "I apologize for the spectacle you've witnessed today. Allow me to treat each of you to a cup of Zuehua wine, and I hope for your understanding." Her magnanimity was met with resounding approval. "The owner is truly remarkable. We are loyal patrons, and we stand by you." Yet, amidst the cheers, an incongruous voice pierced the air. "Esteemed owner, now that Master Huichi's matters are resolved, it seems it is time to address our master's concerns as well." The owner paused, bewildered, as did the crowd, sensing the drama was far from over. Cheng Yin observed Bai Gu below, knowing that with him present, today's events at Zuehua Tower would not conclude easily. The owner turned towards the source of the voice and saw an elderly man accompanied by a young man and a skeleton. The old man's attire was rather shabby, while the youth's clothing was peculiar, and the presence of a skeleton suggested a potentially formidable opponent. likely a mere first-tier necromancer. "Who are you?" she inquired. "We are here to sell beast meat." So they were here to sell meat, likely victims of Gongxi's deceit, now seeking reparation due to the chaos caused by Gongxi's actions. However, they were hardly comparable to Master Huichi. As Gongxi noticed Bai Gu and his companion speaking, he immediately stepped forward, shouting, "What do you want? Who do you think you are? Get out of Zuihua Tower." Gongzhu echoed his sentiments, cursing loudly. "Is this the troublesome brat you mentioned? Are you planning to leave on your own, or should I throw you out?" Having been intimidated by Huichi, they were eager to reclaim their dignity, and Gongxi believed Bai Gu, a mere first-tier necromancer, was the perfect target to assert his authority. Bai Gu turned to the owner, seeking her response to the outburst from Gongxi and Gongzhu, while the owner, caught in a dilemma, weighed her loyalties. Despite their mischief, Gongxi and Gongzhu were still her sister and brother-in-law, albeit troublesome ones. Yet, the status of a first-tier necromancer was undeniably higher than that of her family members. She had already forgotten Huichi's parting words about ensuring a proper apology, and with Da Zhuang currently occupied, she casually remarked, "We will not accept your beast meat. Please leave. Furthermore, Zuihua Tower will never accept the meat you offer." Upon hearing this, Bai Gu and the old man frowned. "You have another beast carcass we brought along." "What kind of beast?" the owner inquired. Before the old man could respond, Gongxi shouted, "Just a rather odd-looking creature, a peculiar beast. We do not accept such useless meat at Zuihua Tower, that I do not wish for you to return here. Xiaoji, give them 5 silver coins and send them on their way." The owner stated dismissively, "By the way, who was responsible for bringing you into Zuihua Tower this morning?" Gongxi immediately pointed at Qing. "That wretched girl." The owner glanced at Qing. "You are fired." Qing trembled. "Why? I was only trying to help." Gongxi leered at her. "I'll come find you later. Let us see if you'll sleep with me in exchange for re-entering Zuihua Tower." As the owner turned to leave, Bai Gu began to clap. Clap, clap. The owner looked at Bai Gu in confusion as the old man stepped forward. "Our master says you possess quite the talent for flattery. But mere flattery alone cannot sustain Zuihua Tower. Are you truly certain this is how you wish to proceed today?" "Ah, so my humble apology to Master Huichi has made me seem weak." "How amusing! Do you truly believe you can threaten me?" the owner retorted, her annoyance peaked. "And what if I do? Our master will remember your actions today." The owner, now infuriated, laughed scornfully. "Your master? Ha! Do not presume that becoming a mage elevates your worth. It is wise to maintain a low profile, especially when you cannot even articulate your thoughts." Gongxi chimed in with mockery. "You think you're impressive? You're merely a clown." Gongzhu, ever the provocateur, joined in the ridicule. "Oh, do remember our actions today. What are you, a nobody? I doubt you can even recall them. Perhaps we should have our guards leave a lasting impression on you." The sarcastic effect of these words was such that even the original speaker felt a tinge of discomfort. However, she did not intervene, partly because Gongzhu was her sister-in-law, and her brother had entrusted her to take good care of her, and partly because she believed that if things escalated to a physical confrontation, it might serve as a fitting lesson. Bai Gu, being a youthful individual with little guile, was easily provoked by just a couple of remarks, while she, having lived 2 lives, chose to let Lao Ma speak. "Owner of Zuihua Tower, we initially thought well of your establishment, but we merely seek a sense of justice. You appear to have yet to grasp the situation, so we ask if you are certain of your course of action. Yet your attitude has left us profoundly disappointed. Justice? The situation?" At this moment, the owner recalled what Huichi had mentioned before leaving, that she could ask De Zhuang for more details, but De Zhuang was not present, and Gongxi feared that the owner might uncover the truth, prompting him to intensify his mockery. "What status or identity do you possess? Do you truly believe that our owner ought to be disappointed by you? How dare you utter such words?" Gongzhu retorted vehemently. "Disappointed? What qualifications do you worthless scoundrels have to say that? You had better apologize to my brother and sister-in-law, or else you shall find it exceedingly difficult to leave Zuihua Tower today." Lao Ma looked at the owner, inquiring, "Is this your sentiment as well?" The owner had initially intended to summon De Zhuang to hear the details, but Gongzhu and her brother kept inciting her. "Sister-in-law, you are far too courteous. Even the most insignificant of individuals dares to intimidate you. At this rate, Zuihua Tower will be turned upside down." Indeed, rest assured Gongxi, have not committed any egregious acts today, that he claims you are unaware of the circumstances to sow discord among us. They are merely here to sell their wares. What justice could they possibly seek in Zuihua Tower? Clearly, he is attempting to leverage Hui Qi's influence to threaten you, which you, with your astute wisdom, have seen through, prompting him to concoct this scheme of division. Under the relentless provocation of the two, the already irritable owner declared, "Either you leave this instant and never return to Zuihua Tower, or if you continue to seek some illusory justice, I will not show any mercy. Today, you may find it quite challenging to depart." Such assertiveness from the owner. Assertiveness? She has merely shown a modicum of patience. After all, they are just sellers of meat trying to use Hui Qi's influence to intimidate the owner. Indeed, the owner has already offered 5 silver coins, yet he still refuses. Does he truly consider himself a person of significance? Let's not be so quick to judge. How do we know if he genuinely seeks justice? My friend, who was once extorted by Gongxi, was also just a meat vendor. He ultimately sought only justice, but regrettably succumbed to the prevailing tide and offered benefits. Justice? If he continues to make a fuss, it may be difficult for him to leave Zuihua Tower. Speaking of which, I don't believe I've seen such a young necromancer in the city. Where did this seller of beast meat come from? Cheng Xiao. This lad appears somewhat familiar, and the scene where the owner is speaking seems reminiscent as well, given your proximity to the princess this morning. Could he be the one? Cheng Yin slightly raised the corners of his mouth and nodded. No need to guess. It is indeed that fellow that I recognized him long ago and have been waiting to witness the spectacle. This chap is rather peculiar. Ding Ji was slapped twice after making 2 remarks, and on the third, he was directly captured and is now imprisoned in the dungeon. Does that mean the owner is? Below, the owner was already growing impatient. Choose your path. The route you select is your own, that if you find it impossible to exit, do not blame me, of course, even if they chose to pursue some fictitious justice. She would not truly kill Bai Gu. At most, she would give them a beating and toss them out. Listening to the owner's words, Bai Gu shook his head helplessly. He had no intention of causing trouble and had hoped to remain low-key since entering the city. Yet, trouble had continuously sought him out. He asked Lao Ma 3 times if the owner was indeed set on this course of action, as he wished to avoid conflict, but fate had taken a different turn. The value of the beast meat was certainly more than 5 silver coins. Since the other party was unwilling to let them take it away, they had no choice but to resort to force. Bai Gu conjured a wooden shield and handed it to Lao Ma, while also forming arm and leg guard around his limbs, signaling the owner with his actions. Is he not a necromancer? Why is he conjuring wood? Moreover, what use does a mage have for arm and leg guards? Mere bluster. Regardless of what you are, I have 8 third-tier guards at my disposal. There were numerous second and third-tier guards positioned throughout the building. She did not believe it necessary to summon too many to deal with Bai Gu. The atmosphere became tense, the scent of gunpowder permeating the air, yet neither side had yet made a move when a loud shout erupted from outside. The princess has arrived. The princess? This individual truly is enigmatic. Now a spectacle is at hand. I wonder how the owner will respond today. The princess? Princess Jingyan was indeed entering the city today, and the owner was aware of this. However, in a place like Zuihua Tower, she assumed someone of the princess's esteemed status would never visit, and thus she refrained from welcoming or flattering her. Who would have expected that the princess would actually come to Zuihua Tower? This was troublesome. Having failed to greet her upon her arrival would likely leave a poor impression. Realizing this, the owner paid no mind to Bai Gu and swiftly turned to welcome the princess. Your presence at Zuihua Tower today truly embellishes our establishment, making it appear more resplendent. I heard of your arrival this morning, but regrettably, my health was unwell, preventing me from coming to greet you. Here, Huaman humbly begs your pardon. Please, enter the building at once. I have instructed my staff to prepare a top-tier feast to atone for not welcoming you this morning. First, she lavished praise for flattery, even if excessive. Would not harm her. Speaking more kind words would not cost her anything. Next, she articulated her grievances to lower her stance and apologize for her perceived wrongdoing, finally using the excuse of making amends to foster a connection. This was a well-practiced social maneuver that had brought her to this point today. However, This approach did not prove particularly effective with the princess, who had heard countless praises throughout her life and would hardly pay heed to the owner as empty platitudes. Enough with the trivialities. We did not come for a meal, but rather to find someone. The princess maintained her regal demeanor, while the brusque words were voiced by Xiao Luo on her behalf. Find someone? To Zehua Tower to find someone? Generally, those who come to Zehua Tower in search of individuals fall into two categories: either lecherous old men seeking the beautiful performers within, or individuals searching for their wayward husbands. But here stands the princess. Your Highness, he has ventured into such a place, and yet you still wish to find him. This establishment appears far from respectable, and my sources indicate he entered in the company of a woman. Xiao Luo cast a disdainful glance at the welcoming girl in scant attire at the entrance. Yet the princess shook her head that I trust that he must have matters to attend to here. Moreover, we seek him to express our gratitude. He is not under my authority, and even if he is here for less than honorable reasons, it is of no concern to us. Listening to the exchange, the owner could surmise that the person they were seeking was likely a man. Regardless of whom they were looking for, she could not afford to block the princess, so she bowed and extended her hand. The wind is quite strong outside. Please, Your Highness, step inside. The princess nodded and entered Zehua Tower, though she did not particularly favor the establishment. Upon entering, the owner noticed Bai Gu and his companions still standing in the center of the hall. Her expression turned cold. I warned you that if you did not leave, it would not be so easy for you to depart. Guards, seize them and throw them out, the owner shouted, and the third-tier guards swiftly surrounded Bai Gu and the others. Gu Xia had already drawn his bone blade. He needed to be cautious with the 8 third-tier warriors, while Bai Gu surveyed his surroundings and cracked his neck. Bai Gu, brother, what is your plan? You handle your own, and leave the openings to me. Bai Gu wished to test his own prowess. His calisthenics seemed quite extraordinary. However, safety was paramount, so he solidified his arm and leg guards. Gu Xia positioned himself at the forefront. Standing before Lao Ma, who raised his wooden shield to protect himself while shielding Qing'er as well, that it was worth noting that Qing'er was the most innocent in this affair. She had merely sought to benefit Zehua Tower and ended up facing expulsion. Bai Gu sighed, pondering if he might find an opportunity to make amends with her later. Are you gearing up now? Feeling scared, are we? Did you not seem quite resolute just now? With a mere skeleton by your side. Who do you think you are? Gongxi mocked. The owner called out, intending to leave the remaining matters to Gongzhu and her brother, before turning to the princess with a beaming smile. Your Highness, shall we proceed upstairs? Whoever you seek, we can look for them while we dine. I will have my people search for each one individually. As the owner prepared to depart, the princess caught wind of Gongxi's taunt. With a mere skeleton, she curiously glanced towards the center of the hall. Initially, upon entering, that area had been surrounded, and she had little interest in discovering the cause of the commotion. Now, from the staircase, she could clearly see the scene where Bai Gu was encircled by a group of people. The landlord, noticing the princess's stillness, assumed she desired to witness the spectacle and thus shouted, "Stop dawdling. Act quickly!" Little did he expect the princess beside him to roar in fury. I dare anyone to move. Her thunderous exclamation left everyone in attendance momentarily stunned, causing the landlord to drop onto the staircase in fright. Your Highness, what is wrong? The princess furrowed her brow and cast a glance at the landlord before hurriedly descending the stairs, weaving through the crowd to reach Bai Gu's side. Bai Gu, we have come specifically to express our gratitude for this morning's events. As she spoke, Princess Jingyun bowed her head slightly in appreciation. Lao Ma immediately stepped forward, stating, Our master insists that the princess need not be overly courteous. It is her own keen insight that has brought about this result. With little credit due to our esteemed master, Bai Gu, ever humble, replied, I am but a mere practitioner. Without Bai Gu, I would not know how long I might remain ensnared by my own limitations. The princess's polite demeanor left the onlookers agape. That truly the princess. Why is she being so courteous to that fellow? Wasn't he merely a greedy, insignificant necromancer with neither wealth nor power? You are woefully uninformed. That lad made quite a name for himself outside the city this morning. I was present, and I can assure you, he is truly remarkable. He just offended Master Huichi, thinking he could bully a mere dog. only to discover that he was, in fact, a formidable tiger. I dare say the landlord was nearly in tears. The landlord, Hua Man, was now slumped on the staircase, pondering how that young man could possibly be acquainted with the princess. Surely not, surely not. Perhaps they are merely nodding acquaintances. Who was I fooling? If they were mere acquaintances, why would the princess personally seek him out at Zui Hualu? Why would she bow her head in gratitude? It was evident she had come to find someone significant, someone of great import. How foolish I am. Master Huichi had clearly warned me to ensure Gongsu properly apologizes to the person he offended. Why did I not connect the dots? Who are you? My sister-in-law has already called for action, and yet you continue to shout. I see you two are in league. Humph, a pair of dog lovers. Gongsu's mind must have been discarded the moment she became the deputy landlord of Zui Hualu, as she now dared to insult the princess. The words dog lovers were on the tip of her tongue when the landlord leaped from the staircase, lunging toward Gongsu, silencing her before she could speak. Oh dear, sister-in-law, why did you jump down from above? My back. You nearly broke it. The landlord, disregarding her own pain, swiftly covered Gongsu's mouth. Fortunately, upon seeing the princess, Gongsu had already become entranced by her beauty. Otherwise, she would have found it impossible to manage two mouths at once. Gongsu had only begun to speak when the princess frowned and scrutinized her, prompting Xiao Luo to step forward and deliver a sharp slap to Gongsu. Keep your mouth clean. You should be thankful your words did not escape. Stunned for a moment after the slap, Gongsu was about to thrash about wildly, making it difficult for the landlord to restrain her. A slap had sent that madwoman into a frenzy. A frenzy. That could be good. Who knows? Perhaps after today, the madwoman will no longer exist in Zui Hualu. The landlord would not allow that to happen. While Gongsu was indeed mad, she was not so far gone as to risk her own life. Indeed, the landlord realized she could no longer hold Gongsu down and hurriedly whispered in her ear, Sister, please calm down. That is the princess. Offending her could cost us our lives. Just think, Gongsu has yet to make amends. Upon hearing this, Gongsu immediately ceased her commotion. However, the landlord still dared not remove her hand from Gongsu's mouth. I apologize, Your Highness. Please do not find us amusing. My sister-in-law is not in her right mind. She did not intend to offend you. Did I offer my sincerest apologies? With that, the landlord bowed deeply, hastily attempting to appease the princess. Yet, the princess paid her no heed, instead directing her attention to Bai Gu. Bai Gu, what is going on here? How did you end up in this dilapidated establishment? And why are you being surrounded? Zui Hualu, despite being the premier establishment in Jianshi City, was referred to as a dilapidated place by the princess. Yet the landlord dared not utter a word of dissent. Instead, she forced a smile. While they held a relatively significant position in Jianshi City, they were far from the most powerful. The true influential figures in the city regarded them merely as a tavern and brothel, let alone in comparison to the princess. Bai Gu remained silent before the princess, allowing Lao Ma to speak on his behalf. The landlord felt her legs weaken at the sight. Was the princess not even permitted to converse with him? Who was this deity? How had I been foolish enough to offend them? However, fortunately, according to Gongsu, he had not committed any unscrupulous acts today. As long as they could assert their position, there was a chance to mend their relationship. At worst, she could flatter them and praise their merits to the heavens while offering gifts. The landlord thought thus, but as Lao Ma began to speak, she was instantly petrified. Your Highness, our master has cultivated a type of magical beast known for its exquisite flavor. We sought to sell it to Zui Hualu, but we were met with unreasonable obstacles, and not only were we refused, but they also attempted to seize the magical beast meat we had brought. The landlord found herself frozen, for it was indeed she who had seized the magical beast meat. However, she had purchased it. Just moments ago, she had offered 5 silver coins for it. No, she could not allow them to continue speaking. Your Highness, we did not seize the magical beast meat. I paid 5 silver coins for it. It was merely ordinary beast meat, worth no more than 3 silver coins per beast in the market. I offered 5 silver coins, yet I was not aware that it was cultivated with such care by this young man. Had I known, I would never have offered only 5 silver coins. The present company can attest to that. Hua Man indeed spoke well. transforming herself into a disadvantaged party while elevating Bai Gu and the others, painting herself as the victim of the forceful sale of ordinary beast meat, making it seem as though the meat were worthless. However, Bai Gu and his companions were attempting to sell it at a high price due to their status. Perhaps her words had an effect, or perhaps the influence of the landlord's intoxicated wine had taken hold. But someone indeed spoke up for her that I can attest. The landlord did indeed pay. Your Highness, I too can attest. The landlord paid, but they refused to accept it at is that so? While the offered price was indeed low. It was a payment nonetheless, and merely ordinary beasts, the princess said, her expression troubled. She had only just grasped the principle of treating others equally that morning. Although she held a favorable view of Bai Gu, she could not entirely disregard the situation. Your Highness, we do not wish to put you in a difficult position, but the beasts we brought are not ordinary. They're the product of our master's meticulous cultivation, and they currently lie quietly in Zue Hualu's meat collection area. Our master suggests that we prepare the beast meat for tasting, allowing everyone present to judge whether it is truly, as the landlord claims, merely ordinary beast meat. Upon hearing Lao Ma's suggestion to cook the meat, the landlord, while still convinced it was merely ordinary beast meat, nonetheless interjected, "How unfortunate! Everyone just witnessed Master Hu Qi leaving Zue Hualu. Without a master chef, if the meat turns out poorly, Zue Hualu would be remiss in its treatment of the carefully cultivated beast meat." The implication was clear. Without a chef, if they ruined it themselves, they could not hold her accountable. Yet Lao Ma smiled slightly. And no need for a chef. My master insists that the meat can simply be boiled in water. If it does not taste good, we shall take full responsibility. Such a declaration was somewhat audacious, yet it piqued the curiosity of many patrons. Bai Gu, are we not here to sell the meat? With so many people present, how can there be any left to sell? Gu Xiao was perplexed by Bai Gu's intention, yet Bai Gu appeared to be entirely in control. Old brother Gu, you are unaware of a little something called the advertising effect. Today, we are merely sharing a portion of a beast. In the long run, this will be entirely profitable, even beneficial, and you will soon understand. The landlord, sensing an ominous premonition from Lao Ma's confident words, was about to speak again when the princess waved her hand. Summoning Xiao Luo, take 2 individuals to bring out the magical beast that Bai Gu has carefully cultivated, and we shall prepare and share it on the spot for evaluation. The princess's command left her no opportunity to offer any excuses. She could only hope that Gongsu had not concealed anything. She glanced at Gongsu, who remained dazed, staring at the princess as though dreaming of having children with her. Covering her forehead, the landlord sighed deeply. The princess's entourage naturally included guards and attendants, and Xiao Luo casually selected 2 first-tier warriors to retrieve the magical beast. However, after a brief period, they returned empty-handed. What is going on? Where is the magical beast? Your Highness, I am uncertain whether this creature is indeed a wild beast, for it is far too large for them to lift. I shall seek the assistance of 2 second-tier warriors. Too large? How big can a wild beast be? The largest I have encountered weighed around 300 pounds. Though those 2 are merely first-tier warriors, surely the combined strength of 2 first-tier warriors could lift something weighing 300 pounds. Shortly thereafter, 2 second-tier warriors accompanied the young girl into the room, and before long, the 4 emerged from the hall, struggling to carry the enormous wild beast. Good heavens! Is that truly a wild beast? Which household possesses a wild beast with its belly dragging on the ground? It must weigh 500 or 600 pounds. This does not appear to be an ordinary wild beast, while size alone does not determine quality. The real question lies in its palatability. The princess, equally astonished by the colossal creature, turned her gaze towards the innkeeper, her expression seemingly inquiring if this is what you refer to as a common wild beast. The innkeeper, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hastily borrowed words from a nearby guest, stating that size does not guarantee taste, as our establishment, Drunken Flower Pavilion, prioritizes culinary delight over quantity. Though she spoke these words, her heart fervently prayed that this creature would not be palatable. The princess, finding the innkeeper's reasoning sound, promptly commanded her attendants to butcher and cook the wild beast on the spot. Due to its immense size, finding sufficient pots for cooking proved challenging, perhaps intentionally concealed by the innkeeper herself. As Bai Gu noticed her whispering to Xiao Zi, However, he chose not to expose her, perhaps deeming it beneath him, for during their tasting, even the piece of meat casually pierced by Chen drew the flames closer, instilling confidence in him regarding the meat. With limited pots available, would it suffice to cook large chunks in a single pot? The princess inquired of Bai Gu, to which the innkeeper, fearing a request for a pot change, quickly responded, "Regrettably, we at Drunken Flower Pavilion possess too few pots. However, given that this wild beast's meat has been meticulously nurtured by this young gentleman, I trust that the size of the pots will not significantly affect the flavor." She now hoped that the meat would emerge neither unpleasant nor overly delectable, that if she could acknowledge a minor error, perhaps she could quell the ire of this enigmatic individual while simultaneously befriending the princess. But could that truly be possible? Initially, Bai Gu believed the management and policies of Drunken Flower Pavilion to be commendable, suggesting that the administrator must possess considerable intelligence. Yet now it seemed they were merely a foolish flatterer. The meat differed vastly from that of ordinary wild beasts. The distinction was not trivial, as evidenced by the comparison made by De Zhuang and Qing'er between this meat and the signature dish of Thunderous Tiger from Drunken Flower Pavilion. Thus, even if the cooking method were slightly amiss, others would assume the poor flavor arose from the culinary technique. Yet if such a flawed method still yielded delicious results, it would suffice to demonstrate the disparity between this beast's meat and that of a typical wild beast. Therefore, he instructed Lao Ma to respond to the princess. The size of the pots is inconsequential. Can this method of cooking yield a pleasant flavor? It is certain to be unsatisfactory. With such preparation, the exterior may be cooked while the interior remains raw. And if the interior is cooked, the exterior will surely be overdone. Indeed, that was the case. Yet why did I detect a unique aroma? It is truly delightful. The scent is invigorating, almost as if it emanates from the meat itself. As the cooking time progressed, the fragrance of the wild beast's meat wafted through the air, bringing a sense of elation to all present, save for the innkeeper, whose expression was one of utter despair. If the aroma of the cooking was so potent, one could only imagine the flavor. In a short while, with several large pots simmering, the meat would soon be ready for consumption. The princess instructed her attendants to distribute portions to everyone present. She herself took 2 pieces of meat, handing one to Bai Gu before savoring a bite herself. Upon tasting the meat, even the princess, accustomed to gourmet delicacies, could not help but reveal an expression of sheer delight. "This meat is extraordinary." At that moment, Drunken Flower Pavilion fell into a hushed silence. Is this truly wild beast meat? It cannot be. Was this merely boiled in a large pot? How can something so casually prepared rival the signature Thunderous Tiger meat for Drunken Flower Pavilion? My good fellow, how can you afford such a luxury as Thunderous Tiger meat? Indeed, I was only willing to order a plate for my birthday, and that plate contained merely 5 pieces of tiger meat for 5 gold coins. 5 pieces of meat for 5 gold coins. How much did the innkeeper claim for an entire wild beast a moment ago? The innkeeper, at that moment, held a bowl containing a piece of meat, the aroma wafting enticingly. Yet she dared not take a bite. However, judging by the expressions of those around her, she discerned that the meat was likely exquisite, and she was in deep trouble. Goodness, this meat is delicious. Young lady, you have traveled the country, sampling its delights, and I must say, this meat deserves a place among the top 5 that, of course, if I did not harbor a bias against Bai Gu, I would rank this meat as the best. Bai Gu, observing the crowd, felt an urge to interject, "It is merely an additive. I have added a flavor enhancer." Is it truly that delectable? Alas, the skeleton lacks a tongue to taste. Amid Xiao Luo's exclamations, the princess gradually returned to her senses from the ecstasy of the flavor. The fact that this meat had not even undergone professional preparation, yet was so delectable when simply boiled, felt like an extravagant waste. The princess gazed at the row of pots and the meat within, exclaiming her astonishment. Her eyes sharpened as they turned towards the innkeeper, who remained motionless with her bowl of meat. "Why not taste this meat yourself? Are you afraid?" The innkeeper's mind raced, contemplating how to salvage her reputation, maintain her standing, and deal with the aftermath of the situation, all while blaming this individual for concealing the true quality of the beast's meat. "Is this what you refer to as common wild beast meat, worth 5 silver coins? Should I inquire of those preparing it how much it is truly worth?" Your Highness, would you care to know how much we are willing to pay for this meat? If it were expertly cooked, I might offer 4 or 5 gold coins. However, for merely being boiled in water, I would be willing to provide 3 gold coins. 3 gold coins. Such a miserly offer. Young sir over there, do you still have any of that wild beast meat? I would pay 500 gold coins for an entire beast. The earlier speaker had just accused another of being stingy. Yet now they were throwing their gold coins about. Indeed, the bowl of meat you just consumed likely weighed less than a pound. Assuming it weighs a pound, at 2 gold coins per pound. This entire wild beast must weigh at least 5 or 600 pounds, totaling upwards of 1,000 gold coins. You are speaking of an entire wild beast. Surely I must deduct for losses and processing fees. Good heavens, your deductions have halved the amount. How outrageous. Me. I am not the one extorting. The innkeeper seeks to purchase an entire wild beast for 5 silver coins. Laughter erupted among the guests, leaving the innkeeper blushing in embarrassment. Why must you disparage the innkeeper so? Her actions were born of necessity. Just then, unlike the others who mocked, De Zhuang stood forth like a beacon of light in the innkeeper's dark hour. Are you suggesting this was a matter of necessity? Could it be that Master Huiqi guided him here to assist me? My generous pay for De Zhuang has proven its worth in this critical moment. In her flustered state, the innkeeper, uncertain how to remedy the situation, immediately called him over to De Zhuang. You haven't left yet? Come here. This is Her Royal Highness, and this is De Zhuang, the beloved disciple of Master Huiqi, who has witnessed all that transpired today. I am certain he has something to share. After saying this, the innkeeper cast a meaningful glance at De Zhuang, as the guest marveled at the meat's exquisite flavor. Gongxi was jolted from his daydream by the alluring aroma. Upon awakening, he noticed the innkeeper urging De Zhuang to recount the events of the day, prompting him to rush forward to intervene. However, as he approached to speak, his sister, Gongzhu, stopped him. What do you think you are doing? That is a princess. Do not harbor any thoughts. You may endanger our lives. No. What do you mean by what? You are more of a hindrance than a help. Now is not the time to cause trouble. Gongzhu, feeling somewhat irritated, blocked Gongxi from speaking. I am not causing trouble. It is he. He what? He is the only one who can speak on your behalf at a crucial moment. While you merely stand idly by. Gongxi was silenced, while the innkeeper, under the hopeful gaze of those around her, earnestly listened as De Zhuang recounted the day's events. Today, this mage came to sell meat, but was harassed by Gongxi, who even declared the meat trash without examining its quality, driven by his desire towards Chen. However, he was thwarted by the mage selling the beast meat, leading to his resentment and abuse of power for personal gain. Indeed, Gongxi has a history of misconduct. Many of the young women in our establishment have suffered his advances, let alone the incidents where he has assaulted guests. He is a notorious lecher. If the princess had disguised herself and visited today, she might have fallen victim to his lecherous schemes. The necromancer truly is remarkable. He dares to offend Gongs in order to shield Qing'er from harassment. Chang'in listened to the voices of the crowd, casting his gaze towards Bai Gu, who stood at a distance, seemingly unnoticed. This fellow is truly enigmatic. Despite having done nothing, the owner of the establishment is probably drenched in sweat by now. The complaints now extend beyond just the patrons, as several of the young women from the Zue Hua Lu have joined in. The princess's gaze towards the owner is frigid, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Although she has heard rumors of Gong's lewdness and his harassment of the individuals within the venue, she was unaware of the depth of resentment it had fostered among them. She shot a fierce glare at Gongs, but was caught by Gongzhu, who whispered to him, "Do not heed your sister's warnings. The continuation of our Gong family's legacy is paramount. You may harass them as you please, and I shall stand as your support." Were the owner to overhear Gongzhu's words, he would likely be infuriated on the spot. Yet now, he is at a loss for words, having only managed to say a couple of sentences. And it falls upon De Zhuang to continue to De Zhuang cough. I see you have tidied up Master Huiqi's belongings. Since Master Hu has already departed, you should be eager to pursue him, correct? If not, perhaps you should leave first and return to Zhe Hua Lu another time. De Zhuang, honest yet not foolish, comprehended the owner's implicit suggestion, but with the princess present and his own distaste for Gongs, he turned to the princess. Ignoring the owner entirely, the princess declared, Do not concern yourself with your master. I encountered Master Huichi earlier and invited him to the city lord's mansion for a few days of leisure. You need not rush after him. Clarify today as events and vindicate Master Bai Gu. De Zhuang swallowed hard and continued. Gong's harbors resentment and abuses his power, yet Sister Qing'er is unafraid of his oppression, perhaps grateful for the protection of that mage, and has taken it upon herself to cook and taste the meat to prove its quality. Which sister is this Qing? In response to the princess's inquiry, Qing'er stepped out from behind Lao Ma. I have met your highness. I am Qing'er. The princess appraised her for a moment. Quite decent. Then she turned to Xiao Luo and whispered, inquire she would be willing to serve as my handmaiden. This young lady possesses a certain charm. Although she appears youthful, she bravely confronts oppression. Such courage is commendable. I recall the owner seemed intent on dismissing her earlier. How unfortunate. The princess scoffed, feeling somewhat discomforted by the injustice faced by Bai Gu. However, after hearing about the actions of Zue Hualu, her disdain for the establishment deepened. After we cooked and tasted the meat, both Qing and I found it to be exquisite, yet Gong's claimed it was unpalatable, despite his face betraying enjoyment while eating. Initially, he thought to reject the meat, but the mage had no intention of insisting on taking it with him, yet Gongs forbade us from leaving with the beast meat, declaring that what was meant for tasting could not be taken away. As the discussion continued, the guests began to voice their grievances on behalf of Bai Gu. Taste the beast meat and not purchase it is one thing, but to forcibly keep it? Zue Hualu truly engages in such practices. It seems we ought to visit less frequently. What if one day, simply glancing at the menu incurs the obligation to buy? This necromancer has shown remarkable restraint, enduring without exploding in anger while politely seeking explanations from the owner, even reminding him multiple times. Unfortunately, the owner is blind to his own folly. Indeed, if Gongs had troubled me, I would have lost my temper long ago. Just look at how familiar the mage is with the princess. His status must be considerable, yet he remains so amiable compared to Zue Hualu. What a contrast! The princess's regard for Bai Gu grew as she listened to the surrounding dialogue. Unfazed by authority, bold in aiding the weak, and remaining kind despite misunderstandings, there truly exists such a man. At this moment, the owner was overwhelmed with terror, shame, and anger. The fear stemmed from the obvious closeness between the princess and the mage. What would happen if they pursued the matter? The shame arose from the truth in what others had said. The mage had indeed shown no desire to stir trouble upon his arrival, and had even provided multiple reminders. Yet his arrogance had led him to ignore them. The anger was directed solely at Gongs. That foolish scoundrel. The owner did not expect much from him, even if Gongs had simply reported the events accurately. The situation could have been managed. Yet, Gongs not only concealed the truth but exacerbated the issue. Observing the murmurs of the crowd, De Zhuang interjected, "It is far from over." Hearing this, the owner felt her strength wane. Collapsing to the ground, not over? Thankfully, Xiao Zi caught her. Gongs would not allow them to take the beast meat, proposing instead that if Qing'er would spend the night with him, he would reluctantly allow them to keep the meat. Despicable, shameless, perverse. A chorus of indignation erupted from the crowd, with some even throwing objects at Gongs. However, a few were curious about what would unfold next. Naturally, the mages refused, as I believe the necromancers are individuals of great integrity. And upon their refusal, tensions escalated. But my Master Huichi, caught wind of the meat's aroma from upstairs and descended, striking Gongs with an iron ladle. Subsequently, my master nearly reached an agreement with the mages regarding the beast meat when Gongs and his entourage arrived, provoking my master's ire. The subsequent events are well known. My master is no longer present in Zue Hualu. The fact that Huichi could smell the meat from above and even came down to negotiate the trade speaks volumes. This meat has been certified by Master Huichi. My word, Zue Hualu truly lacks discernment. Upon hearing De Zhuang's account, the owner, even in her weakened state, yearned to strangle Gongs. Regret consumed her. Had it not been for Gongs, Zue Hualu could have been graced by Master Huichi, boasting a new signature beast meat and establishing trade relations with the princess's friends. They might even have cultivated a friendship with the princess. Even if Gongs had not caused trouble later, Zue Hualu would at least have had Master Huichi in residence and a new signature dish, But now, the master has departed, and the beast meat will certainly no longer be available to them. It is a blessing if the princess's friends do not cause trouble, but the princess will undoubtedly harbor a poor impression and likely deep disdain for them. Their reputation is shattered. The loyal clientele accumulated over the years will likely scatter. And Zue Hua Lu will, in a single day, transform from the most esteemed establishment in Jianshi City to its most notorious. Without anything, they are left with nothing. Do you have anything to say? The princess glared coldly at the owner. Even if Bai Gu were not the victim, but merely an ordinary person, she would still take action, for the establishment conduct is utterly revolting. The owner glanced at Gongs and his sister, who remained oblivious to the severity of the situation, whispering amongst themselves. The events of the day, involving deceiving customers and inciting public ire, have tarnished their reputation. The best course of action for Zhe Hualu would be to surrender Gongs to quell the public's anger and compensate the necromancer, diminishing the current fallout. However, surrendering Gongs would never be acceptable to his sister. The gazes of the crowd bore down on the owner like a tribunal. In truth, she was at a loss, faced with ordinary patrons. She could have merely offered a monetary compensation and an apology to salvage her dignity. But now, she stands before the princess, not a mere commoner. Qingyin could not help but shake his head in disbelief. This situation is far more bizarre than earlier. The slap of fate has returned with a vengeance. He has resolved never to provoke this individual, lest he unwittingly find himself in a situation where he might receive a black eye upon returning home due to his own brazen servants. In the face of the princess's inquiries, the owner, after a moment of brainstorming, could only sigh in resignation. In your esteemed opinion, how should I compensate Master Bai Gu? The princess glanced at Bai Gu, recalling his inability to speak, and decided to directly request compensation on his behalf. First and foremost, you should compensate him for the beast meat, correct? Such exquisite meat must have taken considerable effort to cultivate to this size. Regarding the price, the princess elongated her final word. Well versed in the art of negotiation after years of dealings with various nobles and city lords, I offer 1,500 gold coins. The owner, resolute in her offer, recognized that even though the meat was what the other party had requested for tasting, it was still a matter of principle. Money is merely a trivial matter. She can easily earn more. At this moment, the compensation she offers is substantial enough to ensure that Gongxi holds a certain degree of influence. The owner of the establishment is quite generous. After the compensation for the beastly meat, it is now your turn, esteemed owner, that I distinctly heard you command for the encirclement of Master Bai Gu and his companions. Although the owner is merely a woman, she confidently patted her not-so-full chest and declared, "This matter is indeed my fault. I was momentarily impulsive, and I am willing to apologize to Master Bai Gu." Saying this, she approached Bai Gu, bowing and clasping her hands. "Esteemed master of the undead, I take full responsibility for today's events. I acted without understanding the consequences that I hope you can forgive me." In a surprising turn, a figure in a purple dress, Xiao Zi, appeared from upstairs, carrying an impressively large and luxurious box. "I am but a merchant. My physique is inadequate for cultivation, as everyone in the city is aware. Therefore, I possess no items that might aid your training. The only thing suitable for a master such as yourself is likely this. This item was given to me during an auction held by the Drunken Flower Pavilion, and I purchased it for 2,000 gold coins due to its unique design." While she spoke of the price as if it were trivial, her intent was clear. She sought to express her sincerity in her apology. The owner handed the large box to Bai Gu. Instead of accepting it, gestured for Gu Xiao to take it. Were it not for the princess's presence, this woman would not have acted so graciously today. Who knows if she might have hidden something dangerous within. It is safer for Gu Xiao to take it. Gu Xiao gingerly accepted the box, which was over a meter long, and opened it carefully to reveal a longbow made of bone, resembling jade. This bow, it must be the product of a 7th-tier skeleton. Gu Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. According to the seller, this bow was acquired during travels in the Dark Empire, but alas, it is a product of the undead and cannot be wielded effectively by ordinary humans. I notice you have a skeleton accompanying you, which suggests you hold it in high regard. Although you may not be able to use this bow, perhaps it could serve your skeleton well. Listening to the owneress description, Bai Gu inquired of Gu Xiao, How can you tell this bao is the product of a 7th-tier skeleton? Gu Xiao gently caressed the bao, perhaps because your lineage differs from the normal skeletons, which unlock abilities tier by tier. A 5th-tier skeleton can manifest a bone artifact, while a 6th tier can comprehend martial skills that a 7th tier, however, can channel soul fire into the bone artifact through enchantment. Earlier, when I confronted those bearers, I employed a technique called Enchanted Fire Quake, which allowed me to temporarily enchant the bone artifact with soul fire. Once a skeleton reaches 7th tier, it can freely enchant a bone artifact, and with each use, the artifact becomes refined and increasingly durable and powerful. The fact that this bao appears almost jade-like signifies that its previous owner must have enchanted it numerous times to achieve such a state. Understanding this, Bai Gu also touched the bone bao, confirming its jade-like quality. So, this bao is indeed quite remarkable. Naturally, but regrettably, I cannot wield a bao. Among our skeleton kin, only those like you, the bone master from that specific branch, can use bows. They are born with this ability, but only 5th-tier skeletons can condense a bone bao. Thus, the number of skeleton archers capable of growing is rather limited. However, a 5th-tier skeleton archer is almost guaranteed to be a master of archery, and they can generate bone arrows periodically, so they need not worry about running out of ammunition. Jiyu Zhao's inability to use this bao rendered it somewhat redundant. Where would he find a skeleton archer willing to pledge loyalty to him? Uncertain of his own capability to wield the bao, Bai Gu nonetheless decided to accept it out of principle. Seeing Bai Gu willing to accept the bao brought a smile to the owneress' lips. She had purchased it simply for its aesthetic appeal, and it would serve little purpose sitting idle. However, with Bai Gu accepting it, her handling of Gongxi might become more lenient. This is the way of human affairs. As my sister Yenshin would say, one must consider the debts of gratitude. After Bai Gu accepted the bao, the princess spoke up again. Since Master Bai Gu has accepted the gift and chosen to forgive you, then your matter is settled. However, the princess suddenly emphasized those words with weight. Having listened to the entire tale, she deemed Gongxi to be the most despicable and repugnant individual involved, Xiao Luo, according to the laws of the kingdom of Beijing. For using inferior goods to forcibly seize items and for threatening others and abducting young women within the city, how should we proceed? Your Highness, according to the kingdom's laws, using inferior goods warrants the confiscation of all possessions and expulsion from the kingdom, with a prohibition on returning. Should they re-enter, any member of the kingdom may kill them at will. For forcibly seizing items, they must compensate the victim threefold. Otherwise, the victim is entitled to eliminate the thief by any means. And those hindering the victim may also be killed. The laws of the kingdom of Beijing, a set of rules nearly forgotten by all, hold little significance in a world filled with magic and martial arts. Generally, laws are merely for display, and most individuals are not pursued unless their actions become excessively disruptive or brazen. However, just because they are forgotten does not mean they do not exist, as the princess and Xiao Luo recited the laws. Gongxi's complexion shifted between shades of green and purple, for he understood all too well that she was referring to him. Very well, since the law dictates this, I, as the princess, hereby command the guard to apprehend Gongxi. Several third-tier guards accompanying the princess immediately sprang into action. Encircling Gongxi, he, being a mere second-tier warrior bolstered by potions, stood no chance against the third-tier guards that in just a few moments, he was captured. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Sister, save me. Gongxi struggled desperately, while Gong Zhu rushed forward to pull him back. Don't touch my brother. Let him go. Were it not for the context, an onlooker might have been moved by the apparent bond between siblings. However, the third-tier guards merely shoved Gong Zhu aside, sending her sprawling to the ground, as they dragged Gongxi before the princess. Witnessing this scene, the owner stepped forward, unable to restrain herself. Your Highness, since the law states that if the victim can forgive, the punishment may be reduced, should we not inquire with the victim? At this juncture, the owner's earlier displays of sincerity and apology came into play. The beast that Bai Gu had raised had already been evaluated in the presence of others. 500 for a swindler. 1,000 for a reasonable price. Considering the owner's sincere offer of 1,500 gold coins, the princess turned her gaze toward Bai Gu. Bai Gu glanced at Gu Xiao, who was cradling the wooden box, prompting the elder to speak. Our esteemed master says that the girl threatened and abducted is not him. You ought to ask the true victim. At this moment, the owner shifted her attention to Ching Er, who stepped forward. Ching Er, you have spent a considerable time at the Drunken Flower Pavilion that I have treated you fairly in terms of salary and daily care. Dismissing you today was a hasty mistake on my part, and I am willing to compensate you with 2 months' salary. If you wish to return to the Drunken Flower Pavilion, I can appoint you as the head hostess. Could you, for the sake of our past kindness, spare Gongxi? Ching Er looked at the owner, feeling somewhat lost. After all, she was still a naive girl, and in consideration of her fellow sisters at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, she should not forgive Gongxi. After all, she had no intention of returning to the establishment. The princess had just invited her to become her maid. Yet, seeing the owner in such a state, she felt a pang of sympathy. The owner, noting her hesitation, seized the moment and produced a bag of gold coins. Here, Ching Er, these coins are for you as my compensation. I will also ensure that the other girls in the establishment receive their share. My sister-in-law has only Gongxi as a man in her household. She merely hopes to have a successor. Please consider their plight and show mercy. After speaking, the owner bowed deeply to Ching Er, prompting Bai Gu to silently scoff at how this woman could easily become a master of bowing and apology in any far-off land. Ching Er, overwhelmed by her former superior's humble demeanor, hurried to assist the owner. No, please, you mustn't. Yet the owner seized this opportunity to grasp her hand. That if you assist me, does that mean you will forgive him? Wonderful. You are too kind. Ching Er, I shall instruct Xiao Zi to compensate the girls right away. The owner's relentless persuasion left Ching Er with little room to argue. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Zi had already distributed gold coins to the other girls, who expressed their gratitude. Each coin represented several days' worth of their wages. Ching Er could only accept this in a daze. Princess, my sister Ching Er is willing to forgive Gongs. You see. The princess frowned at the landlord. She was not blind and had clearly witnessed the landlord's actions just moments ago. However, since Ching Er did not object now, she felt it inappropriate to say anything further. Very well, since the victim has granted forgiveness, I shall spare you from execution. Instead, you are to compensate the victim with 1,000 gold coins and are forever prohibited from harassing any other women, should I discover any further transgressions. I will not hesitate to execute you. She recognized that imposing any punishment on Gongs, aside from death, would be less tangible than a monetary compensation for Ching Er and the others, making this punishment appear somewhat lenient. 1,000 gold coins? Is it merely 1,000 gold coins? I will pay. I will compensate him. Release him at once. Upon hearing the princess's decree, Gongzhu rushed forward to untie Gongs, who, now freed, wept inconsolably, nearly believing he was done for today, and clung to Gongzhu, sobbing in distress. Sister, you scare me to death. Boo-hoo. The sight of the middle-aged Gongs, resembling a Mediterranean man, burying himself in Gongzhu's embrace and weeping, caused a wave of nausea among the onlookers, prompting the princess to turn her head towards Bai Gu, finding this side more pleasing to the eye. The landlord observed the scene with exasperation, reflecting that this incident was indeed instigated by the two of them. And after today, she would need to have a serious talk with her sister-in-law. Bai Gu chuckled at their antics, deeming them to be quite the comical pair. He then produced another beast from his inventory, prompting the old man to shout that my lord has another one of those meticulously raised beast meats. The starting bid is 500. Interested parties may place their bids, and the highest bidder takes it. What? There's another one. If this meat is brought home and processed, it might fetch at least 5 gold coins a dish. I bid 600. Such a rogue. We are still in disbelief, and you are already calling out a price. I bid 650. I bid 700. You all lack integrity. I bid 750. The realization that he had another beast shocked everyone. They had presumed that such a large magical beast would be difficult to breed. This man truly was shrouded in mystery. The princess had been pressed into marriage by her father, and if she failed to find a suitable match again, why not? Her curiosity about Bai Gu grew, and a few ideas began to form in her mind. The existence of this beast meat, especially with such an open auction, was splendid. The landlord surveyed the lively scene, finding no fault in her establishment being used as an auction house. Rather, she viewed it as a splendid opportunity. If she were to offer a high bid for this magical beast, it would showcase her generosity. Purchasing the beast meat would mean that anyone wishing to partake would have to come to the Drunken Flower Pavilion, inadvertently drawing in more customers and fostering her relationship with Bai Gu. From her observations, she sensed that Bai Gu was not someone to be underestimated. This move would yield 3 benefits. Once the bids reached a reasonable point, she would submit a bid far exceeding the beast meat's value, both shocking them and salvaging her own dignity, even if she had already lost much of it today. The atmosphere was vibrant as everyone engaged in bidding for the beast meat, while Bai Gu and Gu Xiao stood contentedly on the side, watching the old man call out the bids. Truly impressive, Gu. This must be what he referred to as the advertising effect. 2 magical beasts could probably be worth close to 3,000 gold coins. It might even suffice to equip the skeletons in the valley with decent weapons. However, such exuberance was starkly contrasted by Gongzhu, who held the weeping gongs, patting his back to comfort him. It's all right. It's all right. Sister is here. They won't execute you. Gongs, resembling a frightened child, continued to sob, further distressed by the raucous bidding and Gongzhu's reassurances. Thankfully, this embarrassingly pathetic scene went unnoticed by others. All right. This is all the fault of that sorcerer and that little harlot. If the princess weren't here, our guards would have taken care of them. Gongzhu, believing the noise within the establishment would drown her voice, continued. Once the princess leaves, I will hire assassins to eliminate that sorcerer for you, and then bring that little harlot here for you to toy with it. I'll find 100 men to drive her mad. However, her words were abruptly silenced as the entire venue fell quiet. The commotion having originated from the auction itself, I bid 800, 860, 900, I bid 1,000. Is there anyone else? Observing the bids nearing their conclusion, the landlord shouted, the Drunken Flower Pavilion is willing to bid 1,500. Upon hearing this amount, the crowd fell silent, yet Gongzhu's voice cut through the stillness. Once the princess leaves, I'll hire someone to kill the sorcerer and bring in the harlot. The landlord, momentarily incredulous, found herself petrified, unwilling to glance in Gongzhu's direction. Yet the familiarity of that voice was unmistakable. Cheng Yin shook his head, clucking his tongue. It appears this madwoman never intended for her brother to survive. Chinga, alarmed by this statement, turned pale, while the princess cast a frosty glare at Gongzhu. Her fists clenched as she ordered for Gongs and his sister to be apprehended. Yet, someone had already acted before her command could take effect. 2 figures, one black and one white, surged towards Gongzhu and her brother, Bai Gu and Gu Xiao. Bai Gu had always believed in either avoiding trouble or dealing with it decisively. Today, with the princess's intervention, he thought he would leave the city without further entanglements. However, it seemed he had underestimated the world's malevolence. In this case, one must eradicate the roots of the problem. Bai Gu and Gu Xiao charged forth, while Gongs and his sister stood frozen, unsure of how to react, simply staring at the approaching figures like a tea that moment. The landlord could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Together, stop them!" The lower-ranking guards of the Drunken Flower Pavilion exchanged glances. If it were merely Gongzhu's command, they might have disregarded it, but this was the landlord's order. They could only brace themselves to block the path of Gongzhu and her brother. Their resolve was not due to any apprehension regarding Bai Gu and Gu Xiao, but rather because the princess was present. The princess looked at the landlord, who could only furrow her brow and offer a wry smile. After all, they're my only family, the princess coldly snorted, summoning Lung Mei, who had previously engaged Bai Gu in battle. Sister Lung Mei, please assist them. There are 8 third-tier warriors. Although that skeleton was formidable, he was still a necromancer after all. Lung Mei glanced at the charging figures of Bai Gu and Gu Xiao. They won't need my help. Just watch. That lad does not move like a sorcerer. Not like a sorcerer. How can that be? He is indeed a sorcerer, just as Bai Gu and Gu Xiao reached the guards. The latter, dismissive of the approaching figures, extended their hands to stop them. However, Bai Gu swiftly evaded, executing a series of moves, kicking, grappling, and striking, completing the sequence in an instant, taking down 1 third-tier warrior. Gasps of disbelief filled the air, as even Bai Gu himself hardly believed this really me. Is my calisthenics truly this effective? Though the third-tier warrior was knocked down, it seemed that Bai Gu's lower level meant he lacked sufficient strength. The warrior quickly recovered, retreating while shouting, "He is not right. He is a tough opponent. Everyone, be cautious." Just as he finished, his two companions were sent flying, their bodies riddled with gruesome wounds, as a skeletal figure wielding a bone blade retracted its fiery gaze from the eye sockets. Thousand Strike's soul flame. Long Mei's expression grew grave as she observed Gu Zhao's strike. She had faced this very blade earlier that morning, employing a third-tier martial technique granted by her kingdom, yet had only managed to match its power. This skeleton was indeed remarkable. Bai Gu seized the opportunity to advance once more as the guards recoiled, summoning forth two square gloves formed from wood. Delivering precise strikes to the opponents, Gu Zhao's approach was far more straightforward. Unleashing a powerful technique, he swiftly dispatched 6 warriors. After all, his technique and agility were lacking, and with his 6-tier strength and speed, facing off against someone like Bai Gu would consume much more time. Bai Gu, battling 2 third-tier warriors, held his ground, landing blows that kept both warriors on the edge that, as they fought, they began to feel their limbs cramping. Mistakenly believing it to be a result of Bai Gu's unique magic, in reality, he had struck their meridian points. Not long after, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he dispatched 2 more third-tier warriors. 8 third-tier warriors lay defeated on the ground. Bai Gu glanced at Gu Zhao, whose soul fire appeared somewhat dim, uncertain whether his calisthenics had any effect on him. If this continued, Gu Zhao might extinguish his own soul fire one day. The landlord stared in horror at Bai Gu and the skeleton, which was actually 2 skeletons, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Aren't they mere first-tier necromancers? When did skeletons become this formidable? Could it be that this skeleton is a special type of undead? That doesn't make sense. Necromancers are notoriously weak in body. How can he battle 2 third-tier warriors without faltering? Why? Xiao Zi, hurry and summon other guards. Quickly, the host, in a state of utter panic, cried out loudly. Yet the princess's guards obstructed their path at that moment. It was undoubtedly Gongzhu and Gongs who were even more flustered than the host. Without the protection of their guards, Bai Gu and Gu Zhao stood before them. "You, what do you intend to do? My sister-in-law is the host. If you dare to harm me, she will seek vengeance. Indeed, you just declared forgiveness according to the laws of the kingdom. You cannot kill me." Gu Zhao stroked his skeletal chin. "What's the matter?" Bai Gu inquired. "Nothing much, just felt like I should say something. Regret it in your next life? If I had known, why bother in the first place? Forget it, it's troublesome to call Lao Ma for translation. And whether for good or ill, characters who say such things often find themselves escaping." Gu Zhao nodded and, with a swift motion, struck down decisively. With that blow, the host's body went limp, while Bai Gu surreptitiously extracted the essence of the soul and placed it into Gu Zhao's hands, making it appear as though Gu Zhao was the one extracting the soul's essence. "What is that skeleton doing? Are those their souls? How terrifying that a skeleton can extract souls. No wonder it's so powerful." Upon hearing the term soul extraction, the host felt a flicker of hope. Even if she lost her physical form, at least her soul remained intact. However, Gu Zhao lifted the soul and placed it into the eye socket. Wow. The soul fire blazed more vigorously, and the host fainted completely. Inside the Zhihua Tower, as the host lay unconscious, Bai Gu brought Gu Zhao to Lao Ma, urging him to speak. "Forcibly taking items requires triple compensation. My master does not intend to disclose the method of raising this beast's meat. Therefore, Gongs cannot provide triple compensation. Those who refuse compensation may be slain by the victim. Thus, my master's killing of Gongs is both reasonable and in accordance with the kingdom's laws." Lao Ma read Bai Gu's words with a sense of disbelief. "So the kingdom's laws can be wielded in such a manner. In all my years, this is the first time I've encountered such a thing, yet my earlier life was far too singular. Just like my visit to Zhihua Tower today, I learned for the first time that some meats cost 1 gold coin per piece and are still hard to come by, while some individuals may never earn a single gold coin in their lifetime. Bai Gu had managed to earn 3,000 gold coins in one trip, enough for the entire Baisher village to live comfortably for a century. Originally, the public was astonished by Bai Gu's brazen act of murder within the tower, especially in the presence of the princess. Even with a close relationship, the kingdom's laws do not permit arbitrary killings within the city. Yet, through Lao Ma's words, the crowd found the situation oddly reasonable. Even the princess was momentarily stunned. Is it possible to retaliate in such a manner? Ignoring the princess's astonishment, Bai Gu led Lao Ma back to the host, who, cradled by Xiao Zi, remained in a state of unconsciousness. Seeing Bai Gu approach, Xiao Zi appeared frightened. Master Mage, our host has fainted. She promised to compensate you with gold coins, and someone is preparing it. However, the gold coins for this beast's meat were lost when she fainted. Would you mind sending someone tomorrow? Tomorrow? Bai Gu frowned, though the others could not discern it, seeing only his impassive expression. Bai Gu had no intention of lingering in the city. He believed that the longer he stayed in human territory, the greater the danger. If possible, he wished to complete his affairs today, and own need for such trouble. Just as Bai Gu pondered his next move, the princess's voice came from behind him. I recall your host's final bid was 500 gold coins. I will offer 2,000 gold coins to purchase this beast. I quite enjoy the taste of this meat, and intend to take it back to Chef Hua Chi for a culinary masterpiece. The meat itself is delectable, but I can only imagine the flavor after being prepared by Chef Hua Chi. Just the thought of it makes my mouth water. The princess handed over 2,000 gold coins, which Bai Gu accepted readily. Deal. As the saying goes, a fool who does not seize an opportunity is a disgrace. However, Xiao Luo was visibly displeased by this scene. What sort of attitude is this? If the princess were not present today, this fellow would be in trouble for daring to accept her money. How shameless! Unexpectedly, Lung Mei, who stood nearby, defended by Gu. You truly believe that without the princess, he could not resolve his troubles? Look, those 8 Tier 3 warriors have yet to rise. Oh, the usually taciturnized queen, Lung Mei, is speaking up for him today. Could it be you have taken a liking to that fellow? He is the one favored by the princess, potentially becoming her future partner. Xiao Luo's words were cut short as Lung Mei covered her mouth and held a knife to her throat. Gulp! Xiao Luo swallowed hard, silenced. After accepting the money, Bai Gu had no intention of lingering in Zihua Tower. With no appetite to eat or need for sleep, and with no business to attend to with the beauty, he wondered what he was still doing there. Out of courtesy, he decided to bid farewell to the princess before leaving. Your Highness, our master has stated he is departing. Might I inquire if your Highness is also leaving? I have an appointment with several friends from the academy, but I wonder if Mage Bai Gu has time. Perhaps you could join me? Bai Gu decisively shook his head, earning Lao Ma's admiration for daring to refuse the princess's invitation. However, considering Bai Gu was a skeleton, such behavior seemed appropriate, and Lao Ma could only respond with a resigned bow. Your Highness, my apologies, but our master has pressing matters to attend to and may not accompany you. We are grateful for your intervention today. I have been refused again, a second time by the same individual. He truly is intriguing. No worries. If you have urgent matters, then do attend to them. I only ask casually. I came to express my gratitude to Mage Bai Gu for this fortunate encounter, though it seems the kingdom's laws have failed us. This was the princess's perspective, but in the corner, Xiao Luo ground her teeth. He has refused again. Who does he think he is? This is the second invitation. I truly do not understand what the princess sees in him. Among the onlookers, the murmurs spread. What? This guy actually dared to refuse the princess's invitation? Dare. The wording is inaccurate. It should be that he was willing to refuse the princess. How astonishing. I thought he looked familiar earlier. Now that he's turned her down, I recognize him. He refused the princess once when entering the city this morning. What? He dares to refuse the princess like that. This fellow is something else. Not just something else. I suspect he might be a prince from some kingdom. Otherwise, how could he dare refuse the princess? Kingdoms are on equal footing, and our Beijing kingdom is not weak. Such a refusal could lead to a fallout that I suspect he might be a prince from the empire. I could see that moment. The host, having just regained consciousness, weakly uttered, He killed my sister-in-law. I want, before she could finish, the surrounding voices interrupted her, that a prince from the empire. Immediately, the urge for vengeance was stifled, and she fainted once more. Bai Gu was indifferent to it all. Come tomorrow, when he returned to the valley and shed his human guise, who would remember who he was? After a brief courtesy to the princess, he departed Zihua Tower, and as they watched Bai Gu's retreating figure, one exclaimed, "That fellow is truly rude." Rude? I don't think so. He seems rather intriguing. Unlike others, Xiao Luo was speechless, lamenting the absence of a term like love struck in this world. What a pity. I have a gathering with those from the academy this afternoon. And there's a particularly annoying fellow there who is unbearably thick-skinned. If only Mage Bai Gu would accompany me. An annoying fellow. Could it be that one from the Mu family? The princess did not respond to Xiao Luo's speculation and left Zhuihua Tower directly. Shortly after her departure, a woman clad in a short azure skirt entered Zhuihua Tower, and upon her entrance, all present greeted her. Miss Yin Shun has arrived. Where has she been today? She missed quite a spectacle. I love you, Yin Shun. Is Miss Yin Shun performing today? Welcome back, Sister Yin Shun. How wonderful. Sister Yin Shun, come quickly to see the host. Today has been splendid. I found that item, so I'm in a good mood to perform. With a smile, Yin Shun entered the tower, only to be met by anxious faces. Sister Yin Shun, where have you been? You must come see the host. She has fainted. The host has fainted? What happened? Did she force herself to practice a spell and suffer backlash? Ah, this matter is quite lengthy. First, let us see what has happened to the host. Under the guidance of Xiao Zi, Yin Shun swiftly arrived at a chamber, where she found the host reclining upon the bed. With a gentle touch, she placed her hand upon the host's arm. The pulse was erratic, yet the energy was abundant, indicating a fainting spell induced by agitation. How could this be? What had transpired? Had those two scoundrels, Gong Zhu and her accomplice, caused yet another calamity, leaving her to clean up their mess and inciting her wrath? Sister Yin Shun, you truly possess remarkable insight. Indeed, the host has fainted from anger. You even know that Gong Zhu and her cohort have caused great trouble. However, it is not due to cleaning up after them that the host has succumbed to this state ditto. What then is the cause? Their lives are now forever devoid of the ability to incite further chaos. The tale begins with a man clad in peculiar black attire. Bai Gu left the drunken flower pavilion, meandering through the streets, pondering his next course of action, when he heard a distant voice calling out to him. Master Mage, wait! Wait for me! Upon focusing, he recognized the voice belonged to Qing Er, to whom he had previously given 500 gold coins before departing the pavilion. Was she dissatisfied with such a sum as compensation for her lost employment? It seemed unlikely. After all, even with a high salary, it would take over a decade of diligent work for one to earn 500 gold coins without any missteps. Besides, she had been chosen by the princess to serve as a maid. A far superior opportunity compared to being a mere hostess at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Master, please wait for me. Bai Gu halted his steps, allowing Qing Er to approach, breathless from her hurried run. Master Mage, I wish to follow you. Bai Gu was momentarily taken aback, prompting Lao Ma to speak. Child, were you not summoned by the princess to serve as a maid? Though she had shouted with fervor moments ago. Qing Er now appeared somewhat bashful in Bai Gu's presence. I am uncertain why, but I feel that accompanying Master Mage would be far better than being a maid. Lao Ma glanced at Bai Gu, who contemplated allowing Lao Ma to intimidate her. Child, what folly is this? My master is a necromancer, a being who slays without a second thought, consorting with corpses and the undead. You have scarcely known us, but wish to follow him? But I do not perceive you as villains. Villains are not easily discerned. By the time you realize we are, it may be too late. You must not be so naive in this world. Lao Ma's words bore the weight of a fatherly warning. But my feelings are not mere instinct. They are an inexplicable sensation, akin to the warmth of a flickering flame in the snow. Barely alive, yet still radiating heat. The skeleton is like a bird frozen in place, yearning to soar, while Master Mage, you resemble an endless sky that entices me to take flight within it. Upon finishing her statement, Qing Er's cheeks flushed crimson, as her words could easily be misinterpreted. Lao Ma, for instance, misconstrued her intention. He looked from Qing Er to Bai Gu, shaking his head as if to exclaim, what a tragic fate! How could a skeleton and a human ever have a future? Yet, Bai Gu remained oblivious to this misunderstanding, perhaps due to his current skeletal form, failing to consider it. Instead, he found Qing Er's metaphor quite apartment. The village chief indeed resembled a flame in the snow, providing sustenance and nurturing orphans through sheer will. Xia. The skeleton aspired to liberate the valley and obtain the freedom he deserved, yet was bound by a contract. Much like a bird frozen, yet yearning to flys for Bai Gu himself. Perhaps being an outsider in this world led to misjudgments regarding his identity. He was not an infinite sky, but rather a mere individual seeking a comfortable place to rest. However, her ability to sense the life trajectories of Lao Ma and Gu Xia indicated her distinction, suggesting that this world was rather dismissive of the lesser talents of its inhabitants. But Bai Gu, hailing from Earth, understood that unique talents often herald the emergence of exceptional individuals. Genius is forged from 99% perspiration and 1% talent. Yet that 1% of talent is far more significant than the 99% of effort. In this world, it is commonplace for mages and warriors to possess followers. Some seek protection, others follow willingly without ulterior motives, while many desire the benefits that come with allegiance. The emergence of followers is a hallmark of this world, and choosing one is akin to gambling. Bai Gu believed that if he were to accept a follower, it would be imperative to negotiate terms of salary and duties. Although the system for followers here is not as structured as the paid employment of Earth, it is often the case that followers receive no benefits and must toil without recompense, with only the goodwill of the one they follow potentially offering some reward. However, Bai Gu had endured the rain before. Therefore, if he were to accept Qing Er as a follower, he would undoubtedly provide adequate remuneration and a proper role. Yet he currently had no tasks for her, and bringing a follower back to the valley as a skeleton could jeopardize his identity. Even if she willingly continued to follow, there was no guarantee she would keep his secret. Unless Bai Gu can find her within the valley for eternity, or until he possessed sufficient strength, he would have to decline Qing Er's request to follow. His mind perhaps clouded, Bai Gu examined the somewhat anxious Qing Er, reminiscent of himself waiting for a job interview. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement to allow her to accompany him. Upon seeing Bai Gu's consent, Qing Er leaped with joy. When had she first desired to follow Bai Gu? Perhaps it was when Gong Zhu's words had frightened her, and Bai Gu had unhesitatingly struck down her adversary. She could not say for certain. Wonderful, Master Mage. Qing Er can wash clothes and cook, and I have learned some musical instruments from the ladies in the building that I won't be a burden. Lao Ma stood in astonishment at Bai Gu's acquiescence, internally exclaiming, what a tragic fate. Washing clothes and cooking. Bai Gu shook his head. These were not tasks he required. Yet, an idea suitable for Qing Er's capabilities crossed his mind. Bai Gu instructed Lao Ma to inquire if there were any stores or properties for sale. As he wished to purchase one, Qing Er had spent more time in the city than Lao Ma, so she would likely be familiar with the options. Upon hearing Bai Gu's request, Qing Er pondered briefly before recalling a location. Bai Gu followed her through the city, turning left and right until they arrived at the edge of a marketplace. Qing Er pointed to a 2-story brick and stone structure, which appeared somewhat weathered. Vines adorned the second-floor walls, blooming with delicate pink flowers, lending a certain charm to the place. Master Mage, I believe this store is quite splendid. Though situated at the periphery of the marketplace, it is adjacent to one of the entrances, ensuring a steady flow of visitors. Moreover, it boasts a small patch of land behind it for cultivation. Bai Gu surveyed the property, nodding in satisfaction that a renovation of this dilapidated place could yield a cozy atmosphere, making it ideal for a sales center for agricultural products. Indeed, Bai Gu perceived that the only role he could currently offer Qing Er was that of a sales manager for this agricultural products center, conveniently managed by Lao Ma at the farm. After all, establishing the center in the valley was impractical. This location was perfect for Qing Er's oversight. As they stood under the sunlight, Qing Er's eyes sparkled with reminiscence. While I was a hostess of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, I always dreamed of saving enough money to buy this place and open a small shop. When I sought you out, I had already considered this. If you had turned me down, I would have used the money given by you and the host to open a shop here. Hearing Qing Er's words, Bai Gu nodded in approval. Very well. It seems we have fortuitously stumbled upon a promising opportunity. Curious, Lao Ma asked Qing Er, what do you intend to sell, little girl? I plan to sell some of my homemade goods. Homemade goods? What do you know how to make? With a hint of pride, Qing Er produced a long strip of yellow paper. Lao Ma regarded it with curiosity, but Bai Gu's pupils dilated in shock, for upon the yellow paper, red ink depicted intricate designs, unmistakably resembling the fabled yellow talismans of Earth. How could this be? This world possessed yellow talismans. No, wait. There had been no mention of such in the texts of foreign realms. Could it be that Qing was also a traveler from another world? With one hand clutching the talisman and the other producing a fire starter, she ignited the paper and circled it around herself. Instantly, the stains on her dress faded significantly. Hee, isn't it fun? Perhaps my technique is lacking, rendering this less effective than a first-tier cleaning spell, yet is simple to craft and inexpensive. Moreover, one need not be a mage to create it. A functional yellow talisman. Bai Gu's composure shattered, and he no longer required Lao Ma's translation. Without hesitation, he conjured a wooden plank and presented it to Qing. However, in his haste, he inscribed it with Earth's script, which turned out to be fortuitous for testing his hypothesis. Qing, upon seeing the wooden plank, was momentarily taken aback before speaking. Master Mage, do you recognize these characters? Observing Qing, Bai Gu felt that she seemed not to recognize Chinese characters. The reason I can craft talismans is that Sister Yanchen gifted me a book that instructs on the craft. Upon learning of my aspirations to open a shop, Sister Yanchen presented me with this book, stating that mastering the techniques within would be useful for my future enterprise. The text resembles the characters on the wooden plaques given by adults. Unfortunately, I cannot comprehend it. It was only through Sister Yanchen's guidance that I managed to grasp some concepts, learning to create the Qing Feng talisman and the Qihua talisman. Sister Yanchen is truly remarkable. I have heard from other sisters that the success of Zuihua Tower is closely tied to her, and she's always kind to us, often advising us to have our own life plans and not to be forever bound to Zuihua Tower. Yanchen, life plans? This confirms that she's indeed a transmigrator, perhaps even a fellow townsman. She is at Zuihua Tower. I just caused quite a stir there, reflecting on my recent experience at Zuihua Tower. Aside from the clothes I wore, it seems I did not engage in anything that one would understand in this world. Fortunate that I'm a skeleton, relying on old Ma to communicate. This world lacks surveillance. Based solely on hearsay, people might only remark on my peculiar black coat. For the first time, Bai Gu found solace in being a skeleton, and it is understandable that he was overly cautious. From Qing's words, it appears that Yanchen likely arrived here much earlier than I did, that if she possesses a system, she could be a formidable character. As the saying goes, when townsfolk meet, they may shoot behind their backs. Who knows if upon discovering each other's existence, the first thought would be to eliminate the other to prevent their identity from being revealed, rather than to support one another, just to be safe. I should change into attire that suits this world. Moreover, Qing handed me another wooden plaque. Can I take a look at the book that Sister Yanchen gave you? Of course. However, Sister Yanchen said that the book can only be shown to those close to Qing. Others are not permitted. But as a follower of the Great Mage, my possessions are naturally his, thus allowing the Great Mage to peruse it. Bai Gu silently praised the rogue theory of being a follower in this world and watched as Qing retrieved a thin, yellowed book from her bosom. Upon seeing the 4 prominent characters on the cover, Bai Gu's pupils dilated, the compendium of talismans. Yet upon opening the first page, 3 large characters greeted him. Daily Life section. The table of contents listed the creation of Qing Feng talismans, Qihua talismans, Ning Shui talismans, Qing Shan talismans, and Qi Zhao talismans, totaling 18 types of talismans, all seemingly related to daily life. It appears the other party is quite cautious, unwilling to provide anything too powerful for fear of potential repercussions. However, whether the other party possesses a talisman-related system or is merely a cultivator from another world remains a mystery to Bai Gu. What do you think of this book, Great Mage? The talismans within are said to be quite practical, but regrettably, Sister Yanchen only taught me how to create the Ning Shui talisman, now that I have left Zuihua Tower. The owner, infuriated, likely would not permit my return. Bai Gu closed the compendium of talismans and reformed a wooden plaque to hand it to. From now on, you need not address me as Great Mage. I am Bai Gu. I can understand this text, and in the future, I can teach you the subsequent lessons. However, you must not disclose my ability to comprehend this to anyone. Understood? Simply calling me Bai Gu is somewhat difficult for Qing. So she added, Great One. Is it not permissible to mention this even to Sister Yanchen? Bai Gu nodded and handed her the wooden plaque once more. Especially not to her. Absolutely not. After Qing finished examining the plaque, Bai Gu took all the plaques from her hands and entrusted them to Gu Shao, instructing him to destroy them completely, reducing them to fine powder. All right, I understand, Qing'er replied, having settled matters with Qing'er. Bai Gu returned the compendium of talismans and then led everyone towards the market to acquire that two-story shop. One must find a manager within the marketplace and contact the shop owner for purchase. Along the way, upon learning of Bai Gu's intention to buy the shop, Qing'er felt a mix of joy and regret. She finally had the opportunity to fulfill her wish of purchasing a shop. Yet she was still following the Great One. What would the Great One do with the shop? Upon arriving at the central management office, they encountered only 2 or 3 marketplace managers clad in chainmail and wielding steel swords. With a disheveled figure lying on the ground behind them, first, Bai Gu assumed the figure had been punished by the managers. However, when they expressed their desire to purchase the 2-story building, the previously stern-faced manager's expression shifted dramatically, and he gently nudged the figure on the ground. Boss, someone wants to buy that house." The disheveled figure sprang to his feet upon hearing this, although he soon resumed a languid demeanor. "Did you inform them about the condition of the house?" "Boss, we did not dare to say. We were afraid it might scare them off. Perhaps you should explain instead." The manager gestured towards Bai Gu and the others. Fong Lian, brushing aside the clumped dirt in his hair, slowly approached Bai Gu and the others. "So, you wish to purchase that house. Are you aware of its condition?" Neither Bai Gu nor Qing'er spoke. But Old Ma stepped forward first. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he was skilled in bargaining when it came to purchasing items that I inquired about properties of similar size in the marketplace. And the houses in the central area can go for as much as 100 gold coins, while those on the outskirts can be had for as little as 20. The house we are interested in is at the very edge and in a dilapidated state. However, considering its proximity to an exit, I won't let you suffer too much. We are willing to offer 25 gold coins. Fong Lian shook his head, causing his tangled hair to sway. 25 gold coins? Is that truly insufficient? Old Ma frowned. Although the money was not his, he felt as if he were being skinned alive at the thought of Bai Gu parting with even a little more. Bai Gu, too, shook his head at the offer of 25 gold coins, estimating that the house would likely require 50 gold coins to secure. Otherwise, Qing'er would not have been daydreaming about it while at Zhuhua Tower. The group assumed that Fong Lian was rejecting their offer due to its low value, but he responded, 25 gold coins? Not necessary. I would sell you the house for 5 gold coins if you dare to live there. 5 gold coins? For the first time, Old Ma questioned his own bargaining skills. Qing'er lamented, realizing she had enough savings to buy it for just 5 gold coins, regretting not having the courage to ask for a price earlier. Seeing their expressions, Fong Lian chuckled and nodded. Indeed, just 5 gold coins, but on the condition that you can reside there. The second floor is a bit worn down, but with some repairs, it should still be livable. Right? Old Ma inquired curiously. That is not the type of living I meant. It is clear you haven't done your research. That house is quite eerie. There are terrifying things inside. Terrifying things? Could it be the undead? Qing'er asked curiously, while Old Ma glanced at Bai Gu and Gu Xiao, even checking his pocket where Yu'er, transformed into a wandering soul, was hiding. Fong Lian tugged at his matted hair. Undead? If it were merely undead, that would be manageable. Although there are no light mages in the city, other mages exist, and elemental damage can affect some undead resistant to blades. However, what resides in that house is entirely different. The house has been abandoned for some time, but 6 months ago, for reasons unknown, strange noises began to emanate from within at night, and anyone who purchased the house would mysteriously vanish on the same day they moved in. We have even employed mages to investigate. The last time, the owner even hired 4 mages and 4 third-tier warriors to enter, yet after one night, none returned. Hearing this, Qing'er clutched Bai Gu's arm in terror, shocked that the little shop she had set her sights on was such a fearsome place. If the house is so dangerous, why is there no warning posted? Old Ma frowned, concerned that had they acted on a whim, their lives could have been forfeit. Fong Lian chuckled. Rest assured, during the day, you cannot enter that house. The entities within only activate at night, and when they do, terrifying and eerie sounds will emanate from inside, causing anyone passing by to steer clear. Moreover, this is the marketplace. If word got out that such a frightful place exists, who would dare to come? Our owner must make a profit. After all, Fong Lian's reasoning was not without merit. Yet Old Ma still felt uneasy about the implications of their actions. If someone truly curious ventured inside, would that not be tantamount to courting death? As the crowd fell into silence upon hearing the unsettling condition of the house they were interested in, Lao Ma expressed his disapproval of Feng Shi's actions, while Qing Er feared that Bai Gu's anger would result in her first task being a disastrous failure. Bai Gu, on the other hand, was merely curious about the contents within. As a skeleton, he would not perish as long as his head remained intact, and he pondered whether he could discern what lay inside. Indeed, he was the curious individual in Lao Ma's eyes. Feng Lian, observing the demeanor of the three, was somewhat accustomed to it. Typically, those who inquired about the house would flee after learning of its circumstances, yet their calmness was a notable exception. Thus, he suggested, "How about this? Consider your options. Our market has numerous properties available at negotiable prices, and it's best not to purchase this particular house, but if you truly wish to buy it, come find me at night. I shall escort you to examine the situation from the outside before you make your decision." It was common for prospective buyers to be frightened away after hearing the strange noises emanating from the house at night, which was precisely Feng Lian's intention. Upon hearing this, Bai Gu and the others nodded and departed from the management office. "My lord, I apologize. It's all Qing Er's fault for not understanding the issues with this house," she said. Bai Gu gently patted her head, signaling that he bore her no ill will. "Are we not buying this house, my lord? This market truly oversteps its bounds. To have such a perilous property without even a warning is outrageous. What if a curious individual were to stumble upon it?" Lao Ma exclaimed, a hint of indignation in his voice. Bai Gu, however, shook his flame-like essence and replied, "We shall purchase the house. For now, let us explore the market. I wish to procure some other items." "Very well. A stroll will allow us to view other properties as well. Let us not rush into other houses. We shall return to inspect this one tonight, for I am quite intrigued by it." Lao Ma was at a loss for words, realizing that his previous comments had seemingly gone unheard. Following Bai Gu, the group wandered through the market, eventually arriving at a clothing store where Bai Gu purchased several outfits without hesitation, spending a considerable sum of silver coins while also selecting a few items for Lao Ma and Qing Er, along with a striking black coat for himself. After their shopping, they meandered into a treasure pavilion, where Bai Gu sought a spatial tool and proper armor made of iron for Gu Xiao. It was only fitting that the leader should don iron armor, while his subordinates wore wooden gear. After perusing the pavilion, Bai Gu spent 100 gold coins on a first-tier spatial bag capable of holding around 2 cubic meters of dead matter, intended for their miscellaneous belongings, much to Lao Ma's dismay. However, it was at this moment that Bai Gu realized how utterly fanciful it would be to transport the skeletons from the valley using spatial tools. The cost of a 2 cubic meter spatial tool for dead matter was already 100 gold coins, while those for living beings were even pricier to accommodate the entirety of the valley's skeletons. Bai Gu surmised that the price would reach at least several thousand gold coins, although he possessed a system space. It only allowed for the storage of dead matter or living entities produced by the system, so acquiring a first-tier spatial tool would serve merely as a cover for his system storage. Moreover, he had yet to acquire the armor for the skeletons, which would likely require custom crafting. Despite leaving the treasure pavilion without the intended purchases, he did gather some valuable information. Next, they ventured to the only magical item shop in the city. The prevalence of magic among the populace was quite rare, making shops that sold magical items even scarcer, were it not for the fact that Jianshi City was a border town. Such a store might not exist at all. Bai Gu's intention in visiting the magic shop was to procure items capable of severing the contracts binding Gu Xiao and Jiangyu. However, upon inquiry, he discovered that such items were indeed available, but in two forms. The first was a contract dissolution scroll, which could be used by the contractor to release the bound creature. It was inexpensive and readily available. Yet to have Gu Xiao as contractor perform the dissolution was an exercise in futility. The second option was a contract forced dissolution scroll, which could be utilized by anyone to break the contract without the contractor's involvement. However, this option was exorbitantly priced and required a reservation. Lao Ma, unaware of the exorbitance of the price, inquired, only to be left nearly fainting at the 4-digit figure quoted. Fortunately, Bai Gu steadied him and proceeded to reserve 2 scrolls, providing a deposit of 2,000 gold coins and receiving a promise for retrieval in 6 months, before guiding Lao Ma away. The two forced dissolution scrolls required 6,000 gold coins, while Bai Gu currently had just over 2,000, a sum that was insufficient. However, this did not preclude him from acquiring the necessary funds by the time they returned to collect the items. He was confident that once the agricultural product sales center commenced operations, earning that amount within 6 months would not pose a significant challenge. For now, he needed to inspect the store he had chosen. As dusk approached, Bai Gu and his companions returned to the market management office, where Fang Lian had evidently anticipated the arrival of the undeterred group and was waiting for them. Upon Bai Gu's arrival, Fang Lian promptly led them toward the small house, cautioning them along the way to refrain from any reckless actions or crossing certain thresholds, lest they face dire consequences. Lao Ma and Qing Er felt a twinge of anxiety at his warnings. Qing Er clutched Bai Gu's arm tightly, fear evident in her demeanor. Upon reaching the vicinity of the house, the darkness had fully enveloped the area, and due to the house's ominous reputation, this side of the market was closed for business that night. Consequently, the streets were shrouded in shadows, and as they neared the small house, they could faintly hear strange, eerie sounds emanating from within. That a chill of apprehension crept down their spines, and even Fang Lian wiped the sweat from his brow as he cautiously guided them across the street to the house. What appeared to be a cozy abode by day now emanated an eerie blue light from its windows, and at the entrance where a door had stood, a glowing circle had materialized. According to Fang Lian, there had been no such circle during the day, preventing entry. Only at night could one step into the circle to enter the house. The group could also hear the unsettling sounds from inside, which seemed to resemble speech yet remained indecipherable, mingled with odd whispers and the clattering of unknown objects. Bai Gu, however, wore a perplexed expression as he gazed at the house. Ding. Wild system plugin detected. Would you like to claim it for personal use? A wild system plugin? After all this time, the source of the terrifying presence turned out to be a system plugin. Yet the announcement was in the language of Earth, rendering the locals unable to comprehend it, leading them to believe it was some sinister whispering. But why was there a wild system plugin here? Could it be that such entities could naturally manifest? Or perhaps it had fallen from his own system? The 10,000 Realms Poverty Alleviation Agency is not a system. Please do not confuse the two. If you wish to claim the system plugin, please step into the circle, and the agency will automatically retrieve it. Oh, his surprise. It turned out that his supposed golden finger was not a system at all, although it bore striking similarities. If what he possessed was not a system, it ruled out the possibility of it being wild, meaning its origin was most likely linked to the smoke and dust spoken of by Qing Er. After all, according to the Compendium of Talismans, that smoke and dust was also a traveler, and it was highly probable that it possessed a system. Wait, she has a system while I do not. Does that mean she is the true protagonist of this world? He coughed, shaking off the thought that he was determined to acquire this system plugin, both for his own newfound capabilities and for the safety of others. Bai Gu glanced at the glowing circle and instructed Lao Ma to inform Fang Lian of his intention to purchase the property and move in immediately. Lao Ma was taken aback. My lord, given the house's ominous nature, why would you want to buy it? Bai Gu reassured him, fear not, I shall cleanse the interior of its contents. You will cleanse it? Lao Ma was skeptical of Bai Gu's assertion. Yet he relayed the message of their intent to purchase the property to Fang Lian. Director, our lord wishes to buy this house. You still wish to proceed. Are you not fearful that the terrifying entities inside will devour you? Fang Lian was astonished. Typically, when he brought people to witness such bizarre phenomena, they would abandon their intentions to purchase. This group, seemingly composed of the frail and the weak, was quite the anomaly. Indeed, I represent the elderly Lao Ma, the weak Qing Er, the mute Bai Gu, and the crippled Gu Xiao O Fang Lian. It appeared as though he was addressing a gathering of the aged, the ill, and the disabled, and why Lord says he will clear out whatever resides within. Your lord? Are you referring to him? Fang Lian pointed at Bai Gu, only to see Lao Ma nod earnestly in agreement. Not jest. Do you understand my capabilities? I am a 4th-tier warrior, yet I still perceive the entities within as a significant terror, and I would not dare enter. And you, at best a 1st-tier necromancer, would be courting death by venturing inside. Just listen to those horrifying sounds. Ding. System plugin awaiting collection. Please do not approach. Bai Gu was rendered speechless. producing 50 gold coins to offer Fong Lian, firmly indicating his determination to purchase the house. Fong Lian, incensed by Bai Gu's offer, retorted, "I was merely offering sound advice, and you think I'm trying to haggle? Very well. If you insist on acquiring this house, so be it. The money is unnecessary, but let us engage in a wager. If you can safely enter and exit, not only will I waive the house payment, but I shall also exempt you from the monthly management fee at the market." Upon hearing this, Bai Gu was deeply moved, realizing that this was a genuinely reliable companion, prompting him to urge Lao Ma to inquire further. What if he can emerge safely and also eliminate that terrifying creature inside? Fong Lian, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively. "Your life may be at risk, and yet you entertain the notion of dealing with that creature. Very well, should you manage to eliminate it. Not only will I forego the aforementioned fees, but I shall also ensure your business thrives once you open your establishment." Bai Gu, upon hearing this, felt disdainful, as the condition merely meant Fong Lian would provide protection, something that was already guaranteed by their management fee. Fong Lian, sensing that his words lacked weight, elaborated, "Do not assume that my protection comes at a loss to you. This is entirely different from the coverage provided by your management fee. The fee guarantees you a modicum of fair treatment in the market, whereas my protection can tip the scales decidedly in your favor. I like to think I hold a modicum of influence in this market." After hearing Fong Lian's explanation, Bai Gu felt the wager had become somewhat more appealing, nodding in agreement before striding toward the luminous circle. Amidst the intense gazes of the onlookers, he stepped into the circle and vanished without a trace. "Where's Lord Bai Gu gone? Why has he disappeared?" Qing air queried, bewildered. Fong Lian shook his head. "The young and the fearless, but that is no mere tiger. It may well be a creature comparable to a seventh-tier monstrous beast. I was too impulsive to gamble with this young lad. Now he has vanished." Lao Ma approached Gu Xiao and whispered, "Is there a chance the Lord is in danger?" Bai Gu often spent time with Gu Xiao, who exhibited a rather human-like demeanor. Leading Lao Ma to believe that Gu Xiao understood his words, the Ji Xiao gazed at the spot where Bai Gu had disappeared, slowly shaking his head. "Danger? If Master Gu had any doubts, he would never have ventured inside. He is the most astute among us skeletons." Reflecting on Bai Gu's ability to extract the essence of souls, Gu Xiao added, "The most intelligent one at that." As Bai Gu stepped into the circle, he felt a disorienting shift in his vision, only to find himself at the very center of a room. The walls were adorned with immense, swirling vortices. The moment Bai Gu appeared, the vortices began to spin faster, generating a powerful suction that pulled at him from all directions. Ding! The system has detected that the director is within the system plugin. The Multiverse Poverty Alleviation Office has begun to collect the system plugin. With the announcement from the Poverty Alleviation Office, the vortices abruptly halted and all suction vanished, allowing Bai Gu to stabilize the skeletal frame beneath his human guise, which had been distorted by the force. "Goodness, I am fortunate that the Poverty Alleviation Office collected the system plugin in a timely manner. Had the vortices continued to accelerate, I might have been torn to pieces. No wonder those who entered before did not return." Without delving into the fate of those who might have been dismembered by the force, even if one were fortunate enough to escape such a fate, the likelihood of surviving within a spatial vortex was nearly non-existent. Ding! Collection complete. The system plugin has been integrated into the Multiverse Poverty Alleviation Office, unlocking new features. Please check Director. So soon. Just as Bai Gu steadied himself, the system plugin had been successfully collected. He turned to find the swirling vortices had indeed vanished without a trace, leaving only blank walls. Upon entering the Poverty Alleviation Office space, he clicked on the system plugin to review its effects. Interdimensional Trading System, Fragmented Remnants plugin, same dimension teleportation device. Consumes 5,000 gold coins to place goods at different points in the current world. Originally designed for facilitating trade in other realms, it had now been adapted for the Multiverse Poverty Alleviation Office's Material Transfer Group, revised to consume 500 gold coins for placing a material teleportation gate within a fixed range. This absorption of the system plugin has resulted in an adaptation. Bai Gu could not help but lament. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased with the functionality of placing a material teleportation gate for 500 gold coins. With this, he could easily establish a teleportation gate here in the valley, dedicated to transporting agricultural products, thus alleviating the need for him to devise methods to transport goods each time, introducing unnecessary variables. Although there were distance limitations for the teleportation gate, he could always make a couple of extra trips along the way. This was far more practical than the original fee of 5,000 coins per use. Bai Gu had scarcely completed the collection of his system plugin when he emerged from the room, just as Fong Lian was remarking that the young man had vanished. What do you mean? Vanished? Fortunately, Bai Gu does not speak, lest Fong Lian be utterly terrified. However, even without uttering a word, Lao Ma and the others witnessed Bai Gu's sudden appearance. My lord. How did you come out? Did you forget something? What nonsense are you spouting? Once you enter, you cannot possibly forget something. Fong Lian had only spoken halfway when he saw Bai Gu standing at the door, the terrifying whispers and eerie blue light from within the room now entirely absent. Heavens! How did you manage to come out? What of the creature inside? Have you dealt with it? How did you accomplish that? Fong Lian exclaimed, aware that they had previously lost numerous individuals in this very space, including a combination of 4 mages and 4 third-tier warriors who had vanished without a trace. Yet this young man had entered and emerged within no more than 5 minutes. The great terror within had been vanquished. Fong Lian wanted to curse, thinking, what do you mean by great terror? You are the real terror. At that moment, Bai Gu stood in silence at the entrance, but to Fong Lian, it seemed as though he emanated a subtle dark aura, his purple eyes resembling an endless abyss of violet mist. Bai Gu, observing Fong Lian's excitement, assumed he was reluctant to acknowledge the wager. He stepped forward to pat Fong Lian on the shoulder and gestured for Lao Ma to speak. Our lord has stated that your wager with him is direct. Fong Lian felt Bai Gu's light pat on his shoulder, which seemed to diminish his stature, despite the fact that he was a 4th-tier warrior. I accept the wager and will abide by its terms, but I must inquire your esteemed name and origin, and why lord's name is Bai Gu, hailing from the eastern land of the Yin. Lao Ma began to fabricate a story but faltered midway. Fortunately, Bai Gu provided him with a name, although he wondered where this eastern land of the Yin might be. Eastern land of the Yin? To dare to refer to oneself as the Yin. Even the Beijing kingdom would not presume such a title. Could it be from a distant empire? It is said that individuals emerging from certain empires, having cultivated profound magic and martial skills, could fight beyond their tier with ease. Yet a 1st-tier necromancer who would not even dare to show themselves had vanished without a sound in less than 5 minutes. How terrifying! Is this house now ours? Qing Er inquired of Fong Lian. Fong Lian nodded, then shook his head. We must trouble you all to accompany me back to the market management office to sign the house contract. Only then will the house officially belong to you. Bai Gu nodded in agreement, leading his companions to follow Fong Lian back to the management office. Shortly after they departed, a graceful figure appeared before the small house. Where are the items? How could they have disappeared? Can these things even run away? I searched for so long. Goodness, it's all Sister Huaman's fault for insisting I perform a few more songs to retain some customers. It's infuriating. Bai Gu followed Fong Lian back to the management office, where Fong Lian instructed the others to wait briefly while he walked to a room in the office. He retrieved a scroll from his pocket and dripped blood onto it. Master, the creature has been dealt with. The one who eliminated it is here with me. Suspected to be from an empire, he wishes to purchase the house. Should I detain him? As Fong Lian finished speaking, the scroll ignited spontaneously, burning rapidly until nothing remained. He waited quietly for a moment until the voice of the master resonated in his mind. Allow him to linger for a while. I shall return shortly. Having received this clear directive, Fong Lian adjusted his attire before exiting the room. My apologies, Mr. Bai Gu, but due to the extreme danger of that small house, the house contract is personally managed by our master. I have just contacted him, and he will return shortly. You may need to wait a moment. Fong Lian's reasoning was sound, and Bai Gu concurred that given the unique nature of that small house, it was reasonable for the master to oversee the contract. Thus he, along with Gu Xiao and the others, took a seat in the management office's hall to await the master's return, as they had no other pressing matters at hand. However, they had scarcely settled in when a flustered market administrator clad in chainmail burst through the door, glancing around anxiously. Upon spotting Fong Lian attending to Bai Gu and the others, he let out a sigh of relief. Boss, thank goodness you are back. The members of the overturned table gang next door claim that a monster has seized their treasures and taken refuge in our market. Now, the second in command, Wu Yu, is wreaking havoc here. Many customers have fled in fear, and several shops have been destroyed. I have come back to summon reinforcements. Summon reinforcements. The overturned table gang is merely a small faction. That second in command, Wu Yu, is just a third-tier warrior. We also have quite a few third-tier warriors among us, all clad in chainmail. Oh, you really need to return to summon help. You must not know, we are all merely pure third-tier warriors, at most capable of executing one or two first-tier techniques. However, Wu Yu seems to have acquired a set of high-level techniques from somewhere, allowing him to easily overpower us. The kingdom of Beijing is, after all, a small place where warriors may have broken through in rank but lack proper techniques. The difference between warriors of the same rank, with or without techniques, is significant. Some techniques can even enable warriors to battle above their rank. Thinking of this, he cast a glance at Bai Gu. Those who emerge from imperial territories invariably possess numerous advanced techniques. A first-tier warrior could potentially suppress a fourth-tier boss. You're the only one who can deal with that scoundrel, Wu Yu. If you unleash that series of heavy blade strikes, you will surely be able to sever his head in one blow. So now, the third-tier ways to learn a few techniques requires my intervention. What good are you all to me? They must be causing a ruckus in the northern market now, as it's the only one still open at night. Let us go. I'll accompany you to take a look. Fong Lian cursed at his subordinates before politely greeting Bai Gu. Mr. Bai Gu, please stay here and manage this place for a moment. Our market master will return shortly. Bai Gu had overheard the words of the third-tier warrior, so he nodded, signaling for them to proceed. Barely a minute after Fong Lian stepped outside, a brash young man with yellow hair, clad in iron armor and wielding a large sword, swaggered in. Where's the manager? Where's the manager of this market? Where has he run off to? I'm here to purchase a shop. After shouting a few times with no response, he lowered his head, scanning the management office and spotting Bai Gu and the others, mistakenly assuming they were the managers of the market. Damn it! Am I speaking to a bunch of mutes? With that, the yellow-haired youth flung his sword, which spun through the air towards Bai Gu and the others. Fortunately, Bai Gu and Gu Xiao were quick on their feet, each grabbing Lao Ma and Qing Air to evade the sword. The sword crashed down onto the table in front of them, shattering it to pieces and embedding itself into the ground. If it had struck a person, the consequences would have been dire. Lao Ma was nearly frightened to the point of a heart attack. He was too old for such shocks. Observing Bai Gu and the others evade, the yellow-haired youth scoffed. That all it takes to scare you off? If I unleash a technique, I could wipe you all out. Warriors outside the academy are truly worthless. If my brother hadn't taken an interest in your shabby establishment, I wouldn't have bothered coming here. I want that house on the left side outside. Name your price. Lao Ma was about to explain that he was the manager here, but Bai Gu placed a hand on his shoulder. Set the price at 1,000 gold coins. Lao Ma was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Bai Gu's intentions, but the yellow-haired youth arrogantly dug into his ear and retorted, "What do you mean? That house isn't cheap." Lao Ma, in a moment of quick thinking, shot back, "Bah, all you can do is spout nonsense. Not cheap? Not good enough for my brother to live in. Do you think I'm someone who lacks money?" Given the yellow-haired youth's taunts, Lao Ma had no choice but to clear his throat and glance at Bai Gu. After receiving a confirming nod from Bai Gu, he spoke, "If you truly desire it, let us be friends. We'll accept 1,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired youth sneered dismissively. "Huh, just 1,000. What a rundown place to dare ask for 1,000 gold coins. Are you trying to mess with me? Say that again." Realizing the youth was now furious, he stormed towards Lao Ma, brandishing his sword as if ready to strike. Lao Ma, seeing this, quietly asked Bai Gu what to do. "Keep your composure and don't change your tone. Just repeat what I say." Upon hearing Bai Gu's instructions, Lao Ma nodded, watching as the yellow-haired youth retrieved his sword. "Old man, you better give me a reasonable explanation as to why that rundown house is worth 1,000 gold coins. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your head will remain on your shoulders tonight." Seeing the furious yellow-haired youth brandishing his sword, Lao Ma felt a chill run down his spine. However, hearing Bai Gu's advice, he was momentarily stunned. "What? Now is not the time for such words, is it? Lord Bai Gu, I, Lao Ma, am but a loyal servant merely seeking a meal under your command." Trembling, Lao Ma echoed Bai Gu's words. If you're poor, then don't buy. If you lack money, don't act like a big shot. Just a moment ago, someone claimed not to be short on cash, saying that the cheap places weren't worthy of his brother. If you can't afford it, turn right and stay in the woodshed for a night for just 1 copper coin. If you don't even have 1 copper, turn right and sleep in the garbage heap. As Lao Ma spoke, Bai Gu had instructed him to be more insolent and sharp-tongued, but seeing the yellow-haired youth's eyes gradually redden, he found it hard to maintain his bravado, stuttering his words. This only served to further provoke the yellow-haired youth. Speaking the most derisive words in the softest tone, Lao Ma had a knack for it. Bai Gu couldn't help but want to commend Lao Ma. But at that moment, Lao Ma's legs were already trembling. The yellow-haired youth was now striding angrily towards him, sword in hand. As the yellow-haired youth advanced, Bai Gu gave Gu Xiao a knowing glance. Gu Xiao slowly drew his bone knife, prepared for the possibility of the yellow-haired youth attacking Lao Ma. Although the youth appeared to be only a 3rd-tier warrior, his skill in wielding the sword suggested he might rival a 4th tier. Bai Gu had encouraged Lao Ma to taunt the youth merely to provoke him, never intending for Lao Ma to come to harm. The yellow-haired youth, with bloodshot eyes, approached, and just as he was about to confront the quaking Lao Ma, he suddenly halted, thrusting his sword into the ground. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bulging cloth bag, hurling it at Lao Ma. Do you think I'm broke? Do you look down on me? As he spoke, he tossed another bag at Lao Ma. Do you think I lack money? Who do you think you're looking down on? Here as 2,000 gold coins, I'm buying that house. Although the gold coins hitting him stung a bit, at that moment, Lao Ma felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, so much so that he was momentarily dazed. It was Bai Gu who reminded him to hurry and pick them up. The group quickly gathered the coins from the ground. The yellow-haired youth, watching them scramble for the coins, finally let out a satisfied breath, boasting in a triumphant and arrogant manner. Look at you all. You've clearly never seen money before, a bunch of worthless trash, destined to remain in this place for eternity. Ha! Cough, cough! Damn it, now you got me all riled up. With that, the yellow-haired youth reached out towards Qing Er. Come with me. Let us relieve some of my stress. Just as his wicked hand reached out, a bony claw seized it. The yellow-haired youth looked down, only to see it was a skeleton. What is the meaning of this? Am I supposed to pay 2,000 gold coins just to have some fun with a woman? Having collected the coins, Bai Gu cast a bemused glance at the yellow-haired youth and shook his head. He then gestured for Lao Ma to speak. Upon realizing Bai Gu wanted him to say something, Lao Ma was once again taken aback. Are you trying to ensure I live to see another day? What 2,000 gold coins? We merely received some compensation for the fright we experienced. What does that have to do with you? Compensation for fright. The yellow-haired youth was momentarily stunned before erupting in rage. A mere insignificant insect dares to toy with me. There will be consequences for this. Lifting the sword he had plunged into the ground, he swung it violently at Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, with his bone knife already drawn, swiftly parried the yellow-haired youth's sword with a single upward sweep. Ignoring the astonishment of the yellow-haired youth at how a skeleton could block his massive sword with one hand, Gu Xiao kicked out, striking the youth in the abdomen and forcing him back several steps. Without hesitation, Gu Xiao unleashed a powerful attack, 1,000 strikes of soul flame. This was Gu Xiao's fighting style, unadorned and straightforward, devoid of unnecessary probing or exchanges. Of course, in a contest of fists and feet, Gu Xiao might not stand a chance against the youth, which only strengthened Bai Gu's resolve to promote that set of calisthenics back in the valley. The silken soul flames surged towards the yellow-haired youth, whose pupils dilated in shock. What is this? A skeleton can actually unleash techniques. He swung his large sword in response, executing a powerful rending slash. A massive blade of light cleaved through the myriad soul flames, instantly carving a path through them. However, the remaining soul flames still struck the yellow-haired youth, causing him to howl in agony. Just then, a large group of people entered from outside the management office, led by a middle-aged man sporting a mustache. Upon seeing the situation, he bellowed, "Stop! Everyone, cease immediately!" Deng Mu is the master of the sturdy stone city market. One evening, he received word that a group of talented students from the Royal Academy would be gathering at one of his properties due to the princess's influence. contemplating the possibility that these gifted individuals might help resolve the troubling issue of the cannibalistic house plaguing his market. He decided to visit the gathering under the pretense of paying his respects to the princess and invited the students to assist in finding a solution, intrigued by Deng Mu's words. The princess and the academy students readily agreed to investigate the matter. However, just as they accepted the invitation, Deng Mu was informed by his subordinates that someone had already dealt with the cannibalistic house. In a rush, he returned to see the situation, and the princess, curious about the identity of the individual capable of resolving such a peculiar issue, followed suit with the others in tow. Upon arriving at the market's administrative center, they stumbled upon a brawl. Deng Mu shouted for both parties to cease fighting, and they entered the administrative office. He learned from Fong Lian that the expert who had addressed the cannibalistic house was indeed present in the center. Before him stood two factions, one clad in impressive armor, emanating an aura of authority, while the other appeared humble, accompanied by a rather peculiar skeleton, uncertain of who had resolved the matter. Deng Mu was about to inquire when one of the academy students accompanying him, a man named Mu Jun, stepped forward and waved at the blonde-haired individual. "Huang Jin, I asked you to arrange a decent place for us. And what are you doing here, fighting with this rabble? You're tarnishing the academy's reputation." Deng Mu glanced at the speaker, recognizing Mu Jun, a fourth-tier warrior from the esteemed Mu family, and the leader among the academy students present. "Mr. Mu, do you know him?" Mu Jun casually nodded that he's also from our academy, that we came to Stone City with no place to stay. So, I asked him to find us some accommodations. Academy students, being significantly stronger than ordinary individuals of the same tier. Raised the question, could it be that this individual was responsible for resolving the cannibalistic house issue? Hearing Deng Mu's doubts, Mu Jun nodded affirmatively. "Huang Jin, that should be the one that, though not particularly strong in the academy. Dealing with such matters in a rural place like yours shouldn't pose much of a challenge." Among the crowd, the princess, accompanied by Xiao Luo, instantly recognized the blonde-haired figure. "How is it that we keep running into him? What bad luck! And each time, it seems he's in trouble, but he truly is a magnet for trouble." The princess gently patted Xiao Luo's head. "You see, the students from the academy today are all arrogant and self-important. The real troublemakers that I suspect this incident might well be another instance of the mage Bai Gu suffering from unwarranted misfortune." Xiao Luo rubbed her head where the princess had patted her. "So, are you going to help him, Your Highness?" Princess Jingyan cast a glance at Mu Jun, who stood at the forefront of the crowd. She was aware of Huang Jin's capabilities within the academy and had a hunch that the one who resolved the cannibalistic house incident was indeed Bai Gu. "I have an intriguing idea." Meanwhile, Huang Jin, feeling somewhat aggrieved, shouted at Mu Jun, clutching his greatsword tightly, "Boss, I can't find a house, but this guy over here tricked me. I paid the money, and they refused to give me a place." "Paid the money but received no accommodations?" Deng Mu interjected. "You just claim that this is your territory, correct?" "Look at this." Mu Jun furrowed his brow, glancing at Deng Mu before pointing at Bai Gu and the others. "There seems to be a misunderstanding here. Our market would never engage in such unscrupulous acts. Please, let me inquire." As Deng Mu approached Bai Gu, he was determined to maintain his authority as the market master. "Are you newcomers? How can Fong Lian manage this place when he allows such an elderly man and a seemingly powerless woman to remain? You're only a first-tier necromancer, barely competent enough to stay in our office. Is it true what the guest said, that you accepted his money but failed to provide him with lodging?" Bai Gu, bemused by Deng Mu's authoritative demeanor, merely smiled and nodded. "Indeed, there is such a matter. How do you conduct your business? What sort of reasoning do you possess? If you accept payment, you must provide the service. How could you let such incompetence remain in your administrative center? But what? You old fool. What gives you the right to stay in our market? You're fired." Old Ma, about to explain that they were not part of the administrative center, was abruptly cut off by Deng Mu, perhaps in an attempt to assert his superiority as the market master. "But, no more buts. You two are dismissed. A mere woman. What right do you have to chatter on like this?" Qing Er attempted to explain, but was silenced by Deng Mu's rebuke. After addressing the two, he turned to Bai Gu and commanded, "Now, return the money you collected to the guest and apologize to him. Do you understand?" The academy students observed this exchange with great interest, with Huang Jin mocking Bai Gu. "Look at you, so arrogant, yet just a lackey of someone else. You'll have to apologize, or I'll make you bow your head. Mark my words, faced with Deng Mu's demands. Bai Gu merely regarded him with amusement before shaking his head. What do you mean? Do you believe that just because you are a mage, I would not dare to dismiss you? You are merely a first-tier mage. And although mages are rare, there are plenty of first-tier mages in Stone City. You must reconsider. That guest is someone from the Royal Academy, that if you refuse to apologize, not only will you be dismissed, but you will also incur his wrath. Bai Gu tilted his head at this statement, leaving Deng Mu puzzled by his expression. Old Ma then interjected, "What does our Lord mean by that? What if we offend him? He's just a blonde-haired dog. What did you say? I'll kill you." Under Bai Gu's direction, Old Ma raised his voice, inciting Huang Jin's fury, who swung his greatsword towards Bai Gu and the others. However, Bone Cry stepped forward, wielding his bone knife to parry Huang Jin's strike. Seeing this unfold, Deng Mu's anger flared, and he accused Bai Gu. "This is your fault. You've offended them, jeopardizing our market. I will have you all dismissed and ensure you are blacklisted, rendering you incapable of operating in Stone City." Bai Gu observed Bone Cry's clumsy fighting style and couldn't help but shake his head. Summoning a wooden staff, he charged forward, swinging it towards Huang Jin's forehead. Old Ma, having grown weary of Deng Mu's tirades, retorted, "Dismissed? Blacklisted? What do we care for that?" Just then, Fong Lian returned to the administrative center, injured and accompanied by several individuals. Enraged, Deng Mu bellowed, "Fong Lian, what sort of nonsense is this? How dare you defy me? Where were you during the night when you should have been here?" Having recently battled against the table-turning gang and still bearing wounds, Fong Lian frowned at the outburst. "What are you shouting about? What do you mean by my fault? The table-turning gang attacked the market. Why didn't you defend it yourself?" Deng Mu felt a twinge of guilt at Fong Lian's retort. He may have had wealth and influence, but he was no match for a second-tier warrior, let alone against the members of the table-turning gang. Nonetheless, his irritation directed toward Old Ma persisted. "Look at the sort of people you've employed. How can you allow such an old man to stay in the administrative center?" Fong Lian glanced from the disgruntled Old Ma to the perilous struggle occurring between Huang Jin and Bai Gu. He pieced together the situation. "Who told you he was part of the administrative center?" Deng Mu was taken aback. "If he's not part of the administrative center, then who is he?" Fong Lian smirked, relishing the irony that "Aren't you the one who insisted that I keep them here?" "What? They're the ones who resolved the cannibalistic house issue." Deng Mu's gaze shifted to the three engaged in combat. Bone Cry, unable to match Huang Jin's skill, struggled against the onslaught of the greatsword, which was being wielded with great finesse despite Huang Jin's lackluster performance in the academy. Huang Jin, an academy student, though not particularly accomplished, still possessed formidable martial skills. Bone Cry unleashed a barrage of soul-infused attacks. Huang Jin, taken aback, thought to himself, "This skeleton is surprisingly formidable. I've read in an obscure tome that a skeleton capable of martial arts is at least a sixth-tier entity." Sixth tier, indeed. Can the third-tier Huang Jin withstand the onslaught? Should we intervene to assist him? Mu Jun chuckled confidently, asserting, "There is no need. The skeleton race is inherently inferior, with limited potential for advancement. Even a sixth-tier skeleton would only be able to contend with an average fourth or fifth-tier warrior. Although Huang Jin is merely at the third tier, he is a student of the academy, not an ordinary warrior. Thus, this skeleton cannot pose a threat to him, if to validate Mu Jun's claim." A brilliant red light erupted from Huang Jin's great sword, a menacing aura coalescing upon it. "Just a single skeleton and a mere novice mage. To perish under my attack would be your honor. Remember, speaking recklessly comes with a price. Die." Four directions flame slash. As Huang Jin swung his blade, the red sword energy began to manifest. This technique was Huang Jin's trump card, unleashing four powerful slashes in all directions. Nearly impossible for an average person to withstand. However, the downside was that the released sword energy was uncontrollable and required a moment of preparation. Aware of this flaw, Huang Jin remained vigilant against Bone Howl. Yet, despite Bone Howl's stillness, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. Hearing his superior Mu Jun shout for him to turn around, he swiftly glanced back, only to be met by a hefty wooden club hurtling toward him. Striking his head and leaving him dazed, stars dancing before his eyes, preparing a technique, and you shout what nonsense. Seizing the opportunity, Bone Hao charged forward, seeking to capitalize on the moment. However, as a third-tier warrior, Huang Jin recovered swiftly, and spurred by Mu Jun's shouts, he regained his footing, catching sight of Bone Hao's advance and urgently preparing to defend himself. Mu Jun and the others breathed a sigh of relief at this scene. Fortunately, we are here, one remarked. Otherwise, Huang Jin would have met a dire fate. Mu Jun's expression darkened as he glared at Bai Gu, who had ambushed Huang Jin with a wooden club. Yet, they all overlooked the fact, including Huang Jin himself, that he still harbored the four directions flame slash. As Bone Hao charged, Huang Jin, in his moment of anxiety, raised his sword to strike, but the sword energy he had gathered veered off course and struck him instead. Wow! The sword energy was formidable, capable of cleaving flesh and bone, yet this blow landed squarely upon Huang Jin himself. "Ta-da! Huang Jin!" exclaimed others, horrified. "That's terrifying. I won't be able to sleep tonight. How could this happen?" We completely overlooked that he was still channeling his sword energy. Even the princess was taken aback, having assumed it was merely a minor scuffle, only to witness the death of a student from the academy. "Your Highness, do you think he acted carelessly or intentionally directed the skeleton to frighten Xiao Luo?" "Do not speak nonsense," the princess reprimanded. Bai Gu stared at the mangled body of Huang Jin, shaking his head. "What a futile fate. Luckily, I kept my distance. We must not waste this body while it is still warm." He allowed Bone Hao to approach Huang Jin's corpse, then, controlling it from close range, extracted Huang Jin's soul essence and placed it in Bone Hao's hands, for his current identity was that of a person. What is he doing? It appears he is extracting Huang Jin's soul. How peculiar! This skeleton is truly revolting. Mu Jun, initially in shock at Huang Jin's demise, had just assured that there was no need for intervention. Now, witnessing the soul essence in Bone Hao's possession and Xiao Luo's murmurs, he cried out, "It is all his fault. He is the one who caused Huang Jin's demise. Had it not been for him, Huang Jin would not have forgotten his sword energy, and he has stolen Huang Jin's soul." Mu Jun's outburst incited the academy's students who had refrained from intervening, echoing his sentiments. Yes, it is all the fault of that necromancer. As a necromancer, he stealthily attacked. If not for him, Huang Jin would still be alive. Indeed, moreover, Huang Jin claimed he had taken our money and refused to provide housing, leading to this conflict. Upon hearing this, Bai Gu remained silent, while Feng Lian could not suppress a laugh. What should we do if Bai Gu does not intervene to prevent the sword energy? Should he merely stand there and await his own demise? Yet, absurdly, Mu Jun actually nodded in agreement. Feng Lian, astonished, wished to say more, but Deng Mu blocked him. Feng Lian refrained from speaking. "This matter does not concern you." Clearly, he believed that although Bai Gu had dealt with the cannibalistic hut, his status was still beneath that of the academy's elite students. For anyone entering the Royal Academy was undoubtedly a child of wealth and influence within the kingdom. If he had not evaded Huang Jin's attack, our junior would not have perished. Furthermore, Huang Jin just claimed he had taken our junior's money. According to the laws of the kingdom, robbery and murder warrant immediate execution. I am Mu Jun of the Mu family, loyal guardians of the kingdom, and my brother is a royal guard. I believe I have the right to seek justice for Huang Jin. Shall we join forces to slay them here, to appease Huang Jin's spirit? Mu Jun's declarations were laced with assertions of his lineage, inciting the crowd to rally against Bai Gu, leaving no room for dissent. Deng Mu observed this scene with a self-satisfied expression, saying to Feng Lian, "Did you see that? It was fortunate I stopped you from speaking. What good could come from offending these noble offspring of the kingdom? In the future, be more cautious with your words." Feng Lian rolled his eyes at Deng Mu's remarks, believing that someone capable of resolving the issue of the cannibalistic hut could not be a simple character. After Mu Jun's display, he recalled the presence of the princess and turned to her, saying, "Your Highness, as a royal, you are most suited to handle this matter. However, I believe it would be unseemly for you to dirty your hands, which is why I propose to act on your behalf. You would not mind, would you?" Jing Yun shot Mu Jun a disdainful glance, but quickly adopted a more nuanced expression. "If it were a matter of normal infringement of the kingdom's laws, I would certainly not mind. However, I distinctly recall Huang Jin shouting for them to die, and it was not they who instigated the violence, and Mu Jun, Undeterred, argued, though they did not strike first, they indirectly caused Huang Jin's death. Moreover, Huang Jin is a member of the Huang family and a student of the academy. Their status cannot be compared. The princess's lips curled into a smile, as she had been waiting for this moment. Their status? She said, slowly approaching Bai Gu. Be careful. Your Highness, he is a robber and a murderer. Before Mu Jun could finish his sentence, the princess had already entwined her arm with Bai Gu's that he is my dearest friend. How can that status not be compared? Bai Gu looked at the princess, bewildered, but upon seeing Mu Jun's horrified expression, he quickly understood, feeling somewhat resigned. Fang Lian's face mirrored Deng Mu's earlier self-satisfied expression, while Deng Mu seemed as if he had been struck hard. Fang Lian patted his shoulder. In the future, be cautious with your words. Learn from me, I already warned you that this fellow might be from the Empire. After Fang Lian's remark, Deng Mu recalled their earlier conversation about the scroll, where Fang Lian had mentioned this possibility. However, he had always regarded it as merely a possibility. Meanwhile, Mu Jun and his cohort were undeniably the true aristocrats of the kingdom. Thus, he had overlooked this detail, but now, observing the princess's demeanor, he began contemplating how to mend his relationship with Bai Gu. The students of the Royal Academy buzzed with speculation, primarily concerning the identity of this suddenly appearing close friend of the princess. Only Mu Jun wore a face as grim as a storm cloud. He and the princess had entered the Royal Academy together, and his family had advised him to secure her favor, as this would solidify the Mu family's status in the kingdom that he had long viewed the princess as his own prize. Yet now, the princess was affectionately embracing an unfamiliar man's arm. Igniting his fury, though he could not unleash it freely, I have not heard your highness mention this dear friend of yours before. Upon hearing this, Jing Yun feigned indignation, perhaps genuinely so. Must I report every aspect of my life to you? Who do you think you are? Mu Jun clenched his fist. I beg your pardon. It is merely that I am curious about this inexplicably appearing individual. In these times, there are many deceitful charlatans. The princess must exercise caution to avoid being duped. Bai Gu silently conjured a wooden shield. Are you implying that I am a fool? Or that you believe my dear friend is a swindler? Mu Jun, you have audacity. Why do you involve yourself in matters that do not concern you? Kneel and apologize to my friend. At this, Mu Jun's face flushed with anger, but under the princess's command. He reluctantly took a step back and knelt, albeit only before the princess. Bai Gu thickened the wooden shield he had conjured and added sharp wooden spikes upon. To whom are you kneeling? The one you owe an apology to is not me, but him. The princess pointed at Bai Gu, demanding Mu Jun to kneel before him. And Mu Jun fixed his gaze on Bai Gu, his eyes nearly bursting with blood vessels. Are you using me as a shield or seeking my demise? Xiao Luo discreetly tugged at the princess's skirt. Your Highness, you are overstepping. Bai Gu shook his head helplessly. This fellow, who could be the leader of the Huang Jin, must possess extraordinary capabilities that it was uncertain whether Gu Xiao could contend with him. He could only swallow the essence of Huang Jin's soul and some of the soul essence he had saved over time, hoping to elevate his level and obtain a superior treasure from the three choices presented. Until now, he was merely a third-tier skeleton, but he had consumed the soul essence rewarded by the system last time, and combined with the current Huang Jin's essence and some scattered bits, it was enough for his advancement. However, after consuming all of it, he found himself devoid of any soul essence, his body smooth and glistening. Ding! Congratulations, the director has advanced and gained a choice of 3 treasures, flawed Qilin arm. Right arm gains 100 tons of strength. However, it cannot be controlled. Whatever you do will unleash 100 tons of force. Title change device, 3 family servant version, you can turn anyone into your adoptive father. Perfectly accurate right hand. Bailey version, you can ensure that anything launched from your right hand will hit its intended target within a range of 50,000 meters with absolute certainty. What the hell? An uncontrollable Qilin arm. That would be fine for manual labor, but as a skeleton, my ancestral skills are of no use. The second title changer, presumably the 3 family servant version, was almost misinterpreted as something strange. Nonetheless, he had to admit that this function was peculiar. While it could transform everyone into an adoptive father, The name of the treasure indicated that it was merely a title change and not an actual transformation into a father figure. Pa, I would never engage in such an act of bowing to others as a father, and a great skeleton born of heaven and earth cannot stoop so low. Given the circumstances, he felt he could only select the third treasure. After all, he had just acquired a bone bow, which was perfectly suited for him and aligned with his philosophy of survival and output. Bai Gu was momentarily lost in thought as he selected his treasure. However, in Mu Jun's eyes, Bai Gu had just brazenly consumed the Huang Jin's essence right in front of him, clearly provoking him. How could he endure such an affront? Your Highness, I will not kneel and apologize to him. Even if his status can barely match ours, he has robbed the Huang Jin of its wealth. As a princess, you have always been fair. You wouldn't dare violate the laws of the kingdom for such an unknown acquaintance, would you? Ah. Jingyan was taken aback. She had forgotten about this matter, so she quietly asked Bai Gu, who had just finished selecting the perfectly accurate right hand, "Did you really steal from Huang Jin?" Bai Gu instinctively nodded at the princess's question. "See, princess, how can you befriend such a villain who robs others and harms their lives? Let me take on the role of the bad guy and eliminate this malignant tumor from your side." With that, Mu Jun, already boiling with rage, unsheathed his sword and lunged at Bai Gu with incredible speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. However, Gu Xiao had been on guard against him and stood beside Bai Gu. So despite Mu Jun's swift movements, he was intercepted by Gu Xiao's bone knife. Humph, just a 6th-tier skeleton. I imagine you invested quite a bit of effort to cultivate him, didn't you? I shall dismantle him now. Be careful. Mu Jun is a peak 4th-tier warrior, on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier. He has mastered a set of 4th-tier martial arts techniques that grant him exceptional speed. The princess and Bai Gu cautioned him, and Gu Xiao immediately unleashed a barrage of 1,000 strikes soul flames. Thousands of soul flames coalesced and shot towards Mu Jun, who smirked mockingly at the incoming flames. The soul flames swirled densely, and a white figure darted through them like a thread. By the time all the flames had passed, Mu Jun stood before Gu Xiao, completely unscathed. "I asked that all? Your speed is far too slow. Senior Mu Jun is incredibly fast. Indeed, he is renowned as the Wind Shadow Warrior at the Academy." After dodging Gu Xiao's martial technique, Mu Jun thrust his sword directly into Gu Xiao's ribcage. Gu Xiao had no time to evade and was struck by the blow. Staggering back several steps as cracks appeared in his bones, he retaliated with a strike, but Mu Jun had already flashed 10 steps away, causing Gu Xiao to miss. Mu Jun then waited for Gu Xiao to swing and miss before advancing again, delivering a slash to Gu Xiao's skeletal arm, causing fissures to form and quickly retreating. With such speed, Gu Xiao found it challenging to react, especially since Mu Jun consistently avoided direct conflict. If this continued, it was likely that Gu Xiao would indeed be dismantled. Feeling provoked by the relentless attacks, Gu Xiao decided to switch tactics. He plunged his knife into the ground, replicating the technique used to fend off the bearers, unleashing a surge of pink energy towards Mu Jun. Yet, the poor skeleton's mind had not considered that such a dense and rapid barrage of 1,000 strikes soul flames had failed to hit the target. How could a single, slower attack land? As expected, Mu Jun once again evaded, leaping into the air and aiming his sword directly at Gu Xiao's eye socket. "Allow me to demonstrate the techniques of the Academy." Gale thrust. Though the skeleton lacked flesh and blood to be torn apart, it was not fearless. If the soul fire within his head were to be disrupted, that would spell doom. Unfortunately, Gu Xiao, seeing the blade approach, realized he could not evade. It was too late. Dying was inconsequential. The tribe had bone mages. He could only hope the princess would protect the bone mage and ensure their safe return to the tribe. With a bone mage leading the tribe, he would die with no regrets. Gu Xiao resigned himself to becoming a pile of shattered bones, while Mu Jun wore a triumphant smile, reveling in the thought of dismantling the skeleton. But in the next moment, an unidentified flying object hurtled toward his face. Mu Jun froze momentarily, then swiftly turned to dodge the incoming object. "Humph. You think you can ambush me? My speed is whoosh." A whooshing sound came from behind Mu Jun, and he quickly spun around to see the object, a wooden arrow, zipping past him. To his astonishment, the arrow abruptly halted midair and pivoted back toward his forehead. "What is this?" Mu Jun dodged again, but Gu Xiao seized the opportunity to strike. Then Mu Jun staggered back 5 steps to block the attack. Yet, the wooden arrow came flying at him once more. Forcing him to swing his sword and cleave it in two, in his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Bai Gu wielding a bone bow. However, he could only glance briefly as Gu Xiao charged in again. Isn't he a necromancer? How can he use a bow? Exactly. This archery is quite sinister. It seems to track its target. A mage using a bow is not unusual, but did you not notice that it was a wooden arrow? A necromancer conjuring a wooden arrow out of thin air is truly absurd. The princess gazed at Bai Gu in astonishment, equally taken aback. However, her surprise stemmed from the bow Bai Gu held, the one given to him by the owner of the Drunken Flower Tower, a necromantic weapon that a normal human should not be able to wield. Why was he able to? While the princess remained astonished. Bai Gu had already conjured another wooden arrow and shot it out. Unfortunately, he realized that while the objects he launched from his right hand would strike their targets with absolute certainty, if they were destroyed, the guaranteed hit effect would be lost. Had he been using steel arrows, that last shot would have certainly caused Mu Jun some pain. However, steel arrows had their downsides. He discovered that the power of the arrows he fired depended on the speed at which they were released. If they were steel arrows, their effectiveness would likely diminish. Nevertheless, for Bai Gu at this moment, this was already a remarkable skill. Since he could not rely on power to win, he would overwhelm with numbers. One after another, arrows flew from Bai Gu's hand toward Mu Jun, who had gone from dominating Gu Xiao to being flustered and struggling to block the incoming projectiles. One particular wooden arrow had even chased after his lower body, sending him into a panic as he hastily swung his sword to destroy it. However, in that moment, Gu Xiao seized the opportunity to land a blow, forcing him back several steps. After retreating, he quickly exited Gu Xiao's attack range and shouted to his comrades. Despicable. 2 against 1. Is that what you call skill? Before old Ma could respond, Deng Mu stepped forward. Mr. Mu, Bai Gu is a necromancer. It is only reasonable for him to summon a horde of undead to counter you. Bai Gu looked at Deng Mu, impressed that he had finally encountered a fence-sitter. The statement darkened Mu Jun's expression, and he turned to the princess. Your Highness, he is a villain who robs for personal gain. Do you still consider him your close friend? Upon hearing this, Bai Gu prompted old Ma to speak. The term rob is rather harsh. That yellow-haired scoundrel nearly killed us upon entry. If it weren't for the adults saving us, we might have perished at his hands. That money should be considered reasonable compensation. No, reasonable. How could your lowly lives be worth that much money? The princess frowned upon hearing this. Mu Jun, watch your words that I in my eyes. The lives of the common people are of equal value. Humph. Your Highness, do you believe whatever they say? Now that Huang Jin is dead, of course they can fabricate rumors as they please. What evidence do they have? Old Ma pointed at the table that Huang Jin had smashed as soon as he entered. That table was where we used to rest, and the Fenglian management could sit here. The table was damaged by Huang Jin. If you don't believe me, you can compare the marks on his sword with those on the table. Mu Jun glanced at the broken table and immediately recognized the marks left by Huang Jin's great sword. Yet he still distorted the truth. Who knows if he robbed him of his money first and then deliberately provoked him to anger and caused this? What kind of evidence is this? The princess looked at the 4 corners of the management office and then asked Deng Mu, do you have a shadow recording device installed here? The shadow recording device can record the scene for a certain period of time and replay it. When Bai Gu learned that there was such a thing in this world, he couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, it's like a surveillance camera. Deng Mu was about to shake his head upon hearing the princess's words. The shadow recording device was extremely expensive, and there was no need to install it in this small place of his. But the princess winked at him and slightly nodded her chin. Deng Mu immediately understood that the princess wanted him to say yes. However, if he said yes, he looked at Mu Jun and then at the princess. Finally, he gritted his teeth and nodded. What a sin I've committed. I should never have brought them here. Since there was a shadow recording device, they could directly check it for what had just happened, and this would be the best evidence. After saying this, he looked at Bai Gu and Mu Jun. Bai Gu looked indifferent. Although the way he got compensation from Huang Mao was a bit improper, it was obvious that the other party wouldn't give it under normal circumstances. This was just a trivial matter, and he wasn't afraid of others' criticism. Worst case scenario, he could just strip naked and slip away. On the contrary, Mujuan, after all, Huang Jin was his subordinate, and he knew him quite well. Huang Jin was always arrogant and overbearing wherever he went, and it wasn't unheard of for him to kill ordinary people for no reason. Mujuan completely believed what old Ma said. He just didn't expect there to be a shadow recording device in this shabby place. If they watched the content of the shadow recording device, they might even become the wrong doers. This bastard who came out of nowhere. I'll send someone to investigate him and secretly get rid of him when I go back. The princess, looking at Mujuan, whose face was changing expressions, shouted, Mujuan, what do you think of checking the shadow recording device? This thing can't be faked and is most suitable as evidence. Upon hearing this, Mujuan shook his head with a sorrowful look. Alas, I had a deep affection for Junior Huang that I really can't bear to see his image before his death. Let's forget it. Junior Huang was a kind-hearted person. He surely wouldn't have wanted to make a big fuss after his death. Let's just end this matter today. Let's go. After saying this, he slunk away. The princess didn't stop Mujuan as he left. After all, he was from the Mu family, and she couldn't go too far. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Bai Gu squinted his eyes and watched Mujuan leave without making any move. He always advocated eradicating the roots. But today, not to mention whether they could kill this weed on the spot, there were the princess and others present, so it was impossible for him to kill Mujuan. Therefore, he could only let him go. After all, it was because their strength was too weak that if their strength was sufficient, they could use the excuse of accidentally killing the opponent during the fight due to the unpredictability of fists and kicks. And no one could say anything. But doing so might bring more trouble, like provoking the elders after killing the younger ones. Alas, it's better to finish things as soon as possible and go back to the valley to help the skeletons improve their strength. The stronger they are, the stronger my own power will be. After Mujuan left, Deng Mu, the opportunist, immediately came over obsequiously. I'm really sorry, Mr. Bai. I just thought you were an employee here, that I'm usually quite strict with my employees. And I accidentally offended you. I hope you don't mind. I just heard Fang Lian say that you want to buy a small house in our market. Here is the contract. After you sign it, the small house will be yours. Bai Gu took the contract that Deng Mu handed over and took a look. This thing was not a magic contract, but rather resembled a contract. He read it through and found no problems, so he signed it. Then he took out a bag of gold coins to give to Deng Mu. Seeing this, Deng Mu quickly pushed the gold coins back. Mr. Bai, this is too much for me. I haven't even thanked you for solving the problem of the man-eating house. How could I accept your money? I've already changed the contract. This small house is given to you for free by me, and you can be exempted from all management fees in the future. Bai Gu glanced at Deng Mu and took back the gold coins. Although this Deng Mu was an opportunist, he was practical in his work. He didn't completely fall to either side when the wind blew. Such a person, although disgusting, was easy to negotiate with a tea this time. The princess also came forward. Bai Gu, you want to buy a house? Are you planning to live in Jinshi City for a long time? Bai Gu shook his head and then looked at old Ma. Our master wants to open a store in the city to sell the kind of cultivated beast meat that you've tasted. Old Ma paused for a moment because he was stunned when he heard what Bai Gu asked him to say. Then he continued, Our master wants to invite the princess to invest and operate together. What does the princess think? Operate together? Do you mean to ask me to open a store with you? Old Ma himself thought the words he said were absurd. Master, this is the human world, not the undead world. And the undead probably don't open stores either. She's a princess. With such a luxurious life, how could she lack money? Deng Mu was also stunned when he heard this, that he dared to ask the princess to open a store together. Is this man an imperial prince? Aren't you afraid that the princess's father, the king, will come and chop you off? Shaluo even started to curse. How dare you? The princess is of noble status. How could she open a shabby store with you? Shaluo, I'm sorry. Shaluo is like a sister to me. She was just worried about me, and I hope you don't take it to heart. But regarding this matter of opening a store together, I'm usually quite busy, so it may not be suitable. The princess declined politely. Deng Mu was dumbfounded. He talked to you like that, and you can still reply so politely? Who on earth is this man? Bai Gu could tell from their expressions that they had probably misunderstood. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Yuer, asking old Ma to explain. Your Highness, what our master means is not to open a store to serve customers and do business with you, but to hope that you can invest in our master's store. This investment means that you provide your name and you don't need to do anything else. When the store makes a profit, You will be given 30 of the profit as your reward. The princess was stunned when she heard old Ma say this. Then what do you get out of it? It doesn't seem right that I get a share of your profit without doing anything. Your Highness, you're not doing nothing that you're providing your name. Your name alone is a great contribution. The princess is intelligent and surely understands what I mean, having just offended someone and now wanting to open a store. If he didn't find a backer, the store would probably close as soon as it opened. Since the princess used herself as a shield, she should pay some price. The price he offered wasn't high. And with the other party's smart mind, she shouldn't fail to understand. Sure enough, the princess was silent for a moment, pondering over the idea that Bai Gu had proposed as described by old Ma. Does Mr. Bai Gu's store only sell that cultivated beast meat? Bai Gu shook his head. Then old Ma, pretending to understand Bai Gu's meaning, looked at him and said, Our master is quite versatile, besides cultivating magic beasts. He will also introduce all kinds of strange things in the future, most of which are not available in the kingdom yet. But please rest assured, Your Highness, before introducing anything, our master will definitely let the princess try it first. Only after you agree will we promote it with you as the endorser. The princess nodded and fell silent again. The idea that the products would be promoted only after she had tried and agreed could mostly prevent damaging her reputation, which she highly approved of at this moment. What she was actually curious about was Bai Gu's identity. How could an unknown necromancer come up with so many strange things? There must be a force behind him. What kind of force is it? Is it within the kingdom or outside? Is it harmful to the kingdom? Seeing that the princess was still silent, Bai Gu asked old Ma to reveal a little more of their cards. Your Highness, is it that you think the 30 reward is too low and not worthy of your attention? The princess shook her head. That's not what I mean. But usually I really don't lack for expenses. Your Highness, as a princess of the kingdom, you surely don't lack for daily expenses. But has Your Highness ever thought about cultivating some confidence or your own power? In case one day, old Ma suddenly stopped at this point. The following words are not meant to be offensive. Your Highness, please forgive me. In case one day the kingdom encounters some unrest, Your Highness will also have some means of self-protection. Upon hearing these words, even Deng Mu's complexion changed abruptly. He hurriedly covered his ears, and his eyes wandered, pretending not to hear or see. Unexpectedly, the little maid beside the princess didn't start cursing, but looked at the princess seriously. On the contrary, Lung Mei, who had always been closely protecting the princess, transformed into a streak of black line and rushed straight towards Bai Gu. Of course, Gu Xiao blocked her. His eye sockets burned with the soul fire of soaring fighting spirit. Different from Mu Jun, the battles between Gu Xiao and Lung Mei were almost all head-on confrontations, which greatly suited Gu Xiao's taste. However, just as Lung Mei was about to take action again, the princess stopped her. Lung Mei, come back, but Your Highness, he spread such words that are extremely traitorous to the kingdom, Lung Mei said as she turned her head. But when she saw the princess's uncommonly serious expression, she could only sheath her sword and return. This made Gu Xiao feel rather regretful. Only after Lung Mei returned behind her did the princess look at Bai Gu with guarded eyes and say, Mr. Bai Gu, first of all, I hope you won't say those words elsewhere, so as to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Secondly, I'm very curious about your identity. I wonder why you would say such things about the kingdom's injustice. Your Highness, our identities have never been much concealed, that I believe that if you are willing to investigate, you will know that we have revealed that we came from the Great Yin in the East. And the identity of our master is rather special in the Great Yin, so it's inconvenient to disclose for saying such things about the kingdom's injustice. The Great Yin has a long history and has witnessed the rise and fall of too many kingdoms. The so-called be vigilant in times of peace, our master just wants to remind Your Highness, without much other meaning. Lao Ma listened to the nonsense coming from Bai Gu, with cold sweat breaking out on his back. He thought to himself that fortunately, he was old and his scalp was thin, so he didn't break out too much cold sweat at this age. Having to deceive people like this made him feel that his heart wasn't quite comfortable. Witness the rise and fall of too many kingdoms. If this is true, the Great Yin is probably an extremely large entity. As for be vigilant in times of peace. This is the first time she has heard such a statement. However, it does make a lot of sense. Besides, if it's such a super large country, there's probably no great need to come all the way to a small kingdom to say such alarmist words to the princess. Seeing that the statement seemed to have appeased the princess, Lao Ma quickly seized the opportunity to press on, lest his poor heart couldn't take it, and he had to fabricate more lies. Your Highness may be thinking about how much profit our small shop can make. How dare we say such things as asking you to cultivate your power? Originally, we didn't plan to spread this. But our master thinks highly of you, so we're being frank with you. Thinks highly of me? The princess blushed slightly. But Lao Ma didn't notice and continued, leaving other things aside, just talking about the beast meat you ate. You also saw that the final transaction price was almost 1,500 gold coins per head, right? The princess nodded. That kind of beast meat is very delicious, and it's reasonable that it can be sold at such a high price. The price of one head of such beast meat is enough for me to cultivate a relatively good low-level confidant. But that's the complete price of one head of beast meat, and I can only get 30 of the profit from selling this meat. Such delicious beast meat must have cost a lot in the cultivation process, right? After deducting the cost and some transportation expenses, and then taking out 30, I'm afraid I won't get much, right? Lao Ma shook his head. If that were the case, our master wouldn't dare to discuss cultivating your power with you. What our master wants to be frank with you about is the cost of this beast meat. You can guess how much the cost of one such beast is. Feel free to guess, be bold. Cost? And be bold to guess. Could the cost be less than half of the selling price? Bai Gu shook his head and waved his hand upwards, indicating that the princess should be bolder. Less than 1/3? Bai Gu still shook his head. 400 gold coins? 300 gold coins? 200 gold coins? The princess almost shouted out the last number, but Bai Gu still shook his head. This shocked the princess, and she looked at Lao Ma. Only after getting Bai Gu's consent did Lao Ma speak. This kind of beast is cultivated by our master and fed by me. The cost is probably around 100 gold coins. In fact, it didn't need that much. The Luo beast was raised by Lao Ma, and he knew it best. The Luo beast ate anything, was not picky at all. Usually, some skeletons would just go to the mountain to gather some forage and feed it, which was basically zero cost. Even if they had to hire people to gather forage specifically in the future, 10 gold coins would attract a large number of people to do it. No. Recently, being often around the master, he had lost his sense of money. In Baishur village, 1 gold coin a year for this job would probably attract people scrambling to do it. But looking at the shocked princess, Dengmu, and others, he still wanted to give Bai Gu a thumbs up that you're really ruthless. What? 100 gold coins? Then the net profit could reach 1,400 gold coins. 30 would be more than 400 gold coins. Is the output of this beast high? Princess Jingyun made a simple calculation upon hearing this number. This was just a random auction, so it was sold for 1,500 gold coins. If the beast meat became more well-known and was sold in the royal capital, it might be worth even more. She had tasted the meat, and its deliciousness meant there was no fear of it not being sold. The only concern was the output. The output is not high now. But if nothing unexpected happens in about a year, our master can make the output of this beast reach the amount to supply the whole kingdom. Lao Ma's words were rather vague. In fact, it was because the pigsty was rather simple. They hadn't thought of making money from this before, and Bai Gu wasn't sure if the entire skeleton tribe would encounter accidents due to the Church of Light. So he was evasive. But even so, the princess's heart still skipped a beat. With such a price, if the output could supply the whole kingdom, the 30 share in her hands would have huge value. She was a princess of the kingdom, but was destined not to inherit the kingdom. But she had her own ambitions. At least, she didn't want to be controlled by her father and elder brother, and not to be sacrificed for a political marriage that, if Bai Gu's statement could really come true, then she would be very likely to have the ability to break free from control. With an economic source in hand, she wouldn't rely on her father, and with her own power under her command, she wouldn't fear the threats from her elder brother. She was very tempted, but also in a dilemma. This pie was big and round, but she couldn't tell whether it was true or false. This would be a huge gamble, that if she won the bet, everyone would be happy, that if she lost, she might be doomed. Once she started doing business, having income, and developing her own power, it would surely attract the attention of her father and the others. If she failed, she might be casually married off for a political marriage. Princess,